Vhumad God chapter 1463 to chapter 1547. It couldn't be helped. This matter was too shocking. One had to know that the Duan family's ancestor was a king. Such a person was in existence at the peak. How could he be killed? However, it really happened. Not only was he killed, but he was also killed by a youth in his 20s. When everyone found out about this, their minds were blown. In an instant, Lin Xian's name once again swept across the entire continent. Not only that, the Duan family's destruction, Lin Xian's confrontation with the three kings, as well as slapping the Shin family's ancestor's face in front of everyone, quickly spread. The entire Tianwu continent was in an uproar. This was because every matter was too shocking. It had never happened in hundreds or thousands of years. One had to know that those were all kings. Every one of them was an indomitable expert. However, all of them had suffered at the hands of Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. Especially when they heard that Lin Xian had instantly summoned two mysterious kings to confront the Shin family's ancestor, Morong family's ancestor, and the happy monarch, everyone's jaws almost dropped. Excluding Dean Xian and Senma College's king, Lin Xian actually had two kings by his side. This was too shocking. Perhaps no faction in the Tianwu continent could contend with him. In an instant, the entire continent was talking about this matter. As for Lin Xian, he began to cultivate crazily. Ever since the Palace of Gods of War's martial artists returned, Lin Xian had sent them out to search for energy. As for the energy requirements, he had asked He Tu before. There was no specific requirement. There was only one, and that was a huge amount of energy. Therefore, Lin Xian mobilized the entire Palace of Gods of War and all its subordinate forces to quickly search the entire Tianwu continent. This was because only by finding enough energy could he leave this place and head to the true spirit world. As for Lin Xian, he went into seclusion to cultivate, putting all his effort into increasing his cultivation. He had already cultivated the Furious Dragon art to the 4th level. Now, his blood chi was vigorous, surpassing that of a half-step king. His sky spill visualization diagram had also reached the 6th level. His soul power had been greatly enhanced. It could be said that if he didn't use the Dragon Sword domain, no one below the King realm was his match. And once he used the Dragon Sword domain, even a 1-star king would not be a match for him. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion and cultivated rapidly. At the same time, in a certain primordial forest of the Tianwu continent, there was a huge canyon. This canyon was tens of thousands of feet deep. There was no one at all, not even demonic beasts. However, at the bottom of this ravine, there was a black silhouette. Like a small mountain, it was burning fiercely and emitted blazing heat. The surroundings were charred black, and not a single blade of grass grew. This strange figure was naturally the heavenly Netherbird. At this moment, there was only one astral chain left on his body. The other three had lost their luster and were scattered on the ground. However, the heavenly Netherbird didn't refine the last one. Instead, it suddenly opened its eyes. His pitch-black eyes flickered with scorching flames as they pierced through the void before him. Damned astral chains. How could they be so powerful? Even if I tried my best, I could only refine 3 of them. However, this last one won't be able to stop me. Wait for me to absorb some more energy, then I'll break this last chain. At that time, the entire Tianwu continent will be under my feet. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird stood up. The flames on its body flickered as it opened its bloody mouth and sucked. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual chi started to surge and fly towards it. This scene was too terrifying. The heavenly Netherbird was like a peerless demon as it crazily devoured the surrounding spiritual chi. The spiritual chi quickly gathered and formed rivers of spiritual chi that spun towards the heavenly Netherbird. However, the heavenly Netherbird was like a bottomless pit as it crazily devoured the spiritual chi. Not long after, the plants in the canyon lost their luster, turned yellow, and finally died. The entire canyon became a wasteland, and the situation was still spreading rapidly. In a primordial forest not far from the canyon, there were 2 demonic beasts fighting. One of them was a golden ape, and the other was a pitch-black black bear. Both of them had powerful auras, and both had the strength of a 9-star demonic beast general. As they fought, the entire void trembled and parts of the forest collapsed. It was unknown why these two demonic beasts were fighting, but the battle was extremely intense. However, not long after, the two of them stopped and looked into the distance in bewilderment. Then, they revealed a look of horror. This was because the forest in the distance was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trees directly withered and lost their vitality. A ray of gray light, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, fell everything in its path. As for the gray light, it was rapidly flying toward them. Even though the two demonic beasts had reached the level of a 9-star demonic beast general, and were even more terrifying than a 9th heaven supremacy, they were still trembling. However, at this moment, they began to tremble violently. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. Whoosh, the two demonic beasts no longer cared about fighting. They turned and fled, turning into two shocking rays of light. However, that gray light was even faster. The moment they rose into the air, they were hit by the attack. The two demonic beasts stopped in midair, and then their huge bodies quickly shrank. The golden ape's golden light dimmed rapidly, and its flesh quickly withered. As for the black bear spirit, it was extremely frightened. Its huge body instantly turned into a bag of bones. In the next moment, the two demonic beasts turned into a pile of white bones and fell to the ground. The gray light was still spreading rapidly into the distance. In another part of the forest, a group of martial artists was moving quickly. At the forefront was a young man in a blue shirt. He held a hidden sword in his hand, and he exuded a powerful aura. Beside him was a girl in a pink shirt, who was anxiously looking into the distance. "Sister Fu, don't worry. I'll catch Silver Fox for you. Senior brother, be careful. Silver Fox has reached the level of an 8-star demonic beast general. It's very terrifying." The girl in pink looked concerned. "Don't worry, junior sister. I just made a breakthrough a few days ago and reached the 8th level honorable realm. It's easy to deal with Silver Fox." The man in blue was very confident, and he couldn't help but increase his speed. Silver Fox, who was in front of him, was like a ray of silver light that streaked across the void. However, in the next moment, it stopped in midair. It lifted its furry head and looked into the distance, its expression filled with fear. "Evil beast, where are you running to?" The man in blue was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He held the long sword in his hand and quickly slashed out several blue sword lights. These sword lights surged in the air, forming a huge sword net that enveloped Silver Fox. In the next moment, the Sword King would be able to catch Silver Fox. However, in the next moment, the man in blue was stunned. Not only him, but the girl in pink next to him, as well as the warriors behind her, were also stunned. That was because the Silver Fox in front of them instantly withered and turned into a pile of bones. It was as if his energy had been sucked away by something. It was very strange. In the sky, the huge blue sword net dimmed in an instant, and then disappeared. "What?" The blue-robed man was shocked. That was his ultimate move, but it was broken in an instant. Then, his face became gloomy and he shouted coldly. "Who is it? Come out." However, no one answered him. In the next moment, the blue-robed man was also stunned. As if he had encountered something terrible, his body instantly sank in. Not only him, but the girl in pink and the warriors behind her also turned into a pile of bones in an instant. In the void, there was an arc of gray light that quickly spread out. This gray light was naturally released by the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, it was crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Gradually, with the canyon as the center, everything within 1,000 miles was turned into a wasteland. All the trees, monsters, and humans were sucked dry of their spiritual energy and turned into countless bones. In the depths of the canyon, the heavenly netherbird slowly closed its mouth. Suddenly, the terrifying devouring power also quickly disappeared. "If I use the normal method to refine the star chain, I'm afraid it will take about a year. But I can't wait any longer," the heavenly netherbird whispered to itself. Then, a fierce light burst out from its eyes. "Forget it. Since there's only one chain left, I'll go out and see if there's any powerful energy to replenish." Obviously, the devouring just now did not allow it to recover its full strength. Moreover, that method of absorption was too slow. The heavenly netherbird could not wait and wanted to go out and take revenge. In the next moment, it flapped its huge wings. Countless flames spread and its huge body quickly left the ground. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird turned into a black light and disappeared from the canyon. Northwest of the Tianwu continent, there was an extremely majestic mountain range here. It was the territory of the Divine Bird Palace. Since the last time they left the Palace of Gods of War, the people of the Divine Bird Palace had been very low-key. They did not even go out. There was nothing they could do about it. The shock they had received earlier was simply too great. The scene of Lin Xian killing the Duan family's patriarch was like a nightmare that kept circling in their minds, unable to disperse for a long time. They were even afraid that Lin Xian would attack their Divine Bird Palace, so they all gathered here and did not dare to go out. The Palace Lord of the Divine Bird Palace was in seclusion, cultivating with all his might to break through and become a king. This was the only way to ensure the safety of the Divine Bird Palace. However, these people did not know that, at this moment, there was a black figure near the mountain range. It was rapidly approaching. This black figure carried with it a blazing flame aura. It was like a flaming divine bird as it flew rapidly through the sky. This figure was naturally the heavenly netherbird. His dark eyes looked down at the mountains below, and he whispered to himself, "I remember that the Divine Bird Palace seems to be here. I wonder how much of my strength can these 3 vermilion blood birds help me recover?" Thinking of this, he revealed a sinister smile. Then, he flapped his black wings and charged downwards like a bolt of black lightning, tearing the sky apart. In the next moment, he arrived at the mountain range. There were countless palaces and pavilions in front of him. At the center of the palace were 3 majestic palaces. One was a purple palace that was bathed in lightning, while the other was a green palace that was surrounded by wind blades. The last one was a flaming palace. It was like the palace of the fire god, blooming with a blazing light. The 3 vermilion blood birds were also an ancient species. They had 3 heads and 3 attributes: wind, lightning, and fire. The 3 palaces in front corresponded to the 3 heads. It could be said that the 3 palaces were forbidden areas of the Divine Bird Palace. At this moment, the heavenly netherbird looked at the 3 palaces in front of him and snorted coldly. Then, his huge claws grabbed forward. Looking at the 3 palaces in front of him, the heavenly netherbird raised his claws and slowly grabbed forward. The first thing he did was to grab the fiery red palace of flames. The huge claws covered the sky and the earth. They were extremely black, with black flames dancing on them. It was like the claws of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. When the flaming palace was attacked, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Flames surrounded the palace as if they were going to burn everything. Humph! The heavenly netherbird snorted disdainfully. Using flames in front of him was courting death. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless black flames shone coldly on the huge palm. Black lines appeared on the claws, and a terrifying heat surged forward. Boom! Boom, boom, the 2 flames collided with each other, making a low sound. In the next moment, a hole was torn in the fiery red light screen, and the monstrous red flames became incomparably dim in an instant. In front of the heavenly netherbird, they could not use their strength at all. They were completely suppressed. Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird snorted disdainfully. Then, he waved his claws and grabbed the flaming palace. With a pull, the majestic palace was uprooted from the ground and arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird opened his bloody mouth and sucked hard. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared. The huge palace in front of him was attracted by the black vortex. It quickly shrank and was then sucked into the heavenly netherbird's stomach. This change immediately attracted the attention of the martial artists of the Divine Bird Palace. Countless martial artists rushed out from the mountains around Viper. When they saw that one of the 3 sacred palaces in the center was missing, their faces changed. That was the shrine in their hearts, an incomparably sacred place. Now that one was missing, it made them feel as if the sky was falling. Damn it, who did this? Get out here. Enemy attack. A powerful person is attacking. Hurry and inform the elders. How dare you come to my Divine Bird Palace? I'll make sure you don't leave. Angry shouts rang out. It was obvious that everyone was furious. However, when they looked up at the sky and saw a huge black figure, they were all stunned. Then, fear appeared in their eyes and their bodies began to tremble. Tian, heavenly netherbird. Everyone was terrified. They did not expect the heavenly netherbird to attack. This was a king. And an extremely powerful one at that. The Divine Bird Palace could not resist at all. The elders of the Divine Bird Palace who rushed over were so scared that they peed their pants. Originally, when they heard that their 3 sacred palaces had disappeared, they were so angry that their beards curled up. They decided that no matter who it was, they would kill him. However, when they arrived at the scene and saw the heavenly netherbird, their legs began to tremble. This was a king. How could they fight him? Even if all of them went up together, they would not be able to withstand a single slap from him. Damn it. Everyone, pay attention. Activate the Great Protection Array. At the same time, send someone to inform the palace master to come out. Also, send someone to the other house of kings. The great elder of the Divine Bird Palace shouted loudly. His voice spread clearly in all directions. Yes, activate the Great Protection Array. All the warriors were shocked. They went to their respective positions and channeled their spiritual energy. The Great Protection Array was the ultimate array of the Divine Bird Palace. It was used to defend against external enemies. This array had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. No one below the king level could break it. As for the king level, they did not know because no king level had ever attacked the Divine Bird Palace. However, they believed in the power of the Great Protection Array. It could at least resist for a while. During this time, they had already sent someone to inform the palace master. Not only that, they had also sent a distress signal to the Shen family, the Morong family, the Merry Forest, and several other House of Kings. As long as a king-level cultivator dared to come, things would be easy. However, they did not know that the heavenly netherbird had recovered most of its strength. They thought that the heavenly netherbird was still bound by the starry chains like before. The heavenly netherbird had caused a ruckus before and was defeated by a king-level cultivator. Therefore, they thought that it would be the same this time. Soon, a mysterious pattern flashed and a terrifying Great Protection Array was activated. It covered the entire mountain range. This was a Great Protection Array passed down from ancient times. It had been perfected by generations of Divine Bird Palace experts. It was extremely powerful. After activating the Great Protection Array, all the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. The elders also smiled. Okay, we can hold on for a while. As long as the other kings arrive, we will be safe. The heavenly netherbird looked down at the Great Protection Array and smiled disdainfully. Although this Great Protection Array was magical, it was nothing in its eyes. If it was trapped by the 4 starry chains like before, it might have taken some effort to break this Great Protection Array. But now, there was only 1 astral chain left on his body, and he had recovered more than half of his strength. Compared to before, it was countless times more terrifying. Therefore, he did not take the protective grand formation below seriously at all. In the next moment, his eyes flickered and black flames spread all over his body. They condensed into a pitch-black claw in front of him and slammed downwards. In an instant, lightning and fire intertwined, and wind and thunder roared. This terrifying claw turned into a black afterimage, accompanied by boundless flames around it. It was abnormally terrifying. In the void, ear-piercing whistling sounds could be heard. The lightning was astonishing, and all sorts of terrifying scenes erupted. This black palm ruthlessly slammed into the protective formation below, immediately erupting with an earth-shattering tremor. The entire mountain range shook violently as if there was a huge earthquake. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the warriors of Divine Bird Palace below changed their expressions, and the elders roared madly. Everyone frantically channeled their spiritual energy to stabilize the formation, but soon, despair appeared in their eyes. This was because no matter how hard they tried, the tremors around them were getting more and more intense. It was to the extent where the ground beneath their feet began to crack apart, producing terrifying sounds. Mountains collapsed, palaces exploded, and countless people turned into a bloody mist in an instant. What? Impossible. Isn't there a defensive formation? How can the energy still be transmitted? At this moment, the faces of countless warriors of Divine Bird Palace changed greatly. They simply could not understand how such a thing could happen. This kind of terrifying method had long surpassed their understanding. However, in the next moment, their faces turned to horror again. This was because the protective formation above their heads was rapidly dimming. Countless cracks appeared on it, like a spider web, instantly covering the entire sky. Ka ka ka, a low sound rang out, and then the entire protective formation shattered like glass. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Impossible. This is simply impossible. The elders screamed madly. They could not believe that the protective formation had broken, it had shattered in an instant. How could this be? One had to know that this was their protective formation. It had been passed down from ancient times. After being improved by generations of powerhouses, it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. They were even confident that it could withstand the attack of a king. However, now, in the face of the heavenly Netherbird's attack, the protective formation that they were so proud of had shattered. What had shattered was not only the protective formation, but also the hope in their hearts. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with despair. Many people's faces were ashen. It was over, it was completely over. Without the protective formation, they simply could not withstand the heavenly Netherbird's fury. This entire process did not even take half an hour. Not to mention the other kings, even their palace master had not arrived yet. For a moment, a sense of despair and fear enveloped the warriors of Divine Bird Palace. The heavenly Netherbird looked down at the mountain range below with a ferocious smile. Then, it waved its claws. Suddenly, the bodies of countless warriors below exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. The elders' faces changed drastically, and they all fled in all directions. In an instant, rays of light of various colors flew up from the mountain range below and fled in all directions. Facing the heavenly Netherbird, they did not have any thoughts of fighting back. They only had one thought, and that was to escape. However, in the next moment, they were all in despair. Because it was as if the other party had used magic, their bodies all stopped in midair. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed them. As a result, they couldn't shake it at all. No, damn it. I don't believe it. The great elder of Divine Bird Palace roared crazily. His body erupted with unparalleled energy, and he even began to burn his spiritual power and blood. However, it was of no use. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird's eyes turned, and the warriors' bodies exploded again, turning into clouds of blood mist. The blood mist did not disperse, but rather, it was guided by something and quickly floated in the same direction. That was the heavenly Netherbird. The blood mist condensed in front of the heavenly Netherbird, forming a strange blood rune. This rune was very complicated, and it was formed by countless mysterious lines. At first, it was very dim, but as more and more blood mist was added, the rune gradually lit up with a scarlet light. A mysterious and terrifying power was gradually emitted. Seeing this scene, the heavenly Netherbird smiled. Stop, hurry up and stop. However, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the mountain range below. This voice was very loud, and it directly penetrated the sky. Then, a figure turned into a shocking rainbow and quickly arrived in the sky. A figure turned into a long rainbow and arrived in the sky at high speed. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. He had a powerful aura and a pair of purple wings on his back. Heavenly Netherbird, why did you attack my Divine Bird Palace? This man was the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace. Seeing his palace destroyed and his disciples killed, he could no longer hold it in and shouted. Who do you think you are? How dare a lowly ant talk to me like that? The heavenly Netherbird's eyes were cold. Suddenly, the palace master's body trembled, but he still shouted. Why can't I? You and I are both flying beasts. Even in ancient times, our two races intersected. Why did you attack us? Even if you want energy, you should attack humans. He was indeed crazy because he could see that the heavenly Netherbird was devouring their energy. But he could not understand why the heavenly Netherbird Palace was targeted when there were so many human forces. Why? The heavenly Netherbird snorted in disdain. You lowly ants want to claim kinship with me? If it was the real three-headed crimson blood bird, I might hesitate. But you lowly ants are not worth mentioning. After the heavenly netherbird finished speaking, it did not bother with them and flicked its finger. Suddenly, the divine bird palace master's body exploded, turning into a bright red mist of blood. This scene was too shocking. The palace master of the divine bird palace was an existence that surpassed the half-step king level. But in front of the heavenly netherbird, he could not resist at all and was easily killed. This was too unbelievable. Below, the remaining warriors saw this scene and their scalps went numb. They sat on the ground paralyzed. It was over. It was really over. Their palace master had been killed in a single move, so they didn't stand a chance at all. Thinking of this, these people shouted crazily, "Why did you attack us?" However, no one answered them. There was only a pair of invisible hands that crushed them one by one. Tens of thousands of divine bird palace martial practitioners exploded, turning into scarlet blood. The blood did not fall. Instead, it condensed in the sky and floated toward the mysterious rune. This scene was very strange. Countless drops of blood flew, but they didn't drip on the ground. In fact, they even disappeared in the end. Only the pungent smell of blood filled the air. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists in the entire divine bird palace were killed, and no one escaped. In an instant, the originally majestic palace became fragmented, and the entire mountain range was torn apart. All the martial artists of the divine bird palace were killed, but not a single corpse was left, not even a drop of blood was left. In an instant, the terrifying 6th grade sect, Divine Bird Palace, was destroyed. Looking at the mysterious rune flashing with scarlet light in the air, the heavenly serene bird revealed a sinister smile. Then, it waved its claw and put away the mysterious rune. However, he once again looked towards the center of the mountain range, at the two remaining majestic halls. One was surrounded by purple lightning, while the other was accompanied by countless wind blades. He didn't let go of these two palaces either. He opened his mouth and sucked, forming a black vortex that sucked the two palaces into his stomach. After doing all this, he flapped his black wings, turned into a black flash, and left this place. Only ruins were left. The Xin family, the House of Kings in the Tianwu continent. Like the Palace of War, the Xin family also occupied a spiritual vein, and it was one of the best spiritual veins in the Tianwu continent. The spiritual qi here was many times denser than the outside world. Therefore, the effect of cultivating here was very good. The entire Xin family was like a fairyland. However, in the Xin family, which was like an immortal palace in the divine realm, there were a few flashes of light. "Who's there? Stop!" Seeing this light, countless cold shouts sounded. Then, dozens of powerful figures appeared in the air. These people were wearing battle armor, holding spears, and emitting a biting cold-killing intent. These were the guards of the Xin family. They usually patrolled the foot of the mountain, and once they found any trouble, they would immediately attack. They would never allow enemies to enter the Xin family. Moreover, no one dared to cause trouble. After all, the Xin family was the House of Kings. They were extremely powerful. Even if someone came to visit, they would land at the foot of the mountain and conduct a check. They would only let these people in after confirming that it was safe. But now, there was someone who was so bold as to barge in and did not take them seriously at all. Therefore, these people immediately stepped forward to reprimand him. If the other party did not listen, they would attack mercilessly and kill him. "Don't attack, it's me. I am the leader of the Xin family's Divine Wind team." In the air, the black figure quickly said, "I have an urgent matter to report. Whatever it is, investigate according to the rules." The martial artists guarding the mountain below said coldly, "If you are someone else in disguise, we can't let you in." However, the figure above did not stop at all. He just threw down a token and quickly left. At the same time, a voice sounded, "I will bear the consequences alone." Seeing that the figure was unwilling to stop, the guards below frowned. "Leader, what should we do? Should we activate the defense array and kill him?" The leader of the guards was a middle-aged man. At this moment, his expression was cold as he shook his head slightly. "No, this token is indeed the leader of the Divine Wind team. It seems that he really has an urgent matter. However, we can't relax. Go to the Shin family to report and confirm it again. Yes. Immediately, a guard quickly left and entered the Shin family to report. The leader of the Divine Wind team flew all the way at an extremely fast speed. He turned into a gray light and quickly shuttled back and forth in the sky. His speed was so fast that it directly caused the sound of wind and thunder. Even the void trembled violently. Below, countless martial artists of the Shin family looked up at the sky with surprise. Because in the family, very few people flew like this. Who is it? How dare he be so bold as to cause wind and thunder? Is it an enemy attack? D***it, what's wrong with the guards below the mountain? Why don't they attack when they see someone coming in? The martial artists of the Shin family were furious. Some of the masters even wanted to attack. However, the figure above quickly said, I am the leader of the Divine Wind team. I have an urgent matter to report. I have no choice but to break the family rules. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few elders of the Shin family appeared in the sky and blocked that person's path. Elder Feng, it's really you. What's the matter? Why are you so urgent? Among them, the third elder of the Shin family asked. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few elders of the Shin family appeared in the sky and blocked that person's path. Elder Feng, it's really you. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Asked the third elder of the Shin family. Something bad has happened. I want to see the patriarch right now. Elder Feng, the leader of the Divine Wind team, sounded anxious. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The patriarch is in seclusion now. Yeah, why don't you leave it to us? Third elder, I'm afraid you can't make the decision on this matter. Elder Feng shook his head quickly and started to transmit his voice to the other elders. What's the matter? Why does he need to transmit his voice? Can't he just say it out loud? The third elder and the others were puzzled. However, in the next moment, they trembled and looked horrified. This was because they had heard a terrifying piece of news. Is your news true? The third elder and the others were bewildered, their faces filled with disbelief. It's true. It's because of this news that I broke the family rules and barged in directly. Now, I have to tell the patriarch what I've done. Come, follow me. This time, the third elder and the other elders didn't stop them. Instead, they led Elder Feng into the Shin family quickly. Only a group of Shin family martial artists were left behind. They looked at each other and didn't know what had happened. Dozens of elders gathered in the Shin family hall. These were the core elders of the Shin family. These people gathered together and discussed with solemn expressions. Not long after, an old voice sounded from the main seat in the hall. Greetings, Patriarch. When they saw the old figure, all the elders bowed respectfully. The Patriarch of the Shin family nodded slightly and then looked at the leader of the Divine Wind team, Elder Feng. What's the matter? Why must I come out of seclusion to know? After returning from the Palace of Ares, the Patriarch of the Shin family went into seclusion to break through to a higher level. Before he went into seclusion, he had left a message that unless there was an emergency, no one was to disturb him. However, not long after he went into seclusion, he was called out. This made him very unhappy. However, he also knew that these people must have encountered some unsolvable problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him out. Elder Feng took a deep breath and quickly said, Old Ancestor, the Holy Bird Palace has been destroyed. What? The Patriarch of the Shin family was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? The Divine Bird Palace was destroyed? He was indeed shocked. After all, that was the Divine Bird Palace. It was a 6th-rank sect, and a top one at that. It was second only to the House of Kings. In the Sky Martial continent, he was also an overlord. With such strength, it was already good enough that they did not bully others. How could they have been destroyed? Tell me everything you know. Don't leave out a single detail. The Patriarch of the Shin family said in a deep voice. Yes. Elder Feng quickly told him everything he knew. Then, the entire hall fell into silence. Strange, it was too strange. According to Elder Feng, this Divine Bird Palace was exterminated, and no one was able to escape alive. Not only that, the protective array and the entire mountain range had been completely destroyed. Even the 3 sacred palaces of the Divine Bird Palace had disappeared. Moreover, what was even stranger was that there were only fragments of palaces at the scene. There wasn't a single corpse. Not even a drop of blood was left. However, there was a thick smell of blood in the air. This indicated that there was definitely blood flowing. However, there was nothing left. It had to be said that this was too strange. Is what you said true? The patriarch of the Shen family frowned. Everything is true. I didn't hide anything. Old ancestor, please investigate thoroughly. Elder Feng quickly replied. Regarding this, the patriarch of the Shen family and the other elders did not suspect anything. After all, Elder Feng was the Shen family's information expert. Moreover, as a member of the Shen family, he was very loyal. It was impossible for him to lie to them. Moreover, this kind of thing could not be deceived. With such a big matter, it wouldn't be long before the entire Sky Martial continent knew about it. Damn it. Who did it? How could they destroy the Divine Bird Palace? How is this possible? This situation is too strange. If the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was killed, I would believe it. However, the Divine Bird Palace has hundreds of thousands of disciples and countless experts. How could no one escape? This is unbelievable. Yes, not even a corpse can be found. Not only that, there isn't even a drop of blood. What kind of method is this? The group of elders discussed. At this moment, the third elder of the Shen family said in a low voice, the Divine Bird Palace is already a top 6th rank sect. To be able to destroy it, it must be at least the House of Kings. There are only a few House of Kings in total. I think it must be one of them who did it. You mean a king did it? The first elder of the Shen family gasped. But even a king would not be able to create such a scene. This scene was too strange. Countless experts, but no one escaped. Moreover, there was not a single corpse or drop of blood at the scene. Just thinking about this scene made one's scalp tingle. It was not that they had never seen a king's method, but such a strange scene could not be easily created by a king. If one king could not do it, what if it was 3 kings? 3 kings. Hearing the words of the patriarch of the Shen family, everyone was stunned. Then, their pupils shrank. Patriarch, you are talking about Lin Xian. Indeed, if there was anyone who could gather 3 kings in an instant, it could only be Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian had summoned 2 king-level demonic beasts in an instant at the Palace of Ares. In addition, Lin Xian himself had the combat strength of a king level. In the whole continent, only Lin Xian could summon 3 kings in an instant. Perhaps only he could do it. The relationship between the Divine Bird Palace and the Duan family was not hidden. Now that the Duan family was destroyed, the Divine Bird Palace would not be able to escape. Is it really Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. If this was true, things would be troublesome. If 3 kings joined forces, they could destroy everything. Even the Shen family could not resist. Unless they joined forces with the other House of Kings, they could not compete with Lin Xian. What is he trying to do? Damn it, this brat is too arrogant. What can we do? 3 kings are too terrifying. Everyone was discussing, but the patriarch of the Shen family's face was gloomy. Damn this brat, he is too arrogant. What is he trying to do? Revenge? Or unify the whole continent? He could not help but be shocked. For hundreds and thousands of years, the Tianwu continent had been peaceful. Although there were constant conflicts between the major forces, they were only small fights. Basically, no 6th rank sects were destroyed. Not to mention a top 6th rank sect like the Divine Bird Palace. Therefore, the patriarch of the Shen family was furious. In the next moment, he stood up and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, you are too arrogant. I don't believe that no one in the world can defeat you. The Shen family's patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, you are too arrogant. I don't believe that no one in this world can defeat you. During this period of time, let your people stay here. Don't leave. At the same time, strengthen the defense. If anything happens, immediately activate the defense array. I will make a trip to the Palace of Gods of War. I will be back soon. The Shin family's patriarch instructed. Patriarch, you can't. That's right. That kid has 3 kings. Everyone was worried. The Shin family's patriarch was the pillar of the Shin family. He could not fall. Don't worry. That kid is not that arrogant. I believe that the Morong family and Mary Woods have received the news. I think Patriarch Morong and Mary King will definitely head to the Palace of Gods of War to ask about it. So, this time it will be fine. After giving some instructions, the Shin family's patriarch's body shook and immediately disappeared from the main hall. Then, a bright light lit up in the sky. It was like the Milky Way, instantly piercing through the void. The Shin family's patriarch's guess was right. Not long after, the Morong family and Mary Woods received the same news. Patriarch Morong and Mary King's faces instantly changed. This news was indeed shocking. Patriarch Morong and Mary King both thought of Lin Xian. However, the Morong ancestor knew a little bit more, because Morong Qingqing had already returned home during this time. Nine-Tailed had also returned. Patriarch Morong knew that Nine-Tailed had not left during this period. Therefore, he was very suspicious of this matter. However, he did not hesitate and immediately headed to the Palace of Gods of War. On the other side, Mary King gave some instructions and also flew up. In an instant, the 3 kings all flew towards the Palace of Gods of War. However, the Shin family's patriarch was the first to move and he was the fastest. Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian was silently cultivating while waiting for the news of the energy stones. Some time had already passed since the energy stones were found. However, there was no result until now. After all, the energy stones that he needed this time were too large and powerful. This kind of thing was definitely a rare treasure. It was impossible to find it in such a short period of time. Lin Xian knew this, so he waited patiently. However, on this day, the 9th elder hurriedly rushed over with a piece of news. Young master, something big has happened. What is it? Could it be that you've made some progress on the source of the energy? No, it's not the energy source. Elder Jiuzhang shook his head, his face solemn. Young master, the Divine Bird Palace was destroyed. What? They were destroyed. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. One had to know that that was a top-rank 6 sect. It was incomparably powerful. Moreover, it was their headquarters that was destroyed. The only ones who could do something like this were probably the King clans. Moreover, it had to be a large-scale invasion. Which house of kings did it? Why did he attack? Are these things clear? Lin Xian quickly asked. He was too surprised, because he couldn't think of anyone who would attack the Divine Bird Palace. Something big had happened recently, but the destruction of the Duan family was expected. This was because the grudge between the Duan family and Lin Xian wasn't just a matter of 1 or 2 years. Therefore, this was a very normal thing. However, the Divine Bird Palace was different. He didn't hear about any grudges with anyone recently. The only one was their alliance with the Duan family. However, if they were to attack, it should be Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to destroy the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't want to cause such a big war. Moreover, that day in the Palace of Ares, he had warned the Divine Bird Palace. He thought that they wouldn't dare to do anything. However, he didn't expect that not long after, the Divine Bird Palace would be destroyed. I wonder who did it. However, the situation at the Divine Bird Palace is very strange. Tens of thousands of masters were all killed. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were all killed. No one escaped. In fact, there wasn't a single corpse at the scene. There wasn't even a drop of blood. Elder Jiu told him everything he knew. What? There's actually such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian also frowned. This kind of thing was too strange. He couldn't understand, so he called the Crimson Dragon over and asked them together. After the Crimson Dragon heard this, he also frowned. This kind of thing was too strange. This shouldn't be a normal sect extermination battle. The other party was targeting the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace. Could it be that someone on the continent recently practiced some evil technique? It requires the blood of a strong warrior at the same time. The divine bird palace was destroyed, and there wasn't a drop of blood. This undoubtedly made the Crimson Dragon think of the evil technique that devoured blood. This kind of technique is very terrifying and cruel. If there is really a king secretly practicing it, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for the Sky Martial continent. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian's expression became serious. He knew that the matter was urgent, so he hurriedly ordered, "Elder Jiao, send someone to investigate carefully. You must clarify this matter." "Yes, I'll go now." Elder Jiao turned and was about to leave. At this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed in the sky. Following that, the entire Palace of Gods of War shook violently as if there was a huge earthquake. Boom, rumble rumble rumble, countless thunder boomed as a violent energy appeared in the sky, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, countless warriors and elders of the Palace of Gods of War raised their heads to look at the sky. Lin Xian also frowned, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Someone actually dared to attack the Palace of Gods of War? They were courting death. A huge energy storm formed above the Palace of Gods of War, and terrifying thunder boomed in all directions. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy because he knew that an expert had made a move this time. Fortunately, there was a defensive array. Otherwise, the other party would have directly charged in. This defensive array was different from the previous ones. It was personally modified by the Crimson Dragon and could automatically defend. It could be said that it was very terrifying. It was also because of this automatic defensive formation that the mysterious powerhouse was blocked. The other warriors of the Palace of Gods of War were also shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in the Palace of Gods of War. This wasn't because they were arrogant, but because they were confident. Ever since Lin Xian killed Patriarch Duan Jia in public and destroyed the Duan family, the Palace of Gods of War's status in the Tianwu continent could be said to have skyrocketed. Even the other House of Kings didn't dare to provoke them. It couldn't be helped. In the entire Tianwu continent, everyone knew that Lin Xian had 3 kings. And if Din Xian was included, that would be 4 kings. There was even Lin Zhan who had yet to come out of seclusion. If all of them came out, that would be 5 kings. With such a terrifying force, no House of Kings dared to provoke them. But now, someone actually dared to barge into the Palace of Gods of War. Just as everyone was guessing who dared to attack their Palace of Gods of War, a cold voice suddenly exploded in the sky above. "Lin Xian, get out here." Just as everyone was guessing who it was that had dared to attack the Ares God of War technique, a cold voice exploded in the sky above them. "Lin Xian, get out here. Don't think that you can block my path just because you have a defensive array. If you provoke me, I will destroy the Ares God of War palace." This voice was filled with endless fury. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this voice. This was because they realized that this voice was filled with the aura of a king. It was obvious that this was a king. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face darkened. Naturally, he could tell whose voice it was. "Shen family patriarch, you are courting death. I didn't do anything to you when you tried to attack me last time. I didn't expect that you would dare to come again. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body flashed and he appeared in the sky in an instant. "Give me a reason to forgive you. Otherwise, don't even think about going back today." Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent. The Shen family patriarch seemed even more furious. He sneered, "Kid, don't try to act mysterious in front of me. Let me ask you, did you destroy the Divine Bird Palace?" What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian had a stunned look on his face. He hadn't expected that the Shen family patriarch would come for this matter. The martialists below still didn't know about the Divine Bird Palace because this news hadn't spread yet. Therefore, everyone was in an uproar when they heard that the Divine Bird Palace had been destroyed. No way, the Divine Bird Palace was destroyed? What a joke. That is a 6th-rank sect. I'm afraid that only the House of Kings can destroy it. Could it be that the young master really did it? That shouldn't be the case. The young master would definitely inform us if he made a move. But we didn't receive any news at all. Furthermore, the young master didn't even leave the Ares God of War palace during this period. As everyone was discussing this, Lin Xian frowned. Are you out of your mind? Why are you suspecting me? Stop pretending. On this continent, other than you, no one else has such strength. The old ancestor of the Duan clan shouted coldly as he glared at Lin Xian. The others don't have strength? That might not be the case. Your Shen family should at least have the ability to do so. Lin Xian sneered. According to what you said, I can say that it was you who destroyed Divine Bird Palace and then framed me. You. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Shen family trembled with anger. To be honest, any house of kings can destroy the Divine Bird Palace. But, what's the situation of the Divine Bird Palace now? Not a single corpse, not a single drop of blood. How do you explain the thick smell of blood lingering in the air? This is definitely not something a king can do. You must know that when we discovered this situation, it had only been a short while. Even the smell of blood in the air was enough to make people vomit. It's impossible for a king to accomplish such a feat in such a short amount of time. In the entire Sky Martial continent, only you can unite two king-level demonic beasts to accomplish such a feat. Now you're telling me that it wasn't you. How do you expect me to believe you? The patriarch of the Duan clan became more agitated as he spoke. You destroyed the Duan clan because of hatred, but what about the Divine Bird Palace? He just stood on the side of the Duan clan. Just because of this, you destroyed the entire Divine Bird Palace? That's hundreds of thousands of martial artists. How could you do it? To be honest, the patriarch of the Shen family was really angry. Because the destruction of the Duan clan was a cycle of karma. They could not blame anyone else. After all, the Duan clan had wantonly massacred the people of the Palace of Gods of War. However, the Divine Bird Palace and Lin Xian did not have any direct enmity. Even if it was because the other party had helped the Duan clan, the Palace of Gods of War would only take revenge by killing a few elders. Even if they killed the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace, that would be fine. But now, hundreds of thousands of martial artists were all killed. This was definitely an extremely cruel method. Therefore, the patriarch of the Shen family could not stand it. I'll say it one more time. I didn't do it. If I wanted to destroy the Divine Bird Palace, I would have done it when the Duan clan was destroyed. There's no need to wait a second time. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Who else on this continent can condense 3 King Realm martial artists in an instant? The patriarch of the Shen family's voice was cold, and he did not back down at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a powerful aura surged from his body. The other party was so aggressive and immediately accused him of such a big crime. Of course, he was unhappy. Moreover, he did things openly and honestly. He would never deny that he killed them. Just like when he destroyed the Duan clan, he would do it in front of all the powerhouses in the world. If he did not kill them, he would not swallow his pride and let others slander him. Neither side was backing down, and it looked like they were about to fight. The atmosphere in the air froze, and a terrifying King Realm aura spread out in all directions. Below, the martial artists of the Palace of Gods of War trembled. The Ninth Elder had already ordered people to prepare the defensive array. However, at this moment, 2 more voices rang out. Both of you, calm down. Stop, don't fight. Along with this loud voice, 2 figures appeared in the sky and stopped Lin Xian and the patriarch of the Duan clan. Seeing 2 more figures appear in the sky, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because 2 more figures had appeared, and they were King Realm martial artists. It was Patriarch Murong and a Happy King. Patriarch Murong and a Happy King appeared and stopped Lin Xian and the Shen family's patriarch. At the same time, they quickly said, both of you, calm down. I can't calm down. You 2 came at the right time. Let's take down this brat together. He's too presumptuous. Does he really think he can kill whoever he wants? The patriarch of the Shen family's voice was ferocious. You want to fight? You can try. Lin Xian did not back down. He took a step forward, and sword chi surrounded his body. Both of you, calm down. The Happy King quickly stopped them, and Patriarch Murong also pulled the Shen family's patriarch. Don't fight. This is a little strange. At least I know that the 9-tailed demonic fox has been with the Murong clan all this time. She hasn't left during this period. What? You're saying that the nine-tailed demonic fox hasn't left? This time, it was the patriarch of the Shin family's turn to be stunned. He did not expect things to be different from what he had expected. However, he was still very suspicious, so he coldly shouted, "So what? Even if it's him and this four-legged snake, they can still do it." F***ck, old man, who are you calling a four-legged snake? Do you believe that Ben Huang won't slap you to death? The Crimson Dragon was also unhappy. He had shown his divine dragon form in front of everyone, but now, the other party was calling him a four-legged snake. This made him furious. What made him even angrier was that the other party dared to frame him. Come, old man. Ben Huang will play with you. I'll let you know how powerful Ben Huang is. The Crimson Dragon was so angry that he gritted his teeth and kept clenching his dragon claws. Just as the atmosphere became tense again and the two kings were about to fight, another sonic boom came from afar. Again? The warriors below were shocked, thinking that it was another king. But what surprised them was that there was no king's aura this time. It was just an ordinary honorable, and a warrior from the Palace of Gods of War. "Young master, bad news." The honorable shouted as soon as he entered the Palace of Gods of War. But when he saw the 5 honorables above him, his body froze in midair. What's going on? Is someone attacking the Palace of Gods of War? Nothing, we're just discussing something. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then shot out a gentle light that pulled the honorable up. "Greetings, young master, greetings, kings." The honorable from the Palace of Gods of War said carefully. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen so many kings gathered together. The aura they emitted made him feel like the sky was falling. Luckily, Lin Xian's light enveloped him. Otherwise, just the aura of a king would have made him unable to stand. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The honorable slapped his head and remembered that he had something important to report, so he quickly said, "Young master, bad news." "Young master, this is bad. The Earth Fire sect has been destroyed." "What?" This time, the 5 kings in the sky were all stunned. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were also stunned and stood rooted to the ground. The Earth Fire sect has been destroyed? When did this happen? Who did it? The 5 kings quickly asked, and the honorable quickly told them what he had heard. The Earth Fire sect was also a 6th grade sect. But this time it had been destroyed as well. Moreover, the situation was similar to the Divine Bird Palace. The entire sect's foundation had been destroyed, and there was a thick smell of blood in the air. But there was not a drop of blood or a corpse in the ruins. It could be said that the strange thing that happened in the Divine Bird Palace had happened again in the Earth Fire sect. Hearing this, Ancestor Murong and the others frowned. Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, "What? Do you still think that I was the one who did it?" Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Shin family fell silent. This was because it definitely wasn't Lin Xian. He was here, and the Earth Fire sect was in the distant northwest. It was impossible to destroy the Earth Fire sect and return to the War God Palace in such a short amount of time. In other words, this matter really wasn't done by Lin Xian. "I was reckless this time. I apologize for what happened before." The patriarch of the Shin family sighed. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted and didn't say anything else. Although he had clarified his relationship with the Palace of Gods of War, this matter was simply too strange. It was obvious that an unknown expert had appeared. "Could it be that there are kings in the Martial Heaven continent that we don't know about?" asked Lin Xian. After all, his knowledge of this continent was not as good as the other kings. However, the happy king shook his head slightly. Once one becomes a king, it means that one will become the pinnacle of this continent. It is impossible for such a character to remain dormant for too long. He will definitely stand out. They might even establish a dynasty and family to share this continent. Just like the Duan family. So if there really is a hidden king, it is impossible that we don't know about it. There is another possibility, which is that it is a new king. However, that is even more impossible. In terms of strength, these new kings are a bit weaker than us old kings. Even with our methods, we can't do such a thing, let alone a new king. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, the happy king was right. Old kings couldn't be dormant for so long, and new kings didn't have such strength. Then who was it that did it? What they were most worried about now was the other party's motive. Was it because of revenge, or something else? If the other party attacked again, who would be the next target? Or did he choose randomly? The kings were thinking so hard that their heads were about to explode. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon spoke in a deep voice. Don't think about it. It shouldn't be revenge. The situation you are talking about must be some kind of evil cultivation technique that specializes in absorbing the blood of martial artists. It's just that he doesn't care about ordinary martial artists, so he specifically chose this kind of rank 6 sect to attack. Damn it, who is he? The Xin family's elder gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, and he had never encountered such a strange thing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he attacked the House of Kings. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing when he was about to leave Tianwu continent. If he couldn't find the culprit and kill him, even if he found the energy stones now, he wouldn't be able to leave in peace. No, we can't let this continue. We have to find him. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Yes, that's right. We have to find the culprit and kill him. Otherwise, I won't even be able to sleep. The happy king said in a deep voice. The Morong family's elder and the Xin family's elder nodded. Fortunately, when they came out, they had asked the people in their families to open the great defensive array. That kind of array was 10 times stronger than the Divine Bird Palace's great defensive array. Even a king couldn't easily break it. This was also the reason why they dared to come out. Not long after, Din Xian also came. Obviously, he also knew about the situation of the Divine Bird Palace and the Earthfire sect. The 6 kings entered the War God Palace to discuss. Although they still didn't know who the culprit was, from the current 2 cases, the culprit should be in the northwest. Because the Earthfire sect and the Divine Bird Palace were in the northwest of Tianwu continent. What other rank 6 sects are there in the northwest? Lin Xian quickly asked. The 9th elder also took out a huge map and placed it in front of the 6 kings. Tianwu continent's martial Dao was very developed, so there were more than 20 rank 6 sects. Just in the northwest, there were 4 rank 6 middle sects. Divine Bird Palace, Earthfire sect, Embracing Moon Pavilion and Purple Cloud sect. 3 of them, Divine Bird Palace and Earthfire sect, were destroyed, leaving only Embracing Moon Pavilion and Purple Cloud sect. In other words, the next target of the mysterious culprit was either Embracing Moon Pavilion or Purple Cloud sect. Since we know his next target, what are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. The Xin family's ancestor said. Okay, we 6 kings can be divided into 2 groups. Din Xian said, Old Xin, you, Old Morong and the Happy King will be in a group and go to the Purple Cloud sect. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon and I will go to Embracing Moon Pavilion. With the 3 kings joining forces, we can definitely take down the culprit. Hearing this, Ancestor Morong, Lin Xian, and the others nodded. The Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice, Don't be too optimistic. From the current situation, the culprit seems to be very fast. And he is very strong. He can easily destroy a rank 6 sect. We may not be as fast as him. On the side, the Crimson Dragon said, Don't be too optimistic. Judging from the current situation, the opponent seems to be very fast. And he's very strong. He can easily destroy a rank 6 sect. We might not be as fast as him. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious. Lin Xian looked at the map in front of him and said slowly, Let's do it this way. But if we find that the Purple Cloud sect and the Moon Pavilion have been destroyed, we'll go to the Golden Blade sect. You'll go to the Wind and Thunder Hall. Lin Xian pointed at the map and said. This was because these 2 rank 6 sects were the closest to the Moon Pavilion and the Purple Cloud sect. Moreover, these 2 sects were not in the northwest region. They were in the central region, but they were closer to the northwest region. This meant that if the opponent wanted to advance to the central continent, the first to bear the brunt would be these 2 rank 6 sects. After coming up with a plan, Lin Xian and the other kings split up. Among them, the Shin family ancestor, Ancestor Morong, and the Happy King were in a group. The three of them headed to the Purple Cloud sect. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and Dean Xian were in a group. The three of them headed to the Moon Pavilion. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the spiritual boat from before. Then, the three of them boarded the spiritual boat and quickly soared into the sky. After he left, the ninth elder activated the defensive array. Suddenly, the entire mountain range of the Palace of Gods of War was completely covered by the defensive array. Lin Xian was very relieved. These arrays were all modified by the Crimson Dragon. They were extremely strong. Even a king would not be able to break through them in a short time. Moreover, not only were there defensive arrays, but there were also killing arrays. If there was really danger, the ninth elder and the others could control the killing arrays to fight against the enemy. Lin Xian moved quickly. On the other side, the heavenly Netherbird moved quickly as well. He had destroyed 2 rank 6 sects and obtained a large amount of martial artists' blood. This caused the mysterious rune in front of him to shine brightly. A terrifying power was emitted from the crimson rune. Not enough, not enough. It would be great if I could wipe out the 2 House of Kings. The heavenly Netherbird revealed a sinister smile. However, he only thought about it and did not act on it. Because he still had a star chain on him, he couldn't use all of its power. Moreover, the House of Kings was much more powerful than a rank 6 sect. That defensive formation was much stronger than that of a rank 6 sect. In fact, if a king-level cultivator were to fight him with a peerless killing formation, it would be very difficult for him to gain an advantage. Humph. I'll let you off this time. Wait until I've absorbed enough blood and broken the last astral chain. I'll trample all of you House of Kings under my feet. The heavenly Netherbird sneered and flapped its wings. It turned into a black flash and streaked across the sky. His target this time was another rank 6 sect. Purple Cloud sect. It was also a rank 6 sect. The entire sect was located in a mountain range called the Purple Mountain. The Purple Mountain was very strange. In terms of height, it was not the highest, but the mountain range was surrounded by purple clouds all year round. Outsiders and demonic beasts could not enter at all, causing the Purple Cloud sect to be filled with a layer of mystery. Later, a peerless expert of the Purple Cloud sect used the purple clouds to set up a formation. If an outsider tried to force their way in, they would be lost in it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, outsiders did not dare to casually barge in. Even a half-step king had lost his way in the past. However, at this moment, a huge shadow appeared near the Purple Mountain. This shadow was naturally the heavenly Netherbird. Its black eyes were burning as it looked at the Purple Mountain in front of it. However, the Purple Cloud sect cultivators in the mountain range were still unaware of the danger. Because until now, the news of the Divine Bird Palace being destroyed had not spread. Only a few House of Kings knew about it. Looking at the mountain range surrounded by purple clouds, the heavenly Netherbird snorted in disdain. Then, the twin wings on its back vibrated and floated in the air. Countless black flames quickly condensed and formed a black fireball in front of it. It was like a black sun, shining with cold light. This black fireball was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it displayed an extremely powerful force. Countless black flames burned on its surface. The surrounding space was even more distorted and cracked. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird opened its mouth. Suddenly, the black fireball flew out like a meteor. Its target was the Purple Mountain in front of it. The black fireball streaked across the sky, bringing with it endless black flames. Soon, it hit the Purple Mountain in front of it. However, the thick purple clouds this time were not as magical as the legends said. Instead, it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands like paper. Wherever the black fireball passed, it was like a hot knife through butter. It directly tore apart the purple clouds in the mountain range. Then, it violently blasted towards the Purple Cloud sect. Rumble, in the next moment, a thunderous explosion sounded. Then, the mountain range in front of it shook violently. Countless mountains collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. The black fireball exploded, forming a boundless energy storm that swept out in all directions. Then, a huge black mushroom cloud quickly rose up. Ah! Many cultivators screamed. Under this energy, their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They did not even see who the enemy was. As for the bloody mist, it seemed to be attracted by something and gathered in the red rune in front of the heavenly netherbird. This attack directly destroyed the purple cloud sect in front of it. 80% of the sect's cultivators were also killed. The remaining experts of the purple cloud sect roared crazily. They rushed out crazily, wanting to take revenge. However, when they saw the black mountain-like monster in front of them, they all trembled. The heavenly netherbird. The experts of the purple cloud sect trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. They naturally recognized the figure in front of them. It was a peerless beast that shocked the entire Tianwu continent. It had appeared for a period of time before, but it was beaten away. They did not expect it to appear again. A king. This was a true king, and it was incomparably terrifying. The attack just now had directly destroyed the entire purple cloud sect. Now, only a few experts were still alive. However, these experts did not dare to take revenge at all. In front of the heavenly netherbird, they did not dare to take action. Therefore, in the next moment, these experts wanted to escape, but the heavenly netherbird did not give them the chance. With a wave of its claws, the experts of the purple cloud sect all exploded into a bloody mist. After absorbing all the blood of the cultivators, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings and left. In front of it, the destructive energy of the purple mountain gradually dissipated. The purple clouds floated again and slowly enveloped the entire purple mountain. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything strange. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. Following that, 3 figures appeared near the purple mountain. Not long after, there was another sound in the sky. Then, 3 figures appeared near the purple mountain. These 3 people were the ancestor of the Shen family, Ancestor Morong, and the Happy King. When they saw that the purple clouds had returned to normal, they were relieved. It's okay. The ancestor of the Shen family said, "This purple cloud is a defensive formation of the purple cloud sect. It's very magical. The entire formation is made up of mist that doesn't dissipate all year round. If someone who doesn't know about it walks inside, they won't be able to get out. It seems that they haven't come yet, or they've gone to the moon embracing pavilion." Ancestor Morong said in a low voice, "No matter what, let's go in first and inform the purple cloud sect to get ready." Then, the Happy King sent a message inside, and the 3 of them waited in the void. However, after waiting for a while, they found that there was no movement inside. What's going on? What are those people from the purple cloud sect doing? The Happy King frowned, looking unhappy. Ancestor Morong also frowned. Is there a problem? The ancestor of the Shen family looked serious. Forget it. Let's go in and have a look. Then, he waved his hand, and suddenly, a shining hand reached out and tore apart the purple clouds in front of him. Even though this purple mist was a huge formation and was extremely strong, it did not pose much of a threat to a king. Therefore, the Shen family's patriarch and the other 2 quickly passed through the dense purple clouds. Then, they were stunned. The mountain in front of them had been torn apart, and the palace had been destroyed. It was a ruin. Although they couldn't see outside because of the purple clouds, they found that the entire purple cloud sect had been razed to the ground after entering. The ancestor of the Shen family, Ancestor Morong, and the Happy King were shocked. They had only heard about the news of the Divine Bird Palace and the Earthfire sect, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But now, seeing the state of the purple cloud sect with their own eyes, they were really shocked. Just like the previous news, there was a thick smell of blood in the sky, but the warriors of the purple cloud sect were all gone. There wasn't even a drop of blood on the ground. This situation was really strange. Damn it, we're still one step too late. The old man from the Shen family's face was unusually ferocious. That murderer is too arrogant. He destroyed 3 rank 6 sects in a row. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't be long before all the rank 6 sects in the entire Tianwu continent are destroyed. This was something that was hard to believe. Let's go. Let's hurry to the Wind and Thunder Hall, the Happy King said anxiously. This was something they had discussed long ago. If the purple cloud sect was destroyed, they would immediately head to the Wind Thunder Hall. Thus, in the next moment, the happy prince, the Morong clan's ancestor and the Shin family's ancestor did not hesitate in the slightest. They quickly left the purple cloud church. However, as soon as they stood up, they saw that the purple clouds in the mountain range before them were gathering together. This is? The three of them were stunned and stopped in their tracks. In front of them, the purple clouds tumbled and formed something similar to a light screen. Then, a blurry image appeared in front of everyone. In the image, there was a huge black figure. It was like a black demonic mountain, and there were boundless black flames burning on its body. Its wings flapped and covered the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this figure, the happy prince and the other two's pupils shrank and they cried out in shock. The heavenly netherbird, that's right. The huge black figure in the image was the heavenly netherbird. In the image, the heavenly netherbird opened its mouth and spat out a black ball of light. It directly flattened the entire purple cloud sect. Then, countless martial artists' bodies split apart and turned into blood mist. All of it gathered on the blood rune in front of the heavenly netherbird. What? All of this was done by the heavenly netherbird. When the three saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the mysterious murderer was actually the heavenly netherbird. That damned beast. The last time he came out to cause trouble, we only managed to chase him away and teach him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be even worse this time. He actually dared to slaughter 3 rank 6 sects. This time, no matter what, we can't let him go. The Shin family's ancestor gritted his teeth. The Morong clan's ancestor was also shocked. I didn't expect that the purple clouds would have a memory function. Luckily, it recorded everything that happened. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know who the murderer was. The happy monarch's expression was also grave. Damn it, this guy seems to have become even stronger. Judging from the attack just now, he's probably much stronger than before. That was indeed the case. The Morong clan's ancestor and the others nodded. Naturally, they noticed this point. The heavenly netherbird's increase in strength was not good news for them. Moreover, it was obvious that the other party was absorbing the blood of these martial artists. He must have cultivated some kind of evil technique. If the other party was able to cultivate it and his strength increased again, they would not be his match at all. Let's go. Let's hurry to the Wind Thunder Hall and stop him. The three of them did not stay any longer. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the void. In another direction, at the moon-embracing pavilion, Lin Xian, Dean Xian, and the Crimson Dragon had also rushed over. When they saw the situation at the moon-embracing pavilion, they heaved a sigh of relief. Because the moon-embracing pavilion was still there, nothing had happened. However, Lin Xian and the others did not let down their guard. If it wasn't them, then it would be the Purple Cloud sect. Either way, it was either one of the two or the mysterious murderer had not arrived yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others entered the moon-embracing pavilion and told them to tighten their defenses. They also told the moon-embracing pavilion what had happened recently. The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion was a middle-aged woman wearing a blue dress. She had a dignified appearance with a hint of maturity. When she heard the news, her beautiful face turned pale. She did not expect such a big thing to happen. If it was not for the arrival of Lin Xian and the others, she was afraid that it would have taken a while for her to know. Then what do we do now? The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion asked anxiously. There was no other way. 2 rank 6 sects had already been destroyed. Especially the Divine Bird Palace, which was a top rank 6 sect. Compared to them, it was much stronger. But even so, it was still easily destroyed. If the murderer targeted the moon-embracing pavilion, they would not be able to hold on. But fortunately, now that they had Lin Xian and the other 2 kings, they were not very worried for the time being. However, if these 3 kings left, they would not have any support at all. Don't worry, we have already started to make arrangements. I believe that we should be able to stop the mysterious murderer. If we are safe here, it means that there should be some changes on the Happy King's side. As they were talking, the Crimson Dragon suddenly frowned. With a wave of its dragon claws, a palm-sized jade talisman quickly burned and a low voice came out from it. We have found the mysterious murderer. It is the heavenly netherbird. The Purple Cloud sect has been destroyed. We are heading to the Wind and Thunder Hall. With just 2 short sentences, the purple jade talisman was burnt to ashes. This was a sound transmission talisman used to send messages between martial artists. However, it was very precious and only a few kings possessed it. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the others were all stunned. They did not expect that the mysterious killer was the heavenly netherbird. The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion screamed, "What? The Purple Cloud sect has also been destroyed." She was too shocked because the Purple Cloud sect and the moon-embracing pavilion were both rank 6 sects. But now, it had also been destroyed. If not for the fact that Lin Xian and the others were kings, the pavilion master of the Blue Moon Pavilion would have thought that the news was a joke. But now, she did not think that way. She knew that this was definitely true. A terrifying disaster was about to befall the Sky Martial continent. Because in a short period of time, 3 rank 6 sects had already been destroyed and this situation was likely to continue. Lin Xian's expression also became serious. "Damn it, it's actually the heavenly netherbird. Damn, I almost forgot about this guy." The Crimson Dragon's face was also unhappy. Last time, he caused trouble and escaped. Who would have thought that he would come back this time? This time, we must catch him. The Morong ancestor's gaze was also piercingly cold. Indeed, the heavenly netherbird was too cruel. If it was allowed to continue, a terrifying disaster would befall the Sky Martial continent. As kings, they could not allow such a thing to happen. Next, they could only wait patiently. Because no one knew who the heavenly netherbirds' next target would be. However, according to the other party's flight path and their guesses, it would either be the Wind Thunder Hall or the moon-embracing pavilion. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others did not make a move. The Shen family's ancestor and the other 2 flew as fast as lightning towards the Wind Thunder Hall. However, the situation this time was out of their expectations. Because after the Purple Cloud sect was destroyed, the heavenly netherbird did not appear again. The moon-embracing pavilion and the Wind Thunder Hall were safe and had not been attacked. Lin Xian and the others even waited for a few days, but nothing happened. This made them very suspicious. In order to prevent a worse situation from happening, they couldn't wait any longer, so they prepared to leave. When leaving, Lin Xian instructed the moon-embracing pavilion's pavilion master to let her bring the disciples under her sect and quickly withdraw. Because no matter what defensive formation they set up, they would not be able to stop the heavenly netherbird. It was better to leave with the disciples. As long as the disciples were still alive, there was still hope. The moon-embracing pavilion master also nodded in agreement. To her, this was the only feasible method at present. Therefore, she hurriedly took action while Lin Xian and the others quickly left. This time, they didn't return to the War God Palace. Before Lin Xian and the others set off, they had already discussed that they would meet in a city at the intersection of the northwest and central regions. Giant Tiger City. Lin Xian's group met up with the Happy King's group. The 6 kings gathered together, their expressions extremely solemn. Then, the Happy King and the others began to carefully inform them of what they knew. Because the previous transmission only gave them a simple reminder, it didn't give them any more details. Lin Xian and the others listened carefully. After they finished listening, their expressions became even more solemn. Because from this information, the heavenly netherbbird's strength seemed to have become even stronger than before. It could destroy a rank 6 sect with just a wave of its hand. This kind of means had already surpassed any one of them. Perhaps they could only defeat it if they worked together. Damn it, did he break the star chains? Lin Xian's face was cold. What star chains? The Happy King, Ancestor Murong, and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what happened to the heavenly netherbird before. Therefore, Lin Xian briefly explained what had happened in the remote sky secret realm. When everyone found out that the heavenly netherbird had 4 star chains that sealed its strength and was defeated, they were all extremely shocked. They never thought that there would be such a secret. You're saying that the heavenly netherbird didn't display its full strength before? The Shen family's ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm afraid so. The star chains on the heavenly netherbird's body are extremely terrifying. They can suppress its cultivation. I'm afraid that its strength has increased greatly because it broke the star chains. But it seems that it hasn't completely broken the chains. Otherwise, it wouldn't have absorbed them. Now that you mention it, I remember that the heavenly netherbird seemed to have a chain on its body in the purple cloud sect. The happy king recalled for a moment before he spoke in a deep voice. There's still one more. Lin Xian and the others' expressions were grave. They never thought that this was not the heavenly netherbird's full strength. If it breaks all the seals and recovers its full strength, it will definitely be a disaster for the entire Tianwu continent. Damn it, that guy is too cunning. It won't fight us head-on. It only attacks rank 6 sects. But there are so many rank 6 sects in the entire Tianwu continent. How do we know which one it is? The Tianwu continent is too big. If it hides in any mountain range, we won't be able to find it. The kings shook their heads and sighed. They had no idea what to do now. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, I think I have a way, but it might not work. Let me try. Oh, what method do you have? Ancestor Morone quickly asked. Back in the hidden sky secret realm, I planted a beast slave seal in the heavenly netherbird's body. I wonder if the seal is still there after such a long time. Let me see. Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly asked, Zero, is the beast slave seal still there? Can you find the heavenly netherbird's location? The beast slave seal you planted has already been destroyed. But according to the beast slave seal, I found a place where the heavenly netherbird often stays. I can tell you where it is. Zero's cold voice sounded. Where is it? Tell me. Lin Xian was excited. He found that it might be the heavenly netherbird's nest in the Tianwu continent. 1 sub-divine crystal. Zero did not tell him the location. Instead, it gave him a price. Damn, you're taking advantage of the situation. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. But he had no choice. He could only nod in agreement. Okay, here you go. It's in a big canyon in the northwest. I can give you the specific location. Zero said slowly after obtaining a sub-divine crystal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said, I can sense the place where it usually stays. But I don't know if it will go there this time. The place where it usually stays is its nest. Most likely, he will return there. Ancestor Morone nodded slightly. It doesn't matter. We have to go take a look. The Shen family's ancestor said anxiously. Okay, let's go. Alright, let's go then. Lin Xian nodded and the 6 of them flew into the sky. They boarded Lin Xian's spiritual boat and quickly flew towards the northwest. Along the way, the 6 of them did not speak and quickly adjusted their state of mind. If they really found the heavenly netherbird, it would be an intense battle. Under Zero's guidance, Lin Xian quickly controlled the spiritual boat and flew towards the canyon. Primeval Forest, Grand Canyon. The heavenly netherbird had indeed returned. After killing 3 rank 6 sects, the blood-red rune in front of him shone brightly and was filled with mysterious energy. Therefore, the heavenly netherbird did not continue to attack. Instead, he returned to the canyon and used the mysterious rune's energy to refine the chain of stars. This was a secret technique that could gather a large amount of energy. However, it required a large amount of blood, which could easily be hundreds of thousands of martial artists. This was why the heavenly netherbird had massacred rank 6 sects. There was no other way. The last chain of stars was extremely terrifying and required more energy than the previous 3 combined. If the heavenly netherbird used its own energy to refine it slowly, it would take a lot of time. This was why he used the mysterious rune. He waved his hand and the mysterious rune shone with a demonic light. Streaks of blood-red runes covered the rune. Then, streaks of blood-red light shot out from the runes like a river of blood. They surrounded the heavenly netherbird and quickly refined the last chain of stars. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were flying at high speed towards the canyon. As soon as they entered the primeval forest, their faces became extremely serious. This was because the primeval forest had already changed. The forest outside was still in good condition. However, the deeper they went, the more they realized that it was no longer a forest, but a ruin. There were countless withered trees and grass everywhere. There was no sign of life. Countless white bones were scattered all over the ground. Most of them belonged to demonic beasts. It was obvious that the spiritual energy of these trees, forests, and demonic beasts had been sucked away. Damn it, this was all done by the heavenly netherbird. It can't be wrong. The Shen family's ancestor looked around coldly. It seems like this is his nest. Ancestor Morong's gaze was also sharp. The other party was too despicable. He had actually turned such a primeval forest into a land of death. If they were left alone, who knew how many more places on the Tianwu continent would suffer? Everyone, get ready. He's already very close. He's just below the canyon in front. Lin Xian quickly replied after receiving Zero's reminder. Have we arrived? Upon hearing Lin Xian's warning, the expressions of the happy king and the others became grave, and they secretly circulated their spiritual energy, getting ready to release it at any moment. This time, they had to kill him. The speed of the spirit boat was very fast. It quickly turned into a long rainbow and arrived at the top of the Grand Canyon in no time. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the spirit boat. The happy king and the others didn't say anything because they had already sensed a powerful evil aura below. Clearly, it belonged to the heavenly netherbird. In the canyon below, the heavenly netherbird also stood up. Its huge body was surrounded by boundless black flames. Its eyes were like lightning, directly piercing through the void. A ferocious look appeared on its huge head. Damn humans, you actually chased after us. Since that's the case, I can only kill all of you. The heavenly netherbird coldly snorted. It then flapped its wings and turned into a black torrent as it quickly rushed upwards. In the sky, Ancestor Morong said in a deep voice. Everyone, pay attention. He has already rushed up. Before he finished speaking, he saw a black ray of light, like a meteor, fiercely colliding with the six of them. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The huge black figure directly collided with the six of them, causing an earth-shattering collision. The entire void exploded, forming a pitch-black hole. A torrent of energy swept across the heavens and earth. This was too violent, and it directly pushed Lin Xian and the other kings back. In an instant, Lin Xian activated his starry sky armor and quickly retreated. Countless sword chi surged out from his body and wildly slashed forward, destroying the terrifying energy. The others also used their own methods to stabilize themselves. Then, the six of them looked forward. Indeed, there was a huge figure there. It was the heavenly netherbird. Damn beast, it's really you. You actually dared to destroy so many rank 6 sects. Today will be the day you die. You are too presumptuous. The Tianwu continent is not a place where you can behave atrociously. At this moment, the happy lord, Shen family's ancestor, Ancestor Morong, and the others all shouted coldly. Their bodies emitted terrifying energy. Their gazes were like sharp swords that pierced through the void as they stared at the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird smiled disdainfully. Its pitch-black eyes swept across the six of them. Although it was facing 6 kings, it did not show any fear. It seemed that after refining the 3 starry chains, its strength had greatly increased, and its confidence had also increased. In the past, it would have turned and fled when facing so many kings. However, now that it had broken the 3 starry chains, it was no longer afraid of anyone. However, in the next moment, its gaze stopped on a figure. Then, the mocking smile on its face disappeared, and it nodded its head ferociously. Damn brat, it's actually you. That's right, the heavenly netherbird was staring at Lin Xian. Its eyes flashed with incomparable killing intent. To be honest, it was shocked. It did not expect that it would be familiar with one of the 6 figures. The heavenly netherbird would never forget Lin Xian for the rest of its life. Previously, in the remote sky secret realm, Lin Xian had ruthlessly suppressed it. Although Lin Xian had borrowed Song Song's strength, the heavenly netherbird could not tolerate it. What was even more despicable was that Lin Xian had planted a beast slave seal in its body in order to subdue it. It could not tolerate it any longer, therefore, for the past few years, it had always had one goal, which was to capture Lin Xian and kill him. Originally, it had wanted to wait until it had broken the last starry chain before going on a killing spree to find Lin Xian. However, it did not expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to come knocking on its door. Brat, I originally wanted to find you. I did not expect you to take the initiative to come knocking on my door. Since this is the case, I will not let you go. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, it is impossible. I will let you have a taste of the cruelest punishment in this world. The heavenly netherbird's voice was ferocious, and its eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His gaze was focused, and like a shocking sword light, he charged forward. Boom, boom. The two gazes collided in the air, and there was a metallic sound. Then, the entire void trembled violently, and many black cracks appeared in the surroundings. If there were other martial artists present, their jaws would have dropped because the auras of these two people were too powerful. Just their gazes alone had surpassed all the honorables. What? The strength of a king? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. It stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in its eyes. What? The strength of a king? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. It stared at Lin Xian with killing intent surging in its eyes. Impossible. It's only been a few years and you've already become a king? To be honest, it was indeed shocked. The last time it saw Lin Xian, he was only at the 8th level of the Venerable Realm. However, it had only been 2 or 3 years, and he had already become so powerful. His strength was definitely at the King Realm, but how was this possible? One had to know that it wasn't so easy to break through to the King Realm, although it knew that some young geniuses could become kings at a young age. That was in the real true spirit world, it wasn't in the martial sky continent. How could there be such peerless geniuses in such a remote place? Even if there were 1 or 2 with terrifying talent, they couldn't keep up with the resources. How could they break through to the King Realm at such a young age? Therefore, the heavenly nether bird was extremely shocked when it saw Lin Xian's strength. Humph, kid, I don't care how you entered the King Realm. With your strength, you're still an ant in front of me. The heavenly nether bird's voice was cold, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, countless black flames flew out and formed 2 black spears that stabbed towards Lin Xian. The spears were condensed from 9 nether black flames and were extremely terrifying. The black spears pierced through the void and formed 2 pitch-black holes. Then, they stabbed forward in a violent and invincible manner. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. This aura was too terrifying. The heavenly nether bird was a peerless beast that had entered the King Realm a long time ago. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. It wasn't that Lin Xian hadn't fought kings before. For example, the Duan clan's ancestor and the Black Dragon sect's leader were both kings. However, their auras combined couldn't compare to the heavenly nether bird. It could be said that the gap between kings was extremely huge. However, Lin Xian wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He immediately released the dragon sword domain. Countless sword chi revolved around him and formed a green sword net that enveloped him. Clang! In the next moment, the 2 black spears collided with the green sword net, creating an earth-shattering sound that reverberated in all directions. Immediately, the ground below cracked, and dozens of black cracks appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain, he was still knocked back. Bang bang bang, he retreated continuously, stepping on the void, directly creating black holes in the void, flickering indeterminately. Humph, ant, die. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Then, the dragon inside his body roared and let out a loud dragon roar. A huge green dragon quickly flew out from the dragon sword domain and roared as it rushed in all directions. Lin Xian waved both of his hands. A true dragon coiled around his palms and quickly grabbed forward. Wung, the next moment, he grabbed the 2 black spears. Suddenly, black flames spread on the 2 black spears, about to burn them. However, black flames also surged out from Lin Xian's body. The 2 flames collided in the air, creating a blazing light. Terrifying heat surged like a volcano, causing the entire void to tremble violently. With a shake of his arms, Lin Xian directly grabbed the 2 spears and threw them into the sky. His body finally stopped at this moment. This process seemed complicated, but it happened in an instant. When the happy king and the others reacted, Lin Xian had already sent the 2 black spears flying. What? He actually blocked it. The heavenly netherbird was shocked and could not believe it. One had to know that he had recovered more than half of his strength and was no longer in his previous state. Especially the two black spears just now, they were extremely terrifying. An ordinary one-star king would not be able to withstand them at all. However, it was obvious that his opponent had just condensed the king domain, but he was still able to block them. This was too shocking for him. Seeing this, the others also heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, the heavenly netherbird's previous attack had also shocked them. They thought that Lin Xian might not be able to block it, but they did not expect Lin Xian to block it. Damn it, this guy's strength is much stronger than before. Everyone, let's attack together and kill it quickly. Ancestor Murong shouted coldly, then quickly attacked. A long purple saber appeared in his hand, shining with a brilliant light. In the next moment, a shocking saber light lit up, and a purple rainbow instantly flew out. This saber was too terrifying, and a vast power surged in all directions. Accompanied by the purple saber light, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. This saber directly slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The Shin family's ancestor also roared and waved his fists. Golden runes appeared on his body and spread rapidly. They were like the sun, shining with a brilliant light. The happy king also snorted coldly and pointed his finger. Suddenly, the surrounding wind blew, and the terrifying finger light was like a vast galaxy, intertwined with countless lightning bolts, and instantly flew forward. Din Xian waved her hand, and a white jade-like hand appeared, as if it could easily tear the entire sky apart. The crimson dragon roared and let out a loud dragon roar. He waved his dragon claws, and suddenly, two red wind blades appeared from his hands, forming a cross-shaped saber light that quickly surged forward. Everywhere it passed, the void was quickly shattered. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul in his hand, and his entire body emitted a terrifying sword light. When the sword slashed out, it was as if a giant dragon had crossed the sky. The aura was extremely powerful, and the sword light was abnormally sharp. The six kings attacked at the same time, and their terrifying attacks all enveloped the heavenly netherbird. Get lost! The heavenly netherbird roared, and suddenly, endless black flames formed around him. This was his 9 underworlds black flame domain. In an instant, the endless black flames burned fiercely, releasing an extremely powerful heat wave. The heavenly netherbird also pulled out a 9 underworlds demon sword from the 9 underworlds demon flame domain, and slashed in all directions. The terrifying black sword light flashed, and it constantly cut through the sky. In the next moment, an astonishing amount of energy exploded in the sky. Because the two sides' attacks collided, the aura was too terrifying, and the sky was instantly annihilated, emitting a dazzling light. Humph. Ants, you want to suppress me with just this little bit of strength? What a joke. In the void, the heavenly netherbird let out a sinister laugh. What? He's actually fine. The Shin family's patriarch was shocked. Damn it, how is this possible? The happy king's face was also ugly. The other kings also had grave expressions. This was far beyond their expectations. One had to know that they were 6 kings, and when the 6 kings joined forces, they could sweep through everything. In the Tianwu continent, no one was their match. But now, even with their combined attacks, they could not do anything to the heavenly netherbird. It had to be said that this was really shocking. Damn it, I don't believe it. Destroy. The Shin family's patriarch roared as he formed a king's domain around him. In the next moment, he was like a god of war as he waved his fist and punched towards the heavenly netherbird. That fist carried a blazing light, as if a golden flame was burning, emitting a power that made people's hearts palpitate. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain as it raised its claws and clawed forward. Their palms collided and tens of thousands of rays of light shot out. A terrifying aura was released and the shockwaves caused the surrounding mountains to explode. At the same time, a purple king's domain appeared beside Patriarch Murong. It was filled with killing intent as it descended from the sky. The purple king's domain was formed by countless rays of light. It was like a sword domain and was extremely sharp. The purple long saber slid across the air and slashed down fiercely. However, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings like a black blade and quickly blocked the attack. Clang, another earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire void to boil once again. In an instant, the 6 kings and the heavenly netherbird were fighting. Terrifying energy filled the area. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. It could actually block the combined attacks of the 6 of them. Moreover, it seemed to be getting stronger as it fought. This wasn't good news for them. From the looks of it, the heavenly netherbird's strength far exceeded theirs. This was under the condition that the heavenly netherbird was suppressed by the starlight chain. If the last starlight chain was removed, the heavenly netherbird would regain its full strength. At that time, the 6 of them would not be able to suppress the heavenly netherbird. At the thought of this, a hint of determination appeared in the eyes of Lin Xian and the others. No matter what. This time, they had to kill the heavenly netherbird. They could not give it any chance to escape. Dragon Sword Domain, Azure Dragon goes to sea. Lin Xian roared as his black hair fluttered. The Dragon Sword Domain around him shone brightly. Then, the entire Dragon Sword Domain trembled as countless rays of sword chi gathered and formed numerous Azure Dragons. Each Azure Dragon was extremely terrifying. They were as thick as a mountain and as heavy as 10,000 pieces of gold. They crushed the space as they charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Pung pung pung, the heavenly netherbird used its 9 serenities domain to block the attack. In the next instant, all the black flames on its body began to tremble, and its enormous body began to retreat for the first time. Damn it, that's impossible. How can this kid be so strong? The heavenly netherbird was also shocked because it realized that Lin Xian's power was too strange. In terms of cultivation, Lin Xian was not the strongest, but his battle prowess made his heart go cold. That kind of combat prowess seemed to be heaven-defying. He could not believe it at all. Seeing that the heavenly netherbird was pushed back, the Shen family's ancestor, the happy monarch, and the others were overjoyed. They also quickly used their consummate skills and ruthlessly attacked the heavenly netherbird. Purple God's Descent! Ancestor Morone shouted. Purple light surrounded his body, making him look like a celestial being. The purple domain around him was also emitting light. Then, purple figures appeared one after another, sitting cross-legged in the void. These people were very devout, constantly chanting some mysterious syllables. These voices were very strange. It did not sound like a modern language, but it was very rhythmic. At this moment, there were 10 purple figures sitting cross-legged in all directions, chanting rapidly. Mysterious sound waves surged out and covered the sky, forming a very strange power. The heavenly netherbird was the first to bear the brunt. Its heart trembled, and the blood in its body began to churn. Even the black flames on its body began to dim. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The heavenly netherbbird's face changed again. It realized that it had underestimated the 6 kings. With a roar, the heavenly netherbird raised its ferocious head and shouted. 9 Serenities Domain, Omnidirectional Demonic Seal. Suddenly, the 9 Serenities domain around it began to burn rapidly. Countless black flames surged, forming countless black demonic claws that covered all directions. These demonic claws were very terrifying. Each of them was incomparably black. Black flames danced on them, and they easily tore through the void. In an instant, the sky and the earth were filled with these black demonic claws. It quickly blasted towards the 10 purple figures in the surroundings. Bang! 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 A terrifying explosion sounded out. The 10 purple figures in the sky were blasted apart by the countless black demonic claws. However, at this moment, the Shen family's patriarch attacked again. A golden god of war flew out from the Shen family's king's domain and quickly attacked the heavenly netherbird. The golden figure waved its fist. Suddenly, a golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The surrounding void quickly collapsed. This fist was too terrifying. It carried an indomitable aura. It was like a sun that crossed the sky. Destroy! The heavenly netherbird was furious. It waved the 9 Serenities demonic sword, which carried countless black flames, and drew out an incomparably black sword chi. Dang! Instantly, the terrifying black sword chi collided with the golden fist, causing an explosion once again. The terrifying power of the collision forced the heavenly netherbird to retreat again. The Shen family's patriarch was sent flying by this power. However, it did not matter. The happy king attacked again. These kings cooperated very well. They did not give the heavenly netherbird a chance. One lotus moves the 9 heavens. The happy king's blue king's domain trembled. Suddenly, countless blue lotuses flew out. These lotuses quickly grew in the sky. They were like mountains as they pressed down. Each lotus was stronger than the previous one. In the end, 9 lotuses danced in the sky. They were like 9 ancient demonic mountains that pressed down quickly. Suddenly, the void collapsed. Terrifying explosions sounded out, causing people's blood to boil. This scene was too terrifying. The 9 lotuses crushed the void. It was as if they were going to crush the heavenly netherbird into a bloody mist. The heavenly netherbird opened its bloody mouth and spat out a small black tower. Suddenly, the small black tower floated in the sky above its head. Thousands of rays of light shone down, protecting its huge body. Bang! Bang, bang! The 9 lotuses came one after another, carrying millions of kilograms of weight. Shockwaves rolled out like a surging river. The entire world was trembling. The surrounding mountains had been razed to the ground. Countless large cracks appeared below. It could be said that this ancient forest had been torn apart by them. You ants, you want to kill me? Laughable. The heavenly netherbird let out a ferocious cry. The 9 underworld demonic sword in its hand swept out in all directions. Stupid bird, what do you have to be so arrogant about? Watch Ben Huang slap you to death. The crimson dragon snorted. The other party's attitude was too arrogant. They did not even put him in their eyes. One had to know that he was an Eastern dragon god. In terms of bloodline, he was even stronger than the heavenly netherbird. Indeed, in the next moment, the crimson dragon moved. The dragon claws kept waving, forming 2 red true dragon phantoms that quickly charged forward. The 2 red dragons instantly grew to hundreds of feet long and filled up the void. The roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Its huge body was filled with boundless energy. The 2 red dragon shadows quickly soared into the sky and slammed into the black light screen in front of the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, the light screen emitted cracking sounds. In the next moment, the boundless black light screen shattered. The small black tower on top of the heavenly netherbirds head shook as if it was about to break. What? That's impossible. The heavenly netherbirds' face changed. It did not expect the other party to be able to break through its defense. Before it could react, the 2 red dragon shadows slammed into its body and sent it flying. Boom! The heavenly netherbird's huge body was sent flying and smashed into the ground, forming a terrifying crater. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move again. The dragon sword spiritual domain beside him rumbled and released an incomparable amount of energy. All of this energy surged into Lin Xian's body. Suddenly, countless streams of light revolved around Lin Xian's body and a terrifying amount of energy was emitted from his body. That energy made the Shen family's ancestor, the Happy King, and the other king's eyelids twitch. Because this power was simply too shocking, even they felt a sense of trepidation. In front of Lin Xian, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. The radiance in all directions seemed to be able to crush the entire sky. Boom boom boom, in the next moment, Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and quickly slashed it out. Suddenly, a shocking sword radiance slashed through the void and slashed downwards. The sword radiance slashed downwards. On the other hand, the heavenly netherbird roared and quickly counterattacked. Lin Xian roared as well. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Sword chi surrounded his body as he charged downwards like a sword god. Below, the heavenly netherbird crawled out from the huge crater. Its body was covered in black flames. It opened its bloody mouth and a black ball of light quickly formed. In the next moment, the black ball of light quickly blasted into the sky. The black flames danced and streaked across the void, carrying with them an extremely terrifying energy that caused the entire sky to tremble. This black ball of light was too terrifying. Not long ago, the heavenly netherbird used this move to destroy the Purple Cloud sect. And now, he was using the same trick to deal with Lin Xian. If he was hit, it would be unimaginable. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He held the dragon-shaped sword in his hand and quickly slashed down. He didn't hold back in the slightest. Rumble, in the next moment, a terrifying sound rang out as the two of them collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Not only that, with the two of them as the center, a huge energy storm quickly swept out in all directions. The earth rumbled and the sky collapsed. The terrifying energy was like a tidal wave, crashing in all directions. The black ball of light was quickly split in half by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Then, the dragon-shaped sword shone with an incomparably bright light and let out a deep dragon roar as it viciously slashed at the heavenly netherbird. Pung, in the next moment, blood splattered everywhere, and black feathers scattered. The heavenly netherbird's huge body was sent flying once again. Not only that, but a terrifying sword wound appeared on his body. This scene was too terrifying. The mountain-like heavenly netherbird was sent flying, leaving behind a large cloud of blood. "Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you!" The heavenly netherbird roared in anger. He had never suffered such a loss at the hands of a human before. Moreover, the other party was only a 20-year-old brat. This was unbearable. In the next moment, he flapped his wings and stopped. Black flames danced around his body as he tried to heal his wound and counterattack. But soon, he was stunned. This was because he realized that the sword wound on his body couldn't heal in a short period of time. Not only that, but it seemed to be getting worse. What's going on? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. One had to know that even if it was an attack from a king, with his physique and bloodline power, he could quickly heal. As long as it wasn't a fatal blow. But now, he couldn't heal the sword wound on his body. It wasn't a fatal blow. The heavenly netherbird was furious. He once again mobilized the bloodline power in his body and the black flames on his body and rushed towards the sword wound. But in the next moment, he failed. Although he could heal the wound, the speed was very slow. Moreover, this was under the condition that he used all his strength. "Damn brat, what's going on?" The heavenly netherbird roared. He had never encountered such a strange situation. Even when he fought with old Taoist Song Song, nothing like this had happened. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. The dragon-shaped sword shadow carried boundless sword will. Even a king wouldn't be able to easily destroy that sword chi. It was normal that the heavenly netherbird couldn't heal his wound. In the next moment, Lin Xian held his sword and strode over again. Beside him, the other 5 kings also attacked, quickly attacking the heavenly netherbird. Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird roared in anger, "Damn it!" However, he didn't fight back. Instead, he rose from the ground and fled into the distance. "Brat, I'll spare your life this time. The next time we meet, I'll kill all of you. The entire Tianwu continent will submit to me." As he spoke, he turned into a ray of black light and shot into the distance. Not good, he's trying to escape. The Shen family's ancestor's face changed drastically. "Hurry up and stop him. We can't let him escape." Ancestor Morong also shouted coldly. Purple chi floated around his body, forming countless large hands that grabbed forward. They had no choice. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. Now, the 6 of them had to work together to injure him. If he broke the last starry chain and recovered to his peak state, the 6 of them might not be able to fight him. Therefore, they had to stop him. At this moment, Lin Xian and the other 5 didn't hesitate. They attacked with all their strength to kill the heavenly netherbird. However, the heavenly netherbird was determined to escape. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to activate his bloodline power and even burn the spiritual energy in his body. He turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the sky. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it," he still escaped. Ancestor Morong and the others were anxious. Lin Xian's heart was also heavy. If they let him escape this time, it would be difficult to kill him in the future. Therefore, they didn't give up and chased after him. However, in the end, they still couldn't catch up to the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird was like a shooting star. It was extremely fast. Lin Xian and the others couldn't believe it. Lin Xian and the others flew with all their strength. Even the Shen family's ancestor couldn't catch up with him even after burning his spiritual energy. "Ah! Damn it!" The Shen family's ancestor roared to the sky. The happy monarch and the others looked grave. they had lost their best chance. The next time they wanted to kill the heavenly netherbird, it wouldn't be so easy. Lin Xian and the other kings returned without any success. However, a gust of wind blew across the Tianwu continent. This was because the news that the Divine Bird Palace, the Earthfire sect, and the Purple Cloud sect had been destroyed had finally spread. This news shook the entire Tianwu continent. Shock, incomparable shock, no one dared to believe it because it was too inconceivable, but in the end, the House of Kings came out and confirmed the authenticity of the news. Instantly, everyone's head exploded. One must know that those were 3 rank 6 sects. They were the strongest forces besides the House of Kings. But now, they were destroyed. And 3 of them were destroyed at once. Who the hell did it? Could it be one of the House of Kings? Everyone was shocked and guessed. Because as far as they were concerned, only a king clan was capable of annihilating a rank 6 sect. But this result was out of their expectations because they heard that the heavenly nether bird had appeared again. And these 3 rank 6 sects were destroyed by the heavenly nether bird. What? The heavenly nether bird? Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They knew about the existence of the heavenly nether bird because a few years ago, the heavenly nether bird had caused a huge ruckus. But that time it was chased away by a king. Who would have thought that the heavenly nether bird would appear again? Not only that, but it also brutally massacred 3 rank 6 sects. In an instant, the world was in a panic. Especially the remaining rank 6 sects, they all sought the protection of the House of Kings. Because from the current situation, the heavenly nether bird seemed to only attack rank 6 sects. If that was the case, then the remaining rank 6 sects were in danger. Lin Xian, Din Xian, Shen family's ancestor and the other kings discussed and decided to come out together and command the entire Tianwu continent to fight against the heavenly nether bird. There was no other way. This time, the 6 of them worked together and barely injured the heavenly nether bird. But they still let the heavenly nether bird escape. The next time the heavenly nether bird appeared, it would definitely be in peak condition. And at that time, whether or not they could defeat the heavenly nether bird was still unknown. So now, they had to gather the strength of the entire continent. But although the situation was bad, they still had hope. This was because the 9-tailed demon fox hadn't made a move yet. Other than that, there was still Lin Zhan. Although he hadn't come out of seclusion yet, he might come out very soon. Of course, this was the opinion of the patriarch of the Shen family and the Happy King, but the Crimson Dragon didn't think so. Judging from the previous situation, that fellow's cultivation has already reached the level of a 2-star king. This is still not his peak strength. On our side, all of us are 1-star kings, and the best is only at the late stage of 1 star. If we allow him to recover his full strength and engage in a battle of life and death, we have no chance of winning. What? A 2-star king? Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, and the others were shocked. Even though some of them were over 1,000 years old while some had entered the king realm for a few hundred years, all of them were 1-star kings without exception and hadn't broken through. Even though the heavenly netherbird was being suppressed, it was still a 2-star king. Who knew how terrifying he would be when he removed the last astral chain? There was only one thing that they were certain of. If the other party was at his peak state, none of them would be able to resist. Then what do we do? Ancestor Morong and the others had gloomy expressions. Won't sub-god crystals work? Lin Xian also asked. He wanted to use sub-god crystals to increase the cultivation of the 6 people. Although sub-god crystals are miraculous and can indeed increase the cultivation of a king, the amount of sub-god crystals needed to go from 1 star to 2 stars is an astronomical figure. The amount you have isn't enough at all. You can't even make a breakthrough for 1 person. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. If Ben Huang was at his peak, how could it be so troublesome? The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Obviously, he had already surpassed a 2-star king when he was at his peak. But now that he had lost the dragon origin, he was only a 1-star king. Even if he had many secret techniques, it would still be difficult to fight against the heavenly netherbird at his peak. Since we can't do it with strength, then we'll make up for it with numbers. Including 9-tailed, we have 7 kings in total, Lin Xian said. Ruzalong, hurry up and create some king-killing formations. The House of Kings will be in charge of providing the materials. Then, find some elite half-step kings and let them control the formations. This way, we should be able to fight against a one-star king. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon sighed. It seems like that's the only thing we can do. The Xin family's ancestor, Happy King, and the others all nodded. They knew how serious the matter was, and they couldn't hide it any longer. Moreover, they knew that this period of time was safe. Because the heavenly Netherbird would definitely use all its strength to refine the starry chains and wouldn't have time to take revenge. And they could use this period of time to set up their defenses. Since they had finished discussing, the 6 kings went back to make their own arrangements. Of course, they also joined hands to make an announcement to the entire Sky Martial continent. The content of the announcement was about the heavenly Netherbird's situation and the dangers of the Sky Martial continent. They also called for the heroes of the world to gather together and fight against the heavenly Netherbird. With a single announcement, the whole world moved. They didn't think that the matter would be so serious that even the 6 kings couldn't do anything about it. At that moment, everyone's hearts were heavy and their scalps were numb. Originally, they thought that as long as the House of Kings joined hands, they would be fine. But now, it seemed that things weren't that simple. If it was that simple, these kings wouldn't have joined hands to make the announcement and gather the heroes of the world to fight against the heavenly Netherbird. The entire Sky Martial continent was in a heated discussion. Everyone was extremely nervous. After Lin Xian and the others returned, they started to mobilize all their resources. They were fighting against the heavenly Netherbird. War God Palace, Morong family, Xin family, Happy Forest, Senma College, and the other House of Kings all moved quickly. They quickly gathered a large amount of resources and provided them to the Crimson Dragon so that he could set up the King's killing array. Not only that, they also sent out their own array masters to help the Crimson Dragon. Other than that, the top experts of the various rank 6 sects were also gathered together for a discussion. In a short period of time, the top forces of the Sky Martial continent were all mobilized. After gathering enough materials, Din Xian, Happy King, and the others gathered together again. This time, Ancestor Morong even brought Ninetailed. A total of 7 kings were gathered together. Other than that, there were also the elders of the House of Kings, the patriarchs and elders of the rank 6 sects, as well as other half-step kings. In short, most of the top experts of the Sky Martial continent were gathered together. Due to the geographical location, everyone was gathered in the Palace of Gods of War. In the most glorious hall of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, it was filled with countless experts. At the front was Lin Xian, the Happy King, and the other kings. The hall was very noisy as everyone was discussing. Is the heavenly Netherbird really that strong? No way. Wasn't it beaten away by the kings last time? How did it become so strong again? Who knows? The heavenly Netherbird is an ancient demonic beast and is very scary. Maybe it has mutated. All the experts were discussing because they knew the situation was urgent. However, they did not know how scary the heavenly Netherbird was. In front, Ancestor Morong, the Xin family's ancestor, the Happy King, Lin Xian, and the others were also discussing quickly. Ancestor Morong said, Lin Xian, this is your Palace of Gods of War, so you should preside over this meeting. The other emperors nodded their heads too. Although Lin Xian was still young, his combat strength was not inferior to theirs. In fact, he was even stronger. Moreover, this was the Palace of Gods of War. As the young master, Lin Xian's reputation was very high. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to preside over this meeting. Alright, then I won't hold back. Lin Xian nodded his head seriously. He knew the situation was urgent, so he did not hold back. Then, he took a step forward, looked down, and said in a clear voice. I know everyone has a lot of doubts and I know you're wondering if I'm making a big deal out of nothing. Let me show you something first. After you see it, I think you'll understand everything. Below, countless experts quieted down and listened to Lin Xian's speech. Then, Lin Xian waved his hand. Suddenly, purple fog spread out and formed a huge light screen in the sky. This fog was naturally the fog outside the purple cloud sect. However, Lin Xian had taken a part of it. Because the scene of the heavenly Netherbird destroying the purple cloud sect was recorded by the purple mist, Lin Xian took it away. At this moment, he took it out and showed it to the powerful beings in the palace. What is that? Everyone was puzzled as they looked up. However, they quickly calmed down. The fog in the sky churned and gradually condensed into pictures. Then, a huge figure as black as ink appeared on the screen. That's the heavenly netherbird. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this figure. The scene inside? Isn't this the purple cloud sect? Someone recognized the mountain range and immediately cried out in alarm. No one answered them, but in the next moment, the scene changed rapidly. The heavenly netherbird condensed a black ball of light and blasted forward. Instantly, the entire purple cloud sect was razed to the ground. What? It was destroyed in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Many of them were pale and their legs were trembling. Shocking, it was simply too shocking. Because in their imagination, even if the heavenly netherbird destroyed 3 rank 6 sects, it would have taken a lot of effort to do so. But now, they knew how laughable their idea was. One attack, just one attack, and the heavenly netherbird destroyed the purple cloud sect. This terrifying method was something that even the kings present could not do. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, right? Damn it, how can the heavenly netherbird be so powerful? Has it surpassed the king realm? Exclamations of surprise rang out. Everyone was shocked, and the sect masters and elders of the rank 6 sects were pale. According to the situation on the screen, if the heavenly netherbird attacked any of the rank 6 sects, it would easily succeed. And they would have no power to resist. The elders of the House of Kings also widened their eyes in disbelief. This was because they knew the power of a king realm. Even their own ancestors could not do such a thing. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they simply could not believe it. Lin Xian continued, "Everyone, now you understand why I've gathered all of you here, right? This is only one of the scenes that you saw. After that, the 6 of us worked together to find the heavenly netherbird and engaged in a fierce battle with it." At this moment, everyone was silent. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Lin Xian continued, "The 6 of us gave it our all and fought with the sky netherbird. In the end, we managed to injure it. However, it managed to escape." Hearing this, everyone was confused. 6 kings working together to injure the heavenly netherbird. Wasn't this a good thing? This meant that the heavenly netherbird could not compete with the 6 kings. If it dared to come again, wouldn't the 6 kings be finished? This was what everyone was confused about. But then, they understood. Lin Xian continued, "Although we injured the heavenly netherbird, it escaped in the end. Furthermore, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the heavenly netherbird was not at its peak. There was a mysterious chain on its body that suppressed its cultivation." What? It was not at its peak? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It destroyed a rank 6 sect in one strike and fought against 6 kings alone. Such heaven-defying battle strength was not at its peak. If that was the case, the heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. The heavenly netherbird slaughtered 3 rank 6 sects to use the blood of those hundreds of thousands of cultivators to refine the astral chain on its body. Once it succeeds, it will return to its peak state. At that time, even if we work together, we will not be its match. That was why everyone was gathered here to defend together. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe that the situation was so serious. Even the 6 kings working together were not its match. What realm has the heavenly netherbird reached? Has it surpassed the kings? An old voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was an old man with an ancient sword on his back. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were sharp. The sword sovereign, as a top rank 6 sect, the deity Sword Villa would not be absent. The question just now was asked by the sword sovereign. Yeah, what realm is it at? How can it be so terrifying? Everyone else spoke out. Because the heavenly netherbird strength had exceeded their understanding. Let me explain. The Crimson Dragon stood out. Let me explain the king realm to you. Hearing this, everyone quieted down and listened carefully. The king realm was too mysterious. There were only a few kings in the Tianwu continent, and they could not be seen normally. Therefore, the king realm was extremely mysterious. The king realm is also divided into 9 stages, from 1 star to 9-star king. Every stage will have earth-shattering changes. It can be said that the gap between each stage is extremely huge, far beyond your imagination. All the kings here are 1-star kings, and the heavenly Netherbird was a 2-star king back then, and that was when it was suppressed. If it had removed the restriction, it would very likely be a late-stage 2-star king. What? Everyone gasped in shock. They didn't expect the king realm to be divided into 9 stages, and everyone here was only a 1-star king, but the heavenly Netherbird was already a 2-star king, and it might even be stronger. Is the gap really that big? An elder asked with a trembling voice. The Crimson Dragon shook its head. Let's put it this way. Do you remember the Duan clan's ancestor? He had just entered the King Crystal realm, and to be exact, he was an early-stage 1-star king. Lin Xian was also a 1-star king, but what happened in the end? He was killed so easily. And this is only the gap between 1-star kings. Can you imagine the gap between 1-star kings and 2-star kings? If the heavenly Netherbird recovered to its peak state, it could easily kill any of the kings here. Even if the 7 of us work together, we only have a 20% chance. What? Only 20%? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and despair appeared in many people's eyes. However, you don't have to worry too much. We've gathered you here to discuss countermeasures. Next, we'll create some peerless killing formations. These formations are very powerful, and they're equivalent to 1-star kings. As long as we create a few more king-killing formations, we can work together and attack together. At that time, we might be able to kill the heavenly Netherbird. What? King-killing formation? There's such a killing formation? Everyone was shocked. Even the array masters opened their mouths in disbelief. A killing formation that was comparable to 1-star kings? How heaven-defying must one be to create such a formation? These array masters were simply too shocked, because they had never heard of such a powerful killing array. However, after confirming that this was true, they looked at the Crimson Dragon, who was emitting scarlet light like a rabbit. Excitement, he was really too excited. These array grandmasters had spent their entire lives researching array formations, to the point of obsession. Now that they had heard of such a powerful king-killing formation, how could they let it go? These array masters decided that after the meeting was over, they had to participate in the creation of the killing array. They absolutely could not miss this opportunity. The following matter was very simple. The Crimson Dragon was responsible for the king's killing array, and the array masters were all around him at this moment, following him to create the king's killing array. The others didn't stay idle either, because the Crimson Dragon also took out some combination martial arts. These combined martial arts were extremely powerful. At this moment, they were being used by the leaders of the rank 6 sects, as well as the peerless experts, to train together. He hoped that it would be of use in the future battles. Next, everyone began to get busy. The Crimson Dragon and a group of array masters quickly set up the king-killing array. Even Lin Xian joined in. The patriarch of the Shen family, the Happy King, and the other kings were instructing the martial artists and half-step kings from the 6th grade sects, helping them to complete the formation quickly. It could be said that these people were the peak experts of the Tianwu continent. If they failed, then the Tianwu continent would really be finished. Therefore, these experts also knew that and cultivated with all their might. Just like that, a month passed. During this month, all the martial artists of the Tianwu continent were anxious and anxious. This was because they were worried that the heavenly Netherbird would attack at any moment. However, after a month, the heavenly Netherbird did not appear at all, which made everyone sigh in relief. Some people even guessed that the heavenly Netherbird might not appear again. However, 5 days later, news came from the northwest direction that the heavenly Netherbird had appeared again. This time, it was extremely violent and had directly destroyed dozens of rank 5 sections. Moreover, it was extremely violent and was rapidly charging towards the center of the Tianwu continent. What? It appeared again. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked once again. Immediately, countless cultivators rushed towards the various sovereign clans as if they had gone mad, seeking protection. This was because at this time only the House of Kings could protect them. Even the rank 6 sects could not protect themselves. The news of the heavenly netherbird's appearance was like a plague, quickly spreading everywhere. Not long after, it had spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Lin Xian and the others also received the news. Immediately, the other kings, half-step kings, and peerless experts in the war god palace became nervous. Because this was a crucial moment. If they won, then everything would go smoothly. If they lost, then the Tianwu continent would suffer an unimaginable disaster. In other words, the future of the Tianwu continent was in their hands. Lin Xian, how many kings killing arrays have you completed? Dean Xian and Ancestor Murong hurriedly flew over to ask. Time was too tight. We only completed 3. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Indeed, to complete 3 kings killing arrays in a month's time was already very good. After all, every king's killing array wanted to be a 1-star king for a short period of time. 3 is already quite a lot. Ancestor Murong nodded. They had 7 kings and 3 kings killing arrays, which was equivalent to 10 1-star kings. They should be able to contend against the heavenly netherbird. Since you're ready, then let's go. Ancestor Murong said in a deep voice, that beast has already started to cause trouble everywhere. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the kings gathered together and gathered all the peak experts. Everyone, no matter how much we don't want to believe it, this moment has finally arrived. Although Lin Xian was young, his voice was extremely firm. The success or failure of this battle not only concerns our lives, but also the safety of the entire continent. If we win, then everything will be fine. But if we lose, then the Tianwu continent will become hell. Therefore, we can't lose this battle. At the end, Lin Xian clenched his fists and became extremely emotional. A terrifying aura surged from his body. Believe in us, we will definitely succeed. No matter if it's for us, for the people of the Tianwu continent, for our clansmen, families, relatives, and future generations. Everyone, draw your swords. Let's fight together. With a clang, Lin Xian drew his Lone Star sword and pointed it to the sky. Kill. At the same time, the other 6 kings also shouted loudly. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Kill. In the square below, countless peak experts shouted together. Everyone was extremely emotional. A terrifying killing aura surged from their bodies and connected with each other in the sky. It formed a pitch-black cloud. Kill. For ourselves. Kill. For our clansmen. Kill. For the common people. Terrifying voices rang out in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, Lin Xian took the lead and rose from the ground. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed into the sky. Behind him, the 6 kings also soared into the sky. In the next instant, countless peerless experts and sect elders all soared into the sky and followed the 7 kings. At this moment, their blood was boiling. At this moment, their fighting spirit was soaring. These people were the peak martial artists of the Tianwu continent. Now that they were gathered together, they were like a sharp sword as they soared through the sky toward the heavenly netherbird. As for the remaining elders and martial artists, they were not idle either. They joined forces with the House of Kings, the rank 6 sects, and the heroes of the world. They moved together, bringing the martial artists of the small sects and ordinary citizens to a safe place to protect them. Of course, the Tianwu continent was too big and had too many people. They were unable to protect everyone and could only do their best. However, the House of Kings also released news that the 7 kings and countless experts were killing the enemy. They told them to wait quietly and confidently. What? The 7 kings and countless experts are going to kill the heavenly netherbird? Is that true? That's great. Not only that, I heard that there are 3 peerless killing formations. It's like having 3 more kings. What? Is that true? 10 kings will definitely be able to kill the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, all the martial artists of the Tianwu continent received this news. They all clenched their fists, extremely excited. Because they believed that this battle would definitely be successful, everyone calmed down and waited for the news of victory. On the other side, Lin Xian, the happy king, and the other peerless experts were chasing after the heavenly netherbird. This time, Tian was especially arrogant. He did not hide his tracks at all. Thus, they easily found the other party's tracks and were rushing over with all their might. In the end, the two sides met. The heavenly netherbird was incomparably terrifying. Its entire body was covered in flames, releasing a scorching heat. When its eyes opened and closed, they contained a monstrous pressure. There were no longer any chains binding its body. It was clear that it had successfully recovered to its peak. Although Lin Xian and the others had expected this, seeing it with their own eyes still made their hearts heavy. Because the peak of the compassion of heaven was absolutely terrifying, looking at Lin Xian's group of 7 in front of it and the human warriors behind it, the heavenly netherbird laughed with disdain. "Lowly ants, you dare to stop me?" The heavenly netherbird sneered in disdain. "Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At the end of his words, Heaven Yuqing coldly snorted. Suddenly, the black flames on his body surged into the sky, and an incomparably terrifying aura swept through the world. This aura was too terrifying, causing the peerless experts behind Lin Xian to tremble as if they were about to fall from the sky. Humph. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the other kings also snorted coldly. Powerful auras surged from their bodies as they blocked the heavenly netherbird. The other king realm cultivators made their moves. Their auras were as deep as the ocean, connecting together and firmly blocking in front of the crowd. Immediately, the martial artists behind him heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for these 7 kings, they probably wouldn't even be able to resist the heavenly netherbird's aura. Is this the heavenly netherbird? It's really strong. In the crowd, the sword honorable clenched his fists as his body trembled. His eyes shone brightly. To be honest, he was too excited. Becoming a king realm cultivator was his life's goal. Although he had no hope of achieving it in this lifetime, at the last moment, he could fight against such a peerless demonic beast. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. There's another king realm cultivator. No wonder you dare to cause trouble for me. However, with your little strength, you're nothing in front of me. The heavenly netherbird snorted coldly. Then, the void trembled as a black claw reached out. The black claw was like a demonic claw from hell. It pierced through the void and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. This aura was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky like a dark cloud. It brought with it terrifying black flames as it quickly slammed down. Boom! Suddenly, the void collapsed, creating a terrifying scene. Attack! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, his body emitted a blinding light. A sharp sword chi shot into the sky as if it wanted to cut through the sky. Along with it, countless lightning bolts fell in all directions. This terrifying sword chi shocked everyone. Then, the 6 kings beside him roared together and quickly counterattacked. Behind them, the peerless sovereigns also moved quickly. Among them, Lin Xian's body was quickly covered with the starry sky armor. His body emitted a blue light as he stood in the void. Around him, the dragon sword domain was formed. It emitted a bright light, making him look like a god of war. Beside him, Ancestor Murong, the Shin family's ancestor, the Happy King, and the others also activated their king domains. Behind them, 9 half-step kings roared and activated 3 king-killing arrays. They also rushed over quickly. As for the remaining exalteds, they rapidly retreated and flew in all directions. They didn't run away. Instead, they stood in a specific position and formed a strange array. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that it was an 8-star array. It completely enveloped the heavenly netherbird, Lin Xian, and the others. In the next moment, Lin Xian moved. With a clang, the lone star sword was unsheathed. It drew a bright light in the void and illuminated the surroundings. He slashed out with his long sword and pointed it at the heavenly netherbird. His battle intent surged and stirred up the clouds. A streak of sword chi shot out, transforming into a shocking rainbow that rolled over. This sword was too terrifying. Along with the power of the dragon sword domain, it was like a vast blue ocean that filled the void. The terrifying sword chi quickly slashed out and enveloped the heavenly netherbird. At the same time, the other 6 kings beside him quickly attacked at the same time. Beams of dazzling light blasted forward. 10 purple figures flew in the void like gods and demons. They charged toward the heavenly netherbird. On the other side, a golden giant rose from the ground. It was as if he wanted to crush the heavens and earth. He waved his golden fist. Bright light shone in all directions as he charged forward. 3 red dragon shadows rushed into the sky. They were hundreds of feet long and overturned rivers and seas. 9 blue lotuses flew out. They were like demonic mountains, each stronger than the last. They quickly pressed down. Din Xian also attacked mercilessly. A jade-white palm pierced through the void and slammed toward the heavenly netherbird. At the same time, 9 tails also moved. The 9 tails behind him danced and turned into 9 blood-red arms. They bared their fangs and claws and covered the sky. At this moment, the 7 kings showed their unparalleled power. They all used their ultimate skills to attack the heavenly netherbird. A bunch of ants. Die! The heavenly netherbird roared. Flames burned all over his body. Beside him, the 9 Serenities domain quickly appeared. The 9 Serenities domain contained extremely terrifying black flames that rapidly churned and formed countless black killing swords. In the next moment, the 9 Serenities domain shook, and countless black swords flew out like a rain of light, stabbing toward Lin Xian and the others. Countless attacks collided in the air, creating a terrifying explosion. Vast amounts of energy swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse. It was too terrifying. Without the suppression of the star chains, the heavenly netherbird had returned to his peak state. Powerful, he was fighting against 7 kings alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. Even Lin Xian and the others were forced back by the black killing swords. What? How can he be so strong? The surrounding martial artists were shocked by this scene. This further stimulated the killing intent in their hearts. Then, these people shouted to the sky and quickly activated the formation. As for the 9 half-step kings, they activated their peerless killing array and charged toward the sky netherbird. The array was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was activated and emitted a bright light. Streaks of terrifying killing intent pierced through the heavens and earth. Terrifying sword chi spread out for 3,000 miles and quickly enveloped the heavenly netherbird. Boom! Boom! The void trembled as the 3 king killing arrays displayed their extremely powerful battle strength. The sword chi was like a ray of light as it quickly slashed toward the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird sneered and waved its claws. Suddenly, the 9 Serenities demonic sword swept out. Black flames intertwined as the pitch-black sword chi surged in the void like a river, blocking all the attacks of the 3 killing arrays. What? So strong. The 9 half-step kings were in the array. This was their first time fighting with a king, and they were extremely shocked. Especially the black flames. Although they were separated by the king-killing arrays, they still felt a sense of fear. It was as if they would be burned to ashes at any moment. This energy was too terrifying, and they had no choice but to quickly retreat. The 3 king-killing arrays formed a triangle and quickly retreated like shooting stars. Want to leave? The heavenly netherbird sneered as it reached out with a large black palm and grabbed forward. Just a few half-step kings, and you dare to show off in front of me? You're courting death, rumble. The large black palm slapped down, covering the sky and earth with the light of martial arts competition. It looked like the 3 king-killing arrays were about to shatter. At this moment, the peerless experts in the surroundings moved. After setting up the formation just now, they had already activated an extremely terrifying formation. Now that it was activated, heaven and earth immediately collapsed. This formation was called the Eightfold Formation. It was imparted to them by the Crimson Dragon and was extremely terrifying. There were a total of 3,000 people participating in this formation, and they were all top-notch experts. They split into 8 different directions and quickly activated the formation. Instantly, doors with blinding light appeared in 8 different directions. Terrifying attacks surged out from these doors. In the sky, 8 rays of light lit up like 8 suns, incomparably brilliant. Among them, countless red flames flew out from the southern door, covering the sky and covering the earth. With blazing heat, they collided with the pitch-black hand. Boom! When the two collided, crackling sounds could be heard, and the entire void became extremely distorted. This attack delayed the giant black hand, allowing the 3 kings to successfully escape. Humph! When the heavenly netherbird saw this, it snorted coldly. The pitch-black hand that covered the sky shone brightly once again. Countless black flames burned and slapped in all directions, extinguishing the terrifying sea of flames. However, at the same time, 7 other bright lights flew out from 7 different directions. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, the 8 elemental energies intertwined in the sky, forming a long rainbow that slashed down fiercely. Boom, boom. Boom, in the next moment, the terrifying rainbow slashed down on the black hand, and immediately sent it flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Not only was the heavenly netherbird surprised, but Lin Xian and the others were also extremely shocked. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying. It had reached the late stage of a 2-star king, and even Lin Xian and the others together could not suppress it. However, this mysterious formation had actually sent the heavenly netherbirds' attack flying. One had to admit that this was simply too shocking. Ruzalong, what kind of formation is this? How can it be so magical? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. 8-fold formation, I did not expect it either. The divine dragon and Nai shook his head. The power of this formation had also exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, the crimson dragon seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared straight ahead. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "Damn it, we've been tricked." Tricked? What do you mean? Lin Xian and the others were puzzled and quickly asked. The crimson dragon said, "I thought that he was a late-stage 2-star king, but it seems that he is not. He is not a late-stage 2-star king, but a middle-stage 2-star king." What, you're saying that his strength has weakened? No, he was just bluffing before. I think that he must have used too much energy to break the star chains. Although the chains are no longer suppressing him, the energy in his body has not recovered. Does this mean that we have a chance to kill him? Lin Xian and the others were excited. That's right, this should be a good opportunity. Our chances of winning will increase by 20%. Then what are we waiting for? Let's attack together and kill it. Lin Xian roared as he stood in the void in his astral armor. He held the killing sword in his hand as his black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire being was extremely sharp. Around him were the other 6 kings. Each of them had an imposing aura that made one's heart tremble. At this critical moment, the 7 of them unleashed their full strength and prepared to kill the heavenly netherbird. The auras of the 7 of them were too powerful. Unparalleled light exploded from each of them, connecting the heavens and the earth. These lights flashed and shot into the clouds, connecting together in the sky. It was like 100,000 mountains, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Subsequently, the 7 kings stepped forward at the same time. Boom, every step they took caused the heavens and earth to tremble. An extremely terrifying energy surged out from the 7 of them and blasted towards the heavenly netherbird. This energy was too terrifying. Even the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. He roared as he slashed the 9 darkness demonic sword towards the sky. At the same time, a low and hoarse voice rang out. 9 darkness demonic sword, turn into flames. With me as the source, I will split open the heavens. This voice was extremely low and carried with it a mysterious energy that made everyone's scalp tingle. Following this voice were countless bolts of black lightning. Kaboom, in the next moment, a huge bolt of black lightning streaked across the sky, piercing through the void and forming a black hole. The black hole did not disappear. Instead, it spun rapidly, forming a black vortex. Countless black flames surged out from the vortex and flew towards the 9 darkness demonic sword. Balls of flames were incomparably black and carried with them a mysterious energy. It was as if they had flown out from hell. The 9 darkness domain around the heavenly netherbird was also burning. It seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with the black hole. Not long after, the entire 9 darkness demonic sword was enveloped by the black flames. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the 9 darkness demonic sword. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Everyone's hearts trembled as they could not resist. Die, you ants. The heavenly netherbird sneered as he waved the 9 darkness mold and slashed out. As the sword slashed out, the sky was covered in black flames. A terrifying aura covered the entire area. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying black longsword clashed with the aura of Lin Xian's group of 7. Instantly, a shocking explosion spread out. A huge black hole appeared from the point of collision and quickly swept across the entire sky. Not good. Retreat. The faces of the Shen family's patriarch, Morong patriarch, and the others changed. They realized that the power of the 7 of them had been split apart by the sword. This was unimaginable. In the next moment, the light curtain around the 7 of them cracked, and they were all sent flying. Among them, one of the king's slaughtering formations was sliced in half by the sword strike. Instantly, the 3 half-step kings turned into blood mist and flew towards the heavenly netherbird, entering the 9 underworld domain. Even the king-killing array was broken and turned into pure spiritual qi, which was absorbed by the heavenly netherbird. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, everyone's faces changed. Lin Xian's expression was even more serious. He had the starry sky armor and red lotus armor. Although he was sent flying, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, the opponent's method shocked him. That sword was too terrifying. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't block it. He knew that this was due to the difference in realms. A 2-star king was much stronger than a 1-star king. The fact that the heavenly netherbird could absorb energy and recover quickly in the midst of battle was definitely not good news. Kill. Although they were sent flying, Lin Xian's group of 7 quickly stood up and attacked again. This was their only chance. If they couldn't kill the heavenly netherbird this time, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. The battle erupted once again. 7 kings, 2 king-killing arrays, and a terrifying octagonal array. At this moment, they were all attacking the heavenly netherbird. Pung! 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 Terrifying energy surged and blasted on the heavenly netherbird's body, causing its huge body to be pushed back continuously. Many wounds even appeared on its body. However, Lin Xian's side suffered even more losses. The 7 kings were all injured. As for the 2 king-killing arrays, they had also been destroyed in this battle. Not only that, the energy within the 6 half-step kings and 2 king-level killing arrays were all absorbed by the sky nether bird. Suddenly, the heavenly netherbird's aura became even more monstrous. Like a peerless demon, it spread its wings and blotted out the sun. The next moment, he actually dashed toward the surrounding 8-fold formation. Not good, stop him. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon's expression changed. It couldn't be helped. Although the octagon formation was powerful and useful, it couldn't withstand the heavenly netherbird's attack. Although the 3,000 people were strong, they were only respectful. With the power of the array, they might be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird. However, if they were to fight head-on, they wouldn't be a match at all. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the dragon sword domain around him quickly trembled. Then, a huge body quickly formed and rushed towards the heavenly netherbird. It was a Xianxia whose entire body was formed by lightning. It was incomparably terrifying. With a slight tremble of its huge body, the entire void cracked. With a roar, bright lightning runes appeared on the Xianxia's body. In the next moment, the huge body rushed towards the heavenly netherbird. Although the body was huge, its speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird in an instant. You overestimate yourself. Die. The heavenly netherbird shouted coldly as it flapped its black wings and slashed towards the Xianxia. Pung, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Those black wings were just too sharp. They were like black heavenly blades as they slashed out with a single strike. Instantly, the Xianxia was split in half. The scene was too shocking. Such a terrifying body was split in half by a single blade. Finally, it turned into spiritual qi and scattered in the void. The heavenly netherbird sneered disdainfully, while Lin Xian's expression was grave. He naturally knew that the Xianxia couldn't defeat the other party. Therefore, he didn't stop what he was doing. Soon, a golden heavenly pung flew out from his dragon sword domain. Then, the entire void trembled. A golden figure appeared in the sky, its body emitting a blazing light that dyed the entire sky golden. This heavenly pung was formed by Lin Xian. Although it was condensed from spiritual qi, it looked real and ferocious. Under Lin Xian's control, the golden heavenly pung let out a long roar that tore through the sky. Then, the huge body emitted a blinding light. A terrifying killing intent rushed out from the heavenly peng's body. Then, the golden feathers on its body trembled rapidly, forming rays of golden light one after another. Every single feather seemed to have turned into a golden sword. They were densely packed and pierced through the clouds, tearing through the sky and emitting a cold light. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with golden sword chi. The terrifying killing intent made everyone tremble in fear. 108,000 sword chi, kill. Lin Xian let out a long cry, his expression extremely solemn. In the next moment, the terrifying rain of golden sword chi in the sky fell rapidly. 108,000 sword chi, each of which was 30 meters long, bloomed with light and emitted a terrifying killing intent. The dense rain of sword chi filled the sky palace, forming a rain of sword chi that blasted towards the heavenly netherbird. This method was too terrifying. Even Ancestor Murong and the others' eyelids twitched when they saw the scene. They realized that Lin Xian was too strong. Although he was young, his combat strength had already surpassed them. At the very least, they couldn't use such terrifying sword chi. Moreover, they couldn't fight back against it. However, the heavenly netherbird was different. He wasn't a one-star king, but a two-star king. Therefore, facing such a terrifying sword chi, he launched an angry counterattack. Heaven and earth demonic furnace, burn everything! The heavenly netherbird roared and rubbed the huge nine darkness demonic sword into his black flame domain. Then, his black flame feathers emitted a black light. Countless black flames danced, quickly twisting and turning, forming a black furnace that was over 10 feet tall. This demonic furnace was pitch black, and mysterious runes were engraved all over it, as if it was something from the demonic realm. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird waved his claws and slapped the black demonic furnace. Suddenly, the black demonic furnace trembled, and an earth-shattering heat surged out. Boundless flames spread and covered the entire sky. Boom! 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 The black demonic furnace released a sea of flames that clashed with Lin Xian's 108,000 sword chi. The sword chi soared into the sky, and the airwaves rolled, drowning the entire sky. Not good. Retreat. Ancestor Morong and the Shen family's ancestor saw this and their faces changed drastically. They quickly retreated. This energy was too terrifying. Even if they were kings, they couldn't fight back. They could only retreat. In the sky, the black flames were extremely powerful. When they collided with the golden sword chi, they started to burn rapidly. In the next moment, the golden sword chi in the sky started to melt like snow in a raging fire. In an instant, the 108,000 golden divine swords in the sky and on the ground were all burned up by the black flames. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, Ancestor Morong and the others were shocked. Lin Xian's face also turned gloomy. There was nothing he could do. A two-star king was too terrifying. Although he had the dragon sword soul, his cultivation was still at the honorable realm. He could not use his full strength. Damn it! Lin Xian was unwilling to accept this. His body moved like lightning as he quickly retreated. In the next moment, a ferocious fire dragon appeared where he was standing and pierced through the void. Humph, kid, you want to fight me? After defeating Lin Xian with one move, the heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. Then, he held the black furnace in his hand and swept it in all directions. One of the flames hit the octagon formation. Not good. Seeing this, the 3,000 honorables' faces changed. They quickly activated the octagon formation to fight against the heavenly netherbird. But at this moment, the black furnace was too terrifying. Even though the octagon formation was magical, it was still unable to fight against the heavenly netherbird. In the next moment, one of the light doors was shattered. The bodies of the honorables exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this, the Shen family's ancestor, the happy king and the others roared and wanted to rush over. However, the heavenly netherbird waved his hand and the boundless black flames rushed towards them. Damn it! The Shen family's ancestor sent out the golden giant and the happy king sent out 9 lotuses to fight against the black flames. However, a scene that shocked them appeared. Their attacks were actually burning fiercely in the black flames. What? How is this possible? All the kings were shocked and could not believe it. The Xin family's ancestor and the happy king roared and tried to extinguish the black flames. But they could not do it. The black flames burned more and more fiercely. They even floated towards their bodies. Despair appeared in their eyes as they screamed crazily. However, it was useless. At the critical moment, Lin Xian also unleashed a sea of black flames to resist the heavenly netherbird's 9 nether black flames. Only then did he save the patriarch of the Xin family and the happy king. The kings on Lin Xian's side let out a sigh of relief, but the sky netherbird was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have black flames in his hands, and he was very familiar with the aura. It was his 9 nether black flames. The next moment, he understood. This was because Lin Xian had once obtained one of its primordial feathers, which contained its flame origin. Thinking about it, the other party must have obtained his 9 nether black flames by absorbing that feather. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so lucky as to obtain my black flame. But so what? This black flame can only be unleashed to its full potential when combined with my bloodline power. You can't even unleash your full strength. The heavenly netherbird sneered. It then activated the black furnace and attacked quickly. Boom. Boom, boom. The octagon formation was shattered into pieces. The other 7 light gates also exploded. 3,000 peerless sovereigns turned into nothingness and were all absorbed by the heavenly netherbird. The flames on the heavenly netherbird's body surged again, and an earth-shattering power was emitted from its body. Late stage 2-star king. Seeing this, the crimson dragon's eyelids twitched. Then, his face turned ugly. It's over, it's over. This guy actually succeeded. He has recovered to late stage 2-star king. Brat, we have no hope. Indeed, the situation was very bad. When it was a mid-stage 2-star king, they already couldn't fight it. Now that it had become a late-stage 2-star king, it was even more impossible for them. Ha 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 ha. After recovering to its peak state, the heavenly netherbird laughed wildly. Its voice shook the surroundings. The flames on its body surged like a sea, and it was extremely arrogant. In the next moment, it stopped laughing. Its huge head turned and stared at Lin Xian and the others. I will kill you all in a while. Brat, don't worry. I will give you special treatment. I will make you beg for death. The heavenly netherbird's cold gaze was like a sharp blade as it swept across Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others trembled as a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Lin Xian and the crimson dragon's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The situation was very bad. Of all the people they had brought, only the 7 of them were left. 3 king-killing formations and 3,000 peerless sovereigns had all been destroyed by the heavenly netherbird. In the entire sky, there were only 7 kings left. They were the last hope. However, the crimson dragon shook his head and sighed, it's over. There's no hope. Brat, let's go. Go? Where to? Lin Xian frowned. Back to the Tiannan region. The Sky Martial continent has no hope. The 7 of us can't fight against a late-stage 2-star king. Unless one of us breaks through to 2-star king, there's no hope. The crimson dragon shook his head, the Sky Martial continent is finished. We can go to the Tiannan region. There's the Black Earth ship there. It's incomparably powerful. Even if this heavenly netherbird is a 2-star king, it can't break through the Black Earth ship. Why don't you cultivate in the Black Earth ship? When you break through to 2-star king, we'll come out. No. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. At that time, there wouldn't be much left of the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, at that time, the Tiannan region would be in a terrible situation. Lin Xian didn't agree at all. One had to know that many of his friends and fellow disciples were in the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, there were billions of living beings in the Sky Martial continent. Running was not in line with his character. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, the Crimson Dragon hurriedly transmitted, "What can you do if you stay here? You'll only be killed. You don't want to go to the True Spirit continent? You don't want to climb to the peak of Martial Dao? Dying here would be too much of a pity." I'd rather die in battle than retreat. Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. If I don't even dare to face this little danger, how will I have the courage to go to the true spirit world in the future? What will I have to climb to the peak of the martial Tao? Don't say any more. Ruzalong, help me one last time. Lin Xian's voice was firm and sonorous. What are you doing? The Crimson Dragon was worried. Don't mess around. I have a secret art that can gather external energy. You six transfer the energy to me, and I'll go fight the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian said. What? That's too dangerous. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. This is the last resort. I have the Dragon Sword Spirit, and my battle power is extremely strong. Only I can face the heavenly Netherbird head-on. Lin Xian was right. Even if the 7 kings teamed up, they still wouldn't be the heavenly Netherbird's match. Moreover, the others couldn't resist that black flame at all. Only he could. Everyone, we have no way out. We can only fight with all our might. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. I will use a secret technique. Please transfer all your energy to me. All right. No problem. We believe in you. At this moment, Ancestor Murong, Dean Xian, and the Happy King all nodded in agreement. They really had no way out. If they failed, the Heavenly Mistake Continent would be destroyed. None of their descendants would be able to escape. Now, they had to believe in Lin Xian. There was no other way. All right. The Crimson Dragon also sighed. If Lin Xian was unwilling to leave, he had no choice but to help him. In the next moment, Lin Xian used a secret technique. The dragon sword realm around him trembled rapidly and emitted a green light. Then, 6 dragon heads appeared in the dragon sword realm. Each of them looked ferocious as they flew in front of the 6 kings. They just had to transfer their energy into them. Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, and Dean Xian nodded and transferred their energy into the dragon heads. However, the Crimson Dragon did not do so. Kid, you just convinced me. I still have some secret techniques, but the side effects are more severe. But since you decided to fight with your life, I won't hide anymore. I'll fight with you. All right. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. If there was anyone who could fight against the heavenly Netherbird and the black flames, it would be the Crimson Dragon. Wooji Wooji the snow-white monkey also jumped out and waved its paws. You want to join the battle too? All right. Let's fight together. Lin Xian gripped his sword tightly. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others still dared to continue, the heavenly Netherbird was very surprised. But soon, it revealed a disdainful sneer. What? You don't want to run because of your ridiculous morals? What an idiot. Humph, you bastard, you won't understand. For the sake of the world, I'll kill you even if I have to risk my life. Behind them, Ancestor Murong and the Shen family's ancestor roared with all their might. For the sake of the world? How stupid. The heavenly Netherbird sneered in disdain. All right, I'll let the world see what you people are like. I really want to know how the people of the world will react when they see the 7 of you kneeling in front of me. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly Netherbird looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, it flapped its wings and countless black flames shot up into the sky. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Ancestor Murong and the others roared madly. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you dare to lay your hands on ordinary people, I will definitely not let you off. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those ants. The heavenly Netherbird sneered, I just want those people to see your current situation clearly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the black flames in the sky quickly spread out in all directions, forming huge light screens that floated in the sky. On the Martial Heaven continent, everyone knew that Lin Xian's group of 7 had led countless peak experts to kill the Heaven Netherbird. But what was the result? None of them knew. They could only wait patiently because no one dared to watch the battle. In the Murong family, Murong Qingqing was dressed in purple. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness. To be honest, she was very worried about the ancestor and Lin Xian's safety. However, he wasn't a king yet and couldn't help at all. He could only wait patiently. In the Shen family, Xianxia was also nervous. Her small hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. In Senmu College, countless disciples and young geniuses were waiting silently. They were shouting in their hearts, "Dean, Lin Xian, you must succeed." In the Palace of Gods of War, the Ninth Elder and the others were even more nervous. Apart from them, the Merry Woods, Deity Sword Manor and various sects were all praying in their hearts. They hoped that Lin Xian's group of 7 would win. But in the next moment, countless black flames suddenly flew down from the sky. What's that? Everyone was extremely nervous as they stared at the sky. They didn't know where the flames came from, but the aura they emitted made everyone tremble. Many of the House of Kings even activated their defensive array. However, the black flames didn't attack. Instead, they quickly transformed into a light screen in the sky. In the next moment, the figures of Lin Xian's group of 7 appeared on the light screen. What? Is this a battle scene? Everyone was shocked. The elders of the House of Kings were even more shocked. They realized that this was indeed a battle scene, but they didn't know who had created it. At this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from the black light screen. "Ants, do you really want to know the battle situation? Do you want to know why there are no other kings other than the 7 of them?" Hearing this cold voice, everyone trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. This was because the voice was filled with the aura of a king. The heavenly Netherbird. Damn it! It's the heavenly Netherbird speaking. A martial artist looked at the light screen and roared crazily. That's right, everyone realized that this was the voice of the heavenly Netherbird. Ha 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 ha. Ants, you've guessed right. It's me. The heavenly Netherbird's sinister voice sounded again. "Let me tell you, other than the 7 kings, the rest have all been killed by me." Killed all of them? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. The martial artists of the House of Kings and the rank 6 sects all screamed. Their eyes were filled with fear. They knew how strong the people that Lin Xian had taken away were. They were the strongest group of experts in the entire Tianwu continent, but now, other than Lin Xian's group of 7, everyone had been killed. This made their brains go blank. They couldn't believe it. Damn it. On the other side, Lin Xian's group heard the heavenly Netherbird's words and their faces turned gloomy. He knew that he couldn't let the other party continue to be arrogant. In the next moment, Lin Xian shouted. His voice was like thunder that spread in all directions. Kill. With a roar, sword chi surged from his body. The dragon sword realm released a bright light as the power of the 5 kings behind him surged into his body. Boom! Lin Xian's body surged with a blazing light as a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. This aura was too strong. With the power of the 5 kings and the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian was extremely strong at this moment. His battle strength had reached the level of a 2-star king. What? He can combine the power of the other 5 and use it for himself? The heavenly Netherbird's pupils shrank. To be honest, he didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a technique. But soon after, he sneered and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Even if the 5 of them combined their power, so what? At most, they would only have the strength of a 2-star king. On the other hand, he had the strength of a 2-star king. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Kid, I have to say that you have some skills. But in front of me, it's useless. Kill. However, Lin Xian was not moved at all. He had obtained the power of the 5 king tiers, and at this moment, he had become extremely powerful. With the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, he looked like a god of swords. 108,000 swords. Kill. Lin Xian roared and the dragon sword domain shook as a golden heavenly rock charged out. The feathers on its body turned into countless golden swords. This time, the golden swords were several times stronger than before. That was because Lin Xian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his arm. Instantly, tens of thousands of golden swords slashed down from the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Each sword was as thick as a mountain and as heavy as Mount Tai as they slashed down on the heavenly Netherbird. Tens of thousands of swords clashed. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. What? So strong. At this moment, countless cultivators on the sky martial continent looked up and saw the battle through the screen in the sky. When they saw Lin Xian summon 108,000 golden swords to kill the Skynether bird, their blood began to boil. Shocking. Too shocking. Originally, they were wondering why Lin Xian was sent out. Among the 7 kings, although Lin Xian was strong, he was too young. He had just condensed his king domain. As for the others, whether it was the Murong ancestor, the Shen family ancestor, or the other kings, they were all famous kings. They had been in the king realm for hundreds of years. Logically speaking, the chances of victory would be higher if these old kings were sent out. However, now that Lin Xian had made his move, they understood. Powerful. He was simply too powerful. Lin Xian's methods had exceeded all of their imaginations. In the sky, countless golden swords turned into golden dragons that roared as they flew forward. They instantly enveloped the heavenly netherbird. This was an extremely terrifying scene. 108,000 golden swords connected the heavens and the earth as they slashed down in all directions. The terrifying aura shattered the entire sky. The heavenly netherbird roared, "Ant, you're courting death." Then, black flames surged all over his body as he counterattacked. The heavenly netherbird waved its black claws and wings and quickly counterattacked. Bam bam bam, black claws smashed the golden swords into pieces. Then, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings and charged towards Lin Xian with its huge body. This was a very terrifying scene. Amidst the rain of swords that filled the sky, a huge body was rampaging. Every time they collided, there would be an earth-shattering explosion, blasting open one black hole after another in the void. On the martial heaven continent, the martial artists who saw this scene through their screens all shuddered, their scalps turning numb. Frightening, this was too frightening. Although they were not at the scene, they could feel the shocking power of the energy just from the image. Sword chi filled with terrifying killing intent swept across the heavens and earth. The heavenly underworld bird unleashed boundless black flames that ignited the golden swords. Not to mention the ordinary warriors, even the 5 kings behind Lin Xian felt their eyelids twitching in disbelief. The reason for that was because that sort of attack had already surpassed what they could endure. Any one of the sword chi could severely injure them. However, such a terrifying attack could not do anything to the heavenly netherbird. To be honest, the heavenly netherbird was also shocked because the sword chi was a great threat to her. This was too unbelievable. Even if her opponent had fused with the power of 5 kings, he was only at the early stage of 2 stars. However, his combat strength had already surpassed that. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Kid, go and die." The heavenly netherbird roared as it soared through the sky. Its huge wings were like black heavenly blades that directly shattered countless golden swords. It was like a black demonic mountain that wanted to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was wielding the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. He slashed out one shocking sword aura after another. The sword chi was too terrifying. The shocking power caused the sky to tremble. Even though the heavenly netherbird was a demonic beast with a strong body, it could not withstand it. "Ah! Go and die." The heavenly netherbird roared as the 9 underworld demonic flames burned around it. It turned into countless demonic shadows that quickly pounced forward. These demonic shadows looked similar to the heavenly netherbird, but they were much smaller. However, there were too many of them. There were more than 10,000 of them. The entire sky was dyed black, as if it was a dark cloud. Roar, 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 countless demonic shadows roared furiously. Carrying a terrifying aura and surging murderous aura, they quickly charged towards Lin Xian. They were like a black flood that intertwined in the sky and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. If this energy fluctuation hit him, even if Lin Xian had fused with the power of 5 kings, he would not be able to withstand it. "Kill." Seeing the demonic shadows getting closer, Lin Xian roared as his black hair fluttered in the wind. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand turned into a killing sword. Together with the dragon sword realm, it slashed forward. Pung pung pung, the sword chi was like a rainbow as it flew across the sky one after another. It was endless like a long river. The sword chi had fused with the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely strong. It slashed at the countless demonic shadows and tore them apart. Suddenly, a huge crack was torn open in the dark sky. It was at least 10,000 meters wide and was extremely terrifying. Countless rays of light shone in from the crack. Then, Lin Xian clenched his other hand into a fist and punched out. The terrifying fist swept across the sky and shattered the black light barrier. Explode, more than 10,000 demonic shadows were torn apart at this moment. The sky regained its clarity. However, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbird had already arrived beside Lin Xian. Its huge claws were like demonic claws as they viciously clawed at Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He did not resist at all. He quickly retreated with the dragon-shaped sword. He turned into a green afterimage and instantly disappeared into the void. Boom, a pitch-black hole appeared where he was originally standing. Countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Let's see how many times you can dodge. The heavenly netherbird's expression was cold as its attack missed. At this moment, the crimson dragon could no longer watch and finally made its move. With a furious roar, a terrifying dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens, causing the entire sky to tremble. Then, his body emitted an incomparably bright light, and the endless red light dyed the entire sky red. Stupid bird, Vhumad will beat you up today. The crimson dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws in anger. Just you? A 4-legged snake? You overestimate yourself. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. It was now a late-stage 2-star king. It was unparalleled and no one in the entire continent could surpass it. Therefore, it was not afraid of the crimson dragon at all. However, the crimson dragon was infuriated. Damn you! You're the 4-legged snake. I'll tear your mouth apart today. Then, its body suddenly expanded and turned into a 100-foot-long divine dragon that circled in the sky. With a roar, it shook the 9 heavens. Endless clouds gathered under its feet. Legends said that divine dragons could ride the clouds and summon the rain. It seemed like it was true. Dragon race. The heavenly netherbird was shocked once again. Dragon race. The heavenly netherbird was shocked once again. He did not expect the 4-legged snake in front of him to be a dragon race member. Furthermore, he was probably not an ordinary dragon race member. He did not notice it before, but now it seemed that the heavenly netherbird's bloodline aura had a monstrous pressure that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, so what if you're a dragon race member? You haven't grown up yet. You're not as strong as me. Today, I'll drink your dragon blood, eat your flesh, skin you, and make a pair of dragon shoes. The heavenly netherbird sneered as his eyes shone with a terrifying light. Indeed, every part of a divine dragon's body was a treasure. If he ate it, his bloodline might evolve once again. Perhaps one day, he would become a true great Xia dragon finch. Therefore, in the next moment, he decisively abandoned Lin Xian and charged towards the crimson dragon. Ruzalong, watch out. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Although the crimson dragon was once extremely powerful, its current strength was not enough to fight against the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, he was extremely worried. However, the crimson dragon let out a long roar and spat out 3 clouds of blood mist that wrapped around his body. Damn you big black bird, Vhumad will use up his origin energy to kill you today. The 3 mouthfuls that he spat out were all dragon blood, which was extremely precious. At this moment, the blood mist that wrapped around his body suddenly underwent a terrifying change. A powerful force surged out of the crimson dragon's body and swept across the heavens and earth. On its huge body, the dragon's scales shone and emitted a red light. It was like a red flame that was extraordinarily mighty. I'll fight. In the next moment, the crimson dragon's strength had reached that of a 2-star king, therefore, he swung his huge dragon tail and whipped it forward. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire void exploded. Dozens of black holes flickered. The heavenly netherbird's huge body was blasted away and smashed into countless mountains in the distance. What? So powerful. The 5 kings behind Lin Xian were all stunned. They didn't expect the crimson dragon to have such power. On the martial heaven continent, countless martial artists raised their heads to look at this scene. They were dumbstruck. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They never thought that the heavenly netherbird would be sent flying. That was the heavenly netherbird. It was an extremely terrifying existence, an existence that could suppress the 7 great kings, yet now, he was actually sent flying by a single slap. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the Crimson Dragon to be so powerful. However, he also knew that the Crimson Dragon had used some kind of secret technique to increase its combat strength. The side effects were probably not small. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to use it. The Crimson Dragon also sneered, "Humph, you dare to be arrogant in front of Ben Huang? I'll slap you to death." Pong, in the distance, a mountain peak exploded. The heavenly netherbird crawled out from the ruins and roared angrily at the sky. To be honest, he was about to go crazy. As a late-stage 2-star king, his strength was extremely terrifying. But now, he was actually sent flying in front of everyone. He couldn't accept this, so in the next moment, he roared, "Damn snake, I'll kill you later." Then, the heavenly netherbird held the 9 netherworld demonic sword and charged over with the terrifying black flame domain. This time, Lin Xian sent a message, "Ruzalong, let's attack together." Lin Xian activated countless sword chi, and the Crimson Dragon also displayed a terrifying power as they charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Instantly, the three of them started fighting. Behind them, the 5 kings quickly transmitted their power as they nervously watched the battle. They were extremely nervous because this was their last resort. If they failed again, they would have no way out and the martial heaven continent would become hell on earth. The only thing they could do was to provide power to Lin Xian. Boom, in front of them, the battle was intense. The heavenly netherbird's aura soared into the sky as he displayed extremely powerful flames, and the 9 netherworld demonic sword swept in all directions. He was fighting Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon alone. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The Crimson Dragon became more and more shocked as he fought. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, this guy is too strong. My secret technique won't last for long. I'm afraid it will disappear soon." Lin Xian's expression was also serious because his secret technique wouldn't last for long either. But the heavenly netherbird was different. The heavenly netherbird was a true late-stage 2-star king, and he was extremely powerful. If their secret technique's time ran out, it would be very difficult to injure him. So in the next moment, he decided to kill him at all costs. Holding the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, Lin Xian flew out like a shooting star. He and his sword became one as he pierced towards the heavenly netherbird's huge body. "You're courting death," the heavenly netherbird roared. He didn't expect that his opponent would dare to fight him in close combat. This made him furious, so in the next moment, he slammed his claw forward. But soon, he screamed. Puff, in the sky, blood splattered as a scream rang out. Because the heavenly netherbird's huge hand had been pierced through by Lin Xian, and a transparent hole appeared. Blood splattered in all directions. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was holding the dragon-shaped sword in his hand and wearing the cosmic armor. He was extremely powerful. After piercing through the heavenly netherbird's claw, he didn't stop and continued to stab towards the huge body. Scram! The heavenly netherbird was finally angry. He didn't expect an ant-like human to be able to injure him. This made him furious. In the next moment, the black flame domain around him quickly burned and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to burn him to ashes. Lin Xian's body also surged with black flames to resist. However, the heavenly netherbird's black flame domain was too terrifying, and Lin Xian couldn't hold on for long. So not long after he entered, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was severely injured, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, he also used the dragon sword domain. Pong, the green dragon sword domain appeared around him. He was now in the heavenly netherbird's black flame domain, and the heavenly netherbird was also in his dragon sword domain. Now, it was time to see whose domain was stronger and whose endurance was stronger. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird screamed again. Blood splattered everywhere. It couldn't be helped, the dragon sword domain was too powerful. This domain was transformed by the dragon sword's soul, and it was an offensive saint technique. Although the heavenly netherbird's body was extremely strong, it was still injured by the dragon sword domain. His huge body was instantly pierced by countless sword chis, and transparent bloody holes appeared one after another. "Brat, I'll kill you." The heavenly netherbird's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't expect his opponent to trade his life for his. He had never seen such a desperate method before. Everyone else was also shocked. Whether it was the 5 kings behind him, the Crimson Dragon, or all the martial artists in the Tianwu continent. At this moment, they were all shocked. Looking at this scene, they were all shocked. Lin Xian was using a method where both sides were heavily injured to fight the Sky Netherbird head-on. This was simply too shocking. The Sky Netherbird flapped its black wings as flames covered its body. At the same time, it used its black flame domain to attack Lin Xian. It wanted to shatter the dragon sword domain. In its mind, a high-level king should be able to easily shatter a low-level king's domain and heavily injure them. However, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was different. It was formed by the dragon sword's soul, so how could the Sky Netherbird shatter it? Thus, after struggling for a while, not only did the Sky Netherbird fail to shatter the dragon sword domain, but more and more sword wounds appeared on its body. His body was dyed red by the terrifying fresh blood. Damn it, how is this possible? How is this possible? The Sky Netherbird was shocked as it roared. He didn't believe that a brat who was only a 1-star king realm could have such a powerful domain. It had to be known that it was a late-stage 2-star king, and it could easily shatter a normal 1-star king's domain. However, it couldn't do it now. Ah! Damn it! I don't believe it. The Sky Netherbird roared as it attacked again. Lin Xian also had to grit his teeth and endure because he wasn't having a good time either. The Sky Netherbirds' black flame domain was too terrifying, and its level was higher than his. Even with the cosmic battle armor, he couldn't withstand it. However, she couldn't resist it either. Her entire body was now heavily injured. It probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. However, he didn't want to give up on this rare opportunity. After all, the longer the battle dragged on, the more heavily the Sky Netherbird would be injured. Moreover, he had the golden indestructible pill, which could quickly recover. Thus, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and endured. He only used a small portion of the dragon-shaped sword chi to protect himself. The rest of the sword chi was used to attack the Sky Netherbird. Damn it! The Sky Netherbbird's face twisted as it flapped its black wings and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian also moved and stuck close to it. Brat, you're courting death. The Sky Netherbird was furious as it used the black flame domain's power to quickly defend. The green sword chi was too terrifying. Even with its body constitution, it couldn't withstand it. Therefore, he could only rely on the power of his domain. Those cold, pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Kid, you're not as strong as me. If this goes on, you'll definitely be the first to fall. If you have the ability, then let's fight. The heavenly Netherbird also gritted its teeth and crazily attacked Lin Xian. Pung, finally, the two of them separated. An earth-shattering sound rang out as terrifying blood dyed the sky red. 2 figures were also sent flying. Among them, the heavenly Netherbird's huge body smashed into the ground, creating a deep hole. Lin Xian's figure was also sent flying backwards, crashing into 9 mountain peaks in the distance. At this moment, both of them had suffered severe internal injuries. For a moment, the entire place was silent. The expressions of the Crimson Dragon and the other kings changed drastically. They were very worried about Lin Xian's safety. It wasn't just them. Everyone in the Martial Heaven continent was extremely nervous. This was because they could see that Lin Xian's situation wasn't good. One had to know that the heavenly Netherbird's attack was extremely terrifying. It was likely that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to block it. Kid, are you alright? The Crimson Dragon's figure floated and quickly arrived above the ruins. With a wave of its dragon claws, countless boulders fell, revealing Lin Xian's voice. At this moment, Lin Xian's galactic armor was already deformed. One had to know that this was an extremely powerful armor. Now that it was damaged, one could imagine how powerful the heavenly Netherbird's attack was. As for Lin Xian, he had suffered severe internal injuries. If it wasn't for his strong physique and vigorous blood qi, he would have already died. Even so, he couldn't hold on. However, he quickly used his soul power to take out a golden pill and quickly consumed it. This was the undying golden pill. Lin Xian had quite a few of them. Although this undying golden pill was precious, he couldn't care less about it and quickly consumed it. In an instant, more than half of his injuries were healed. If it was anyone else, they would have instantly recovered after consuming the undying golden pill. However, this was a battle between kings. The terrifying attacks had already surpassed the effects of the undying golden pill. Although the undying golden pill was powerful, it was only effective against cultivators below the king realm. Its effect on king realm cultivators was greatly reduced. Even so, Lin Xian's injuries were still quickly recovering. After regaining his ability to move, Lin Xian quickly circulated the art of immortality. Instantly, a huge whirlpool appeared beside him and quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual qi to heal his injuries. The art of immortality was extremely mysterious. As Lin Xian grew stronger, the might of the art of immortality would also increase. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xian took out another 5 undying golden pills and gave them to the Crimson Dragon. Because the Crimson Dragon had also used a secret technique, it would definitely be weakened after a while, therefore, he took out 5 undying golden pills in case of an emergency. On the other side, the heavenly netherbird crawled out of the deep pit. Its body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out of it. It was furious. It was simply too furious. It didn't expect that a human brat would be able to injure it so severely. If it hadn't experienced it personally, it wouldn't have believed it. Not only that, but it also felt a trace of fear in its heart. That was because its opponent's domain was simply too terrifying. It couldn't even resist it. Damn it, how is this possible? What kind of domain is that? How can it be so strong? If it had suffered such heavy injuries at the hands of a 3-star king, it wouldn't be surprised at all. But now, its opponent's cultivation was clearly inferior to it, but its combat strength made it shudder. Damned brat, you only used a secret technique. Let's see how long you can last. The heavenly netherbird gritted its teeth and charged over with the black flame domain. Instantly, the battle started again. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths because the heavenly netherbird was right. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to last long in his current state. Soon, they separated for the second time. This time, Lin Xian's injuries were even more severe. Although he had taken many undying golden pills, he still couldn't fully recover. Moreover, the heavenly netherbird's injuries weren't light either. There were even some places where its bones could be seen. However, it still charged over because it was competing with Lin Xian in terms of stamina. It firmly believed that with its cultivation as a late 2-star king, it could definitely exhaust its opponent to death. No, it couldn't go on like this. The Crimson Dragon had already recovered to a 1-star king after a few battles. Not only that, but it had also suffered a severe backlash and was extremely weak. Luckily, it had the undying golden pills to slow down its symptoms. However, it probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Ha 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 ha. Brat, aren't you very strong? Fight again. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird finally laughed. Ha 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 ha. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Fight again. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird finally laughed. That was because the Crimson Dragon had been beaten back to its original state, and Lin Xian had also fallen to the level of a 1-star king. The 5 kings behind Lin Xian were pale. They had used up too much energy and couldn't hold on for so long. It could be said that Lin Xian's group of 7 were in trouble again. Seeing this, Lin Xian's group of 7 had heavy hearts. On the Tianwu continent, everyone else was in despair. It couldn't be helped. It looked like Lin Xian's group of 7 would be killed soon. At that time, who would be able to stop the heavenly netherbird? Lin Xian. Old ancestor. Young master. At this moment, countless martial artists from the House of Kings were shouting crazily. Their eyes were filled with despair. In the Palace of Gods of War, the 9th Elder and the others were pale and trembling. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Even with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's secret techniques, they couldn't do anything to the heavenly netherbird. Could it be that the heavenly netherbird was so terrifying, and from the looks of it, Lin Xian's group wouldn't be able to hold on for long? They would probably be killed soon. However, just as they were in despair, in the Palace of Gods of War's Thousand Spirit Valley, Suddenly, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Then, a figure appeared in the sky like a shooting star. It was a blurry figure of light. Its entire body was emitting a resplendent light, like a sun. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked around. Then, he frowned and turned into a rainbow, disappearing into the horizon. Palace Master. That's the Palace Master. The Ninth Elder and the other martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War all shouted crazily when they saw this. They realized that it was Lin Zhan's figure. Lin Zhan is out. This was undoubtedly great news. And from the looks of it, he should be heading to the battlefield. Hopefully, Lin Xian and the other 6 kings would be able to hold on until then. The news of Lin Zhan coming out of seclusion was only known to the martial artists in the Palace of Ares. The other members of the House of Kings, as well as the martial artists of the Martial Heaven continent, had no idea. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were even more clueless. Lin Xian and the others were in a perilous situation, but they obviously wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Thus, they gritted their teeth and activated the secret technique a second time. This time, its power had decreased compared to the first time, but it was still incomparably powerful, enough to last for a while. Humph. I'll let you all die with no regrets. The heavenly netherbird sneered and pounced again. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Countless rays of light surged, and terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The entire forest had been completely destroyed. There was not a single place within a radius of 10,000 miles that remained intact. Terrifying cracks had appeared in space, spreading out in all directions. However, the outcome was the same. The heavenly netherbird's injuries became even more severe. Deep white bones appeared in many places, extremely horrifying. However, Lin Xian and the others were in an even worse situation. None of them had any fighting strength left, and the few kings had fallen to the ground. They could only grit their teeth and look at the heavenly netherbird with killing intent in their eyes. As for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, they once again used their remaining strength to counterattack. Die. The heavenly netherbird sneered and waved its huge beast claws. With shocking power, it viciously slammed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block and counterattack. However, his current strength couldn't be compared to before. Just as the claw was about to land, however, at this moment, a white figure suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's body and charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Whoosh, a white light flew out from Lin Xian's body and pounced towards the heavenly netherbird. This light was very fast, and it arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird in an instant. The heavenly netherbird didn't even see it clearly before it felt a blow on its head. This blow didn't hurt, and it didn't cause any harm to it. It could even ignore it. However, it was stunned by the next blow. It was truly stunned. This was because it realized that it couldn't control its body. It was frozen in place for 3 seconds. Not only his body, but even his soul had gone blank during those 3 seconds. The incomparably frightening claw abruptly stopped in midair. Lin Xian took this opportunity to quickly retreat to a safe place. Whoosh, in the next moment, the white light flashed again and turned into a snow-white monkey. It kept waving its claws. After 3 seconds, the heavenly netherbird regained its senses. It then stared at the snow-white monkey and became furious. Humiliation, a huge humiliation, to think that the heavenly netherbird, a peerless monster, was stunned by a little monkey. If this were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. However, it really happened. Ah! Damned monkey! I'm going to kill you! The heavenly netherbird roared crazily and its terrifying claws enveloped the snow-white monkey once again. However, the snow-white monkey's speed exceeded its expectations. It turned into white lightning and moved quickly. In an instant, it dodged all of the heavenly netherbirds' attacks. What? Everyone was stunned. They didn't think that the monkey beside Lin Xian would be so miraculous. It could dodge all of the heavenly netherbirds' attacks. One had to know that this was something that even the 7 kings couldn't do. During this time, the heavenly netherbird was hit by the snow-white monkey's claws again and froze in midair for another 3 seconds. After recovering, the heavenly netherbird roared at the sky. Boundless black flames danced on its body and quickly covered the surroundings. In an instant, everything within 100 miles was turned into a sea of black flames. Damned monkey, let's see how you're going to run this time. The heavenly netherbird roared angrily. Even a one-star king wouldn't be able to resist these flames. Indeed, when the heavenly netherbird used its technique, Ancestor Murong and the others gritted their teeth and used their last bit of strength to dodge. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to resist. The snow-white monkey was even faster and disappeared into the horizon. The black flames couldn't hurt it at all. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird roared again. However, it soon revealed a sinister smile. This was because it no longer cared about the snow-white monkey. Instead, it focused on Lin Xian and the others. This was because it knew that if it attacked Lin Xian, that damned monkey would definitely attack it. At that time, it would capture it. Indeed, in the next moment, when the heavenly netherbird clawed at Lin Xian and the others again, the snow-white monkey charged at it again, wanting to knock it out. However, the heavenly netherbird was prepared this time. It immediately activated the black flame domain. Its huge body was completely covered by the boundless black flames. The black flames burned and released a terrifying power. It made the space around it seem like it had turned into hell. It was eerie and terrifying. The timing was too good. The snow-white monkey couldn't dodge at all. Whoosh, in the next moment, the snow-white monkey's body was also covered by the black flame domain. Woo-gee, the little white monkey cried out anxiously. Lin Xian was also very nervous, but he soon let out a sigh of relief. Although the little white monkey was enveloped by the black flame domain, it was not burned. A white light appeared on its body and resisted the black flames. However, although the little monkey was not burned by the black flames, the boundless domain of black flames enveloped it. It was like a small fish that had entered a swamp, swimming very slowly. As long as the heavenly netherbird attacked, it could easily catch it. And that was exactly what the heavenly netherbird did. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He then roared and the great dragon sword soul in his body started to circulate. He had to use his last bit of strength to save the little white monkey. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of sword light and rushed forward. Pung, a thunderous sound rang out. Then, the heavenly netherbird's huge body turned into a meteor and slammed into a mountain range in the distance. Rumble, 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 this time, it smashed through more than a dozen mountain ranges before it finally stopped. With a whoosh, the little white monkey turned into a streak of white light and returned to Lin Xian's side. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The Crimson Dragon screamed, "Kid, where did you get this strength? Is it another secret technique?" Ancestor Murong and the others were also shocked. However, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Because he did not even attack, and the heavenly netherbird was sent flying like a cannonball. He thought that it was the Crimson God who moved his hand, but now it seemed that was not the case. Who is it? He was very confused. It's not you. The Crimson Dragon and the others also noticed this and were very surprised. Soon, these kings swept through the surroundings, wanting to find out who had done it. Even the people on the Tianwu continent were silent. Found it. Lin Xian was shocked. He saw a ray of light landing in front of him. It was a human figure with an imposing figure. His entire body was emitting resplendent light like a sun. He quickly landed on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. That terrifying power was like a god of war. Who is this? Could there be other kings? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also frowned. However, when the figure turned around, Lin Xian was stunned. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. That face was too familiar to him, so familiar that he found it hard to believe. Behind him, Ancestor Murong, the Merry King, and the rest screamed, "Lin Zhan, it's you." That's right. This figure was Lin Zhan. He was like a god of war, emitting a powerful aura. With a wave of his hand, several pills flew toward Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, Ruzalong, and the others. You've all worked hard. Hurry up and take this pill. Although I can't heal your injuries instantly, I can at least prevent your body from deteriorating. Hearing this, Ancestor Murong and the others swallowed the pill. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Could this be Xiao Xuanzi's father? He looked around curiously and sized up the figure in front of him. However, in the next moment, he frowned and revealed a shocked expression. This was because he had discovered something inconceivable. Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect that the person who appeared at the last moment would be his father. Therefore, in the next moment, he ran up excitedly and asked quickly, "Father, is it really you? When did you come out?" Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others behind him were also shocked. They didn't know much about Lin Zhan. They only knew that he had entered the king realm at a young age. Moreover, he was very mysterious and didn't interact with them often. He even went into seclusion as soon as he became the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. Although he was the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War, they didn't pay much attention to him. That was because in their opinion, he was at most at the same level as them. Or rather, he was inferior. However, it seemed that they were completely wrong. That move just now had sent the heavenly netherbird flying. After all, that was the heavenly netherbird. A late two-star king. An incomparably terrifying existence. However, Lin Zhan had easily sent the heavenly netherbird flying. What level has his strength reached? How terrifying. I can't see through his cultivation at all. Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others were shocked. At this moment, Lin Zhan looked at Lin Xian and said slowly, "I haven't come out yet. This is only one of my clones. I just woke up from my secluded cultivation and wanted to know about the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, I sent a clone to help you." "What? A clone?" Ancestor Murong, the Shen family, and the others opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The Crimson Dragon frowned. "As expected, it's just as I guessed. This is only a clone." He had noticed that something was amiss. Therefore, he had used a secret technique to check. In the end, he discovered that it was only a body of energy and didn't have any life. This made him extremely shocked. Now that he heard it from Lin Zhan, he was even more shocked. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. A clone could send the heavenly netherbird flying. What level of cultivation has my father reached? Seeing the confusion in the eyes of Lin Xian and the others, Lin Zhan shook his head. "Now's not the time to talk about this. You can ask me any questions after we kill the heavenly netherbird." "Yes, that's right. Our main goal now is to kill the heavenly netherbird," the Crimson Dragon said quickly. "Father, can you defeat him?" Lin Xian asked. "It's hard to say. If it was my real body, it wouldn't be a problem. However, my real body can't move at all. I can only send this clone." Lin Zhan sighed. He must have reached a critical stage in his cultivation. Bam! At this moment, the heavenly netherbird flew over from afar. It was about to go crazy from anger. It was extremely ferocious and had a murderous aura. It was furious. It was too furious, it was sent flying again. What was worse was that it didn't even see who it was. "Were you the one who attacked just now?" The heavenly netherbird flew back again. It looked at the flickering figure and asked coldly. "Not only did I send you flying, but I'm also here to kill you." Lin Zhan's voice was sonorous. Although it was just a clone, he still displayed a valiant attitude. "Kill me? What shameless boasting." The heavenly netherbird laughed coldly. "Today, I'll tear you into pieces and let you know the consequences of provoking me." As it spoke, it brought the dark flame realm and charged over. Lin Zhan waved his hand and stuffed a pile of spiritual medicine into Lin Xian's arms. Then, he said in a low voice, "Recover quickly. I'll deal with it." "Father, be careful." Lin Xian took the spiritual medicine and quickly retreated. What he needed to do now was to recover his strength quickly. He wasn't the only one. The Crimson Dragon, Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, and the others also used the time to recover their strength. In an instant, everyone retreated to a safe distance. Only Lin Zhan and the heavenly netherbird were left. "Who's that figure?" "That's the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War." At this moment, all the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were looking at the sky nervously. They were too excited because Lin Zhan had sent the heavenly serene bird flying the moment he appeared. Needless to say, he was extremely powerful. He might even be able to kill the heavenly serene bird, this caused a glimmer of hope to rise in the hearts of the despairing crowd. In the sky, Lin Zhan stood with his hands behind his back and looked forward. Since you've been sealed, you shouldn't have appeared. Since you've appeared, I'll have to kill you. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. You're just a clone. How dare you talk big in front of me? The heavenly serene bird sneered, I can kill someone like you with a slap. After I kill you, I'll find your real body and tear it apart. This is what you get for provoking me. Since you don't know how to repent, I'll have to kill you. Lin Zhan stood in the sky with his back straight. His body was glowing brightly. Although he was just a clone, he had an unparalleled aura. He was like a god of war as he walked towards the heavenly serene bird. Boom, as he took a step forward, heaven and earth shook. A black hole appeared in the sky. This step was too terrifying. It was as heavy as a mountain as it stepped on the sky. His terrifying aura made people tremble. If they didn't know the real situation, no one would have thought that such a powerful figure was just a clone. Kill! Lin Zhan shouted coldly and attacked quickly. His fist was like a golden mountain as it flew towards the heavenly serene bird. You're courting death. The heavenly serene bird shouted furiously. Black flames danced around his body and his cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He held the 9-nether demonic sword tightly in his black claws and slashed down quickly with a monstrous killing aura. Boom, boom. The two attacks collided in the sky and a terrifying energy exploded. This attack was too terrifying. The entire sky collapsed. The violent energy was like a vast ocean as it rushed towards Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan didn't attack again after throwing out a punch. He was like a dragon as he moved quickly in the sky. His figure was like a flickering shadow as he quickly dodged one terrifying sword chi after another. At the same time, his fist fiercely punched towards the heavenly netherbird. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Lin Zhan's fist landed heavily on the 9 underworld demonic sword. Instantly, the space around the 9 serenities demon sword shattered. You dare to fight me in close combat? You are courting death. The heavenly netherbird sneered as the flames on its body surged. On the 9 netherworld demonic sword, countless pitch-black flames quickly rolled and wrapped around Lin Xian's fist, wanting to burn it. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly shrank because he discovered that he had failed. Lin Zhan's fist emitted a dazzling golden light, blocking the terrifying black flames. Otherwise, the golden light became more and more powerful. It was like a sun, erupting with incomparable energy. Pong, in the next moment, a primordial power surged out of his fist and fiercely slammed into the 9 underworld demon sword. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird let out a miserable shriek as it was sent flying by the huge force. Ah! Damn it! I don't believe it. The heavenly netherbird roared as its body flew backwards. It didn't believe that Lin Zhan was strong enough to suppress it. After all, that was just a clone. This made it crazy. At the same time, there was a tinge of fear in its heart. What cultivation level had Lin Zhan's real body reached? How could it be more terrifying than it was? I am just a clone. I don't have much time. Therefore, I can only kill you as soon as possible. Lin Zhan muttered to himself. Then, his body flashed and he charged towards the heavenly netherbird like a shooting star. Very quickly, he arrived beside the heavenly netherbird and stretched out his terrifying palm once again. Damn it! Get lost. The heavenly netherbird's pupils shrank as it flapped its wings. Its body started to spin rapidly like a black gale. Its wings were simply too sharp. As it spun, countless cracks appeared in the space around it. One could imagine that even a one-star king would be sliced in half if they were hit by the wings. However, such a terrifying flame had no effect on Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's huge palm grabbed the heavenly netherbird and slammed it downwards. Pong, the heavenly netherbird's huge body crashed into the ground once again, causing the ground to crack. Ah! I'm going to kill you. The heavenly netherbird was furious. It had never been beaten up like this before. However, in the next moment, it was welcomed by a huge foot. Lin Zhan's body was like a huge mountain as he descended rapidly. At the same time, his foot stomped on the heavenly netherbird. Roar. Tian was especially furious. He waved the 9 underworld demonic sword and slashed forward rapidly. The 9 underworld demonic sword shone with a black light. As it was waved, it emitted a terrifying sound. Whoosh, Lin Zhan's body moved horizontally in the air and dodged the sword. Then, he kicked out and landed on the sword. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The huge black demonic sword started to vibrate rapidly, and the space around it started to crack. However, although the 9 underworld demonic sword was kicked away, there were no cracks on it. No one knew what material this demonic sword was made of, but its toughness was beyond everyone's expectations. Damn it. This 9 underworld demonic sword can't be a perfect Earthgrade artifact, right? Even the Crimson Dragon's eyelids were twitching. As for the other kings, including Lin Xian, they were all shocked. They realized that Lin Zhan was simply too powerful. He was practically beating the heavenly Netherbird. What cultivation level has father reached? A clone is actually able to suppress the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian was too shocked. He realized that although he knew some things, he still couldn't see it clearly. His father seemed to be endlessly mysterious, and he couldn't see through him at all. In front of them, golden light flashed. A terrifying power shook the void. Sword chi swept across, and boundless black flames spread. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Xian's group of 7 that were shocked. Even the other martial artists in the Tianwu continent were shocked. Originally, they were already in despair. Lin Xian's group of 7 kings, including thousands of supremacies, couldn't defeat the heavenly Netherbird at all. In fact, such a huge group was only left with Lin Xian's group of 7 in the end. They thought that Lin Xian's group wouldn't be able to stop the heavenly Netherbird. Then, the Tianwu continent would be plunged into a massacre. And none of them would be able to escape. However, at this moment of despair, another figure appeared out of nowhere. And now, he was even beating the heavenly Netherbird. This made them extremely excited. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Lin Zhan and the heavenly Netherbird fought fiercely. However, the situation was one-sided. The heavenly Netherbird was completely suppressed this time. He couldn't resist at all. Instead, he was injured multiple times, and many of his bones were even broken. That was because the opponent's strength was too terrifying. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't resist. Luckily, the 9 underworld demonic sword was extremely mysterious and had an extraordinary origin. Otherwise, it would have been shattered into countless pieces by this power. After sending the heavenly Netherbird flying with another punch, Lin Zhan let out a long roar as his entire body emitted a dazzling light. Rays of golden light shot down and swept across the entire sky. Not good, his clone's time is up. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. His clone's time is up. Lin Xian and the others were also in the past. Although they had suppressed the heavenly Netherbird, they had not obtained complete victory. If Lin Zhan's clone disappeared at this moment, they would not be able to retaliate at all. Lin Zhan's body glowed brightly. He also knew that his clone's time was up, so he prepared to unleash his strongest attack to kill the heavenly Netherbird. The aura on his body rose rapidly. He was like a golden god of war, releasing a terrifying power. That aura seemed to be able to pierce through the entire sky. In the end, his body was completely covered by the golden light. The golden light was tens of thousands of feet long. It was as if countless golden swords were vibrating together. Kill! With a roar, Lin Zhan turned into a ray of golden light and charged towards the heavenly Netherbird. This attack was too sharp, and it carried an incomparable killing intent. Even the heavenly Netherbird felt goosebumps all over its body. It felt a chill in its heart. It knew that this was an extremely terrifying killing move. Therefore, it did not hesitate. With a roar, the black flame domain around him churned rapidly. A huge black shield formed in front of it. 9 underworld demonic sky shield. Endless black flames surrounded it, forming a black ghost head. It was like a shield that blocked in front of it. This was the heavenly Netherbird's ultimate move. It could block all attacks. After using the 9 underworld demonic sky shield, Lin Zhan snorted coldly. Humph. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to pierce through my shield. He was indeed confident because this shield had saved his life many times in the past. Boom, however, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. That was because when the golden light collided with the 9 underworld demonic sky shield, there was an earth-shattering tremor. The entire space was quickly torn apart, and the surrounding mountains collapsed. An extremely powerful earthquake occurred within a radius of 10,000 miles. The collision sound was too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. However, what shocked the heavenly Netherbird was that cracks had appeared on the 9 underworld demonic sky shield in front of it. It was like a spider web that instantly covered the entire shield. What? It's cracked? That's impossible. The heavenly Netherbird shrieked. This time, there was a trace of fear in its eyes. It realized that Lin Zhan's strength. Boom, in the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird's 9 underworld demonic sky shield shards of the underworld demonic sky shield, a beam of golden light flew through the countless fragments at high speed, fiercely bombarding his head. Underworld heavens, that's... The heavenly Netherbird screamed and flapped its wings in an attempt to retreat. However, this golden light was simply too fast. It directly struck the heavenly Netherbbird's head. Boom, Netherbird, it Lin demonic Lin's Lin s demonic Netherbird blood Lin. It blooded it. It. As for the golden light, it carried Lin Zhan's clone and quickly dimmed. In the end, it disappeared. In the air, there was only a mist of blood and a huge headless corpse. The surroundings fell into silence. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the heavenly Netherbird to be killed. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Xian's group of 7. The entire martial heaven continent was shocked. What? Was he killed? One fatal strike. Heavens, am I dreaming? Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the ancestor of the Shen family couldn't believe it. On the Tianwu continent, after the martial artists recovered from their shock, they all began to celebrate. We're saved. Haha. We're saved. The heavenly Netherbird is dead? This is great. We won't be in danger anymore. Palace of Gods of War, the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War killed the heavenly Netherbird. The entire Sky Martial continent was in an uproar. The House of Kings, the Rank 6 sects, and the other forces all breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the heaven Netherbird was dead, the martial heaven continent's crisis had been resolved. We've won, we've really won. In the Murong family, a smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's beautiful face once again. Great, brother Lin Xian is fine. In the Shen family, Shen Jingqiu also waved her fists. The palace master has succeeded. In the Palace of Gods of War, the Ninth Elder and the others also cheered. At this moment, the entire Tianwu continent was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shouting crazily. Everyone felt as though they had survived a disaster. On the other side, Lin Xian's group of 7 also heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. I've never encountered such a dangerous situation in my life. Ancestor Murong sighed. That's right. The heavenly Netherbird is too terrifying. I've never seen it before. The ancestor of the Shen family was also shocked. The happy king was shocked. What level has Lin Zhan reached? Just a clone is already so terrifying. Thinking of this, the king's hearts beat wildly. As for Ruzalong, he shouted, Ben Huang was scared to death. It feels good to be alive. Lin Xian also smiled. Let's go. The war is over. We can finally go home. Dean Xian also said with a smile. The group turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind them. A bunch of ants. Do you really think that you can kill me like this? Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's group of 7 froze. All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were also stunned. Everyone felt as though a pair of invisible hands were choking their necks. The wild cries also stopped abruptly. What? What? Why am I hearing the heavenly Netherbird's voice again? Impossible, it must be an illusion. The heavenly netherbird's head has already been destroyed. How can it still be alive? All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were discussing. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. Even if it is a king, it is impossible for it to live after its head has been destroyed. Lin Xian and the rest also turned around and stared at the headless corpse in the sky. Damn it, this is impossible. The heavenly netherbird cannot be alive. The ancestor of the Shen family gritted his teeth and said. A king is also a human, not a god. Without its head, it is impossible for it to come back to life. The happy king's voice was cold. Ancestor Morong's face darkened. Damn it, the heavenly netherbird is already dead. Why is its corpse still floating in the sky? What? Once this was said, everyone was shocked. They had been too excited and had forgotten. However, it seemed that the heavenly netherbird's huge body was still floating in the sky and had not fallen to the ground. Strange, this was too strange. One must know that even if a king died, it would definitely fall to the ground like a normal person. However, the heavenly netherbird's corpse was still floating in the sky. Could it be that he's still alive? Dean Xian's voice was trembling. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb and their hearts dropped. Impossible, this is impossible. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Damn it, what's with this uneasy feeling? At this moment, everyone was shocked as they stared at the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. Haha, a bunch of ignorant ants. Do you really think that I'm that easy to kill? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened and their scalps went numb. They looked ahead and their bodies started to tremble. Everyone was stunned. The heavenly netherbird was already dead. How could it still speak? However, this cold voice clearly belonged to the heavenly netherbird. It even came from the corpse in front of them. Damn it, who is it? Acting all mysterious, get the hell out here. The Shen family's patriarch shouted angrily. Humph, ignorant humans. I can't kill you. The cold voice rang out again. Then, the heavenly netherbird's corpse started to change. The originally cold body started to burn with black flames. What? The heavenly netherbird is still alive. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb. All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were stunned. Still alive? How can it not be dead? Its head is already smashed. How can it still be alive? This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. On the other hand, the heavenly netherbird's corpse started to shine. A ferocious head started to form on its neck. Not good, stop it. The crimson dragon gritted his teeth and roared. Then, he turned into a ray of red light and rushed forward. Kill. Lin Xian also rushed forward with the killing sword in his hand. Behind him, the Shen family's ancestor, Morong ancestor, and the other kings also attacked. Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying power surged out and quickly killed the heavenly netherbird. However, their attacks were all blocked. In front of the heavenly netherbird, a black light screen was formed. It was shining brightly. 9 Underworld's Devil Sky Shield. The demonic shield that was shattered by Lin Xian formed once again and blocked all the attacks from Lin Xian and the others. However, the crowd was still unwilling to give up. They continued to attack crazily, but they were unable to break through the 9 Underworld's Devil Sky Shield. Behind the demonic shield, the heavenly netherbird's head had already formed. Then, a cold light flashed in its huge eyes. A roar resounded in all directions. Damnable ants. You actually dared to injure me. I won't let any of you off, the heavenly netherbird's mournful voice sounded again. Its cold eyes swept across Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, how did he come back to life? Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he gripped the great dragon sword soul tightly. It's his heart. At this moment, the 10,000 beast sting inside Lin Xian's body suddenly sent a voice transmission. Heart? What heart? Do you know? Lin Xian asked quickly. The heavenly netherbird's fatal weakness is its heart. As long as its heart is still alive, it can revive again. It's useless to smash its head. Zero's cold voice sounded. Obviously, as the 10,000 beast sting, he knew everything about the heavenly netherbird. It was his heart. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. They were too careless. They thought that the heavenly netherbird was just like a normal person. They didn't expect it to have such a secret. However, it was too late now. His father's clone had already disappeared. "Kid, what do we do?" the Crimson Dragon asked from the side. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes flashed. Although he has recovered, his strength is definitely below average. "I'm afraid he's only a mid-2-star king. But, even if he's a mid-2-star king, we can't beat him." The Crimson Dragon frowned. "Whatever, we can only fight to the death." Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Then, he waved his hand and took out the 10,000 beast sting. "Ruse along, take them and retreat safely. Don't join the battle," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "If I die, take them and leave." "What did you say?" "Kid. Don't do anything stupid." The Crimson Dragon panicked when he heard Lin Xian's words. When the people of Tianwu continent heard this, they were also in an uproar. This was because they realized that Lin Xian wanted to fight alone. This was too shocking. Lin Xian. In the Morong family, Morong Qingqing's heart was beating wildly. His face was very serious. In the Shen family, Shen Jingqiu also shouted, "Brother Lin Xian, don't." In the Palace of Gods of War, the Ninth Elder and the others were also anxious. They wanted to rush over immediately. However, Lin Xian's gaze was firm. He didn't waver. "All right, I understand." Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the Crimson Dragon nodded. He knew Lin Xian's character. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind. Thus, his body flashed and he brought Ancestor Morong and the others back to a safe place to watch the battle. Can he do it alone? Ancestor Morong was extremely shocked. "That's right. At most, we'll fight together. We're not afraid of death." The Shen family's ancestor gritted his teeth. "Fight with him. We can't let Lin Xian take the risk alone." Din Xian's eyes flashed. The Crimson Dragon sighed, "Forget it. That kid should have his own plans. Let's just watch." In front, the heavenly netherbird saw that the Crimson Dragon and the others had retreated and only Lin Xian was left. It immediately revealed a disdainful smile. "What? Do you think that you can deal with me alone?" The heavenly netherbird sneered, "Although I've used up a lot of energy, against an ant like you, one slap is enough. Don't be so proud. I already know your fatal weakness." Lin Xian's voice was cold and carried a trace of killing intent. "Fatal weakness? What do you know?" The heavenly netherbird raised its head and laughed maniacally. "I don't have a fatal weakness. You can't kill me. Your fatal weakness is your heart." Lin Xian shouted coldly and rushed out. "What?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the heavenly netherbird smile disappeared and its face became extremely ugly. Damn it. Damn it. His opponent knew his fatal weakness. Impossible. How did he know? The heavenly netherbird was extremely shocked. Very few people knew about this weakness. Even Daoist Song Song didn't know about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just sealed it and not killed it. Yes, that's right. It didn't have any weaknesses. Even if it was killed or its head exploded, it could still recover. The only fatal weakness was its heart. If its heart was gone, it couldn't be revived. This kid in front of it actually knew about such a secret. This made it extremely shocked. But then, it sneered, "Humph, so what if you know? You don't have the ability to break through my defense. Don't even think about killing me." The heavenly netherbird sneered and clashed with Lin Xian's long sword with its terrifying claws. Then, an earth-shattering sound rang out and Lin Xian retreated. "Do you see that? With your little cultivation, you can't do anything to me." Although Lin Xian was pushed back, his lips curled into a smile. "As expected, your strength has weakened a lot." If the heavenly netherbird was still a late 2-star king, he would not be able to do anything. But now, it seemed that she was only a mid-2-star king, or even weaker. With such strength, if he went all out, he might be able to kill her. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised the great dragon sword soul and slowly cut a wound on her palm. "With my blood, ignite the dragon's soul." Great Dragon Sword Soul, wake up! Lin Xian roared angrily. Endless blood flowed from his palm and dripped onto the surrounding dragon sword domain. Instantly, the entire dragon sword realm was dyed red with blood and started to tremble. A deep and loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. This roar was filled with shocking power, as if it could tear apart the 9 heavens and shatter the earth. Lin Xian's aura also skyrocketed in an instant. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand flashed rapidly as if it had turned into a huge dragon. The 10,000 beast sting above his head shone brightly and spun rapidly. On top of it, all sorts of beasts swam around, flashing with a strange light. Kill! Lin Xian was like a god of death. His battle strength soared again. Then, he became one with his sword and charged towards the heavenly netherbird like a ferocious beast. Lin Xian was too strong at this moment. He used his blood to ignite the dragon's soul, giving him a powerful strength. Brat, you're courting death. The heavenly netherbird was furious. She had just recovered her life force and was attacked like this. How could she not be angry? The moment he saw Lin Xian rushing over, he bellowed in rage. The black flames on her body surged and turned into a huge mountain, smashing towards Yixuan. Lin Xian activated the 10,000 beast sting above his head and quickly counterattacked. The 10,000 beast sting was a true earthgrade artifact. It was extremely terrifying, so Lin Xian was not worried about it breaking. Therefore, he directly swung the 10,000 beast sting to meet the black demonic mountain head-on. Clang, with a deafening roar, Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, the entire dragon sword domain was still dyed red by his blood. The dragon sword's soul had awakened, and it was as if a true dragon was wandering around. As the sword slashed out, countless dragon shadows surrounded it, accompanied by an extremely powerful force. On the other side, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. She quickly summoned the 9 underworld devil sky shield and blocked in front of her. However, he was still sent flying by the enormous force. What? So powerful? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Xian to explode with such terrifying power. The Crimson Dragon frowned because he knew that Lin Xian was exchanging his blood for energy. How much blood could he lose? He was sure that this energy could not last for too long. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well, so he didn't stop after his attack succeeded. His body turned into an afterimage as he quickly chased after them. Not only that, but the dragon-shaped sword in his hand was also waving non-stop. One sword energy after another turned into true dragons that quickly circled in the sky and attacked the heavenly netherbird. Lin Xian's target was obvious, the heart. He didn't attack sky, nor did he attack anywhere else. Instead, he focused on the sky netherbbird's heart. She knew that as long as she pierced the heaven serene bird's heart, it would die and never revive. The heavenly netherbird was enraged. It waved its terrifying 9-hell demonic sword and quickly counterattacked. Dang 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 dang, countless sword cheese intersected in the air, bursting forth with extremely resplendent light. A large amount of energy light rained down in all directions. These energies were too terrifying, and a casual attack could pierce through a 1-star King Realm expert. However, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. His entire body was enveloped by a blood-red light. Streaks of terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out in all directions. Not only that, but the 10,000 beast sting above Lin Xian's head was also releasing a black light. Ancient demonic beasts flew out from the 10,000 beast sting one after another, as if they were going to destroy the entire world. This was a true earthgrade artifact. Lin Xian had directly ignited his bloodline power and forcefully activated it, displaying a terrifying might. Finally, the 9-hell demonic sky shield in front of the heavenly netherbird shattered once again, turning into countless black fragments that scattered in all directions. A demonic shadow and a dragon-shaped sword chi viciously slashed at the heavenly netherbird's body. Instantly, its enormous body was torn apart as countless cracks spread out, revealing even its bones. Especially that dragon-shaped sword chi. It was too terrifying, and it had almost pierced through its heart. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you. The heavenly netherbird was completely enraged. It realized that its opponent was too powerful, that energy made it feel an incomparable sense of danger. Therefore, it could no longer care about anything else. It quickly waved the nine-held demonic sword and pointed towards the sky. Suddenly, an incomparable black hole appeared above it, flashing with a black light. Last time, when the heavenly Netherbird used the nine-held demonic sword's consummate skill, this black hole had appeared. Who would have thought that it would appear again? This black hole was too mysterious. It was as if it was connected to another world. It was incomparably dark and emitted a terrifying aura. Even though Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, he still felt a chill down his spine. From the black vortex above, endless black gas quickly poured out and poured into the demonic sword. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He knew that the heavenly Netherbird was going to use its consummate skill again, but he would not give it the chance. In the next moment, he burned all of his spiritual energy and blood qi, and his entire body emitted an endless red light. The shadow of a dragon circled around his body, and his entire body seemed to have merged with the great dragon sword soul, turning into a giant dragon that quickly flew forward. Kill, roar, an earth-shattering roar followed by a red light that quickly cut through the void and killed the heavenly Netherbird. Die for me. The heavenly Netherbird was shocked. He did not expect that his opponent could explode with such power in an instant. This power was still enough to kill him. However, he had not completed his consummate skill. The nine-held demonic sword's demonic qi was increasing, but it had not reached its peak. But now, he could not care less about this. He could only use the power that he had accumulated to quickly counterattack. The nine-held demonic sword was incomparably black. It flashed with a cold light and carried an incomparable power as it quickly slashed down. Lin Xian turned into a ferocious giant dragon and quickly swooped down in the air. In the next moment, the two collided. Pung, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed by a bright light that exploded in the air. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. The entire sky was completely enveloped by the energy and fell into nothingness. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The Crimson Dragon, the Happy King, and the others' faces changed drastically. They frantically retreated because the wave of energy was already crashing towards them. The energy was very terrifying. They did not dare to resist it at all. They could only brace themselves and run away. Sure enough, as soon as they left, the place where they originally stood was immediately shattered, and a boundless black hole appeared. On the Sky Martial continent, everyone looked at the sky. The light screen in the sky was also filled with endless light. They could not see what was going on. Everyone could only wait nervously. However, at the center of the energy, an extremely miserable cry could be heard. It was the heavenly serene bird's cry. It was as if it had been hit by something extremely terrifying. Its entire body became extremely miserable. In the end, the cry became weaker and weaker. It even turned into fear. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can you have such powerful strength? Damn it. Just a little bit more. I was so close to being able to communicate with the underworld. Then, I would definitely be able to kill you. After this cry, the heavenly serene bird's voice completely disappeared. In the sky, the dazzling light was also rapidly fading. However, the Crimson Dragon and the others still did not dare to move forward because there was still an endless amount of energy remaining. The remnant energy was extremely terrifying. It could easily tear apart Void Fragmentation Realm experts and kill King Realm experts. All they could do was wait. They could only move forward after the energy dissipated completely. Of course, they were praying in their hearts that Lin Xian was safe. The Crimson Dragon and the others looked forward and waited anxiously. On the Sky Martial continent, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky, waiting silently. They wanted to know whether the heavenly serene bird was dead or not. Was Lin Xian in danger? However, the terrifying energy storm in front of them had yet to dissipate. In the sky, the black vortex became bigger and bigger. In the end, it enveloped the entire space. In an instant, the space in front of them became pitch black. Not even light could penetrate it. Damn it. What is that? The Crimson Dragon's face turned gloomy. He did not expect such a change to happen at the most crucial moment. The others were also shocked. Even the Shen family's old ancestor sent out his soul force to check it out. However, when his soul force got close to it, it was almost sucked in. The Shen family's old ancestor was so frightened that he quickly retracted his soul force. The other kings did not dare to try again. "Hey, kid. Are you all right?" Finally, the Crimson Dragon could not wait any longer and could only shout out loud. This was the most helpless method. However, a response actually came from the black space. "Ruzalong, I'm fine. I've already killed the heavenly netherbird. It can't be revived. The Martial Sky continent is safe." Lin Xian's voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were all overjoyed. "What did you say? Was the heavenly netherbird dead? Is this true?" Everyone was extremely excited. "It's true. I've already pierced his heart. It's impossible for him to come back to life." After receiving confirmation, the 6 members of the Crimson Dragon were overjoyed. At this moment, it wasn't just them. Everyone on the Martial Heaven continent learned of this news. Immediately, waves of cheers arose and shook the 9 heavens. They couldn't help it. They were too excited. This kind of feeling of having no descendants left was something they would probably only experience a few times in their lifetime. "We're saved. We're finally saved. Great. It's Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian who saved us." Everyone was extremely excited. At this moment, all the martial artists on the Martial Heaven continent looked up to the sky and shouted Lin Xian's name with all their might. Because at this moment, Lin Xian had saved the Martial Heaven continent. He had become the savior of the world. He had become the hero in their hearts. The loud and clear voices were like the waves of the sea. Each wave was louder than the previous one, and it directly dispersed the clouds in the sky. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others were also extremely excited. Especially the Morong ancestor and the Shen family ancestor. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the danger has been resolved. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Lin Xian come out. Thus, the Crimson Dragon asked anxiously, "Brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out." "That's right. Could it be that your injuries are too serious? Can't you walk?" Din Xian asked with concern. Inside, Lin Xian laughed bitterly. "I'm afraid I can't go out now. There seems to be a strange space here that has enveloped me. But don't worry, I don't feel any threat for now. Wait until I recover my strength, then I'll go out." "Brat, are you sure there's no danger?" The Crimson Dragon was still worried. That thing seemed to have been summoned by the heavenly netherbird. Indeed, there was no danger. Lin Xian carefully confirmed that the surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see anything. But there was no danger, and it didn't pose any threat to him. Thus, he quickly said, "Ruzalong, you guys go back first. I'm fine here. The Martial Heaven continent still needs you guys to take care of the situation. Hurry up and go back." "All right then." Everyone sighed. This was the only way. As long as Lin Xian was fine, they could be at ease. "Ruzalong, you should go back to the Palace of Gods of War first. Once I'm done here, I'll go back immediately." "All right, be careful." The Crimson Dragon nodded. Then, the 6 kings turned into rays of light and left the place. On the Martial Heaven continent, the black light that the heavenly netherbird had condensed also slowly disappeared. However, although the scene had disappeared, the people on the Martial Heaven continent were still in a jubilant mood. They were too excited. Now, on the Martial Heaven continent, everyone was talking about this battle. Everyone was talking about Lin Xian's name. But Lin Xian didn't leave. He was still in the dark space. Previously, he had burned all of his blood and spiritual energy to fuse with the great dragon sword spirit to quickly attack the heavenly netherbird. Finally, he had pierced the heavenly netherbird's heart and successfully killed it. However, the pitch-black vortex that the opponent had summoned didn't disappear. Instead, it enveloped the entire space. Thus, it formed the current situation. However, although the surrounding atmosphere was gloomy and there was no light, Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort. Thus, he could only recover his strength first and think of a solution later. It was too dangerous before. He had almost died in this battle. This was because burning one's blood was extremely dangerous. Once the blood was burned dry, the martial artist would probably die. Lin Xian had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, he had the immortality art. At the last moment, the immortality art displayed an extremely strong recovery ability. This had saved his life. Now, although he was in danger, his life wasn't in danger. After spending more than 10 days, Lin Xian had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. Then, he stood up and prepared to explore the dark space. He still remembered the heavenly netherbird's last words. What did it say about almost opening the underworld and obtaining power? This made him extremely puzzled. Could this dark space be called the underworld? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Now that the heavenly netherbird was dead, he had no one to ask. He could only explore by himself. However, it was too dark here. He couldn't see clearly. Furthermore, he tried using his spiritual energy, but it was useless. For safety's sake, he instantly covered himself with the starry sky armor and quickly walked around. Suddenly, he bumped into something. Immediately, the sound of metal colliding rang out. It's so sharp. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a chill coming from the cosmic armor. Fortunately, he was careful and activated the armor in advance. Otherwise, he might have been injured. This is? Lin Xian looked carefully and finally found what it was. The reason for that was because his palm was already holding on to that item. It was the 9-hell demonic sword. It was the weapon used by the heavenly netherbird, and it was sent flying at the last moment. He didn't expect it to fall here. The 9-hell demonic sword left a deep impression on him because it was too terrifying. It was extremely powerful, and it was made of a special material that couldn't be broken. He guessed that it was an Earthrank artifact. Now, he had 10,000 Beast Ding complete Earthrank artifacts. However, 10,000 Beast Ding was good for refining pills and controlling beasts. Although it was very powerful in battle, he wasn't used to it. He still preferred to use a sword. The Lone Star sword was only a half Earthrank artifact. Although it had an Earthrank fragment, it was still too weak for him. Now, the heavenly netherbird had died and left the 9-hell demonic sword behind. This demonic sword was very powerful and suitable for him to use. That was because he had never seen a sword that was more powerful than this one. Although I don't know where the heavenly netherbird got it, from now on, you're mine. Lin Xian grabbed the 9-hell demonic sword and tried to pull it up from the ground. However, in the next moment, there was a change. The 9-hell demonic sword trembled and released a terrifying aura. It stabbed towards Lin Xian's hand, wanting to kill him. The black sword chi quickly condensed and enveloped Lin Xian. It was obvious that the 9-hell demonic sword was resisting. Lin Xian snorted coldly as countless dazzling sword gleams appeared on his palm as well, quickly attacking the black sword aura. At the same time, the dragon sword soul in his body surged and quickly suppressed the 9-hell demonic sword. Even the heavenly netherbird was killed. What could a demonic sword do? Lin Xian snorted and his eyes shone brightly. At this moment, he mobilized all of his power to suppress the 9 underworld's demonic sword. However, he didn't expect that this suppression would last for an entire day and night. The 9-hell demon sword was simply too terrifying. It possessed a heaven-reaching demonic chi and seemed to have an inexplicable connection with this pitch-black space, so its resistance was abnormally fierce. If Lin Xian hadn't grasped the great dragon sword's soul, he probably wouldn't have been able to control it. However, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. One day later, Lin Xian completely suppressed the 9 nether devil sword. After that, the great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body surged out and poured into the 9 underworld demonic sword, erasing all the marks left behind by the heavenly netherbird. Wang! 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 The 9 underworld demon sword trembled again, but it soon calmed down. The great dragon sword spirit roared and returned to Lin Xian's body, while Lin Xian once again grasped the 9 nether devil sword. This time, the 9 underworld's demon sword did not resist. In fact, it even trembled in excitement. On the other hand, Lin Xian felt as if he and the black sword before him had become one. It was even to the extent that he felt that the Nine Underworlds demon sword had become a part of his body. With a light wave, the Nine Underworlds demon sword easily slashed open a black tear in space. What a terrifying demon sword! Lin Xian was surprised. He noticed that the grade of this demon sword was absolutely not low. It was at least an Earth-rank treasure. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to be so formidable. Finally, I have a weapon that suits me. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. He stabbed the Nine Underworlds demon sword into the ground once more, and then he sat down cross-legged. After entering the King realm, the Lone Star sword could no longer satisfy him, and the Nine Underworlds demon sword just happened to make up for it. It was even to the extent that when he held the Nine Underworlds demon sword, he felt a strand of mystical energy pour into his body from the entire black space. In the beginning, he was shocked, but when he sensed it carefully, he noticed that it was pure spiritual energy that was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. He was overjoyed once more. Although he still didn't know what this black space was, Lin Xian knew that it was definitely related to the Nine Underworlds demon sword. Now that he had subdued the Nine Underworlds demon sword, he would probably be able to absorb the energy within this black space. He would not waste such an enormous amount of energy. If he could absorb it, his cultivation would definitely rise once more. At the same time, he had thought of using this energy as the energy source for the Black Earth. However, he noticed that he was unable to take this space away. It only existed here. If he didn't absorb it, it was very likely that it would disappear. Moreover, Lin Xian had found the energy source for the Black Earth. It was the corpse of the Heavenly Netherbird. The Heavenly Netherbird was a late two-star king. Although it was dead, its corpse still contained an enormous amount of energy. It was extremely suitable to be used as the energy source for the Black Earth. Since he had made up his mind, Lin Xian didn't hesitate any longer and quickly absorbed it. Once he absorbed it, he realized that the energy contained within this black space was simply too enormous. It was incomparably terrifying. He wouldn't be able to absorb it all in a short period of time. However, he wasn't worried. At least for now, there wasn't any danger in the Sky Martial continent. Therefore, he could wholeheartedly cultivate. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. Lin Xian still hadn't come out. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, the Ninth Elder and the others were extremely anxious. They were worried that something had happened to Lin Xian, so they quickly flew over to check on him. However, when they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission, they were relieved. They knew that Lin Xian was cultivating. Furthermore, he was at a critical moment and couldn't be disturbed. As long as Lin Xian wasn't in danger, they were at ease. This time, he spent an entire year cultivating. After an entire year, Lin Xian had completely absorbed the energy of the black space. When he finished absorbing the last bit of energy, the entire black space instantly disappeared and the surroundings returned to normal. In the distance, the huge corpse of the Heavenly Netherbird had smashed a terrifying deep hole in the ground. Furthermore, that corpse was covered in blue ice. It was completely sealed in ice. This was caused by Lin Xian using the Sea God's Ice Seal. He was worried that the energy would be lost, so he had frozen it a year ago. At the side, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a black demonic sword that flickered with a dazzling light. The demonic sword was covered in strange patterns. When the wind blew, the patterns emitted a mysterious energy. Although the entire black space had disappeared, Lin Xian didn't open his eyes. Instead, he was cultivating rapidly because he had reached the most critical point. Breaking through to the King realm, that's right, the black space contained too much energy. It allowed Lin Xian to directly rise from the mid-stage of the Ninth Heaven Venerate realm to finally reach the most critical step, breaking through to the King realm. This step was a life-and-death moment for any cultivator. It was extremely difficult. It had to be handled carefully. However, Lin Xian was different. He had already condensed his king's domain. Now, only his body's life force had reached the King realm. It could be said that it was much easier for him than ordinary martial artists. This process not only required his vitality to increase, but it also required his martial soul to transform into a king's domain. Although Lin Xian had the Dragon Sword domain transformed from the Great Dragon Sword soul, he still had other martial souls. What he needed to do now was to infuse the energy of his other martial souls into the dragon sword domain. Buzz, a purple and white figure appeared behind Lin Xian. It was his lightning martial soul. At this moment, the lightning martial soul turned into two pure energies and entered the dragon sword domain. Instantly, the entire dragon sword domain trembled and countless lightning flashed. It could be clearly felt that the dragon sword domain's strength had increased by another level. Then, countless pitch-black flames entered the dragon sword domain. This was Lin Xian's black flame martial soul. After this, there was also the ice dance martial soul. The three martial souls turned into pure energies and increased the power of the dragon sword domain. Soon, the dragon sword domain released a bright light and the outline became more solid than before. Just from this domain, it could be seen that Lin Xian had already surpassed a one-star king. Even an ordinary two-star king was inferior to him in terms of king's domain. At the same time, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. This was the pressure of a king. It meant that Lin Xian had completely entered the king realm. Not only did he have the extremely powerful dragon sword domain, his body had also evolved and broken through to become a king's body. Although he was only in his 20s, he had lived for more than 2,000 years. It could be said that he was at the peak of the Tianwu continent. Other than that, more importantly, his battle strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the past, he needed to combine with the other 5 kings and ignite his bloodline power to fight against the heavenly Netherbird. But now, he could feel that he could kill the heavenly Netherbird with just his own strength. This was the greatest benefit of becoming a king. Since he had already become a king and the black space had disappeared, Lin Xian had no need to stay here. Thus, he waved his hand and stored the heavenly Netherbird's corpse and the 9 underworld demons soared into the dragon sword domain. Then, his figure flashed and he left. The martial heaven continent regained its calm. It had been a year since the last time the heavenly Netherbird attacked the continent. Although they were not as excited as they were back then, there were still warriors who talked about the battle from time to time. Among them, Lin Xian's name was the hottest topic among these cultivators. That was because Lin Xian had killed the heaven Netherbird. He was the savior of the martial heaven continent. Now, all the martial artists on the continent had joined hands to create a huge statue of him that was erected at the center of the continent. This statue was very large and exquisitely carved. One look and one could tell that it was the work of a master. The lines depicted Lin Xian's demeanor. In the statue, he stepped on a divine dragon and held a killing sword in his hand. He looked valiant and looked down on the world. Even these people and Lin Xian had never thought that 1,000 years later, there would still be such a legend in the Sky Martial continent. On the other side, Lin Xian used his ultimate movement technique and quickly rushed back to the Palace of Ares. A few days later, he finally returned. Whoosh, he turned into a streak of sword light and drifted downwards. Who's there? Below, the martial artists of the Palace of Ares heard the commotion and shouted coldly. That was because in this year, the Palace of Ares had become the sacred ground of the martial heaven continent. No one dared to provoke it. But now, someone had landed without saying anything. It's me. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared on the ground. Young master, the young master is back. When the martial artists of the Palace of Ares saw that figure, they immediately cried out in alarm. Very quickly, the news of Lin Xian's return spread throughout the Palace of Ares. Not long after, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and countless other elders of the Palace of Ares arrived. They looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Young master, you're back. The 9th elder's voice trembled. He was too happy. I've made you all worry. Lin Xian smiled and walked in with a group of elders. He knew that these elders would definitely have many questions, so he spent half a day answering all of their questions. Then he walked out of the palace and sighed in relief. Damn, you've become a king. The Crimson Dragon also flew over from afar. He immediately felt that Lin Xian's aura was different. I just broke through. Lin Xian smiled. Ruzalong, get ready. We're going back to the Tiannan region. Back to the Tiannan region? The Crimson Dragon was stunned. Then he exclaimed, You found the source of the energy? I found it. I think the corpse of the heavenly Netherbird is not bad. That's great. Then we can leave this place and go to the true spirit world. Then, the Crimson Dragon went to prepare, while Lin Xian went to the Thousand Spirits Valley, where his father was in seclusion. Lin Zhan was still in seclusion, but this time, he left a message. The message said that because he had sent out a clone, his seclusion time would be extended again. The message also said that Lin Xian could move the Lin family members to the Palace of Aries, and Lin Xian could also go to the true spirit world in advance. According to the rumors, Lin Zhan would also go to the real true spirit world after he came out of seclusion. After knowing his father's situation, Lin Xian did not hesitate anymore. He quickly prepared with the Crimson Dragon and headed to the Tiannan region. Of course, before leaving, Lin Xian went to the Murong family and Shen family respectively to see Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. However, he did not bring the two of them to the Tiannan region this time. This time, it was only him and the Crimson Dragon. Both of them were kings, so they flew extremely fast. This time, the speed of their return to the Tiannan region was twice as fast as the last time. After a few months, they arrived at the Tiannan region. In the Tiannan region, the Black Dragon sect had been destroyed, and the entire continent had returned to peace. As for the people of the Martial Alliance, after Lin Xian's warning, they did not dare to try to take over the entire continent. Even their people in the Xia country had been evacuated. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He did not stop and flew directly in the direction of the Xia country's demon pit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two rays of light streaked across the sky and disappeared instantly. Finally, the two of them arrived above the demon pit again. Then, the two of them landed and quickly used their king's domain to break through the thick fog. Soon, they arrived in front of the Black Earth. Lin Xian sent a voice inside. Soon, the door of the Black Earth opened with a click. Lin Xian, you're back. He Tu was still leaning over the broken sword and quickly floated out. I'm back. How are my people? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, they're all good. They're improving very fast. Many of them have become supremacies. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He Tu asked again, you're back. Does this mean that you found the energy essence? He Tu asked again, since you're back, does that mean you found the energy essence? I found it. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw out a black corpse. This is the heavenly netherbird. He Tu was shocked. Where did you get the heavenly netherbird's corpse? Thus, Lin Xian explained what happened in the Sky Martial continent and asked, how is it? Can the heavenly netherbird's corpse be used as an energy source? 2-star late-stage king, it's fine. As long as we can activate the Black Earth, things will be easy in the future. He Tu was excited. He could finally leave this place. Lin Xian asked again, do you know what the underworld is? Underworld? Why are you asking this? He Tu's voice was serious. The heavenly netherbird seems to be able to borrow the energy of the underworld. Also, I obtained a demon sword that seems to be related to the underworld. Lin Xian waved his hand and pulled out the 9-hell demon sword from the king's domain. It's strange that the heavenly netherbird has a connection with the underworld. Could it be that this demon sword also came from the underworld? He Tu looked carefully but couldn't figure it out. He then said seriously, Brat, the true spirit world is vast and boundless. However, there are some places that are extremely dangerous. Humans call them forbidden lands. The underworld is one of them. Let me tell you, don't even think about these forbidden lands. Even saints can't survive there. What? That's terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He wasn't a newbie anymore. He knew that above kings were saints. They were even more terrifying existences. However, even such a powerful expert couldn't return from a forbidden land. It seemed that the forbidden lands were truly terrifying. He just didn't know where the heavenly netherbird obtained the 9-hell demon sword. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, this demon sword already belonged to him. Lin Xian put away the 9-hell demon sword and ran to see Grandpa Lin and the others. He Tu and the Crimson Dragon moved the heavenly netherbird's corpse into the Black Earth and used it as an energy source to activate the Black Earth. 3 days later, the Black Earth suddenly trembled. Lin Xian, Grandpa Lin and the others all came out. Lin Xian was even more excited. He asked, is it done? It's done. The heavenly netherbird's body is well preserved, and the energy inside hasn't been lost. It's perfect as an energy source. He-Tu quickly said, "We can leave at any time." "Are we leaving now?" Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Soon after, the black earth glowed and rose from the ground. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. The entire demon abyss was filled with rolling clouds. Massive amounts of clouds were like waves, crashing in all directions. Disappeared. From today, the Xia was it. The black earth turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from the sky. 10 days later, he arrived above the palace of gods of war. Fast. It was too fast. It had to be known that Lin Xian and the others had used close to half a year to travel between the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent on the spirit boat. Even after he became a king, he still needed 2 to 3 months. But now, the Black Earth only took 10 days to arrive above the palace of gods of war. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. When He-Tu heard this, he laughed in disdain. "This is nothing. This is just flying at a low speed. Our true speed will only be revealed after we leave the Tianwu continent." He had to conserve some energy. "Heavens, this is just flying at a low speed." Lin Xian was shocked. The Crimson Dragon also swallowed his saliva. To be honest, the grade of this flying ship was beyond his imagination. It was definitely not an ordinary Earth-class artifact. After arriving above the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Xian quickly sent a voice transmission to the people below to prevent any misunderstandings. Below, the warriors of the Palace of Gods of War received the order and immediately opened a passage for Lin Xian and the others to enter. The Palace of Gods of War was now impregnable. There were formations set up by the Crimson Dragon everywhere. If others were to barge in, they would definitely be attacked. Those below the king level would not be able to escape. Even kings would be flustered. Seeing the formation open a passage, the Black Earth quickly transformed into a small spirit tribe. With a whoosh, it entered the passage. Soon, it arrived at the surface of the Palace of Gods of War. Poof, the spirit ship landed slowly, causing a huge shockwave that surged in all directions. Near the Ninth Elder and the others had already gathered. They had received Lin Xian's notice and were here to welcome him. The Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were the first to walk out. Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, and the rest of the Lin family followed. "Young Master, you're back." Ninth Elder and the others quickly walked forward. Lin Xian began to introduce both parties. Then, he asked Ninth Elder and the others to arrange for his family members to rest. Lin Xian had already thought about it. He would let the Lin family settle down here in the future. He and Dean Xian would send the younger disciples to Senma College to cultivate. As for the older generation, they would cultivate in the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian did not have to worry too much about the future of the Lin family. Because according to the rumors, his father had already set up a series of measures to ensure the safety of the Lin family. Lin Xian only needed to leave in peace. After settling down the Lin family, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. In the following month, he spent time with Old Master Lin and the rest of his family. Lin Xian knew that he did not know when he would return after leaving this time. Now that he had time, he had to spend more time with his family. At the same time, he arranged for people to search for news of Zhao Shui on the mainland. Lin Xian had never forgotten about Zhao Shui. However, after she came out of the remote sky secret realm, there was no news of her. Now, he sent people to search for her, hoping to find her when he left. However, he did not receive any news of Zhao Shui. Instead, he received news of 2 people. They were Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. The 2 girls knew that Lin Xian was leaving the Tianwu continent, so they had been waiting patiently in the family. Now that they knew that Lin Xian had returned, they immediately rushed over. When Lin Xian found out what the 2 girls were thinking, his eyes widened in shock. "What? You want to go to the quintessential world too? However, we don't know what's going on there. It might be very dangerous." Do you really want to go? When he saw Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's eyes, Lin Xian sighed. How could he not know what they were thinking? After spending these days together, they had already developed feelings for each other. Not to mention the two girls, he was also very reluctant. He Tu flew over and quickly said, "What's the big deal? Let's go together." These two had extraordinary bloodlines. It was a pity for them to stay in this small place. Don't worry. With their bloodlines, they will be put to good use in the quintessential world. Hearing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. If that was the case, it was not impossible to bring Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu away. When the two women came to the Palace of Gods of War, they had already discussed it with their families and received their approval. Therefore, they did not need to go back. They only needed to stay by Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly prepared some resources. After all, according to He Tu, the journey was extremely long. After waiting for another month, Lin Xian still did not find Xiao Shui. Suddenly, he sighed. He knew that there was no point in waiting any longer. Therefore, he prepared to leave. This time, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan left with him. Lin Xian was also surprised that Luo Bingshan wanted to follow him. This was because he had already removed the beast slave seal on Luo Bingshan and restored her freedom. Logically speaking, she should have left. However, Luo Bingshan did not leave. Instead, she continued to follow Lin Xian. This time, she even insisted on going to the quintessential world. In the end, Lin Xian nodded and agreed. The group boarded the Black Earth. Lin Xian bid farewell to Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, Ninth Elder, and the others. Goodbye Grandfather, Second Uncle, Ninth Elder, goodbye Palace of Gods of War, goodbye Sky Martial Continent. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked down silently. Then, he took a deep breath and entered the Black Earth. Lin Xian knew that he did not know when he would return to the quintessential world this time. After Lin Xian entered, the Black Earth closed completely. Then, it released a bright light and disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. In a day, the Black Earth left the Sky Martial Continent and came to the Endless Sea. According to He Tu, now was the time to truly accelerate. There were countless array formations and mechanisms on the Black Earth. Under Lin Xian's control, he could see the situation outside. Behind them, the Tianwu continent became smaller and smaller until it was just a small black dot. All around them was the endless blue sea. In the next moment, the Black Earth suddenly trembled like a huge black hole, and it began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Under the full acceleration, the heavenly Netherbird's corpse couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he had already activated the Black Earth with the heavenly Netherbird's corpse. All he needed to do now was to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He Tu was very excited. Then, under his control, the Black Earth released an endless amount of light. It instantly accelerated, turning into a stream of light as it sped across the entire sea. It was too fast. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon couldn't see what was happening outside. Lin Xian estimated that this speed was definitely not something an ordinary king could display. Fortunately, they had the Black Earth's defense. Otherwise, if they were to directly endure this speed, their bodies would probably split apart. Since they couldn't see the situation outside, Lin Xian and the others didn't continue to look. According to He Tu, this high-speed flight should take about a year to reach the true Tianwu continent. This seemed like a long time, but it was already very fast. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to reach it. Below the Venerable Realm, they probably wouldn't be able to reach it in their lifetime. Even kings wouldn't be able to reach it without dozens or hundreds of years. One could imagine how vast this endless sea was. Fortunately, he had the Black Earth. Otherwise, Lin Xian might not be able to leave the Tianwu continent for the rest of his life. Since he had a year's time, Lin Xian couldn't waste it. Apart from spending time with Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu, he used the rest of his time to cultivate. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were very obedient. They knew that Lin Xian had many close female friends, so they didn't plan on monopolizing them. Therefore, the relationship between the two was very good. Morong Qingqing treated Shen Jingqiu like a sister. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief about the relationship between the two. fortunately, they had a good relationship. Otherwise, he would have a headache. Damn, kid, two beautiful characters have been taken by you. Does it feel good? The Crimson Dragon laughed strangely. Hee hee. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. I remember there's a girl called Xiaoxue. Looks like it won't be a problem for her to join us. Ayayaya, three stunning beauties. Just thinking about it makes me envious. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. Lin Xian kicked him. Are you itching for a beating? Damn, kid, you dare to plot against me? Come, come, come. Ben Huang will teach you how to behave. In fact, the Crimson Dragon was too bored, so he would find Lin Xian to spar every few days. Of course, they were just sparring. The resources on the Black Earth were abundant and were enough for everyone to cultivate. Among them, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan's cultivation was guided by He Tuesday. According to He Tu, it was not impossible for them to become kings within a year. The Crimson Dragon's main goal was to recover all of his strength. After Lin Xian entered the King realm, he had mastered the Furious Dragon Mantra and the Heavenly Divination technique. Now that he was cultivating these techniques, there was no longer any effect. Moreover, according to He Tu, although the techniques he cultivated were all Earth-rank techniques, they were all low-grade Earth-rank techniques. Earth-rank techniques were also divided into 4 grades: high, medium, low, and peak. Low-grade techniques were the most common. For martial artists below the King realm, their power could be said to be divine. However, low-grade Earth-rank cultivation techniques were truly too ordinary to King realm martial artists. Generally, those with strength would cultivate mid-grade Earth-rank or high-grade Earth-rank techniques. As for top-grade Earth-rank techniques, they were extremely rare. Only some of the top clans had them. On the Martial Sky continent, the top clan was the House of Kings. However, in the quintessential world, they were not kings. Although they were powerful, they were not ranked. The top clans in the quintessential world were the various sacred grounds and the clans of the ancients. These sacred grounds and clans were extremely powerful, and many of them had produced emperors. As for the rest, even if they had not, they had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and their foundations were extremely terrifying. It was absolutely not something that Lin Xian could imagine. The quintessential world was divided into 5 continents, and each continent had its own clans of the ancients and peerless sacred grounds. They were the true rulers of the quintessential world. The Dawn Zone that Lin Xian was going to this time was not a peerless sacred ground, but a subsidiary sect of the peerless sacred ground. However, its strength was also extremely terrifying and unimaginable. It was absolutely not something that the House of Kings on the Martial Sky continent could compare to. Lin Xian was extremely excited when he heard the news. He knew that that was the true great world, where geniuses were numerous and countless experts, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and natural treasures were even more maddening. On the other hand, he wanted to carve out a world that belonged to him in this great world. Great Emperor! Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes burst out with resplendent light. As long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who didn't want to become a great emperor. This was also Lin Xian's goal. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian began to cultivate. As the 4th-generation Dragon Sword Inheritor spirit ship, the Black Earth contained many martial arts manuals. These manuals were all Earth-rank martial arts, and the weakest was Earth-rank low-rank. Many of them were Earth-rank mid-rank, and there were even Earth-rank high-rank martial arts. According to He Tu, there were Earth-rank top-rank martial arts, but they weren't here and had been destroyed. Sigh, He Tu sighed at this point. The 4th-generation Dragon Sword Inheritor was too young. It could be said that he was assassinated just as he revealed his talent. This also sounded an alarm for Lin Xian. He knew that once the secret of the great Dragon Sword soul was exposed, he would be pursued endlessly. Earth-rank martial arts were extremely terrifying, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Especially Earth-rank mid-rank and high-rank martial arts, they were even more difficult and bitter. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. When choosing martial arts, he was even more careful. In terms of body, Lin Xian found that the longevity incantation was already sufficient, and he didn't need to use other martial arts. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to choose between attack and soul power. Among them, there was an earth-rank martial art, myriad sword arts. Lin Xian liked it very much, because he found that this myriad sword arts could be used together with his dragon sword domain to display an extremely powerful battle strength. This myriad sword arts was divided into 3 levels, and the 3rd level was great success. In addition to attack power, there was also soul power, as well as other secret arts. It could be said that the martial arts here were very complete, and it was enough for Lin Xian to cultivate. And Lin Xian was like a sponge, rapidly absorbing them. Just like this, he began his King Realm cultivation. The black earth was like a shooting star, flying in the boundless sea. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Kid, there's still a month or so before we reach the real true spirit continent. On this day, news came from Hey Tuesday, are we almost there? Lin Xian opened his eyes from his cultivation. He could not help but feel excited again. However, at this moment, there was a sudden tremor, and the entire black earth shook. What happened? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Damn it, someone's attacking us. Hey Tu quickly said. Soon after, the surrounding walls flickered, revealing the situation outside. After the previous tremors, the black earth had slowed down. Around them, there were 5 huge spirit boats. 4 of them were around them, blocking their way. The 5th person was a burly man standing on the spirit boat right in front of him. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. F***ck, it's actually pirates. Hey Tu's voice was heavy. I wonder how strong they are. Pirates? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Naturally, he knew what pirates meant. They were definitely some powerful martial artists who robbed the passing spirit boats. However, he did not expect that he would encounter them. The people inside, listen up. Hurry up and come out for inspection. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your spirit boat. An extremely arrogant voice sounded. At this moment, Morong Qingqing and the other 2 also arrived. What do we do? The 3 of them looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was gloomy. He asked, Hey Tu, is this spirit boat sturdy? Don't worry, this black earth is definitely beyond your imagination. The other party will definitely not be able to destroy it. Hey Tu was very confident about this. Alright, let's drive over and destroy their spirit boat. Lin Xian said. Alright, very violent. I like it. Hey Tu quickly flew and continued to control the spirit boat. In front, there were countless people standing on the spirit boat. The person at the front was a burly man with many martial artists beside him. They were all 1-star kings. As for the burly man, his aura was even more powerful. He had actually reached 2-star king realm. This kind of cultivation was enough to sweep through the entire Tianwu continent. However, they did not expect that there would only be a pirate leader here. From this, one could imagine how developed the martial Dao in the quintessential world was. At this moment, a skinny man beside him said, Boss, looking at the appearance of that spirit boat, it should be a big fat sheep. The burly man also smiled sinisterly. This spirit boat is not bad. I like it. Later, let's see who is on it. If they are weak, just kill them. Everything they have is mine. Don't worry, boss. We know what to do. The kings beside us all laughed. They were not rookies. They had been pirates here for a long time. Therefore, it was very easy to do these things. However, the skinny man soon frowned. This was because he realized that the spirit boat in front of them did not stop as expected. Instead, it flickered with an incomparably terrifying light. He's trying to escape. It's just a spirit boat. You want to escape from me? You're courting death. Order everyone to attack. The burly man's face darkened as he quickly gave the order. Immediately, the surrounding 4 spirit boats flickered with light and rapidly shot out beams of resplendent light. These light beams were extremely terrifying and contained extremely powerful energy. A 1-star king would not be able to resist them at all. Even a 2-star king would be threatened. However, at this moment, the black earth was moving at an extremely fast speed. It dodged the 4 pillars of light in an instant and continued to fly forward. What? He dodged them? So fast. The kings were shocked. They did not expect this to happen. The burly man's face was extremely gloomy because he realized that the other party was actually flying towards him. You dare to charge towards me? You're courting death. The burly man sneered and then said, order everyone to attack and destroy the spirit boat. He was too angry. He had been a pirate for so many years, but he had never encountered such a situation. But now, someone actually dared to provoke him. He was courting death. Soon, the spirit boat under his feet slashed out a huge beam of light. It was like a heavenly blade that ruthlessly slashed forward. Suddenly, the void cracked and airwaves rolled. The sky and sea were split open, creating a vacuum. This attack was too powerful and fast. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the black earth. Suddenly, an earth-shattering collision sound was heard. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. The burly man sneered. Humph, how dare you go against me? This is your fate. Before he finished laughing, he suddenly froze. His face froze and his pupils dilated as if he had seen a ghost. This was because he saw a beam of light rushing towards him from the explosion of energy in front of him. It was the spirit boat from before. What? Impossible. How is this possible? The burly man was shocked, and the pirates behind him were all stunned. Not only was the other party undamaged, but it was also completely unscathed. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, what kind of spiritual boat is this? How can it be so powerful? The group's faces were gloomy, but soon, they screamed. Because the spiritual boat was rapidly charging towards them. Retreat, quickly retreat. The burly man roared crazily, while the other pirates felt their scalps go numb as they desperately ran to the sides. Boom, in the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The black earth crashed into the spiritual boat in front of it, causing an earth-shattering tremor as countless shockwaves rolled out. The spiritual boat in front of it was smashed into pieces by the black earth. As for the pirates on the spiritual boat, they were directly turned into a bloody mist. The burly man and the other kings escaped rather quickly, so they weren't knocked down. However, the energy storm from the explosion still sent them flying. Whoosh, several of them vomited blood, their faces pale. The black earth didn't stop at all. Like a meteor, it quickly flew into the distance. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, what kind of spiritual boat is that? The group of people roared crazily, extremely shocked. They had been pirates for so many years, but they had never seen such a powerful method. Inside the black earth snorted in disdain. Humph, a bunch of pirates dare to rob me? If I wasn't worried about the lack of energy, I would have killed them with one blast. Lin Xian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the black earth was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome for him to take action. This was only the beginning. After this, they encountered several more waves of pirates. However, the black earth was still charging forward in an extremely valiant manner. Anyone who dared to intercept was directly smashed and sent flying. Just like that, Lin Xian and the others quickly flew and finally arrived at the quintessential world. Finally, after a year and a month of flying, Lin Xian and the others finally arrived at the quintessential world. The quintessential world was divided into 5 major regions: Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Lin Xian and the others had arrived at the Eastern Wasteland. This continent was extremely large, countless times the size of the Sky Marshal continent. In fact, in the eyes of the people of the Eastern continent, their Sky Marshal continent was called the Sky Marshal Island. On the sea, there were several tens of islands similar to the Sky Marshal Island. It had to be said that this world was truly too mystical. In the Eastern Wilderness, there were countless forces, including empires, sects, sacred grounds, and worlds. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were currently approaching one of these empires, the Dexian Empire. This empire was terrifying. Although it wasn't at the level of a holy land or a clan of the ancients, it was still formidable. It was said that the king of the great Xian Empire was an invincible king. He was invincible in the king realm. On the other hand, the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds had saints. In fact, some of the powers that had produced great emperors before would possess imperial armaments and terrifying foundations. That sort of strength was truly unimaginable. However, all of this was still very far away from Lin Xian. At this moment, they were still within the borders of the great Xian Empire. However, as soon as they reached the shore, Lin Xian and the others put away the spirit boat. This was because there was a huge stone tablet erected by the coast. It was clearly written on it that once one entered the empire, flying with spirit boats was forbidden. Ordinary kings didn't dare to violate this rule at all. Of course, if one was an invincible king or had surpassed the invincible king level, they could naturally ignore it. Lin Xian hadn't reached this level yet, so they stopped and put away the spirit boat before entering the great Xian Empire. However, just putting away the spiritual state wasn't enough. They still had to pay a fee. The coastline was heavily guarded by soldiers. The weakest of these soldiers were at least 8th or 9th heaven of the venerable realm. There were even many half-step kings. These were just ordinary soldiers. Some of the leaders were 1-star and 2-star kings. There were even more terrifying existences. Moreover, there were so many of these kings that almost no one dared to behave atrociously here. Looking at the armored soldiers, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others exclaimed. Powerful, they were simply too powerful. On the Sky Martial continent, kings were the pinnacle of overlords. However, here, they were merely pirate leaders. One could imagine how powerful this world was. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian and the others walked forward. The fee was very simple. It was calculated based on the number of people, 1 subdivine crystal per person. On the way here, Lin Xian had already learned that the currency used in the true spirit world was subdivine crystals. There were also spirit stones here, but they were definitely more ordinary. However, they could be exchanged with subdivine crystals. The exchange rate was that 1 subdivine crystal was equal to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian didn't have many high-grade spirit stones, but Lin Xian still had some subdivine crystals. Therefore, he could afford to pay these expenses. Soon, the group walked up. The array scanning included the demonic beasts in the storage bags. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others spent a total of 6 subdivine crystals. After paying, they were just about to leave when a hurried sound came from behind. Then, a red spirit boat quickly flew over. The spirit boat was engraved with runes that flickered with cold light. It even emitted an extremely powerful aura. Everyone looked up at the sky. Many people even whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and envy. Needless to say, the spirit boat's grade was definitely extraordinary. At this moment, the spirit boat flickered with light, and a few figures quickly descended. The first to descend was a young man in a golden robe. He had short hair and a round face. When he smiled, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. Behind him, 3 figures also descended quickly. They were 3 middle-aged men in black armor. They were expressionless. However, from their auras, one could tell that they were 2-star kings. Judging from their appearance and demeanor, they seemed to be the golden-robed young man's bodyguards. Damn, using 2-star kings as bodyguards. How extravagant. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. It seemed that he should be a disciple of a large family. Once the golden-robed young man landed, he looked around. Then, he saw Lin Xian and the others. When he saw the 3 beauties beside Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and Luo Bingshan, he was stunned. He did not expect 3 stunning beauties to gather around a young man. This shocked him. However, he soon shifted his gaze and stared at a snow-white monkey and a crimson dragon. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? These are supreme-grade spirit beasts. Although the golden-robed young man was fat, he was not slow at all. He quickly came to Lin Xian's side and stared at the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey while drooling. It was as if he had seen beauties. However, the beauties were Morong Qingqing and the other 2. When the surrounding people saw this, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. Top quality. Truly top quality. This 4-legged snake probably has the bloodline of the dragon race. And this little white monkey, its aura is very strange. Even I can't see through it. Brother, where did you get these 2 spirit beasts? Why don't you just buy them for me? Damn, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He hadn't thought that this golden-robed fatty in front of him would have taken a fancy to the Crimson Dragon and the little white monkey. F***ck, damn fatty. Ben Huang really wants to kick you. The Crimson Dragon said through gritted teeth. Oh. The little white monkey was also in a bad mood. It waved its little paws and wanted to pounce. Fortunately, Lin Xian held it back. Sorry, they are my companions, not pets. So don't talk about buying or selling. Lin Xian said coldly, then turned to leave. Brother, if you don't want to sell, then don't sell. Let's talk things over, at least make friends. The golden-robed fatty didn't bully others with his power, but instead walked over with a grin. My surname is Luo, I'm Luo Jing. Fatty Luo said with a grin. How should I address you, brother? Where are you from? Lin Xian, from outside. Outside? Are you from one of those islands? Luo Jing was surprised. The surrounding martial practitioners and guards were also surprised, because they knew that very few people could break into those islands. They hadn't thought that this group of people in front of them would be from those islands. Luo Jing was also surprised, but didn't ask in detail. There were more than 10 islands in the surrounding area, and he might not be able to name them. What he was truly interested in were these two spirit beasts. So he hurried over. Brother, why don't we go together? I'm also going to the Dexian Empire. Sure. Lin Xian saw that the other party didn't have any bad intentions and nodded. He just happened to want to find someone to ask about Danzong. Fatty Luo should be a young master of an aristocratic family, and should know about Danzong. Great! Seeing that Lin Xian had agreed, Fatty Luo clapped his hands in delight. Then he said, how about this? There's a city nearby. Let's go there and talk while we eat. Along the way, Fatty Luo kept trying to get close to Lin Xian. Their team also attracted the attention of the crowd. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Rua Bingshan were simply too beautiful. It was rare for them to see such a beauty. Moreover, from what they knew, such people should be in the hands of peerless experts. Or perhaps, he himself was a peerless expert. But now, these three women were probably only one-star King Realm cultivators. Moreover, the young man beside them was also a one-star King Realm cultivator. He was pitifully weak. There were even a few cultivators who had secretly followed them from the shore. This was because they had already heard that Lin Xian had come from a distant island and had no background at all. Even if such a person was killed, it probably wouldn't attract much attention. When the time comes to kill that brat, these three beauties will be theirs. However, they didn't dare to make a move. This was because Fatty Luo was beside Lin Xian. Fatty Luo's cultivation couldn't be seen clearly, and the three bodyguards beside him were all two-star kings. When the three of them worked together, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, the people behind them only followed from afar, not daring to make a move at all. However, they didn't give up. This was because they knew that the two of them would eventually separate, and that would be the time for them to make a move. Up ahead, Lin Xian frowned. He could naturally sense the people following behind them. Sneering coldly in his heart, he ignored them. When he first came here, he didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, if those people behind them were really blind and dared to provoke him, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Up ahead, there was a huge city that was many times larger than any city on the Tianwu continent. After entering the city, Lin Xian discovered that not everyone here was a King Realm cultivator. Kings were also experts in the Dexian Empire. Other than that, there were even more venerables. This made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his situation wasn't too bad. At least, he wasn't at the bottom, and should be considered a middle-level cultivator. Actually, this was very normal. The population of the true spirit world far exceeded that of the Tianwu continent, so there were more kings here. However, King Realm cultivators were extremely powerful, so those who could become kings were all experts. And because the population base was large, there were even more people below the King Realm, and venerables could be seen everywhere. Defeng Restaurant. The arrival of Lin Xian's group attracted the attention of the entire restaurant. Especially those cultivators, their gazes were all on Morong Qingqing's group. Morong Qingqing's group had cold faces, not saying a word, and Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura. The sword intent was formless, but incomparably sharp. The moment it appeared, it caused the atmosphere in the restaurant to suddenly drop, and everyone inexplicably trembled. Immediately, many people withdrew their gazes, their hearts filled with shock. However, they didn't think that this aura was emitted by Lin Xian. They thought that it was emitted by the golden-robed fatty beside him and the 3 two-star kings behind him. But no matter what, at least no one dared to look so arrogantly. This restaurant had a total of 3 floors. The hall on the first floor was the largest, and there were hundreds of tables of cultivators sitting inside. Among them, there were a few 1-star kings, but most of them were venerables. However, he didn't see any 2-star kings. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he didn't ask anything. Instead, he came to an empty table, and the group sat down. "Brother, let me tell you, this restaurant is extraordinary. There's a very magical soup here. You'll know in a while." Fatty Luo had a mysterious expression. He instructed a black-clothed bodyguard behind him to order the first 7 dishes. Not long after, a few beautiful maids served some food. Lin Xian looked at the exquisite jade bowl in front of him and was greatly surprised, because there was a soup inside that emitted a rich fragrance. Not only him, but Morong Qingqing and the others were also surprised. Meanwhile, Fatty Luo said with a smile, "Brother, try it." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. This was the first time he had seen such a delicious soup, so he quickly drank a big mouthful. The taste was very good, but as soon as he drank a mouthful, he felt a wave of heat spread out from his body. It was as if he wasn't drinking soup, but an extremely terrifying flame. The heat wave became stronger and stronger, crazily colliding in his body as if it was about to explode. "What's going on?" Lin Xian frowned. On the side, Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others also put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands and looked at Fatty Luo with uncertain expressions. Fatty Luo smiled bitterly. "F***ck, brother, who told you to eat so much? This is called 4-beast soup. It's made from 4 king beasts. The energy inside is very terrifying. Even kings would take small sips of it." "It's my fault, I didn't explain it clearly," Fatty Luo said apologetically. However, at this moment, a disdainful sneer came from the side. "Sigh, what an idiot. How dare he drink such a big mouthful? Humph, he hasn't even heard of 4-beast soup. Is this guy a country bumpkin? A country bumpkin actually has 3 stunning beauties? It's really like putting flowers on cow dung." A few disdainful sneers sounded, their voices filled with provocation. The sneers came from a few 1-star kings. They thought that Lin Xian was a young master from some large family, which explained why he had 3 beauties despite his low cultivation. But now, it seemed that this was simply impossible. Because all the young masters of the Great Xian Empire knew about the 4-beast soup. But this young man before them didn't know anything about it. Obviously, he came from the countryside. They wouldn't care about such a person with the cultivation of a 1-star king. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Along the way, he'd felt many greedy gazes. Obviously, it was because his cultivation was low. If he was an unparalleled expert, these people probably wouldn't even dare to look at him. Although Lin Xian was only a 1-star king, this year of cultivation had caused his strength to skyrocket. Now, 2-star kings were no match for him. Even 3-star kings might not be able to defeat him. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint art. Now that Lin Xian had entered the king realm, he could even unleash the terrifying power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. So, he planned to display his strength to intimidate these people. Otherwise, these people would fly around him like flies, and he'd be tired of them. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile as he circulated the art of longevity within his body, quickly absorbing the violent energy. In an instant, the heat on his body disappeared, and even his originally red skin returned to normal. What? He's fine? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had been paying attention to Lin Xian all this time, especially the few 1-star king tiers, who were looking at him coldly. This was because the four-beast soup was made with 4 kinds of demonic beasts. Its energy was extremely terrifying. If too much was used, one's body would probably explode. 1-star kings couldn't withstand that energy at all. In their opinion, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape such an outcome. But they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the heat on his body had completely disappeared. They didn't dare to believe it. Damn it, how did he do it? The group of people were shocked, and those king tiers who were sneering also had gloomy expressions as they gnashed their teeth. This was completely different from what they had imagined. On the side, Fatty Luo was also speechless. Then, he said with a grin, "Brother, you're really something." Lin Xian also smiled and said, "The soup is not bad. It's delicious." Finally, he picked it up and wanted to drink it again. But at this moment, another group of people walked in from the door. As soon as these people appeared, the originally noisy hall immediately quieted down. That was because the auras of these people were too powerful. They were surrounded by a monstrous killing intent. They were like killing gods. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy man. His face was ferocious, and his cultivation was even more powerful. He was a 2-star king. There were many 1-star kings and 9th-level venerables behind him. Damn, the Iron Fist pirates, why are they here? Everyone screamed when they saw this group of people. Many of them trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Pirates were extremely terrifying. They specialized in robbing and killing passing spirit boats. The Iron Fist pirates were one of the more famous pirates. The appearance of this group of people caused the atmosphere in the hall to become extremely heavy. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also frowned. This was because they realized that the people who had appeared were the pirates who had intercepted them previously. They had not expected that the other party would actually appear here. "Kid, what should we do? Should we attack?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "Don't be anxious. Let's observe the situation first." Although Lin Xian's side did not attack, the expressions of the Iron Fist pirates changed drastically when they entered. This was especially so for their leader, the tall and sturdy Iron Fist. He stared at Lin Xian. "It's you, it's actually you." He looked at Lin Xian, his voice trembling as his killing intent surged. Although he had never seen Lin Xian before, he could sense the aura of the Black Earth on Lin Xian's body. They clearly remembered the Black Earth because it was the one who had destroyed all their spirit boats. It had even killed many of their brothers. Now that he saw Lin Xian, his eyes turned red. However, he quickly revealed a sinister smile. This was because he realized that the cultivation of Lin Xian and the others was pitifully weak. 1-star kings, they were actually only 1-star kings, other than the golden-robed fatty and the 3 bodyguards behind him, the rest were only 1-star kings. This kind of strength could not withstand a single blow from him. In particular, there were 3 peerless beauties beside Lin Xian, causing him to drool. "Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Kid, you dared to crash my spirit boat. Today will be the day you die." The tall and sturdy man laughed sinisterly. The voices of the pirates behind him were also sinister. "What beautiful girls, I've struck gold. There are probably only a few of these beauties in the entire Great Xian Empire. Who would have thought that we would encounter them? Haha, kid, you're dead meat. I advise you to kneel on the ground obediently. Perhaps I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world." Sinister voices rang out, causing the expressions of everyone in the hall to change. What? That country bumpkin actually provoked the Iron Fist pirate ship? He's dead meat. He's definitely dead meat. Sigh, he's indeed a country bumpkin. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The few 1-star kings who had been sneering earlier were sneering even more. However, it was a pity that these beauties belonged to the Iron Fist pirate ship. At this moment, the golden-robed fatty also frowned. "Brother, how did you provoke the Iron Fist pirate ship? They are a group of ruthless people. However, it's fate that brought us together. How about it? Do you need my help?" "No need. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Luo. I can handle this small matter." Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. "What? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Dealing with the Iron Fist pirate ship was a small matter? Oh heavens, does he even have a brain? Not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even Fatty Luo and the 3 two-star bodyguards behind him were stunned. This was because they could clearly sense that Lin Xian's cultivation was only that of a 1-star king. As for the Iron Fist pirate ship, just the captain alone was a 2-star king. In addition, there were 7 or 8 1-star kings behind him. This kind of strength was extremely powerful. In the entire hall, perhaps only the 3 two-star kings behind Fatty Luo could contend against them. However, Lin Xian said that this was a small matter. Where did he get his confidence from? Fatty Luo still wanted to persuade him, but the Iron Fist pirate ship opposite him suddenly burst out laughing. What did he say? Deal with us? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? What an idiot. He's dead meat. He's definitely dead meat. Boss, let me deal with him. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside the burly man laughed sinisterly. Boss, let me deal with him. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside the burly man said with a sinister smile. All right, be careful. Don't kill him all of a sudden. That won't be fun. The members of the Iron Fist pirates were joking around, completely disregarding Lin Xian and the others. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was calm and collected. The Crimson Dragon beside him gritted his teeth, itching to go up and attack. However, Morong Qingqing and the others were a little nervous. After all, this was the first time they had seen so many kings, especially the burly man. His aura was even more terrifying than their old ancestors. Such a person could destroy the entire Tianwu continent. Therefore, they could not help but be nervous. On the opposite side, the middle-aged man received the order and took a step forward. His aura quickly condensed. He was a 1-star king, and he was one of the stronger ones. Although the middle-aged man looked ordinary, his aura was abnormally terrifying. He was like a god of war who had descended from the 9 heavens, emitting a powerful aura. Kid, let me teach you how to behave. The middle-aged man sneered. Then, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of Lin Xian. His 5 fingers formed a claw and quickly grabbed Lin Xian's head. The middle-aged man's attack was very spiritual. His palm was like a 5-fingered mountain, resounding through the void and blooming with bright light. If this palm was used, Lin Xian would be crippled even if he did not die. In the entire hall, everyone shook their heads and sighed. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because the scene of blood splattering out as they had imagined did not happen. In fact, the resplendent light from the palm was also rapidly disappearing. Everyone looked carefully and then their mouths fell open. Because in front of them, the middle-aged man's palm was easily caught by Lin Xian. What? He caught it. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The Iron Fist pirates also frowned. It was obvious that Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. The middle-aged man's pupil shrank. He looked at Lin Xian in horror as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is it possible for him to receive his attack so easily? Damn it, I don't believe it. I must have been careless just now. The middle-aged man roared ferociously. He wanted to withdraw his palm and attack again. However, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. Because his hand was firmly grasped by Lin Xian, he couldn't move at all. What? Such strength. Damn it, get out of my way. The middle-aged man roared as his body exploded with a resplendent light. A massive amount of power surged towards his opponent's palm. Even if it was a giant mountain, it would still crumble. However, Lin Xian's palm remained unchanged. Kill me with a single palm? Disdain for me? This is your strength? Lin Xian sneered, his eyes emitting a cold light. Then, he exerted a little force in his palm, and the middle-aged man in front of him immediately screamed. Hearing this voice, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Even Fatty Luo and the 3 two-star bodyguards behind him were greatly astonished. The middle-aged man's expression was hideous. It was too painful. His wrist couldn't take it at all if the other party exerted a little force. However, as a member of the Iron Fist pirate crew, he couldn't beg for mercy in front of so many people, so he could only grit his teeth and speak. "Break it if you have the guts, or else I'll definitely kill you. Kid, let me go if you know what's good for you. Offending our pirate crew won't let you live." Although Lin Xian had subdued him, the middle-aged man was still incomparably arrogant. However, Lin Xian turned his head and asked, "Brother Luo, if I kill these people, will it affect you?" Fatty Luo stared blankly for a moment, then understood that Lin Xian was thinking for him. Then, he chuckled and said, "Brother, feel free to attack. There's no one in the entire empire of Dexian that I'm afraid of." What arrogance! Lin Xian was slightly astonished. It seemed that this Fatty Luo's identity was definitely not simple. However, this was even better. He wouldn't have any more misgivings. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man again, a trace of killing intent appearing in his eyes. "What do you want to do?" The middle-aged man trembled under the gaze of this gaze. Crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and the middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream. This was because his entire arm had been broken by Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. They didn't think that Lin Xian would really dare to attack. The people of the Iron Fist pirate crew were even more furious, and they roared, "You're courting death." Soon, 3 one-star kings charged towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian threw out a punch and sent the middle-aged man flying. Then, he shouted, "Scram!" Pu pu pu, the 3 one-star kings trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Shocked, everyone was shocked. They didn't think that Lin Xian would injure 3 one-star kings with a single sound. Isn't this strength a little too terrifying? Damn it, who is this brat? How can he have such powerful battle prowess? He hid his strength. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked. They realized that they had underestimated this youth. Injuring 3 one-star kings with a single sound was definitely not something that a 1-star king could do. This was at least the strength of a 2-star king. Damn it, we've been deceived. This brat's strength still surpasses 1-star kings. On the opposite side, the people of the Iron Fist pirate crew had sinister expressions, especially the burly man, whose face was even gloomier. "Brat, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. However, do you think you can defeat us like this? You're too naive. Today, I'll show you my strength." The burly man shouted coldly, and silver light appeared on his fists. He was a 2-star king, and his strength was extremely powerful. He was very close to the middle stage of the 2-star king realm. With a roar, the burly man punched out with both fists. They were like silver demonic beasts, flickering in the air. Not good, the Iron Fist pirate crew has attacked. Although this Iron Fist is arrogant and has killed countless people, his strength is incomparably terrifying. Especially his fists, they're even more powerful. Yeah, he should be practicing the 100-crack fist. Judging from his aura, I'm afraid that no one in the early stage of the 2-star king realm is his match. I wonder how that brat is doing. Can he take it? Impossible. Although that brat has the battle prowess of a 2-star king, he's at most in the early stage of the 2-star king realm. After all, he's still young. I'm afraid he won't be able to block the Iron Fist at all. Everyone was discussing quickly. However, at this moment, the Iron Fist's fists were already flying toward Lin Shui. The entire void trembled as an extremely powerful force ruthlessly rushed toward Lin Xian. This was the power of a 2-star king. Moreover, the silver light contained an explosive aura. It was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. What? He's actually resisting with his bare hands. Does he want to die? When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. The Iron Fist roared, "Humph, he's really courting death." He was very confident in his fist technique. His opponent definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Boom, the next moment, a deep sound was heard. The entire void cracked open, and a violent aura blew at everyone. The kings were still fine, but the supremacies were even bleeding from their ears and trembling. This punch was too terrifying, however, Iron Fist widened his eyes in disbelief. His body was even trembling slightly. This was because his punch was easily blocked by the other party. Green sword chi circled around the palm. Although it was calm, it was like a huge mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. Iron Fist Pirate Team? 2 Star Kings? How arrogant. But I'm curious. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me? You're so weak. Lin Xian sneered. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked Iron Fist's attack? How is this possible? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? At this moment, everyone was shocked and trembling. Especially the people of Iron Fist Pirate Team, they looked at Lin Xian with a trace of fear. It couldn't be helped, this was too shocking. One had to know that Iron Fist was their leader and a 2-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, they had been killing all year round and had monstrous killing intent. Ordinary kings were not their match at all. But now, a young man in his 20s had actually blocked Iron Fist's attack. And he seemed to be doing it very easily. This was something they did not dare to imagine. Lin Xian sneered and gently waved his palm forward. Immediately, the cyan sword chi on his palm rapidly surged, transforming into numerous sharp swords that pierced towards the burly man. Iron Fist's scalp went numb because he could feel the power contained in the green sword chi. It was enough to cut his body open. Damn it, this is impossible. Who is he? How can he have such powerful combat strength? He was simply too shocked. His entire body retreated rapidly like a mountain, moving rapidly in the void. At the same time, countless silver lights condensed on his body, forming a Silver King's domain that completely enveloped him. He's attacking, he's going all out. Everyone cried out in shock because they realized that Iron Fist had already used his King's domain. He was definitely going all out. However, the cyan sword ray flickered and slashed down rapidly, instantly slicing apart the silver domain. Bang bang, a low and deep voice sounded. Iron Fist seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his body kept retreating. There were several sword scars on his body. They were extremely terrifying, and in some places, white bones could be seen. Heavily injured, he had been heavily injured by his opponent in an instant. This was simply too terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This was especially true for the members of the Iron Fist pirate group. Their bodies began to tremble as they watched this scene in horror. Impossible. How is this possible? How could Commander lose? Damn it. Who was this kid? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, everyone was terrified. As for the burly man, he struggled to stand up and quickly took out some medicinal pills to stop the injuries on his body. Then, he said fiercely, "Good boy, I'll remember you." However, this matter isn't over yet. Let's wait and see. With a cold snort, the burly man was supported by several kings and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered, "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. However, the burly man and the others turned around abruptly. "What did you say? You dare to stop me?" The burly man's face was ferocious. "Kid, let me tell you, I'm from the Zhao family." What? The Zhao family? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect this pirate group to be from the Zhao family. Is the Zhao family very powerful? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. They're all right. In the Dacian Empire, they can be considered a large force, Fatty Luo said slowly. I see. Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, the burly man sneered again. How is it, kid? Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, you're dead for daring to offend my Zhao family. Kneel down and kowtow to me now. Moreover, give me these 3 chicks, and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. You talk too much. Lin Xian snorted, I don't care which family you are. If you dare to cross my bottom line, then you'll have to pay the price. Break one of your arms, and I'll let you leave. Lin Xian's voice sounded. What? Break one of your arms? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Iron Fist and the others had already revealed their identity as members of the Zhao family. That was an extremely powerful trump card. However, the other party was still unwilling to give up. Was he not afraid of the Zhao family's revenge, or did he think that he could contend with the Zhao family? Break one of your arms? Kid, dream on. Just you wait. When I return to my family, it'll be the time of your death. Iron Fist sneered and turned to leave. Beside him, the pirates also sneered. It was obvious that they didn't take Lin Xian's warning to heart. Stubborn. Since it's like this, I can only do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared and rushed toward Iron Fist and the others. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing this, the burly man and the others were furious. The other party actually dared to attack. How dare he? With a roar, Iron Fist displayed a Silver King's domain. The other one-star kings also pulled out their swords and sabers. At the same time, kings' domains quickly formed around them. However, Lin Xian was like a ghost as he instantly appeared around them. What? So fast? Everyone was shocked. They didn't even see how Lin Xian appeared. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that Iron Fist and the others' king's domains had no effect on Lin Xian. Crack, the sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a few screams and blood spurting out. In the next moment, Iron Fist and the others were all sent flying. However, there were a few more arms on the ground. You! Iron Fist fell to the ground, holding his broken arm and roaring ferociously. Until now, he still couldn't believe that Lin Xian had really cut off his right arm. Not only him, but all the people he brought with him also had an arm cut off. How did Lin Xian do it? How could he ignore his Silver King's domain? Everyone looked at this scene and was so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Powerful. He was too powerful. He didn't give them any leeway at all. This is a lesson for you. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Get out of here. Lin Xian turned around and walked into the restaurant. As for Iron Fist and the others, their faces were full of fear as they quickly left. Although they were mad and furious, they didn't dare to say anything because they were really afraid that Lin Xian would kill them. Lin Xian returned to the restaurant's main hall. For a moment, everyone was terrified, and the entire hall was silent. The few kings who had mocked Lin Xian before were now trembling. For a moment, everyone was terrified, and the entire hall was silent. As for the kings who had mocked Lin Xian before, their bodies were trembling. Fear, incomparable fear. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was a country bumpkin, so they mocked him. Moreover, they didn't think that Lin Xian was that powerful. But now, they realized that they were completely wrong. Although he was only a one-star king, his strength was even stronger than a two-star king. This was definitely a fierce person that they couldn't provoke. Therefore, the three one-star kings quickly got up and ran outside. They really didn't dare to stay here any longer. Seeing that the three were about to escape, Lin Xian lightly snorted. Immediately, their bodies stiffened, and their faces revealed expressions that were even uglier than crying. Great, great hero, spare us. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have sinned before, so please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Yes, we were wrong. We apologize. The three one-star kings were extremely humble, and they no longer had the arrogance from before. This was a very realistic world. If you didn't have power, you would be bullied, and mocked. If you displayed great power, you would immediately receive respect, status. This was the principle of the entire world. Whether it was the Tianwu continent or the true spirit world, it was the same. You're wrong. I don't hold grudges because I usually take revenge on the spot. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Spare us. Hearing this, the three cried and almost knelt down. Lin Xian picked up a bowl of four-beast soup from the table and walked in front of the three. I won't make things difficult for you. Each of you drink a big mouthful, and I'll let you leave. What? Drink a big mouthful? The three had the heart to die. This was the four-beast soup, and its power was incomparably terrifying. If they drank a big mouthful, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the power. However, if they didn't drink it, the result would be even worse. Thinking of this, the three were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Why did they mock him before, now, they had fallen to such a state? They deserved it. Bracing themselves, the three of them each drank a big mouthful of the four beasts' soup. Immediately, their skin turned red, and a violent force rampaged through their bodies, as if it was about to explode. Among them, the weaker one directly vomited blood. The other two had incomparably ugly expressions as they quickly suppressed the energy in their bodies. Then, the three of them struggled to walk out of the door. However, it didn't take long for the other two to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying, too terrifying. The energy contained within was not something they could withstand. Indeed, if an ordinary one-star king ordered a bowl of four beasts soup, they would have to drink it for at least a day. If it was weaker, it would take 2 or 3 days to completely digest it. As for the three of them, they probably couldn't refine a third of the energy. Lin Xian shook his head. Isn't it just a mouthful of soup? Is there a need for this? How fragile. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the next moment, they widened their eyes because Lin Xian picked up another bowl of four beasts soup and drank it in one gulp. Probably not even a 2-star king would dare to drink it in one gulp. Only a 3-star king would dare to do so. However, the young man in front of them was so bold as to directly drink the entire bowl. Lin Xian felt as if he wasn't drinking soup, but a volcano that was about to erupt. The aura in his body quickly boiled. With a loud laugh, Lin Xian quickly used the longevity incantation, displaying an extremely powerful absorption ability. Soon, the violent energy was completely refined by the longevity incantation and turned into his spiritual energy. So satisfying. Lin Xian felt a wave of comfort. Brother, you're so powerful. You're really good at hiding your strength. Even I was almost fooled by you. Fatty Luo was also surprised. Brother, where on earth are you from? Which island could have such a strong person like you? Why do I feel like you're a disciple from a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients? If you think so, then so be it. Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't admit to any of his identities because the more fog around him, the safer he would be. Oh right, Fatty Luo, tell me about Danzong. Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, the corners of Fatty Luo's mouth twitched. Brother, how do you know my nickname? Is it that hard to guess? I can tell just by looking at your face. Lin Xian shrugged. Fatty Luo wanted to cry but had no tears. The three bodyguards behind him also twitched their mouths, while Morong Qingqing and the others covered their mouths and chuckled. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, directly melting the frozen atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. However, this time, they didn't dare to be impudent. They all sat upright and still, looking straight ahead, not daring to look at Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing and the others laughed loudly. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of tenderness. Fatty Luo asked, Brother, why do you want to know about Danzong? Don't tell me you have a grudge with Danzong too? No, you're thinking too much. I want to join Danzong, and I'm asking if you have a way. Join Danzong? Fatty Luo was stunned. Are you an alchemist? What, don't I look like one? Lin Xian asked back. I really can't tell. Brother, if you really want to join Danzong, I do have a way. Let's hear it. This restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is just an ordinary floor. Normally, powerful kings won't be here. They'll go to the second floor. There's a third floor above this. That's a place only geniuses can go. Today, there's a small gathering on the third floor, and there's a Danzong disciple among them. Do you want me to introduce you? There's a Danzong disciple on the third floor? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to meet someone from Danzong as soon as he arrived in the empire of Dexian. It seemed his luck wasn't bad. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up and led Morong Qingqing and the others to the third floor with Fatty Luo. Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. The third floor isn't a place ordinary people can enter. Either you have status, or you have strength. What kind of strength? Lin Xian asked. You're at least a 2-star king. There might even be a 2-star king in the late stage. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Although it was only a difference of a few words, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Because the king realm was truly too terrifying. Every single bit of improvement caused a tremendous change in one's strength. It could be said that cultivators of the same level had vastly different strengths. Moreover, a 2-star king in the late stage was at least at the level of the heavenly netherbird. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. With Heitu's guidance, as well as the various resources and secret manuals on the Black Earth, his strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds in this year's cultivation. Now, he had an unimaginable number of secret techniques in his hands. Coupled with the Dragon Sword Soul's super strong battle strength, Lin Xian could now sweep through anyone below the level of a 3-star king. As for a 3-star king, he also had the power to fight. Therefore, even after hearing Fatty Luo's reminder, he didn't hesitate and directly walked up. More than half of the people on the 2nd floor were gone, and even fewer people were on the 3rd floor. It was silent, without a single shadow. Not only that, but there was also a cold middle-aged man standing on the stairs to the 3rd floor. His figure was as tall as a mountain, blocking the path. That martial artist in black coldly glanced at Lin Xian and the others, then frowned. Those who have no business here, leave at once. The 3rd floor isn't for you to go up. He naturally saw through the cultivation of Lin Xian and the others. They were only 1-star kings. They couldn't even go up to the 2nd floor with this bit of strength, let alone the 3rd floor. What a joke. How dare you? Hearing that martial artist in black's rebuke, a 2-star bodyguard behind Fatty Luo stood out, emitting a powerful aura. My surname is Luo. Fatty Luo said with a smile. Luo? The martial artist in black thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any major force in the Dexian Empire with the surname Luo. He was just about to refuse when the 3 2-star bodyguards behind Fatty Luo emitted extremely powerful auras. Instantly, that martial artist in black's expression changed. 3 2-star martial artists as bodyguards, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. They were definitely disciples of a major family, although he couldn't guess which family they were from, he thought that their identity should be extraordinary. Then, he nodded slightly. You can go in, but they can't. Saying that, the martial artist in black's gaze once again fell on Lin Xian and the others, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Brother Lin? Fatty Luo turned around and asked. I'll do it myself. Lin Xian nodded slightly and didn't let Fatty Luo and the others attack. Instead, he stepped forward and walked up. Get down. Seeing Lin Xian not retreat but advance, the black-cloaked martial artist's face sank. Since he was standing here, he was naturally choosing people. The young man before him was only a 1-star king realm cultivator, so it was impossible for him to let him go. Thus, in the next moment, he shouted coldly and waved his palm. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a palm blooming with light pushed horizontally in the air. It was like a 5-fingered mountain, wanting to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian focused his gaze and punched out as well. His blood and qi circulated in his body, emitting a rumbling sound. His arm was like a huge dragon, surging rapidly. With a punch, the entire void started to tremble. Pung, a deep voice sounded out before it quickly dissipated. However, the black-clothed warrior's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated a few steps. Bang bang bang, every step he took was on the void, even leaving a black crack in it. Shocking, it was too shocking, he did not expect that his opponent would be able to send him flying with a single punch. How was this possible? The other party was only a 1-star king tier, so how could he possess such powerful strength? However, no matter how much he did not believe it, the truth was right in front of him. How is it? I'm qualified now, right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You're very strong, so you're qualified to enter. The black-clothed warrior nodded solemnly. He was a 2-star king realm cultivator, so anyone who could defeat him was definitely qualified to enter. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded, then turned around and said, Let's go. The group moved forward, but the black-clothed warrior blocked their way again. You can enter, but they can't. The black-clothed warrior pointed at Murong Qingqing and the others behind Lin Xian and said coldly. Immediately, Lin Xian frowned. They're my friends, so they naturally have to enter with me. No matter who they are, they can't enter. Unless they can defeat me, the black-clothed warrior said coldly. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing and the others fell silent. After a year of cultivation, they had already become one-star kings, but the black-clothed warrior in front of them was a two-star king realm. It was impossible for them to challenge someone of a higher level. Brother Lin Xian, forget it. Why don't we wait outside? Xianxia was a little uneasy. No. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. You're my women. If I can't even bring my own women in, what's the point of cultivating? In the next moment, he turned around and looked at the black-clothed warrior again. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my way. The black-clothed warrior's face was gloomy. He had never been looked down upon like this. Although Lin Xian had forced him to retreat, he wasn't someone to be trifled with if they really fought. Kid, this is the rule here. You'd better not break it, or don't blame me for being rude. The black-clothed warrior wanted to say something more, but in the next moment, his face changed drastically. This was because a green light suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's body and instantly enveloped him. You're courting death. The black-clothed warrior was furious. A powerful aura surged from his body, and he was about to counterattack. However, in the next moment, he froze. That terrifying aura also disappeared in an instant. It couldn't be helped. A green domain had completely enveloped him at this moment. There were countless sharp swords pressed against his throat. As long as he moved, those swords would pierce his throat. Although he was a two-star king, he was still afraid of death. Drip. Drip, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The black-clothed warrior was completely drenched. He was terrified. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to subdue him in an instant. One had to know that repelling and subduing were different. Repelling meant that Lin Xian had the strength to fight him, but subduing him meant that Lin Xian's strength completely surpassed his. Lin Xian could kill him in an instant. Thinking of this, the black-clothed warrior was terrified. Lin Xian was clearly a one-star king, but his combat strength shocked him to the core. Not to mention the black-clothed warrior, even Fatty Luo and the 3 two-star bodyguards behind him were shocked. This was because Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. Can I bring people in now? Lin Xian asked coldly. Yes. The black-clothed warrior nodded with difficulty. He didn't dare to resist now because his life was in Lin Xian's hands. Let's go. Lin Xian turned around and pulled Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. Then, the group of people walked to the third floor. The third floor had an antique atmosphere and was very quiet. There were very few people here, only 7 or 8. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the staircase. This was because they didn't expect that other than them, there would be someone else who could follow them to the third floor. In the next moment, those people were stunned because there were a lot of people on the third floor. One of them was a fat man in a golden robe, followed by 3 black-clothed bodyguards. On the other side was a handsome young man, followed by 3 stunning beauties. Next to him was a red 4-horned snake with a snow-white monkey on top of it. This group was very spectacular. At this moment, everyone on the third floor was stunned. They didn't expect there to be so many people. However, a hint of anger appeared on their faces soon after. At this moment, the people on the third floor were all stunned. They didn't expect so many people to come. But soon after, anger appeared on their faces. This was because they'd noticed that many of them were only one-star kings. They couldn't even reach the second floor, so how could they enter the third floor? Damn it, how did that guy guard the door? Why did he let in so many trash? Damn it, who are you calling trash? Fatty Luo and the Crimson Dragon both jumped up. Of course I'm talking about you. You dare to enter the third floor with such strength? Although I don't know how you got in, I'll ask you to scram now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. A young man in a blue robe stood up. He was quite handsome, but his eyes were very cold, making people uncomfortable. You're only a mid-stage 2-star king, and you dare to talk big in front of me? Fatty Luo snorted disdainfully. Come, come, come. Ben Huang will teach you how to behave. The Crimson Dragon also gnashed his teeth. Like Lin Xian, his strength couldn't be judged by his cultivation. Lin Xian glanced at the people in front of him and then revealed a trace of surprise. He found that these people were all very powerful. The weakest among them was a mid-stage 2-star king, and there were a few late-stage 2-star kings. There were even one or two whose cultivation he couldn't see clearly. Thinking about it, they should be even stronger. However, so what if their cultivation was strong? He wasn't afraid of trouble. Since these people dared to provoke him, he naturally had to fight back. How did you get in? Of course, I fought my way up. Don't you know the rules here? Lin Xian looked around, not backing down at all. Before coming to the true spirit world, he already knew that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Moreover, he had personally experienced it these few days. Therefore, in this place, he had to be strong and couldn't show any weakness. Because the weak were bullied and looked down upon. Only the strong could make people respect and fear them. Therefore, Lin Xian's attitude had been very decisive after coming to the true spirit world. Humph, do you think the few of them can pass? The blue-robed man snorted disdainfully. Whether I can or not, you'll know once you try. Lin Xian took a step forward, a fierce aura emanating from his body. So strong. The people on the other side were shocked. They didn't think that Lin Xian could release such a terrifying aura. Although he was only a 1-star king, his strength had most likely surpassed the 1-star king realm and reached the 2-star king realm. Not bad indeed. No wonder you can come up here. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the front. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and was slightly surprised. It was a graceful figure, sitting there quietly. She was very beautiful, but there was a cold aura around her. It was as if nothing could catch her eye. Even Lin Xian, she only glanced at him. The woman continued, however, by forcefully bringing them here, you've broken the rules. This is not good for them. Another handsome man in a red robe also spoke. Different strengths have different circles. They haven't reached that level yet, so they don't have the right to enter this circle. So, let them go down quickly. The other party's voice was very calm, but there was an irresistible command in it. However, Lin Xian sneered. Rules are set by people, so they naturally change according to people. There's nothing wrong with this. As for what happens in the future, you don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, the cold woman frowned but didn't say anything. The red-robed man snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Xian's attitude. However, perhaps due to his status, he didn't attack. However, the blue-robed man who had been hooting earlier sneered. Brat, you're too arrogant. This isn't a place for you to be so presumptuous. Is that so? Let's see what right you have to teach me a lesson. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and flashed with a cold light. Then, he strode toward the blue-robed man. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. The blue-robed man was furious and quickly counterattacked. The others also frowned. However, they didn't stop him because they also wanted to dampen Lin Xian's spirit. Brat, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly. The blue-robed man sneered and pointed with his finger. Suddenly, a ray of blue light surged out. It was extremely terrifying and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian. This sword chi was ocean blue and carried a terrifying power. Even an early-stage 2-star king couldn't resist it. Although the blue-robed man was arrogant, his strength was extremely powerful. He had even surpassed the black-robed martial artist who had been guarding the door. Lin Xian, be careful. Morong Qingqing and the others behind him were concerned. On the other hand, the people on the other side were watching with cold smiles. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He looked at the ocean blue sword chi and quickly attacked. He slowly raised his palm and pushed it out. What? He dares to resist with his bare hands? He's really courting death. The people opposite him sneered disdainfully. Although Bai Shan is only an intermediate stage 2-star king, his strength is indeed powerful. Especially his true martial sword chi, it's extremely powerful. There are very few opponents in the same level as him. This guy dares to resist with his bare hands? He's really courting death. Everyone sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was doomed. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze. Even the cold and haughty woman let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because in Lin Xian's hand, countless rays of green light surged and flashed rapidly. They formed a green vortex and blasted forward. Suddenly, the true martial sword qi encountered the vortex and quickly disintegrated. Then, it turned into spiritual qi and was absorbed by the green vortex. What? He broke it? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. The blue-robed young man, Bai Shan, was also shocked. Impossible. How could you break my true martial sword qi? He was too shocked. One had to know that his true martial sword qi was an intermediate-grade earth-class martial art. It was very powerful. Very few people in the same level as him were his match. However, before he could react, Lin Xian clenched his fist and slashed out a green sword qi. Damn it! Seeing this sword qi, the blue-robed young man's face changed drastically. The pupils of the few people around him shrank. This sword qi was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the sword qi that the blue-robed young man had shot out. Humph! The blue-robed young man snorted. With a shake of his hand, he took out an ancient shield to resist. However, this shield was not formed by spiritual qi. It was a treasure. This was a half-earth class treasure. Its power was very terrifying. In fact, in the true spirit world, earth-class treasures were rare. Although there were more of them than in the Tianwu continent, they were still in the hands of the top forces. However, this half-earth class treasure's power was several times stronger than the ones in the Tianwu continent. After all, the martial arts here were very developed. The quality was naturally much better. After summoning the ancient shield, the blue-robed young man breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, he was very confident in his defense. However, in the next moment, he screamed. That was because Lin Xian's green sword aura had cut his shield in half when it hit him. Then, the sword aura had landed on his body. Fortunately, he was still wearing an inner armor, which blocked the sword qi and prevented him from being cut in half. However, the terrifying power contained in the sword qi still sent him flying. Rumble, the blue-clothed youth was sent flying. What? Bai Shan lost. The surrounding kings were shocked. They didn't expect Bai Shan to be defeated, and in one move at that. Who on earth was the other party, to have such strength? However, they knew all the geniuses in the Dacian Empire, and there was no such person. Could it be that he was from another country? They were puzzled and stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Among them, there were even two with explosive tempers who stood up and wanted to attack. At this moment, the aloof woman spoke up, "All right, stop fighting. He's right, rules are set by people, and he indeed has the ability to change the rules. Let's forget about it this time." Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked than when they saw Bai Shan lose, because they knew the identity of the cold woman. They didn't expect that even she would speak, so they naturally couldn't attack. Thus, they could only snort coldly. The cold woman raised her head again and looked at Lin Xian. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Lin Xian. "As for where I came from, I'm afraid you wouldn't know even if I told you." Lin Xian. The kings on the other side whispered, clearly wanting to remember this name. At this moment, Fatty Luo also walked up and said with a smile. "Not fighting? Then let's sit down and have a chat, how about it?" "And who are you?" one of them asked coldly. Obviously, the other party was Lin Xian's companion, so they naturally wouldn't be polite. Fatty Luo said proudly, "My surname is Luo." Surname Luo? Lin Xian was also puzzled when he heard this. Because this wasn't the first time Fatty Luo had said this, but those people before didn't react. In fact, many people were also puzzled this time. That was because they didn't know that the Dacian Empire had a Luo family that was extremely powerful. However, the cold woman frowned slightly, and then she seemed to have thought of something. "What's your relationship with Luo Badeo?" "Hee, take a guess," Fatty Luo said with a grin, refusing to answer. However, the expression on his face was one of extreme pride. Seeing this scene, the cold woman's expression became even more serious. As for the surrounding people, they were all shocked. "What? Luo Badeo? It can't be, right? He can't really be related to Luo Badeo, right? Stop joking. How could such a peerless figure come here? Moreover, he only has a 2-star king tier by his side. His status doesn't match the card game. The group of people discussed animatedly. They were very confused, but Fatty Luo didn't explain at all. Instead, he sat down casually. Afterwards, Lin Xian and the others all sat down. At this moment, Fatty Luo spoke again. I've heard that Fairy Chuyu's skills are unparalleled. I wonder if I'll be able to broaden my horizons this time? Oh, you know me? This time, it was the cold woman's turn to be surprised. Of course. Why else would I be here? Hearing this, Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows. He knew that this cold woman in front of him was very likely the Danzong disciple. Qiyu nodded slightly. Then, with a flip of her jade-like hand, a few exquisite jade bottles appeared. Inside them was a resplendent liquid. Then, she poured a few drops into the 4-beast soup. Instantly, a rich aroma quickly wafted out. Not only that, but there was even a sparkling light enveloping it. Fragrant. Is this the exquisite liquid? It's really amazing. Fatty Luo was excited. Brother Lin, this exquisite liquid is very special. It's made from 50 types of precious spiritual herbs. It's very wonderful when paired with this 4-beast soup. Moreover, the energy contained in it is extremely terrifying. It can even increase the cultivation of a king tier. So amazing, Lin Xian was shocked. The others were also envious. However, Qiyu only made 2 bowls and stopped. It was obvious that this exquisite liquid was extremely precious. Even she was not willing to use too much of it. Haha, brother, I won't stand on ceremony. Fatty Luo reacted quickly and snatched a bowl. When the others saw this, they were extremely envious. However, no one dared to snatch it because Fatty Luo's identity was too suspicious. Although they did not believe that Fatty Luo was related to the legendary Luo Badeo, they did not dare to make a move. If it was true, they would be dead, therefore, they had their eyes on the other bowl. However, in the next moment, the king's faces turned green because the other bowl was picked up by Lin Xian. You're courting death. How dare you? Kid, put it down. Cold shouts were heard one after another. It was obvious that they had no qualms about Lin Xian. With a cold snort, 2 people immediately attacked. The auras of these 2 kings were even more powerful than the man in blue from before. Both of them attacked as fast as lightning and showed no mercy. Suddenly, the void trembled and runes flickered. The light quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly and attacked quickly as well. Like an azure dragon emerging from the sea, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He threw out 2 consecutive palms and quickly exchanged blows with the 2 kings. Bang, bang. A low sound was heard, causing the void to tremble rapidly. If it were not for the fact that there were many kings here, the entire building would have been destroyed. Even so, cracks appeared in the void. 2 screams were heard. The 2 kings who attacked earlier quickly retreated, their expressions extremely ugly. It was obvious that they had suffered a loss at Lin Jian's hands. D***, impossible. How can he be so strong? The 2 kings were shocked and doubtful. They looked at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth, but they did not dare to attack again. Just now, the 2 of them had attacked with all their might. They were only short of using their king domain, but even so, they were unable to defeat Lin Jian. It was hard for them to believe. After quickly repelling the 2 kings, Lin Xian looked around. If anyone else is not convinced, you can come out now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. His voice was very confident. Kid, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you can defeat a 2-star king. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous, a dignified voice rang out. It was filled with a strong sense of warning and terrifying pressure. Many kings were shocked when they heard this. This was because the person who spoke was a 2-star king. Although there was only a difference of 1 word between the 2, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Judging from the reactions of the middle-stage 2-star kings, it was clear how powerful the King Realm Cultivator was. It was a young man in a red robe. He looked coldly at Lin Xian. Put down that bowl of soup, and I will not touch you. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Hee, with Hai Wuxin here, that kid is dead for sure. That's for sure. Hai Wuxin is a late-stage 2-star king. He's terrifyingly strong. No matter how strong that kid is, he won't be able to stop him. Humph, let's see how he's going to die. Daring to go against us, this is his fate. The kings who had been at a disadvantage earlier were gloating. It was obvious that they were very confident in that red-robed man. Who are you? You dare to stop me? Lin Xian frowned. What I want is something you can touch. If you don't like it, you can fight. Don't talk big. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Good. 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 Kid, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. Hai Wuxin was truly angry. According to Cultivation, I wouldn't want to bully you, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only suppress you, Hai Wuxin said coldly. You talk too much. Lin Xian sneered. He picked up the bowl of soup and handed it to Murong Qingqing and the others. Try it. It should taste good. Seeing this, Hai Wuxin's face immediately darkened. The other party had not listened to his warning and dared to snatch what he wanted in front of everyone. He was courting death. In the next moment, he attacked mercilessly. A large blue hand, like a star, quickly reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. The blue hand glowed brightly with a terrifying aura. In an instant, cracks appeared in the void around Lin Xian. Horrifying, it was too horrifying. A late-stage 2-star king was far stronger than a mid-stage 2-star king. This power could even easily kill a mid-stage 2-star king. No wonder Hai Wuxin was so confident. It was indeed terrifying. There were probably not many people present who could subdue him. The surrounding kings paled as they watched this scene, their hearts thumping. On the other hand, Lin Xian's side was abnormally quiet. This was because Lin Xian had already opened his dragon sword domain and enveloped Murong Qingqing and the others. No matter how terrifying the blue hand was, it was unable to shake his dragon sword domain. Without any worries, Lin Xian no longer hesitated and quickly threw out a punch. With a punch, the void trembled. His arm was like a dragon as it soared into the sky. It quickly traversed through the void and violently collided with the blue palm. Boom! Instantly, the entire void started to tremble. That terrifying aura caused the surrounding kings to go pale and their bodies to tremble. Hai Wuxin's expression changed when he felt the power of this punch. Suddenly, he roared angrily, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. His aura rose once again. It was obvious that he was going to use his full strength. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance. With a low growl, an enormous amount of power gushed out from his body and poured into his fist. Immediately, a dazzling fist emitted a resplendent green light and fiercely punched out. Boom, puff, Hai Wuxin couldn't take it at all. His blue hand instantly cracked, and he flew backwards. Blood sprayed into the sky. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Only Hai Wuxin's figure could be seen flying backwards. Everyone was stunned. Even Chu Yu, who had always been cold and aloof, was extremely shocked. Because no one had expected Lin Xian to be able to send Hai Wuxin flying with one punch. One had to know that Hai Wuxin was already a late-stage 2-star king. His strength was extremely terrifying. The only person here who could win against him was probably Fairy Chu Yu. But now, he had been sent flying by a 1-star king. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. How is it? Do I have the right to drink this bowl of soup? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he spoke coldly. You. Hai Wuxin fell to the ground, trembling with anger. He felt his chest tighten, and his entire arm couldn't feel. That punch just now was too terrifying. It had almost crippled his arm. When he heard Lin Xian's voice, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameful, this was too shameful, to think that he, a late-stage 2-star king, couldn't beat a 1-star king. Moreover, he had been defeated in front of so many people. This made him want to die. On the side, Fairy Chu Yu's expression was grave. She asked seriously, "Who are you?" Lin Xian smiled. "I told you, my name is Lin Xian. Qiyu continued to ask, which sect are you from? Lin Xian said, I'm not from any sect, but I want to join Danzong. Qiyu was stunned. What? You want to join Danzong? To tell the truth, she was too shocked. She didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a request at this time. At this time, Fatty Luo also whispered, yeah, that's why I brought him here. How is it? Do you think my brother is okay? On the side, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan all took a small sip of the soup and then handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed and took a big gulp. Then, he said, delicious. Qiyu blinked. She suddenly felt that this young man in front of her was very interesting. Thus, she smiled and said, with your skills, joining Danzong is too easy. But I'm curious. What's the use of learning alchemy at your age? You should know that as long as you have the strength and money, you can buy any alchemy pill. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, you're wrong this time. I'm an alchemist. Oh? You're an alchemist? Qiyu was surprised. To tell the truth, before this, she didn't see any signs of Lin Xian being an alchemist. However, she also knew that there were many strange people in the true spirit world. It wasn't impossible for him to be an alchemist. However, since he was an alchemist, he definitely had a master's legacy. But why did he want to join Danzong? This made her have no choice but to be suspicious, and she even secretly became vigilant in her heart. Give me a reason, Qiyu asked in a low voice. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's very simple. Although I'm an alchemist, I'm not invincible. Danzong has something I want. For example, better alchemy recipes and better resources. What he said wasn't wrong, but it wasn't his main goal. His main goal was to fulfill Niwa of Gojoseon's wish. Of course, he wouldn't tell her about this. Because he didn't know how many enemies Niwa of Gojoseon had. All of this would have to wait until he entered Danzong. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Qiyu fell into deep thought and didn't say anything. The others couldn't say anything either, because Lin Xian's strength had already stunned them all. For a moment, the entire third floor was silent. Even the air was a little stuffy. There was only the sound of Fatty Luo happily drinking his soup, and the sound of the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey fighting over food. Qiyu thought for a moment, then said, I can indeed recommend you to join Danzong, but I have a condition. Lin Xian asked, oh, condition? What condition? Qiyu thought for a moment, then said, I can indeed recommend you to join the Danzong, but I have a condition. Lin Xian asked, oh, condition? What condition? Do me a favor. There's a martial arts competition in the Great Xian Empire soon, and I want you to participate. Lin Xian was puzzled. Participate in the martial arts competition? Qiyu said, yes, participate in the martial arts competition. Actually, I invited these people here for the same reason. This martial arts competition in the Great Xian Empire concerns the distribution of strength among the princes and princesses. As a good friend of Princess Kaidai, I naturally have to help her recruit some prodigies to participate. They're all candidates, and among them, Hai Wuxin is someone I've taken a liking to. But I didn't expect him to be so weak that he lost to you in one move. Speaking up to here, Qiyu coldly glanced at Hai Wuxin. Instantly, Hai Wuxin's face darkened, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Since you defeated him and displayed such strength, you're a suitable candidate. If you can agree to my condition and fight for Princess Kaidai, I'll help you apply to join the Danzong. Trust me, with my strength, I can definitely get you to join the Danzong. However, it all depends on your performance. Lin Xian shrugged. Participate in the martial arts competition? That simple? I thought it was something else. Okay, I agree to your condition. Although your strength is beyond my expectations, I still have to remind you that there are countless experts in the Great Xian Empire, and there are many prodigies in the younger generation. There are even many 3-star king-level prodigies participating, so you better be careful. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Afterwards, Lin Xian and the others left, because he'd already asked clearly. The martial arts competition in the Great Xian Empire would be held in the Imperial City. There was still more than a month left, so Lin Xian planned to immediately leave for the Great Xian Empire's Imperial City. Fatty Luo came out as well. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Hee hee, brother, I didn't expect that we would end up together again. Lin Xian asked curiously, why? Are you also participating in this martial arts conference? It is indeed related to the martial arts conference, but I am not here to participate in the martial arts conference. I am here for another matter. What is it? Of course it's to open a gambling house. An opportunity like the martial arts competition is naturally a good opportunity to make money. Fatty Luo smiled. But I'm going to see another old friend right now, so I can't go to the Imperial City with you. Don't worry about it. Go do what you need to do, Lin Xian said. Then I'll see you in the Imperial City, Fatty Luo said with a smile. But then, he reminded him in a low voice, brother, let me give you a piece of advice. The 3 women you brought are really too eye-catching. It's fine if you're from the younger generation, but if you're targeted by some old monster, it'll be hard for you to escape. If you really came from overseas, why don't you let them join a sect? This way, their safety will be protected. There are many places in the Dacian Empire that have training grounds set up by the various large sections. You can test a cultivator's aptitude there. Why don't you go there and give it a try? That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. He indeed had to consider this matter. Because he would be joining the Danzong soon, and Morong Qingqing and the others were not alchemists, so it was obviously impossible for them to join the Danzong. He had to arrange a place for them so that he could be at ease and do other things. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others naturally knew about this matter. So they all nodded in agreement. The group bade farewell to Fatty Luo and quickly set off. Lin Xian and the others set off for the Imperial City. But on the way, they had to go to Xianxia City first. There was a training ground there that could test a cultivator's aptitude. It was a good opportunity for Morong Qingqing and the others to test themselves so that they could join a good sect. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, the Zhao family also received the news. Because the Zhao family was behind the Iron Fist pirates, and Lin Xian had crippled all the kings of the Iron Fist pirates in public, the Zhao family was naturally infuriated. They had sent experts to capture Lin Xian and the others, but they did not expect Lin Xian and the others to leave in advance. The Zhao family experts were furious that they missed, but they would not give up and quickly chased after them. Since they dared to provoke the Zhao family, they had to tear them into pieces. This time, the Zhao family had sent out 3 late-stage 2-star king tiers. In addition, there were many mid-stage and 1-star kings. It was very terrifying. It seemed that the Zhao family was determined to kill Lin Xian and the others. They quickly gathered information and finally confirmed that Lin Xian and the others were heading to Xianxia City. Instantly, the 3 late-stage 2-star kings sneered. No matter where you run to, you can't escape from the Zhao family. Let's go to Xianxia City and kill that kid. Then, the kings of the Zhao family quickly flew to Xianxia City. Xianxia City was very prosperous and there were many martial artists because of the Xianxia dojo. This dojo could test a martial artist's aptitude, and the results of the test would be sent to the various major sections. Once an outstanding genius was discovered, the various major sects would send people to receive them. It could be said that this was a very good method to select geniuses. And this method also provided many talented martial artists to the major sections. It was said that there were even people who passed this test and entered the legendary sacred grounds. Of course, that was a long time ago. In the past few hundred years, there were not many people who could enter the sacred grounds from the Xianxia dojo. The best ones could only enter the subsidiary sects of the sacred grounds. However, this did not affect the enthusiasm of the crowd. Lin Xian and the others landed in Xianxia City and rushed to the Xianxia Square. Hey Tu, which sects do you think they can enter? Lin Xian asked. He had already put away the black earth vessel, but He Tu had turned into a small dagger and was inserted into his hair like a hairpin. Hearing the voice transmission, He Tu slowly said, "It's hard to say. I haven't tested them, but at least it's a subsidiary sect of the sacred grounds. As for whether they can enter the sacred grounds, it will depend on their luck." Hearing He Tu's voice transmission, Lin Xian nodded. Not bad, it was better than he had expected. This was because even if he went to Danzong in the future, it would only be a subsidiary sect of the sacred grounds. With Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's bloodline power, the sect they entered would definitely not be worse than Danzong. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others caused quite a stir. After all, the effect of the beauties was too shocking. Many people looked at Morong Qingqing and the others and drooled. There were even a few who thought that they were more handsome and wanted to strike up a conversation. However, they were scared away by Lin Xian. This was his woman, and he wouldn't allow anyone to steal her away. The group stopped at the Blue Moon Plaza, but they didn't immediately go up to test their talent. Because they didn't know how to do it. There had never been such a thing in the Sky Martial continent. But after looking for a while, they understood. The test was very simple. There were a few colorful light pillars in front of them. They just had to place their hands on them and activate them. The colorful light pillars were divided into 10 areas. The more light one activated, the higher the talent. As for the theory behind it, Lin Xian and the others didn't know. But according to Heitu's introduction, these light pillars were created by the sacred grounds. They were incomparably mysterious. After looking for a while, Lin Xian found that the Dexian Empire wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Although there were many kings and geniuses, there probably weren't any monstrous geniuses. This was normal. Even if there were, they would have been taken away by the sacred grounds. They were the true overlords of the true spirit world. Buzz, a youth in his 20s, walked up and activated the light pillars. He only emitted 5 rays. Immediately, the crowd cried out in surprise. Because this was already considered a very good genius. Ordinary warriors could only activate 2 or 3 rays. As for the better geniuses, they could only activate 3 or 4. Activating 5 rays could be considered good among the geniuses. Soon, the youth stood to the side excitedly. He knew that someone would definitely come to pick him up. After him, another girl around the age of 18 or 19 stepped forward. This girl's face was delicate, and her eyebrows were like willow leaves. She carried a fragrance with her as she walked. Her small hands were placed on the light pillars. Then, 7 rays lit up. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? She actually activated 7 rays. Genius, she's a peak genius. It's been a long time since such a genius appeared. She can definitely enter the subsidiary sects of the sacred grounds. At this moment, countless warriors were gathered in the Blue Moon Plaza. Seeing this scene, they all cried out in surprise and looked at the beautiful girl with envy. The young girl also raised her delicate little face, her expression filled with arrogance. He was like a little princess, surrounded by countless young martial artists. There was no helping it. This was too shocking. 5 rays was already considered a very good genius, 7 rays was definitely a peak genius. She could definitely enter the subsidiary sections. But to enter the sacred grounds, she was still far from it. It was said that in order to enter the Holy Land, one needed at least 10 rays of light. However, this was too difficult. Not to mention 10 rays of light, even 8 rays of light were rarely seen. Therefore, the fact that the young girl was able to produce 7 rays of light was already a very impressive feat. After that girl, many other warriors went to take the test. However, there were no more shocking geniuses. The best one was only able to light up 6 rays of light. Seeing this scene, the girl from before became even more complacent. She raised her chin high, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. Qingqing, go and give it a try. At this moment, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Morong Qingqing smiled and nodded. She then let go of Lin Xian's hand and walked forward. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to her. It couldn't be helped. Morong Qingqing was too beautiful. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Coupled with her temperament, she was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Nothing could be more beautiful. Although that girl from before was also very pretty, compared to Morong Qingqing, she seemed to be overshadowed. So beautiful. Who is she? When did such a beauty appear in the great Xian Empire? How come I didn't know? F***ck. Too beautiful. Not to mention her talent, her beauty alone is unparalleled in the world. Cries of surprise rang out. The eyes of the male warriors all lit up. Even some of the female warriors were amazed. The arrogant girl from before snorted coldly, extremely displeased. She was originally the pride of the heavens and the focus of everyone's attention. However, with Morong Qingqing's appearance, everyone's attention was snatched away. No one was paying attention to her. Everyone's attention was on Morong Qingqing. How could the arrogant girl stand this? However, although her expression was ugly, she had to admit that the other party was too beautiful. She couldn't compare to her in terms of looks. She could only grit her teeth and snort softly, humph. Just a vase. Under the gazes of everyone, Morong Qingqing slowly walked to the light pillar. Then, she placed her delicate little hand on the light pillar. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Even Lin Xian couldn't help but feel nervous. That was because this test would determine which faction Morong Qingqing would eventually enter. The light pillar in front reacted and flickered rapidly. 1 light, 2 light, 3 light rays. Soon, 5 light rays lit up. 5 light rays. Not bad. She's already considered a very good genius. That's right. Coupled with her beauty, I'm afraid that her status in the faction will definitely increase greatly. Many people chatted and discussed animatedly. The arrogant girl from before snorted lightly, her eyes full of disdain. 5 light rays, 2 light rays less than hers. This meant that the other party's talent was inferior to hers. Humph, so what if she's beautiful? Her talent is inferior to mine. It's useless. The arrogant girl said proudly. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. She even widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because after the 5 light rays in front of her, the 6th light did not disappear. What? There's more. Everyone was shocked and looked ahead in disbelief. 6 light rays. She was already considered a top genius. They did not expect that the beautiful girl would have such good talent. However, in the next moment, they screamed again because they saw the 7th light ray. Heavens, what did I just see? The 7th light ray. It's another top genius with 7 light rays. Shocking, it was too shocking. That beautiful girl's talent was actually so high, she was a prodigy. Not only was she beautiful, but her talent was also top-notch. Cries of surprise sounded one after another. Everyone looked ahead enviously. Obviously, 7 light rays were already considered a top genius. With such talent, she could still enter the affiliated faction of the sacred ground. Everyone cried out in surprise, but the arrogant girl from before was gnashing her teeth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with malice. Damn it, how is that possible? How could she have triggered 7 light rays? Cheating. She must be cheating. The arrogant girl was really angry. Previously, she had said that the other party was a flower vase, but now the other party had triggered 7 light rays. The other party's talent was the same as hers. Wasn't that a slap to her face? Moreover, what made her even angrier was that the other party was prettier than her. As a woman, she absolutely could not tolerate that. Therefore, she stared at the beautiful figure in front of her with a cold murderous intent in her eyes. What infuriated her even more was that the other party was prettier than her. As a woman, she could not tolerate this. Therefore, she stared at the beautiful figure in front of her with a murderous look in her eyes. Only she could become one of the top geniuses. No one else was qualified to stand beside her. Miss, I'll take care of her. Seeing the arrogant girl's expression, the 2 middle-aged women beside her quickly said. Then, they drew their swords and charged forward like ghosts. Things were precious when they were rare. A genius with 7 rays of light was already enough. Another genius would only lower the value of a genius. Therefore, for the sake of the arrogant girl's status, they had to kill Morong Qingqing. The attack was very sudden. 2 rays of cold light pierced towards Morong Qingqing like poisonous snakes. Not only that, the 2 rays of light were aimed at Morong Qingqing's vital points. What? Someone attacked. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. They could not believe that someone dared to attack Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing was a genius with 7 rays of light, she was already considered a disciple of a subsidiary sect. Who would dare to attack her at this time? However, things still happened. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. She had activated 7 rays of light and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. However, the sudden killing intent caused her expression to darken again. She was not a flower vase. She was extremely talented and powerful. She was one of the top geniuses in the Tianwu continent. Although she was not used to coming to the quintessential world, she was not someone who could be assassinated so easily. With a shout, Morong Qingqing quickly counterattacked. She waved her hands and 2 purple palms flew out in an instant. Bang, bang. 2 shocking sounds were heard. Then, the purple palms slammed into the 2 rays of cold light, causing them to retreat. Whoosh, the crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that someone would dare to fight in the Xianxia square. It was too bold. Sister Morong. Shin Jingqiu called out anxiously from afar. Lin Xian's expression darkened and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that someone would dare to assassinate Morong Qingqing. This person was definitely courting death. Shaking his body, Lin Xian arrived next to Morong Qingqing in the next second. Are you all right? He asked nervously. I'm fine. Morong Qingqing shook his head, but he didn't look too good either. That was because she had rarely encountered such an assassination attempt. On the martial heaven continent, she was a heavenly daughter. Everyone could only look up to her. But after coming to this vast true spirit world, things changed in an instant. She was no longer that high and mighty princess, nor did she have the strength to crush everything. She was just an ordinary king. Therefore, she was very interested in this test because she wanted to use this opportunity to enter a good sect and strengthen her own strength. As Lin Xian's woman, she didn't want to be a burden, let alone a vase. She didn't do anything wrong, but the other party wanted to kill her. This made her extremely furious. However, what made her even angrier was that the 2 figures in the sky, who had been pushed back by the purple palm, attacked again. It seemed that if they did not kill Morong Qingqing, they would not give up easily. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. The other party was too despicable. They actually attacked again and again, completely disregarding him. In the next moment, he attacked as well. A golden sky rock flew out from his palm, covering the sky and circling in the sky. Its terrifying claws tore through the void like 2 golden mountains, grabbing at the 2 figures in the sky. You're courting death. The 2 middle-aged women waved the sharp swords in their hands, creating a shocking rainbow. However, in front of the golden sky rock, it was useless. Crack! Crack! All the sword chi broke in an instant, but the sky rock's sharp claws were still descending rapidly. Poof! Poof! In the next moment, the 2 middle-aged women were caught and nailed firmly in the void. Ah! The 2 of them screamed, and their expressions were full of fear. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to subdue them in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped. The golden sky rock circled in the sky, and its feet stepped on the 2 middle-aged women. The 2 middle-aged women fought back with all their might, but they couldn't move it at all. Instead, they were hit by the rebound force, and their blood was in turmoil. Their bones were trembling. Kid, how dare you touch me? You're dead meat. The 2 middle-aged women looked down fiercely. They saw a handsome man standing in front of Morong Qingqing. The golden sky rock had come from the handsome man's hand. Are you threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. You're just 2 slaves. How dare you threaten me? You must be tired of living. What did you say? The middle-aged woman screamed. Are you deaf? I said you're a slave. From the looks of it, you must have been ordered to come out by someone. Tell me, who gave you the idea? At this moment, the crowd was shocked. They didn't expect a battle to take place in Xianxia Square. Moreover, they didn't expect Morong Qingqing to be unscathed. Not only that, but a handsome young man with a strong aura had appeared. In an instant, everyone was watching anxiously. Who do you think you are? How dare you question us? One of the middle-aged women snorted. Kid, let us go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You must be tired of living. Lin Xian sneered, then waved his hand. Suddenly, the golden sky rock in the sky shone brightly. Bang! In the next moment, one of the middle-aged women was crushed by the golden sky rock, turning into a bloody mist that splattered in all directions. What? She was killed. The crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. That was a one-star king. How could she be killed so easily? Who exactly was this handsome young man? How could he be so powerful? In the sky, the other surviving middle-aged woman screamed. That was because the blood of her companions had sprayed all over her face. Frightening, it was too frightening. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack her. Was he not afraid of revenge? In the next moment, she looked down. However, when she saw the cold light in Lin Xian's eyes, her whole body trembled. That gaze was too terrifying. It was as if it could kill her instantly. At this moment, the middle-aged woman couldn't care less. She screamed, "Miss, save me!" Humph! Below, the arrogant young woman's face was cold. She had sent 2 of her subordinates to kill Murong Qingqing. She thought it would be a piece of cake. However, she didn't expect that there would be a change. Moreover, one of her subordinates was killed in an instant. She couldn't accept that. "How dare you? Let go of my men." The arrogant young woman raised her chin and looked down at Lin Xian. "So it was you." Lin Xian looked at the arrogant girl with a cold killing intent in his eyes. He had long suspected her because no one else had a reason to attack. There was only one person who had a reason to attack, and that was the arrogant girl who had also activated 7 rays of light. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. What? She was the one who attacked? Seeing the arrogant girl, the crowd exclaimed. They didn't expect her to be another top prodigy. It seemed that this matter was going to be troublesome. Wasn't she the second miss of the Dong clan? Someone exclaimed. What? The Dong clan? The crowd exclaimed. The Dong clan was a large clan in the Dexian Empire and was very powerful. For a moment, everyone exclaimed again and again as they looked at the arrogant girl with shock. Hearing the exclamations, the arrogant girl Dong Qian became even more proud. Like a proud peacock, she raised her chin high and said coldly, "Did you hear that? You won't have a good ending if you offend my Dong clan. I won't make things difficult for you. Release my people and kneel down to apologize to me, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll let you die without a burial place." Dong Qian had a superior attitude because in her opinion, as long as she mentioned the Dong clan, the other party would definitely not dare to find trouble and would definitely surrender obediently. If it was a martial artist from the Dexian Empire, perhaps this move would really work. But this time, she was wrong. Because Lin Xian wasn't from the Dexian Empire at all. Furthermore, given Lin Xian's character, he would never submit to anyone. Sure enough, Lin Xian sneered, "You really have a heart of snakes and scorpions. What's the use of someone like you being talented? You'll only be a scourge in the future when you grow up. Might as well get rid of you as soon as possible." "What did you say?" Dong Qian screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. The other party dared to insult her. How was this possible? Was he not afraid of death? The crowd was also shocked. They thought that the matter was over, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually dare to fight back. Heavens, does this guy not know the Dong clan? Could he be from abroad? It's possible. Discussions broke out one after another. They guessed that Lin Xian wasn't from the great Xian Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to fight back after hearing about the Dong family's reputation. Dong Qian sneered, "Humph. So he's just a country bumpkin. Kid, listen well. My Dong clan is a first-rate clan in the Grand Xian Empire, and it's far from something a country bumpkin like you can afford to offend. So, I advise you to obediently kneel down and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the entire Great Xian Empire." "What Dong family? You think too highly of yourself." Lin Xian coldly harumphed. He waved his hand, and the golden rock in the sky once again shone brightly, crushing the other middle-aged woman into a bloody mist. Pung, a deep voice sounded, and a blood-red mist spread out in all directions. What? Killed again? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. They didn't expect that the other party would be so decisive, and even disregard the Dong family. On the other hand, Dong Qian was so angry that her face turned pale. "Brat, you dare to offend my Dong clan? You're dead meat." "Dead meat?" I don't think so. You'd better worry about yourself first. Lin Xian sneered and walked forward. What do you want? Dong Qian trembled when she saw him walking toward her. What do I want? Of course I want to kill you. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as the god of death. How dare you? My lady is the second lady of the Dong clan. Moreover, she's a top genius who has activated 7 rays of light. You dare to touch my lady? You're dead meat. The Dong clan and the other sects won't let you off. Seeing Lin Xian walking toward them, 4 middle-aged women immediately appeared to protect Dong Qian. Dong Qian also screamed, despicable and shameless. Despicable and shameless? Lin Xian sneered. You're not despicable and shameless when you kill people? I'm just doing the same thing as you. Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yes, if the lady of the Dong clan had not been despicable and shameless and attacked first, he would not have attacked first. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was the victim. Humph, who am I and who is she? How can we be compared to each other? You bunch of country bumpkins, go to hell. Dong Qian screamed, her eyes full of viciousness. Is that so? Let's see who's going to die. Lin Xian's body emitted a dazzling light, and his aura kept rising. The martial artists and guards of the Dong clan broke out in a cold sweat because Lin Xian's aura was too strong. Haha, boy, I've finally found you. At this critical moment, insolent laughter rang out, and then countless figures rushed toward Lin Xian. Along with them came a monstrous pressure and terrifying energy. The next moment, dozens of figures landed on the square again. They're from the Zhao clan. What? Why are they here too? Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw this scene. That's right, these people were martial artists from the Zhao clan. They had been searching for Lin Xian all the way and finally met him here. Boy, you dare to kill the people of the Zhao clan. Today is the day you die. Kneel down and accept your death, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Haha, I heard that you have 3 beauties by your side. This time, you must bring them back and enjoy them. Boy, this is what you get for provoking the Zhao clan. Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They did not expect Lin Xian and his group to provoke the Zhao clan. How audacious, like the Dong clan, the Zhao clan was a first-rate clan in the empire of Daxian. Their strength was terrifying, and no one dared to provoke them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would provoke 2 first-rate clans at the same time. Humph, what a reckless boy. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Your life will be gone. Dong Qian sneered. Isn't this the Dong clan's girl? Why are you here? The 3 elders of the Zhao clan asked. After greeting the 3 elders, Dong Qian quickly bowed and said, This boy is too hateful. He saw that my talent was outstanding and wanted to kill me to silence me. What? There's such a thing? How audacious. We must kill him today. The Zhao clan elder and the Dong clan martial artist smiled sinisterly and walked forward step by step. Humph, how shameless. Snakes and rats from the same nest. Lin Xian's voice was cold. What happened today? Everyone here saw it. Whether it's black or white, I think it won't be long before everyone in the world knows. So what if they know? When that time comes, you'll be a dead man. The Zhao clan elder smiled sinisterly. Who would stand up for a dead man? And who do you think dares to provoke the Zhao clan? Lin Xian sneered. So you're saying that you've got me? To be honest, although this matter was troublesome, it was not fatal. This was because among the Zhao family cultivators, the strongest was only a late-stage 2-star king. There was not a single 3-star king. Lin Xian's current strength was enough to defeat any 2-star king. As for 3-star kings, they might not even be his match. Therefore, none of these people were his match. Even if there were more of them, he would only need to spend a little more effort. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. Qingqing, continue the test. Lin Xian turned around and said to Murong Qingqing. He knew that Murong Qingqing had not activated her bloodline power yet. This meant that Murong Qingqing's talent was definitely above the 7 rays of light. Okay. Murong Qingqing nodded. She also knew Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, she knew that only by displaying a stronger talent could she suppress these people. Therefore, in the next moment, she placed her slender hand on the light pillar again. Humph, it's useless to test again. No matter how talented a dead person is, it's useless. The Zhao family elder sneered. However, Dong Qian seemed to have thought of something and screamed, kill her quickly. We can't let her test again. This was because she had thought of a possibility. Morong Qingqing's talent was above hers, above the 7 rays of light. If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. Killing a genius of the same level as her would increase her value. However, if she killed a genius more outstanding than her, then she would be courting death. At that time, the big sex would definitely punish her. Therefore, she could not let Morong Qingqing test again. Hearing this, 4 middle-aged women flew out and formed a sword formation. They quickly charged toward Morong Qingqing. These were 4 one-star kings. When they joined forces, their strength was extremely powerful, even comparable to that of a 2-star king. They had already seen Lin Xian's cultivation before. He was only a 1-star king. Morong Qingqing behind him was also only a 1-star king. The 2 of them together would definitely not be able to defeat them. Therefore, the 4 middle-aged women were very confident. However, Lin Xian snorted and flicked his fingers. 4 void-shattering fingers flew out quickly. Pung 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 pung, the 4 rays of light were like lightning, instantly piercing through the heads of the 4 middle-aged women. Blood splattered everywhere as the corpse stopped in midair and crashed to the ground. What? They were all killed. Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe it. This was far too frightening, right? Those were 4 one-star king tiers. Moreover, when they joined forces, they were already equivalent to 2-star king tiers. However, he was actually obliterated by someone in an instant. What kind of method was this? Damn it, how is this possible? Dong Qian's face was pale. She realized that the other party's strength was unfathomable. As for the few elders of the Zhao family, their faces were also ferocious. Damn it, this kid hid his strength. Now they finally knew why the iron ship pirates were so heavily injured. This was because the other party had concealed his strength. Although he appeared to only be a 1-star king, his strength had already reached the level of a 2-star king. I have to admit that you have exceeded our expectations, but so what? You only have the strength of a 2-star king at most. However, we have 3 late 2-star kings on our side. Do you think you can defeat them? Kid, I advise you to stop struggling. Obediently kneel down and surrender. Hand over the 3 beauties, and I can give you a quick death. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Bring the 3 beauties back. The elders of the Zhao family laughed maniacally. However, at this moment, the testing light pillar changed again. In front of them, after the testing light pillar released 7 rays of light, another ray of light appeared. This ray of light was like a divine rainbow, instantly illuminating the entire square. What? The 8th ray of light. How is this possible? Heavens, am I dreaming? 8 rays of light, it's really 8 rays of light. That beautiful woman's talent has already surpassed that of the Dong family's 2nd daughter. 8 rays of light, it had been almost 100 years since they last saw one. Heaven-defying. This beautiful woman's talent is simply too high. Everyone discussed spiritedly, extremely shocked. Meanwhile, Dong Qian's face was pale. Impossible, this is impossible, I don't believe it. This can't be real. The thing she was most worried about had still happened. The other party had released 8 rays of light, and his talent had already surpassed hers. This made her extremely jealous, and at the same time extremely shocked. On the other hand, the expressions of the Zhao family's martial artists changed drastically. They did not expect that the other party's talent was actually so high. 8 rays of light was already a genius among geniuses. Such a person could definitely enter a powerful sect. Thinking of this, the killing intent in their hearts surged. Kill her, they had to kill her before the people from the various large sects arrived, otherwise, if she entered a large sect, the Zhao family would definitely suffer. Die. In the next moment, an elder of the Zhao family roared and pounced over like a ferocious tiger. What? He still wants to attack? Seeing the Zhao family's people attack, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. On the other hand, Dong Qian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to kill the other party more than she did. As long as the three elders of the Zhao family attacked, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. Because those three elders were late-stage two-star kings. When they joined forces, they were extremely powerful. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible for him to escape. On the other side, the Zhao family's elder had already arrived near Lin Xian. The terrifying palm covered the sky and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The wind whistled, and the void trembled. This palm could definitely turn a two-star king into a bloody mist. Therefore, many people exclaimed in surprise. In their opinion, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing could not dodge at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. It was the Nine Darkness demonic sword. In the next moment, he waved the demonic sword, and a black sword chi instantly streaked across the sky. A black crack instantly appeared in the void, but it quickly healed. In the sky, the huge palm quickly disappeared and finally broke into two halves. The Zhao family's elder also landed on the ground, his body trembling slightly. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone's eyes widened because Lin Xian's sword technique was too fast. They did not see it clearly at all. They only saw Lin Xian pull out a demonic sword, and then the terrifying palm disappeared. Dong Qian also did not see the sword clearly, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other two elders of the Zhao family were frowning. One of them moved forward and asked quickly, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" However, with a gentle push, the elder who attacked earlier fell to the ground with a plop. What? What happened? Everyone was shocked and stretched their necks to look. Then, they screamed. That old man gave a light push, and immediately, the elder who had attacked earlier fell to the ground with a plop. Judging by his stiffness, he seemed to have lost his vitality. This caused everyone to be extremely puzzled. What? What happened? Everyone was shocked. They craned their necks and looked over. Then, they screamed. There was a thin red line between the eyebrows of the elder of the Zhao family, which extended to his abdomen. That was a sword mark. Could it be that the elder of the Zhao family is dead? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. That's right, the elder of the Zhao family was killed. The red line on his body was the sword mark displayed by Lin Xian. The sword was too fast. No one saw it clearly. Even when the elder of the Zhao family died, his body did not split open. Impossible, how is this possible? The two elders outside felt their scalps go numb. They could not believe it at all. That was a late-stage two-star challenger. His strength was terrifying, but the other party killed him with a single sword strike. What kind of strength did he have to do that? They did not dare to imagine. Dong Qian was also scared out of her wits. Impossible, I don't believe it. Careless, I must have been careless. Seniors, you must go all out to kill this little thief. Dong Qian screamed crazily because she was too scared. Even a late-stage two-star challenger was killed with a single sword strike. They could not resist at all. Hearing Dong Qian's words, the two elders of the Zhang family looked at each other. Yes, we must have been careless. This kid can't be so strong. The two of them were ready to go all out to kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the light beam behind them changed again. After the 8th light beam, the 9th light beam lit up again. What? 9 rays of light. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even the two elders of the Zhao family stopped in their tracks. 9 light beams, what kind of talent was that? It had not appeared for hundreds of years. To be honest, the two of them did not dare to do anything now. If such a genius was killed by them, the major sects would definitely be furious. By then, they would not be the only ones to suffer. Even the entire Zhao family would be implicated. For a moment, everyone was stunned. At the same time, the people of the major sects also received the news of the test. When they sensed the 9 rays of light, many sects took action. 9 rays of light was already very good. Such a genius must not be missed. Immediately, many sects began to move. They had to snatch this genius before everyone else. However, some of these sects were near while others were far away, but within the Xian Empire, these sects had their training grounds. The Cool Breeze Dao Hall was a branch of the Cool Breeze faction. One of them, an old man in a green robe, looked at the light pillar in front of him and smiled. A genius with 9 rays of light. I definitely can't miss this opportunity. Ha 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 ha. I'm the closest to the Dark Moon Dojo. On the other side, a burly middle-aged man in a red robe was moving quickly. Other than that, there was also a Taoist nun riding a blue yuan, as well as an expert riding a flying sword. Without exception, they all flew towards the Dark Moon Dojo. It was obvious that their target was the genius who had activated the 9 rays of light. It was Morong Qingqing. However, these people didn't know that after they left, the testing light pillar lit up again. This beam of light was like a divine chain that completely covered the entire area. The light that it emitted was even brighter than the sun. 10 rays of light. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. 10 rays of light. It had been close to 1,000 years since someone had appeared. Who would have thought that it would appear again? This time, not only were the subsidiary sects alarmed, but even the sacred grounds were alarmed. The eastern wasteland was vast and boundless. The Xian Empire was only one of the countries on this continent, and its strength was only average. However, there were still a few overlords in the eastern wasteland. They were the sacred grounds and the remote antiquity families. Among them, the remote antiquity families were mainly clans. Most of them were descendants of emperors, and they didn't accept outsiders. Therefore, they wouldn't choose disciples from outside. However, the sacred grounds were different. They searched the entire continent for peerless geniuses to become disciples. These two seemed to have their own advantages, but until now, the sacred grounds and the remote antiquity families were still the pinnacle of existence. No one could surpass them unless a true emperor appeared. However, it had been a long time since an emperor had appeared in the true spirit world. In a fairyland somewhere in the eastern wasteland. Flowing water flowed, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. Rainbows formed a bridge, and spiritual energy surrounded it. This place was like a fairyland. Purple energy floated, bringing with it a hint of mystery. This was a sacred ground in the eastern wasteland, the Purple Glow Sacred Ground. At this moment, in a testing area in the Purple Glow Sacred Ground, a light pillar suddenly exploded with a bright light. It was like a purple sun, shining in all directions. This is? The disciple in charge of guarding was shocked. He had never seen such a situation before, so he quickly reported it to the higher-ups of the sect. Soon, this strange phenomenon alarmed the entire Holy Land. A few people surrounded by purple energy descended. They stared at the sun-like light and were extremely shocked. This phenomenon, could it be that bloodline? An elder in a purple robe was excited. That's right, it's definitely that bloodline constitution. Beside him, a middle-aged Taoist nun stood on a cloud like a fairy. Her eyes were also filled with shock. Other than that, there were also a few terrifying people. They were all shocked. They were too shocked. They didn't think that such a bloodline would really appear. The heavens are blessing the Purple Glow Sacred Ground. We can't miss it. The purple-robed elder laughed heartily. Then, he quickly asked, where did this news come from? Great Xian Empire, Dark Moon Training Grounds. The disciple below quickly reported. He knew that the people in front of him were all incredible people. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Just what kind of bloodline and physique did he have to be able to attract these legendary figures? Great Xian Empire? Quick, inform the disciples near the Great Xian Empire. They must bring that person back. If anyone dares to stop them, kill them without mercy. The purple-robed elder's voice was filled with a trace of majesty. Yes. The disciples below quickly agreed. Then, they quickly got busy. Suddenly, a light array lit up. Obviously, they were passing the news to the disciples of the sacred sect far away in the Great Xian Empire. No, I'm not at ease. I'll send a few more people to help. That kind of bloodline constitution can't be allowed to have any mishaps. The middle-aged Taoist nun also said in a deep voice. Yes, send a few elders over and seal the news until the other party safely enters the purple glow sacred ground. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of bloodline is it? It's actually so important to these experts? That's right. Send a few elders over and seal off the news until she safely enters the purple glow sacred land. Hearing that, the disciples around them were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of bloodline is it? Why are these powerhouses so concerned about it? The disciples around them were shocked. Their eyes were wide open in disbelief. What kind of bloodline is it? Why are these powerhouses so concerned about it? They did not know what kind of bloodline it was, but they knew that if anything happened to her, it would definitely cause the entire purple glow sacred land to go crazy. In the end, the middle-aged Taoist nun sighed and said, "Forget it. I'll go with you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." "All right." The purple-robed elder nodded. Then, the middle-aged Taoist nun turned into a purple light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian and the others did not know about the commotion in the purple glow sacred land. However, the entire Xianxia square was in shock. They looked at the 10 bright lights in front of them and were all stunned. 10 lights. Heavens, what did I just see? A miracle. It's definitely a miracle. 10 lights haven't appeared in more than 1,000 years, right? This is too heaven-defying. This beautiful woman is definitely a top genius. At that moment, everyone was shocked and their hearts were beating wildly. As for the warriors of the Zhao family and the Dong family, their faces were pale and filled with despair. 10 rays of light. His opponent had actually activated 10 rays of light. How was this possible? Now, even if they wanted to kill her, they did not dare to act rashly. That was because 10 lights were enough to enter those legendary sacred lands. Those were truly peerless sacred lands. Its power was unimaginable. It was not something that they could fight against. Thinking of that, they even trembled. Among them, the warriors of the Zhao family had extremely ugly expressions. They almost knelt on the ground. Dong Qian no longer looked arrogant. Her face was extremely pale and she even wanted to run away. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect Morong Qingqing to trigger 10 lights and cause such a commotion. But soon after, he started laughing. That was because the situation was too satisfying. Just by looking at the reactions of the Zhao and Dong families, he knew that Morong Qingqing's talent was definitely beyond imagination. Most people would not dare to touch her at all. This made him feel much more at ease. He too was also surprised because he did not expect Morong Qingqing to be able to unleash 10 pillars of light. Morong Qingqing's smile bloomed like a flower. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. She knew she was safe. Not only her, but Lin Xian and the others were also safe. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, powerful figures descended one after another. Feeling this aura, everyone held their breaths and widened their eyes. Many of them even began to tremble. These auras were too strong. Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was because he also felt a wave of pressure. This aura definitely surpassed that of a 3-star king realm. There were even a few that made him feel suffocated. "I am Qing Fengzi." An old voice rang out. What? Qing Fengzi? Could it be an elder of the Cool Breeze sect? Everyone cried out in surprise. The Cool Breeze sect was a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Its status was extremely powerful, and was equivalent to the Dexian Empire's imperial family. Ha 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 ha. The Dark Ocean Palace is here. Another loud and clear voice rang out. F*CK, it's another subsidiary sect. Everyone was shocked. They realized that there were also Blue Flower Sect, Northern Sword Sect, and other sections. Without exception, they were all very powerful. Moreover, they knew that these were only the first few sects to arrive. There would definitely be more behind. At this moment, the representatives of the 4 sects in the sky looked down and quickly searched. Obviously, they were looking for the peerless genius. Soon, someone looked at Dong Qian, but Vivian shook her head. Dong Qian was not bad, but now, she was not worth mentioning. Seeing the other party look away, Dong Qian's face turned pale. She was extremely jealous, but she did not dare to be presumptuous. Found him. Soon, the four people in the sky smiled. Obviously, they had found the true peerless genius. Morong Qingqing felt the four gazes and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly bowed and greeted the seniors. You are the genius who activated the 10 light pillars? Among them, the elder of the Cool Breeze sect asked. That's right. Morong Qingqing nodded. Are you willing to join my Cool Breeze sect? Qing Fengzi asked quickly. However, before Morong Qingqing could answer, the other three people were unwilling. Qing Fengzi, what do you mean? Among them, the lady in a blue dress asked coldly. That's right. What's so good about your Cool Breeze sect? Why don't you join my Azure Ocean Palace? My Northern Sword sect is better. Voices rang out one after another, filled with great confidence. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the four of them to start arguing. However, this also showed how heaven-defying Morong Qingqing's talent was. When the warriors of the Zhao family saw this, their faces turned ugly. They knew that there was no hope for them to kill Morong Qingqing, at least not now. Dong Qian's face was pale, and she was trembling with anger. This honor originally belonged to her, but it was snatched away by someone else. She was unwilling to accept this. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. He was very satisfied with this scene. However, in the sky, the debate between the four experts became more and more intense. At this moment, the lady from the Blue Flower sect said, let's stop arguing. Let her choose. Okay. 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 The other three agreed. In the next moment, the four of them looked at Morong Qingqing again. Little girl, which sect do you want to join? Qing Fengzi asked. My Cool Breeze sect is a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It's very powerful. If you join us, you might have a chance to enter the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. If you join my Blue Flower sect, you'll have a chance too. The lady in blue did not let it go. Obviously, the Blue Flower sect was also a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Azure Ocean Palace is better. If you join, I'll make you a core disciple. The burly middle-aged man said. Core disciple. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect her to become a core disciple as soon as she entered. There were different types of sect disciples, and the best type was the core disciple. This condition tempted countless people. The Northern Sword sect's treatment is better. I'll recommend you to become the sect leader's disciple. Whoosh, everyone was shocked and went crazy. However, Morong Qingqing smiled bitterly. She did not know how to choose. Originally, she only wanted to join a subsidiary sect, but now there were 4 subsidiary sections. For a moment, it was hard for her to choose. Lin Xian was also speechless. It seemed that being too talented was also a problem. She's not going anywhere. However, at this moment, another voice was heard, and it resounded in all directions. This voice was full of majesty, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. Even the few experts in the sky frowned when they heard this. That voice shocked everyone. Could it be that the sects came to fight again? Everyone looked into the distance again. Even the 4 powerhouses in the sky also turned their heads one after another. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Especially those 4 powerhouses, their faces changed drastically. Only to see in the distant sky, a purple glow flew over quickly. At first, it was still very far, but in the blink of an eye, it already arrived in front of them. The multicolored light enveloped 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a middle-aged man, the other was a youth and a young woman. The 3 people were all surrounded by purple light. Although their cultivation could not be seen clearly, the aura emitted was even more terrifying than the previous 4 powerhouses. Which sect are these people from? Everyone in the square looked up at the sky, extremely puzzled. Indeed, they had never seen them before. However, the faces of those 4 powerhouses changed drastically. Among them, that old man Qing Fengzi even cried out in surprise. Purple Afterglow Holy Land. You guys are from Purple Afterglow Holy Land. What? Purple Afterglow Holy Land, they are genius martial artists of the Holy Land. Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Shocking, this was really too shocking. One had to know that they had never seen martial artists from the Holy Land. Because although the Great Xian Empire was powerful, compared to the Holy Land, it was much worse. At most, it was only equivalent to those affiliated sects of the Holy Land. Therefore, those Holy Land martial artists would not come at all. Even if they came, these people would not see them. But they did not expect that the Holy Land martial artists actually came to this Blue Moon Square now. Heavens, these Holy Land martial artists wouldn't have come for that stunning girl, right? Defying the heavens. This kind of thing has already not happened for more than 1,000 years. Everyone was extremely envious, while the Zhao family people were sweating cold sweat. The worst thing they expected had happened. The other party had finally attracted the Holy Land's attention. Now, they did not dare to touch the other party at all, and even had to worry about being retaliated by the other party. Thinking of here, they had an impulse to run away. On the other side, Dong Qian was even more gnashing her teeth. She was really going crazy with jealousy. In the sky, Xianxia and the other three were also puzzled. They did not expect that the purple afterglow Holy Land people would actually come. Could it be that they also came for that genius below? They could not understand because when they left, they only knew that the other party activated 9 light pillars. As for the matter of the 10 pillars of light, they did not know. Moreover, they didn't know that the other party had a special bloodline physique that made the purple afterglow Holy Land go crazy. However, although they were extremely puzzled, they did not dare to be presumptuous. After all, the hallowed grounds were not in existence that they could provoke. The middle-aged warrior from the Purple Dawn Holy Land looked down at Murong Qingqing and nodded slightly. Very good. My Purple Afterglow Holy Land wants this person. A steady voice sounded. What? Purple Afterglow Holy Land wants it? Everyone was shocked. Heavens, the Purple Dawn Holy Land is really going to take it. Isn't this too shocking? Their eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know that such a situation had not happened for many years. Now, they were actually witnessing a martial artist become a disciple of a Holy Land with their own eyes. Gulp. Gulp, the sound of countless people swallowing their saliva was heard. Dong Qian was so angry that she was trembling. She wanted nothing more than to pounce forward, while the faces of the Zhao clan's people turned pale. Xianxia and the other three sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the other party was really here for the woman below. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia said, "Since Zixia Holy Land has spoken, we will naturally comply." The other three also nodded and then retreated to the side. The middle-aged man in purple nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked down and said to Murong Qingqing, "Come with us." Murong Qingqing took a deep breath. To be honest, she was too excited. She didn't expect that she would eventually attract people from the Holy Land. Moreover, the Purple Dawn Holy Land would directly recruit her. However, she still looked at Lin Xian to seek his opinion. Lin Xian smiled. "This is a good opportunity. Don't give it up." "I understand." Murong Qingqing nodded. "I am willing to join the Purple Dawn Holy Land." "Good." The middle-aged man in purple laughed. Then, he waved his hand and a force wrapped around Murong Qingqing, bringing her to his side. "Lin Xian, remember to look for me." Murong Qingqing transmitted her voice. Then, the group of people turned into purple rainbows and left the place. Phew, only when the figure disappeared did everyone heave a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped. The auras of the 3 Holy Land martial artists were too strong, making it hard for them to breathe. In the sky, the 4 experts sighed and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Seniors, please wait." The 4 of them were stunned. They stopped and looked down. "What's the matter?" Xianxia frowned and asked. "Seniors, please wait. I have a friend who wants to be tested," Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the man from the Deep Sea Palace showed a trace of impatience. The woman from the Blue Flower sect was puzzled. "Friend, is the peerless genius from before your friend?" "Yes," Lin Xian smiled. "My other 2 friends are not bad either. Seniors, why don't you take a look?" Lin Xian had his own ideas. He knew that Xianxia and Luo Bingshan were talented and could at least enter an affiliated sect. That was why he stopped the four of them. Okay, I'll take a look. Qing Fengzi was interested. The other three stayed as well. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time. Xiaoer, you do it. Lin Xian waved his hand. Oh. Shen Jingqiu nodded and walked over. Another peerless beauty. The crowd exclaimed and was envious. This kid is too lucky. He has 3 peerless beauties by his side. Yeah, who is he? A group of people discussed. Shen Jingqiu quickly came to the front of the light pillar and placed her hand on it. Suddenly, the light pillar shone brightly. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 7 light pillars lit up. The crowd's hearts were in their mouths. 8. The crowd swallowed their saliva and widened their eyes. Because the 9th light pillar lit up. 9 again. Many people exclaimed. They realized that another top genius had appeared. Moreover, it was another peerless beauty. Heavens, where did they come from? In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other 3 were surprised. They were just curious and didn't expect the other party to really activate 9 light pillars. With such talent, they could enter their sect. Not bad. Not bad. Little girl, your talent is abnormally good. To be able to gather together, what a surprise. The few of them nodded and their eyes flickered. They were ready to snatch the person again. However, in the next moment, they were stunned again. Even their faces were filled with shock, not only the 4 experts, but the entire square was stunned again. Everyone was in a daze. Even Lin Xian widened his eyes. Because the 10th light pillar appeared again. What? Another 10 beams of light. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. This was too shocking. They had just witnessed a genius with 10 beams of light. They didn't expect to see it again. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the sky, the 4 peerless experts were also stunned. Originally, they only wanted to see it out of curiosity. But they didn't expect another peerless genius to appear. Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Although this kind of genius was good, they couldn't get their hands on it. This kind of genius was destined to enter the sacred ground. To be honest, Lin Xian was also stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect Shen Jingqiu's talent to be the same as Murong Qingqing's. But then, he smiled. This made him feel more at ease. However, they didn't know that behind these 10 beams of light, there was an earth-shattering event. Eastern Wilderness, another sacred ground, Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Jade Lake was a place in ancient myths. But since this sacred ground dared to name itself Jade Lake, one could imagine how terrifying it was. At this moment, something happened in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Their testing beam of light suddenly bloomed with endless light. Then, a phoenix quickly formed and rushed into the sky. That phoenix hovered in the sky and then dropped tens of thousands of beams of light. There was even a mysterious sound in the sky. Zither and phoenix cry. This phenomenon directly alarmed the entire sacred ground. Phoenix bloodline, this is the phoenix physique. Heavens, this legendary bloodline has actually appeared again. They were too excited. In the true spirit world, there were many special bloodlines and physiques. Some of them were very special. They were favored by the heavens and earth and contained powerful energy. The phoenix bloodline was one of them. Quick, we must find her. Immediately, the entire Jade Lake moved quickly. On the other side, Great Xian Empire, Songyue Square. Everyone was still in a daze. At this moment, a green mist appeared in the sky. The green mist swirled with light, bringing with it a terrifying energy that made people tremble all over. Ha 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 ha. A genius with 10 beams of light, I didn't expect to find her. Since that's the case, follow me. The green mist rolled quickly and then surged downward. It was like a long green river. It was extremely strange. The green wave spread and quickly enveloped Shen Jingqiu. You're courting death. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. However, he was unable to resist it. This was because the green mist was simply too terrifying. Soon, his sword chi was shattered. However, at this moment, the 4 experts in the sky made their move. Humph. Qing Fengzi snorted and quickly made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, the void trembled, forming a ray of light that slashed forward. It was like a bolt of snow-white lightning that illuminated the void. Boom, the attack collided with the green weapon, creating a loud boom, but it was unable to block it. What? Qing Fengzi was stunned, not daring to believe it. Watch me. A woman from the Blue Flower sect made her move. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes were clear, and her temperament was incomparably ethereal. A blue petal appeared on his body, quickly expanding and pushing out. Bang! It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in the heavens and the earth, causing the void to shake and hum. This energy was too terrifying, shaking the martial artists below until their faces turned pale. However, he still couldn't block it. That green light quickly rushed downwards. Along with it, there was a disdainful voice. Humph, just a few 4-star kings, and you want to stop me? What a joke. Damn it. Who are you? The woman from Blue Flower sect asked in a deep voice. Oh no, are you the green-robed king? Qing Fengzi exclaimed. Haha, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me. That voice was very arrogant. Since you know me, why don't you get lost? With an angry roar, the void exploded, and a terrifying energy swept in all directions. Not good. In the sky, the 4 people's faces changed drastically. They quickly counterattacked. The North Sword sect was the first to make a move. The blood-red sword in his hand emitted a cold light, piercing towards the green mist. This attack was very terrifying, erupting with a dazzling light, like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking the entire void. It was clearly a ray of sword chi, but it was incomparably sharp like a divine rainbow descending. Kill. At the same time, the burly middle-aged man from Deep Sea Palace also moved. A blue fist blasted out, and it was incomparably violent. It directly pierced through the void and arrived in front of him. Qing Fengzi and the Blue Flower sect also erupted, pouncing over to stop the green mist. In an instant, a terrifying energy exploded. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such an unforeseen event to occur. They quickly retreated and watched nervously. Bang! Bang, bang! A series of low sounds rang out, and then Qing Fengzi and the other 3 were forced to retreat. Damn it, he's a 5-star king. Damn it. The 4 people's faces were ugly. They were only 4-star kings, and even if they joined forces, they couldn't fight against a 5-star king. What, a 5-star king? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. A 5-star king was too terrifying. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, he probably couldn't block it. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful I am. That voice was very arrogant. Get lost, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. Green-robed king, although you're strong, I advise you not to make a move. That's a genius that the sacred ground has taken a fancy to. Qing Fengzi gritted his teeth and said. Sacred ground? Humph, don't scare me. Green-robed king sneered, the sacred ground is powerful, but they won't come here. By the time they come, I'll be long gone. Ha 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 ha. That girl looks good, and her talent is even better. She should be able to improve my green shadow divine technique to another level. As he spoke, he looked up to the sky and laughed. The 4 people's faces were ugly, and Shen Jingqiu's face was pale. Just when everyone was in despair, the void trembled. Then, light bloomed, and waves of ripples spread out. Everyone was stunned, and they looked up. In the sky, the void seemed to have been torn apart, and a black hole appeared. Then, a jade-like foot stepped out of the black hole. Then, a figure that was blooming with light appeared. Thousands of rays of light shone down, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Although they couldn't see her face, they could vaguely tell that she was a woman. Who's making a move? A cold voice sounded. Humph, who are you? How dare you interfere with my business? Green-robed king sneered. How dare you touch my Jade Lake's people, die. The cold voice sounded again. What? Jade Lake? It's the sacred ground. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Qing Fengzi and the girl from Blue Flower sect also quickly bowed. What? Jade Lake sacred ground? green-robed king's face changed. Then, he didn't care about anything else and turned to run. Although he had defeated Qing Fengzi and the other three, and although he was a 5-star king, he was nothing in front of a sacred ground. He could only run. You still want to run? Stay. A cold voice rang out. Immediately, the hazy silhouette struck out with a palm. With a wave of his palm, rays of light danced in the air. This palm was too bright. It was like the sun, causing the entire world to lose its color. Damn it, block it. The green-robed king roared in anger and then used his king domain. Suddenly, a green domain quickly shrouded him. The entire void trembled, forming a green fortress that quickly resisted the shining palm in the sky. Boom, in the next moment, a low sound was heard. The Green King's domain exploded, turning into countless fragments. Not only that, but the green-robed king's body also exploded, forming a cloud of blood mist. In front of this palm, the domain that he was so proud of and the strength of a 5-star king were useless. What? The green-robed king was killed. Everyone was shocked and gasped. That was a 5-star king, and he was killed with a single palm. They couldn't believe it. One had to know that the green-robed king had defeated Qing Fengzi and the other three. He was extremely powerful. However, such a powerful figure couldn't even block a single move. What cultivation level did that woman reach? She was so terrifying. Was this the strength of a sacred ground? So powerful. Lin Xian also raised his head, his eyes flickering with shock. That palm strike just now made his hair stand on end. It also let him know the strength of a sacred ground. No wonder they were the overlords of the true spirit world. They were indeed powerful. Follow me. In the sky, the shining figure said slowly. Hearing this, Xianxia turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian, I'm leaving. Remember to find me, I'll miss you. Then, her figure floated into the sky. Together with the figure from the Jade Lake sacred ground, she entered the black hole again. In the next moment, the two figures entered the black hole, and the black vortex also quickly disappeared. In the end, the entire sky became clear again. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now was like a dream. Qing Fengzi and the other three also sighed, then looked at Lin Xian again. Kid, you still have a friend. Let her take the test. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched as they looked at Lin Xian strangely. Because the first two people were geniuses who had triggered 10 rays of light, they wanted to know if the third person was also a genius. Bingshan, you do it. Lin Xian nodded and waved at Luo Bingshan. Then, Luo Bingshan walked to the front of the light pillar. This time, it wasn't 10 rays, but 9 rays. In the end, 9 rays of light. Luckily, it wasn't 10 rays of light, or else it would be too heaven-defying. In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, a genius with 9 rays of light was just right for them. This trip was not a trip. Kid. The moment Qing Fengzi asked this question, he regretted it. Because the void split open again, and a figure walked out. That figure was mysterious. His body was shrouded in countless demonic clouds, and it was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura that emanated from his body was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon, standing in the air. He didn't look at anyone and didn't say anything. Waving his hand, the demonic clouds rolled and covered Luo Bingshan, then brought him away. Everyone was stunned. The whole place was eerily quiet. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't even know which sect he was from. Sigh. He sighed and shook his head. This was Luo Bingshan's opportunity, and he couldn't interfere. Hopefully, there would be a chance to see him again. In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other three were speechless. They finally found a genius with 9 rays of light. They wanted to take him in, but they didn't expect such a change to happen. However, they didn't dare to say anything because the aura of the previous figure was too scary. It made their hair stand. Kid, do you have any friends? Or do you want to take the test? Qing Fengzi didn't give up and looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian shook his head. The 3 people he brought had already taken the test, and he wouldn't take the test. At the sight of this, Qingfengzi and the other three sighed. Their bodies then flashed as they left the place swiftly. What? They left? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the four of them to leave. Dong Qian was the one with the worst expression. She was completely dumbfounded. One had to know that she was also a genius who had activated 7 rays of light and was able to enter an affiliated sect. However, those 4 powerhouses from before did not even glance at her and directly flew away. This made her feel hopeless. It's you, it's all your fault. It's all because of you that I missed this chance. She glared viciously at Lin Xian, her face full of malice. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're a piece of trash and you're blaming it on others? What a joke. What did you say? Dong Qian screamed. Kill him for me. Yes, Mississippi. Suddenly, an old woman with a walking stick walked out from behind her. Her face was full of wrinkles. Her aura was asking for a beating. She was also a late 2-star king. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Zhao family also walked up. The 3 of them stood side by side, and their killing intent surged. They had no choice. They had already offended Lin Xian, and they had to kill him quickly. Otherwise, they would be finished when Lin Xian joined forces with the disciples of the Holy Lands. Humph, so what if your friends have entered the Holy Lands? They are them, and you are you. You might not be able to contact each other in this lifetime. Since you dared to offend us, you can die obediently. The 3 of them quickly used their king domains and attacked Lin Xian. The terrifying king domains shone brightly and cut the void apart. The 3 king domains carried a shocking killing intent as they rushed over. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His body swayed and he quickly dodged the attack. Boom, the place where he was fighting turned into a black hole. Humph, let's see how you dodge. The 3 of them laughed maliciously and attacked again. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he quickly used the dragon sword domain. Suddenly, a green light appeared around him, and countless sword chi formed a special domain. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, in the next moment, the 4 domains collided, and a shocking sound rang out. Humph, so what if you're strong? Do you think you can stop the 3 of us? The old woman sneered. The 2 elders of the Zhao family also looked ferocious. They were confident that they could kill Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is in danger. Yes, 3 late 2-star kings. He can't stop them at all. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian roared, and the dragon sword domain trembled. Sword chi exploded, and a green light rushed into the sky. Then, Lin Xian's body flickered with a shocking killing intent. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. This aura was too terrifying. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Lin Xian's dragon sword realm rolled rapidly, and countless rays of light gathered on his arm. Then, a Qilin phantom appeared, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. It carried an extremely terrifying energy as if it was going to destroy the world. Accompanying it was a low roar that made one's scalp tingle. Qilin arm, this was one of the ultimate skills that Lin Xian had learned on the Black Earth. At this moment, it was extremely powerful. After using the Qilin arm, Lin Xian roared and punched out. The Qilin roared, carrying a terrifying energy as it quickly bombarded the front. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 late-stage 2-star kings from the Zhao and Dong family changed. Boom, there was a shocking collision. Then, the Qilin arm ruthlessly collided with the 3 realms, emitting a terrifying energy. Ka ka ka, under everyone's shocked gazes, cracks appeared on the 3 realms. What? How is this possible? Everyone's scalp tingled in disbelief. What kind of power was this? How could it be so terrifying? How could it shatter their realms with a single punch? One had to know that the 3 of them were late-stage 2-star kings. When they joined forces, they were extremely terrifying. However, Yi Futian had actually shattered their king's domains with a single punch. This was simply too shocking. Damn it, quickly counterattack and kill him. The old lady from the Dong family roared crazily. Then, she activated her Silver King realm and slashed out a huge silver half-moon. Silver moon slash. A shocking ray of light, like a crescent moon, quickly streaked across the void. Space-splitting slash. A black sword ray quickly bombarded and slashed down. Death roar. On the other side, the king realm vibrated and formed a ghost head, letting out a shocking roar. The three late-stage 2-star kings performed extremely powerful ultimate skills at this moment, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long roar as the dragon sword domain erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. Qilin arm, Qilin kill. In an instant, the power of the dragon sword realm circulated crazily, supporting the Qilin wall. Suddenly, the entire arm bloomed with incomparably bright light. The illusory image of the Qilin became even more solid, as if it was a real divine beast. In the next instant, Lin Xian punched out, forcefully blocking the three king-level attacks. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out once again, and the entire void became distorted. In the sky, the ultimate moves of the three great kings were smashed apart by this single punch, shattering into countless shards. The expressions of the three kings changed as they were sent flying. What? He was sent flying? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, this is impossible. Dong Qian's face was also pale. She couldn't believe it. She didn't expect him to be so powerful. As for the three late-stage 2-star king tiers, their expressions were even more horrified. What kind of power was this? It actually made them tremble. Is he really a 1-star king? How could there be such power? Even more terrifying than a 3-star king? They truly had no idea what was going on. However, they knew that the other party's strength was beyond their imagination. At that moment, they simply did not dare to stay there and quickly fled. The old woman waved her hand, instantly wrapping Dong Qian up and flying into the distance. The two elders of the Zhao family also joined forces to escape. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. His body was like a ray of sword light as he quickly chased after them. He was chasing the two elders of the Zhao family, while the Crimson Dragon flew towards the martial artist of the Dong family. Boom, boom. Two sounds rang out, and then those who had fled flew back once again. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. As for Dong Qian, she screamed. If you dare to touch me, the Dong family will not let you off. Slap. The Crimson Dragon waved its claw and directly slapped the other party. Immediately, a red mark appeared on her delicate face. You talk too much. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. This guy actually dared to kill Murong Qingqing, which made him very unhappy. On the other side, the two martial artists of the Zhao family also said coldly, Kid. Do you really want to be enemies with us? You have to think carefully. Our Zhao family and Dong family are first-rate families in the Dexian Empire. If you dare to touch us, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the Dexian Empire. You actually dare to threaten me now? Lin Xian sneered, I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that the two of you must die today. After speaking, he waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain directly enveloped the two of them. Countless rays of sword chi turned into resplendent rays of light, instantly piercing towards the two of them. Those auras were too terrifying, like peerless divine weapons, incomparably sharp. They directly pierced through the bodies of the two elders of the Zhao family. The dragon sword domain disappeared, and the bodies of the two elders of the Zhao family fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed, dyeing the earth red. Looking at this scene, everyone's scalps went numb, and the remaining martial artists of the Zhao family fled madly. Lin Xian waved his arm, and dozens of rays of sword chi flew out, beheading all of them. In a moment, the martial artists of the Zhao family were all wiped out. Then, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the Dong family again. Feeling that gaze, Dong Qian's body trembled, and her expression was incomparably ugly. She did not expect that the other party would actually dare to make a move. That Zhao family was the same as their Dong family, a first-rate family. Could it be that he was not afraid of crazy revenge? Kid, if you dare to touch me, you're dead. Dong Qian screamed. She did not have any strength to resist at all, and could only threaten. Kid, I advise you to quickly let me go. My brother is nearby, and when he comes, you're definitely dead. My brother is a 3-star king, a genius of the younger generation. He's also a capable subordinate of the third prince, and he will soon participate in the Empire's martial arts competition. He will definitely be famous in the world. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. However, these threatening words were pale and pitiful in Lin Xian's eyes. Participate in the martial arts competition? 3-star king? Is he very strong? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, the dragon sword realm flew out again and enveloped Dong Qian and the martial artists of the Dong family. Lin Xian said coldly, I have no enmity with you, but you tried to assassinate my woman out of jealousy. I can't forgive you for that. So, you're in this situation now because you asked for it. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he raised his hand and was about to activate the dragon sword realm. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Who dares to touch my Dong family? This voice was very terrifying, and it was like dozens of thunderbolts exploding in the air. However, when she heard this voice, Dong Qian exclaimed, Brother, save me. Let go of my sister, kneel on the ground and wait for death, or I'll tear you into pieces. That figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his hand fell mercilessly. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain erupted with a terrifying light, and countless sword chi killed all the Dong family martial artists inside. Puff. Puff, puff. 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 What? He killed them all. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. They didn't think that Lin Xian would be so bold as to kill in front of the Dong family. The Dong family martial artist who rushed over also roared crazily. He didn't think that the other party would really dare to attack, which made him very crazy. Ah! Kid, go to hell. That figure was like a shocking rainbow, rushing towards Lin Xian. That figure was too powerful, and his aura was shocking. Light erupted from his body and shot into the sky. There was an incomparably violent domineering aura on his body. He stood in the air, and countless rays of light surged under his feet, forming a white tiger that quickly stomped towards Lin Xian. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear a tiger's roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Then, a white tiger quickly formed under the mysterious martial artist's feet, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it roared in the air. This white tiger was not an ordinary tiger, but a very powerful martial art. At this moment, in the hands of this mysterious martial artist, it was even more shocking, like an ancient divine beast. White tiger kill. This is a mid-grade earth-step martial art. Everyone exclaimed. Even in the Dexian Empire, earth-step martial arts were not ordinary, but very high-level martial arts. Ordinary people couldn't learn them at all. Just like those Zhao family elders from before, they only mastered low-grade earth-step martial arts. They didn't have any mid-grade earth-step martial arts. But now, the moment this young man appeared, he used his father's mid-grade martial art. It was incomparably powerful. White light soared into the sky, and the terrifying fluctuations were shocking. This stomp seemed to be able to shatter the entire mountain and river. The huge white tiger phantom instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved his arm and directly used the Qilin arm. A Qilin quickly formed, roaring and fiercely colliding with the white tiger that swooped down from the sky. Then, the two divine beasts disappeared into the air together. Terrifying energy turned into waves that slapped in all directions, scaring everyone into hurriedly retreating. In the sky, a figure appeared. It was a young man, about 28 or 29 years old. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with gloom. He was like a fiend god, standing in the void and looking down. He asked coldly. Brat, you actually dared to kill my sister. Today, I will make you kneel and accept your death. Your sister only has herself to blame. It's better to kill such a person. I advise you to scram. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you too. Facing the sky, Lin Xian did not back down. Brat, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed a few late-stage 2-star kings. Let me tell you, those people are nothing in my eyes. The same goes for you. I advise you to kneel down obediently. This way, you may suffer less pain. Otherwise, if you anger me, I will make you regret being born into this world. 3-star king, Is this what gives you the right to be so arrogant? Lin Xian sneered. Brat, you are too weak. You don't know how powerful a 3-star king is. In the sky, Dong Qianshan was very arrogant. In front of me, even late-stage 2-star kings are ants, let alone you. Moreover, I am not an ordinary 3-star king. I am a martial artist under the 3rd prince, and I am also a genius who is about to participate in the martial arts conference. If you offend me, you will not have a good ending. Ridiculous. Lin Xian sneered. Dong Qianshan's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. Therefore, in the next moment, he did not waste any time and directly used the Dragon Sword realm to attack. Myriad Sword Technique. At this moment, Lin Xian used another middle-grade Earth-class martial art. Suddenly, the Dragon Sword spirit trembled, and countless sword chi quickly formed, releasing endless cold light. 3,000 sword force. Lin Xian roared, and 3,000 sword chi surrounded him, forming a terrifying aura. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and the terrifying sword chi was like a shocking rainbow, quickly slashing forward. This aura was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the galaxy and shatter everything. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Even the late-stage 2-star kings were filled with fear. In front of this aura, they did not have any power to resist. In the sky, Dong Qianshan's expression changed for the first time. He did not expect that his opponent could release such a terrifying aura. Then, he roared and quickly counterattacked. White Tiger Divine Fist. Dong Qianshan roared and waved his fists. This time, 2 huge tiger heads appeared on his fists, and terrifying power quickly circulated. His body surged with killing intent, and directly pierced through the void. Bang, the two collided in the sky, and a huge collapse occurred. The entire void exploded, and countless black cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. The 3,000 sword chi turned into a terrifying killing intent, and directly cut open the 2 ferocious tiger heads, creating countless cracks. Dong Qianshan's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. His body swayed, and he turned into a white light, quickly retreating. What? He was pushed back. Everyone looked at the sky, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the one who was pushed back was Dong Qianshan, who was a 3-star king. This was too unbelievable. It should be known that Dong Qianshan was a 3-star king, and his opponent was only a 1-star king. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Heavens, who is that young man? He is even more powerful than Dong Qianshan? He must have some way to hide his cultivation. Otherwise, a 1-star king could not force a 3-star king to retreat. This does not make sense. Many people screamed, and they were extremely shocked. In the sky, Dong Qianshan also stopped, and his face was gloomy as he looked ahead. Brat, who are you? Lin Xian sneered, don't you think it's too late to ask who I am? You. Dong Qianshan snorted coldly, don't be so arrogant. I was just careless. Is that so? Then use your full strength and fight with me. Lin Xian laughed wildly, and then he attacked again. You are courting death. Dong Qianshan was furious when he saw Lin Xian charging at him. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He was a 3-star king, and he was the 3rd prince's right-hand man. His strength could definitely be ranked in the top 10 among the 3rd prince's martial artists. Therefore, he would not allow a 1-star king to look down on him. He roared angrily, and he attacked again with the White Tiger Divine Fist. Then, the two of them fought fiercely. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, and the shocking sound created many black holes in the void. However, Dong Qianshan was quickly sent flying again. Not only that, but he was also injured, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. What? Dong Qianshan was also sent flying after using his full strength? When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Dong Qianshan roared madly, unable to accept this reality. 3-star king? Participating in the martial arts conference? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Just this title can make you so arrogant? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. He attacked mercilessly. you think a 3-star king is powerful? In my eyes, you're just SOSO. Also, don't think that participating in the martial arts conference is something worth being arrogant about. Let me tell you, I was also invited by Princess Kaidai to participate in the martial arts conference. So, in front of me, you don't have any right to be arrogant. What? He's also participating in the martial arts conference? Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed. The martial arts conference was a grand event in the empire of Daxian. Only the top geniuses of the younger generation could participate. Therefore, anyone who participated in the martial arts conference would be regarded as a supreme honor. This was also the reason why Don Qianshan had been constantly talking about this matter. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also participate in the martial arts conference. This was too shocking. You're also participating in the martial arts conference? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Don Qianshan's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. This was too humiliating. In front of everyone, he could not defeat a 3-star king. If this news spread, he would lose face. In that case, I won't be polite. I want to see what kind of strength you have to participate in the martial arts conference. He roared and quickly unleashed his king's domain. Suddenly, the surrounding space turned dark. Behind him, a huge black mountain appeared. It was dark and majestic, with a soul-stirring pressure. Furthermore, black flames were being emitted from the black mountain. They were burning fiercely. This black mountain was Don Qianshan's king domain. After displaying the king domain, Don Qianshan's aura soared, carrying a terrifying murderous aura. This aura was too terrifying, causing the martial artists in the square to tremble. What a terrifying aura! Don Qianshan is indeed a 3-star king. He's so terrifying. Is this the strength of a martial artist participating in the martial arts conference? He's really strong. Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my Devil Mountain domain. Don Qianshan said coldly. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black demonic mountain came crashing down. Boom, the black light flickered, bringing with it a murderous aura that soared into the sky, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. In an instant, the black demonic mountain arrived above Lin Xian and pressed down mercilessly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a low roar. The dragon sword domain around him flashed, and a shocking sword light soared into the sky, tearing the entire void apart. At this moment, the terror of the great dragon sword spirit was displayed. Vast sword chi shrouded the entire area. Pung, the demonic mountain and the sword chi collided, and a shocking sound of collision erupted. However, that terrifying demonic mountain was actually split apart by a single slash. What? Split it open with a single slash? This is impossible. Don Qianshan's pupils constricted, and the crowd cried out in alarm. They felt their scalps go numb. That was Don Qianshan's all-out attack. It was an attack that had fused with the Devil Mountain domain. It was incomparably terrifying. No one below 3-star king realm could stop him. Yet now, it had actually been split open by someone. Moreover, the one who had done this was actually a 1-star king tier. This was truly too inconceivable. Kid, go to hell. Don Qianshan roared crazily. His voice was like thunder, causing the entire sky to split apart. Then, he brought the black demonic mountain with him and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. He was like a devil king. The tattoos on his body were surrounded by black chi, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Kill! Lin Xian let out a furious roar as well. Then, his sword chi swept out like a true dragon, filling up the void. That incomparably huge body was covered with scales, as if it was real. A terrifying aura shook the entire void. With a terrifying murderous aura, it quickly slashed forward. Pung, the incomparably terrifying demonic mountain collided with the real dragon sword chi, and a sonorous sound rang out. Suddenly, demonic clouds rolled, and black chi surged. The scene turned into hell. It was a terrifying scene. This time, Don Qianshan attacked with all his strength. With the incomparably terrifying Devil Mountain domain, he directly broke the sword chi and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Haha, kid, go to hell. Your sword chi is useless in front of me. Dong Qianshan stood on the demonic mountain and quickly rushed over. He was like a real devil king, extremely powerful to the extreme. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered and activated the Dragon Sword Realm to fight back. Ridiculous, you want to use your domain to fight against me? You're courting death. Watch how I shatter your domain. Dong Qianshan laughed crazily because a one-star king's domain could not do anything in front of him. It's over. That kid is going to be killed. The surrounding people exclaimed. In the next moment, the Devil Mountain domain and the Dragon Sword domain collided, and the entire void shook rapidly. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. No. Damn it, how is this possible? Not long after, Dong Qianshan let out a cry of surprise. He seemed to be in a panic. What? What happened? Hearing this voice, everyone looked over. Then, their eyes widened. They could not believe it. This was because Dong Qianshan's Devil Mountain domain was now full of holes, pierced by countless sharp swords. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time. How is this possible? Dong Qianshan's king domain was defeated? How is this possible? Everyone's scalp went numb. They could not believe it. It should be known that that was a 3-star king's domain, which was far more powerful than a 1-star king's domain. Now, it had been pierced and was even about to explode. This was completely beyond everyone's understanding. Lin Xian sneered. 3-star king? Devil Mountain domain? Your pride? You can't even withstand a single blow. This was a slap in the face, and Dong Qianshan was unable to fight back. Kid, I'll remember you. Just you wait. Dong Qianshan's face was gloomy, but he did not dare to fight anymore, so he turned around and fled. His figure flashed, and he turned into a shocking demonic aura, instantly rushing into the sky and disappearing. What? He escaped? Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. A dignified 3-star king had actually fled. What a piece of trash. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure and sneered. This kind of trash was not worthy of his attack. After putting away the Dragon Sword domain, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also left. Only the stunned crowd was left behind. They were too shocked. That was Dong Qianshan, the genius of the Dong family. Originally, he was extremely arrogant and did not take anyone seriously. However, they did not expect that in the end, he would escape in a sorry state. The contrast between before and after was truly ironic. However, this time, what shocked them even more was Lin Xian's identity. Who exactly was he? What kind of person could be so powerful that he could send a 3-star king running away? They didn't know, but they knew that the Great Xian Empire would undergo a great change. Lin Xian left the Blue Moon Plaza and flew towards the imperial city of the Great Xian Empire with the Crimson Dragon. This time, only the two of them were left. Of course, there was also He too, who was beside Lin Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others had joined the powerful sacred grounds to cultivate. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about their safety at all. Because from the previous performance, even if Morong Qingqing and the others had joined the sacred grounds, they would still receive special treatment. Sacred grounds? Lin Xian muttered, his eyes shining brightly. He knew that if he wanted to become a great emperor, he would have to fight with the geniuses of the sacred grounds. Just as Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were heading towards the imperial city, Dong Qianshan's defeat and disappearance swept through the entire Great Xian Empire like a gust of wind. What shocked everyone even more was that the person who defeated Dong Qianshan was only a 1-star king. Not only that, but it was also said that the 1-star king was also going to participate in the martial arts conference. However, he wasn't one of the third prince's men, but one of Princess Katie's men. Dong Qianshan was one of the third prince's men. Not only that, but he could also be ranked in the top 10 of the third prince's men. The third prince's prestige was also one of the strongest among all the princes and princesses. But now, the genius of the third prince's men was defeated by a 1-star king under Princess Katie's men. This was simply too shocking. For a moment, everyone was guessing where Princess Kaidai had found such a miraculous young man. The Dong family was a first-rate family in the Great Xian Empire. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little gloomy because their genius Dong Qianshan had been defeated. Moreover, everyone knew about this. This made them lose a great deal of face. However, at this moment, a figure appeared above the Dong family. This figure was strolling in the void as if he was having fun. He didn't care about the Dong family at all. Not only that, but in the end, he even sat down at the top of the Dong family. This was a young warrior with a bald head and a cold face. He was covered in a black robe and exuded a gloomy aura. The bald young man sat directly above the Dong clan. Then, as if he had been petrified, there was no movement at all. This strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the Dong family's martial artists. Immediately, they were all furious. This was because no one dared to behave atrociously in front of the Dong family. But now, someone was sitting above them without any scruples. This made them extremely furious. However, when they saw the figure above them again, they were all stunned. After all, his aura wasn't any weaker than Dong Qianshan's. In fact, he might even be stronger. But so what, the Dong family was also a first-rate family. They would never allow anyone to provoke them. Therefore, very soon, there were cultivators who stood out, wanting to make a move. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar again. A few more mysterious figures descended. Like ghosts, 3 figures emitted powerful auras and arrived above the Dong family. Then, they slowly sat down. They didn't speak, but their figures were like mountains pressing down on the people's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. This scene stunned the Dong family's martial artists. Even those who were about to make a move stopped. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. They felt that the situation in front of them was a little strange. They had to inform the young master of the Dong family. Therefore, someone quickly went to report to the Dong family. However, not long after, another voice came from afar. The figure's aura was even more powerful. He was like a celestial demon, especially his arms. They were purplish-red and shone with a metallic luster. There were even sword and saber scars on his arms. At first glance, one could tell that he was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Perhaps no one knew this person, but his palms were very famous. Flaming demon palms. As for this young man, no one knew his original name. They only knew that he was called the Flaming Demon. The Flaming Demon was very powerful. He could definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the third prince's subordinates. It could be said that Dong Qianshan was far inferior to him. The Flaming Demon's appearance attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, a voice drifted over. It seems that the third prince cares a lot about this matter. He even sent you, the Flaming Demon. I wonder if Jiang Nantian will come. Impossible. He is the third prince's #1 expert. Why would he come here? It turned out that the mysterious figures in the sky were talking. At this moment, they saw the Flaming Demon and nodded slightly. However, their eyes were very serious. It was very obvious that the Flaming Demon held a very high position in their hearts. The Flaming Demon also looked around. Then, his deep voice sounded. I didn't expect you all to come. There was no helping it. The matter yesterday had too great of an impact. Now, the entire Great Xian Empire knew about it. Naturally, he had to come and take a look. That's right. That Dong Qianshan was actually defeated by a 1-star king. It's really surprising. The third prince is very angry about yesterday's matter. If Dong Qianshan can't explain it clearly, I'm afraid he'll end up very miserably. I'm guessing that it must be the top 3 experts under Princess Kaidai. They hid their cultivation and specially came to humiliate the third prince. Otherwise, it's impossible for others to do this. That makes sense. Hearing this, many people nodded slightly. Indeed, among all the princes, the third prince was the strongest. Princess Dai was slightly weaker than the third prince. Although the third prince had many experts under him, to be able to defeat Dong Qianshan so easily, it was at least the top 3 experts under him. However, at this moment, another voice sounded. Not necessarily. Perhaps Princess Kaidai found another expert this time. Forget it. This time, we must find Dong Qianshan and ask him. Okay, I'll call him. The bald young man who arrived first let out a grin, before his thunderous voice echoed in the surroundings. Dong Qianshan, we've been here for so long, but you still haven't appeared? Could it be that your injuries are so serious? Humph. Not long after, a cold snort sounded from below. Then, a figure quickly appeared in the sky like a ghost. This figure was naturally Dong Qianshan. At this moment, his face was somewhat pale, and his eyes were cold. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. In addition, his reputation had been ruined, and his mental state had taken a hit. Now that he saw these old acquaintances, his face naturally turned even uglier. What? Are you here to laugh at me? Dong Qianshan asked coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Don't think too much. We're just here to ask about the person who defeated you, the bald young man asked. Although they didn't show it, there was a trace of mockery on their faces. Obviously, they were disdainful of Dong Qianshan's defeat, especially at the hands of a one-star king. Humph. That kid is called Lin Xian. I don't know where he's from. However, the aura he exuded is indeed that of a one-star king, but his strength has surpassed that of a three-star king. You don't have to mock me. If you don't believe me, you can challenge him and see if he's as powerful as the legends say. What? He's really only a one-star king? Hearing this, everyone's expression became strange. The bald young man from before even revealed a trace of disdain. He's really a one-star king. I say, Dong Qianshan, you're really regressing. You actually lost to a one-star king. I really don't know how someone like you can become the third prince's subordinate. Don't be so arrogant. I can guarantee that you'll definitely lose if you fight with that person. Dong Qianshan stared at the bald young man with a cold expression. Then, he continued in a cold voice, since you already know about that young man, there's no need for you to stay in my family. Gentlemen, please. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and ignored these people. His figure flickered and flew down. Although these people were investigating Lin Xian's whereabouts, they had unquestionably opened up his old wounds. This made him very unhappy. Alright, let's go meet that Lin Xian guy and see if he's as powerful as the legends say. Or is someone too useless to withstand a single blow? With that, the bald young man laughed loudly 3 times. Then, his body rose from the ground and shot up into the sky like a ray of light. The figures of the other few people also swayed and disappeared into the sky. They naturally didn't know where Lin Xian was, but they could guess that since he was invited by Princess Kai Dai, he must be participating in the martial arts conference. The martial arts conference was held in the imperial city of the Empire of Dexian. Therefore, they only needed to head to the imperial city. These people turned into streaks of light, with ferocious smiles on their faces, and quickly rushed towards the imperial city. The imperial city was the most flourishing city in the Grand Xian Empire. The area it occupied was so vast that it was comparable to an ordinary small country. One could only imagine how prosperous the imperial city was. Half a month later, Lin Xian arrived at the bustling royal city. Along the way, he heard news about himself everywhere. However, no one came to bother him. The reason was very simple. Not many people had actually seen him before. Most of them had only heard about him from rumors. However, along the way, he had also come to understand the current situation of the Grand Xian Empire. Within the Great Xian Empire, the clans were flourishing and had reached an inconceivable height. Amongst them, the strongest clan was the Yuan clan, the royal family of the Great Xian Empire, and this martial arts conference was held by the Yuan family for these princes and princesses. Among these princes and princesses, the first prince and the third prince were the strongest and ranked first. The second was Princess Kai Dai, the 7th prince, and the 4th prince. Apart from this, there were also the 3rd and 4th echelons. However, these princes were relatively weak, so Lin Xian did not pay attention to them. Lin Xian was still very curious about this Princess Kai Dai. Because among so many experts, most of them were princes, and only one princess. One could imagine that she must be an extremely outstanding talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to occupy the 2nd echelon among so many princes. After arriving at the imperial city, Lin Xian did not go to the princess residence. Instead, he strolled around, feeling the prosperity of the Grand Xian Empire's imperial city. The Vhumad brothel was a very famous restaurant in the imperial city. Here, genius cultivators from various aristocratic families could often be seen. Sometimes even princes could be seen. It could be said that this was one of the most lively places in the imperial city. Lin Xian entered the Vhumad brothel and ordered a pot of good wine and a few exquisite dishes. Then, he sat by the window and slowly tasted the wine. During this time, a few aristocratic family disciples were talking loudly. The news they were talking about was very strange. It was all some strange news in the eastern wilderness. It could not be helped. The eastern wilderness was too mysterious. There were many powerful cultivators who were like gods and demons. Did you know? It's said that an ancient tomb was dug up not long ago. It seems to be the cave of an expert from the ancient era. It alarmed the remote antiquity aristocratic families and peerless sacred grounds. I heard about it too. It said that an incredible treasure appeared and was obtained by the Yi family in the end. Not necessarily. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground are both extremely terrifying. Even if the Yi family is a remote antiquity aristocratic family, they can't stop the other provinces from joining forces with the Time Sacred Ground, right? Who knows? In any case, it's all about the remote antiquity aristocratic families and the peerless sacred grounds. The others can't get it at all. Yeah, and the Yi family is extremely terrifying. Back then, Emperor Yi single-handedly dominated the ancient era and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He can be said to be extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even among the great emperors, he's an extremely powerful existence. These people discussed animatedly. Most of them were talking about the rumors. However, this kind of new secret rumor was hard for ordinary people to hear. Therefore, all the cultivators in the restaurant listened with great interest. Even Lin Xian was very curious. Emperor Yi? Is the Yi family one of the remote antiquity aristocratic families? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Yes, the Yi family is one of the remote antiquity aristocratic families. They once had a great emperor who was called Emperor Yi. It's said that he's extremely terrifying. Even among the great emperors, he's an extremely powerful existence. Heitu said in a deep voice. The Crimson Dragon was drooling. Damn, what kind of treasure did they dig up? Even the remote antiquity aristocratic families and sacred grounds are alarmed? It must be a shocking treasure. Damn, Ben Huang wants to go too. The Crimson Dragon was a restless person. Naturally, he was drooling over such a good thing. Heitu said ruthlessly, You won't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. I reckon that the aftermath of the battle will be enough to kill you. If you ask me, it's more likely that your dragon ancestor will go. Lin Xian was also puzzled. By the way, Ruzalong, aren't you from the dragon clan? Where's your family? Why haven't I seen you go back? Is it not in the eastern continent? Humph. Ben Huang ran away from home. Don't mention any family to me. The Crimson Dragon was very unhappy when he heard the word family. There must be a story behind it. However, since the Crimson Dragon was unwilling, Lin Xian did not ask further. However, at this moment, the disciples of the aristocratic family started discussing again. Let's not talk about those things. After all, the clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds are too far away from us. Let's talk about the internal affairs of the Dexian country. Internal affairs? What's there to talk about? The only thing I can talk about is the upcoming martial arts conference. Hey, have you heard? It's said that a mysterious young man appeared in the Azure Moon Dojo and defeated Dong Qianshan with an extremely valiant attitude. I've also heard that the mysterious youth is only a 1-star king. It's just a rumor. Don't take it seriously. That person is definitely hiding his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat a 3-star king. Unless he's one of those geniuses from the Holy Lands. But how could those disciples from the sacred grounds and remote antiquity families come to the great Xian Empire and become Princess Kaidai's subordinates? Thus, that person must be concealing his cultivation. That's right. No matter how powerful he is, he only defeated Dong Qianshan. It's impossible for him to defeat all of the third prince's subordinates. Indeed, Dong Qianshan is only ranked 10th under the third prince. No matter how strong that person is, it's impossible for him to be ranked in the top 5. If Princess Kaidai wants to enter the first tier, I'm afraid it's simply impossible. That's right. Other than the first prince and the third prince, no one else can enter the first echelon. There are only a few people in the second echelon. However, I've heard that apart from the disciples of the aristocratic families of our Grand Xian Empire, there are also people from the surrounding countries and even those islands that have come to participate in this martial competition. Truly a group of idiots. Is the martial competition of my Grand Xian Empire so easy to participate in? Those people are just frogs at the bottom of a well. They still want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in this martial arts conference. They are really courting death. A group of people were talking and laughing. Humph, however, at this moment, a cold snort came from the side. You're just a few stubborn disciples of aristocratic families. How dare you talk nonsense here? How laughable. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they all turned their heads to look. Not far away, a black-clothed young man sat with a gloomy expression. He was the one who had spoken those cold words earlier. However, a few well-dressed young masters of aristocratic families sitting in the center only glanced at him coldly. After that, he didn't pay much attention to it. It was as if he was just air, completely ignoring that person. Then, they started chatting and laughing again. Actually, there are many aspects to this matter. Although the martial arts of these countries are not good, that woman is very beautiful. Some of them are even famous throughout the world. Now that you mention it, I remember. It's said that there were 3 exceptional beauties in the Azure Moon Plaza. 2 of them entered the sacred land, while the last one went somewhere unknown. But it shouldn't be too bad. Let's not think about entering the Holy Land. I can consider the beauties from the nearby countries. It can be considered their good fortune for them to have married into the aristocratic families of my Grand Xian Empire. I heard that in Jinju country, there's a beauty called Jade Beauty. I wonder if she came this time? Aya, who wants to sleep with that kind of beauty for a night? I'm willing to spend any amount of money. The few of them chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the surrounding countries. Humph. Jinyu country, Li Feng, come to ask for advice. I'd like to see what you hedonistic sons have to be so arrogant about. The black-clothed youth who snorted coldly earlier stood up again, his eyes blooming with a biting cold-killing intent. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect this youth to be a warrior of Jinju country. No wonder he was so angry earlier. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of fighting with us? The few aristocratic family disciples sneered disdainfully. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know after you try. Li Feng's voice was cold. Then, he waved his arm and a golden light quickly slashed forward. Whoosh, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that the other party would really dare to fight here. However, the disdain on the faces of the aristocratic family disciples was even stronger. Someone like you actually dares to fight us? You're really courting death. Among them, one of the aristocratic family disciples snorted coldly. Then, without turning his head, he waved his palm. Suddenly, a ball of green flame flew out quickly and collided with the golden saber light. The next moment, the golden light was burned clean. Not only that, the green flame instantly shrouded the black-clothed warrior. Then, it emitted a bright light and burned him into a bloody mist. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a moment, the black-clothed warrior was burned clean. Even the bloody mist in the air disappeared. Nothing was left. What? So powerful. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even Lin Xian revealed a trace of bewilderment. He realized that although these aristocratic family disciples were arrogant and conceited, they were indeed very powerful. After killing the black-clothed warrior with a palm, the young man in luxurious clothes laughed. I really didn't want to fight, but that guy was too arrogant. He dared to provoke us, so I could only kill him. Hee, so what if trash like him dies? What's the big deal? However, Zhou Tian, the power of your blue sky fire has increased by quite a bit, right? Looking at it, you should have reached the level of a 3-star king, right? That's right. With this flame, I'm afraid even a 3-star king wouldn't dare to provoke you. The martial artists from the surrounding countries are really idiots. How dare they fight with Zhou Tian? When these words were said, the atmosphere in the restaurant became tense. This was because there were martial artists from all over the world in this restaurant. Many of them were from other countries. When they heard these words, they were naturally angry. Lin Xian didn't care because his vision was very broad now. Although the young man who attacked previously was powerful, he was still inferior to Dong Qianshan. Even Dong Qianshan wasn't his opponent, not to mention these people. Therefore, he didn't care about these people's words at all. He was just trying to get information that was useful to him. However, the same could not be said for the others. Some of the people in the private rooms were from the surrounding countries. They were all elites of heaven. When had they ever been ridiculed? Naturally, their faces were gloomy. Especially the few warriors from Jinju country, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Although they didn't know the black-clothed warrior, he was still someone from Jinju country. Yet, he was killed like this. He didn't put Jinju country in his eyes at all, therefore, for a moment, many experts from Jinju country released their terrifying killing intent. However, these aristocratic family disciples didn't care at all. They even sneered. I don't care which country you're from. Since you've come to the imperial city of the great Xian Empire, if you're a dragon, you'll have to lie down. If you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down. You're not allowed to be presumptuous here. Humph, Jinju country's Han Kuan, come and experience it. A tall and sturdy young man stood up and walked over with large strides. His body emitted a terrifying aura, like a demonic mountain, causing the entire void to tremble. However, at this time a beautiful little maid blocked his way. My master invites you for tea. Humph, I'll let you be proud for a while. In a while I'll let you know the power of my Jinju country. Han Kuan snorted and followed the little maid into a private room. Sigh, you really don't know what death is. If it wasn't for someone stopping you, I'm afraid you'd be a dead man now. Several disciples sneered. Humph, these countries, do they really think there are experts? No, to be exact, there should be 1 or 1.5. One of the disciples said in a deep voice. There's actually one more? Why didn't I know? Who is it? Demonic Blade, Xianxia. Demonic Blade? You mean him? Hearing this, those disciples nodded slightly. He could indeed be considered an expert. I also heard that his blade technique is very fast. No one could see him make a move. Anyone who saw him draw his blade is already dead. But speaking of which, no one knows where he came from. So, he can't be considered as someone from the surrounding countries. That's right, several people nodded in agreement. However, someone asked, then who is the other half? It's that mysterious young man who defeated Dong Qianshan on Xianxia Square. Although I don't know where he came from, he should be considered as half an expert. Not bad, to be able to defeat Dong Qianshan, he can indeed be considered an expert. I didn't expect that the surrounding countries would only have 1.5 experts. However, it's not certain whether these two people are from these countries. It seems that my Xian Empire is still the most powerful. Hearing this, the warriors of Xian Empire laughed, while the warriors from the surrounding countries looked gloomy. Being ridiculed in public, they naturally lost face. Moreover, many of them were incomparably angry. However, the methods used by those disciples were really too terrifying. These people were not ignorant and incompetent stubborn disciples, but powerful disciples of aristocratic families. Therefore, they had the right to be arrogant. Humph, if Xianxia was here, they definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Several martial artists from the neighboring countries gritted their teeth. Xianxia was a very valiant martial artist. He was very famous for his swift saber moves. No one had seen him make a move. Anyone who had seen him draw his saber had been killed. No one knew which country he came from, but it was said that he often appeared in the surrounding countries. Humph, if that mysterious expert was here, these people wouldn't dare to act like this. The mysterious powerhouse they spoke of was naturally Lin Xian. Ever since Lin Xian had injured Dong Qianshan last time, it could be said that his reputation had spread. Now, everyone knew that such an existence existed. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xian was currently in the Wind Moon restaurant. In another private room, the tall Han Kuan sat there with an extremely solemn expression. He looked at the martial artists opposite him and slowly said, "Thank you for your good intentions, but that guy is really too hateful. He actually dared to humiliate my Jinju country in public. Therefore, this battle must go on no matter what." At this moment, sitting opposite Han Kuan were several martial artists. They were all young and did not exceed 30 years old. Among them, there was a woman who was very beautiful. Her delicate face seemed to be carved out of jade. Not only that, her pair of bright eyes were full of spirituality. As they moved, they seemed to be able to speak. This beautiful woman was the legendary Jade Beauty of Jinju country. Beside her, there were also a few people sitting. However, the one closest to her was a handsome young man. There was a vigorous vitality between his eyebrows. This person was her brother. Previously, it was this brother and sister pair who invited Han Kuan over and prevented him from fighting with those disciples of aristocratic families. However, now it seemed that Han Kuan was very insistent on fighting with the other party. Therefore, everyone sighed. To be honest, they were also very angry, especially Jade Beauty, whose face was solemn. Because previously, those disciples of aristocratic families were very frivolous in their words. However, they did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Because the strength displayed by those disciples of aristocratic families was very powerful, that battle strength was definitely at the level of a 3-star king. Or even stronger. Moreover, the other party, as a disciple of an aristocratic family of the Great Xian Empire, definitely had a lot of powerful martial arts in their hands. Therefore, they did not dare to act blindly without thinking. However, Han Kuan shook his head. His temper was very violent and naturally would not allow others to provoke him. Not to mention this kind of public humiliation. Therefore, after thanking Jade Beauty and her brother again, he strode out of the private room. "I'm back. Today, I'll experience what qualifications do you have to be arrogant?" Han Kuan strode over, light flowing around his body, carrying a powerful aura. His palms seemed to have turned into metal, carrying an ice-cold light. Grabbing in the air, he grabbed a chair around him and then smashed it forward. Originally, this was just an ordinary chair, but now, its surface was covered with a layer of metallic luster. As if it had become a divine weapon, sharp and unstoppable. Even the entire void was trembling rapidly. What kind of technique is this?" the surrounding people exclaimed. They also noticed this change. However, the disciples of aristocratic families in the center sneered. Among them, Zhou Tian snorted coldly, then waved his hand. Immediately, a ball of green flame quickly floated out and collided with the metallized chair. Chi-chi, then, the sound of collision was heard. As if ice and snow had melted, the chair instantly turned into a pool of molten iron and fell to the ground. "You dare to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks?" Zhou Tian sneered. The surrounding people were shocked. The chair just now had turned into a divine weapon. Its power was even more terrifying than that of a top-tier spiritual artifact. However, under the green flame, it could not resist at all and was turned into molten iron. This green flame was too terrifying, wasn't it? The other disciples of aristocratic families were also surprised. "Zhou Tian, why do I feel that you've entered the realm of a 3-star king?" The green flame was incomparably mysterious, turning the entire sky green. Han Kuan's expression was cold as he said coldly, "Today, I'll show you the power of my Jinju country." The aura on Han Kuan's body was so powerful that it had already reached the realm of a 3-star king. The entire void trembled as if it was about to shatter. In the next moment, his body swayed, and like a phantom, he charged forward. In an instant, he was in front of Zhou Tian, and his terrifying palm slammed down. The cold sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard as the palm slammed down. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it exploded in the surroundings. Immediately, all the martial artists in the Fengyue brothel looked over. This palm was too terrifying. No one below the level of a 3-star king could withstand it. However, Zhou Tian sneered with a calm expression. His body swayed, and he transformed into countless green lights, disappearing from the spot. "Since you want to fight, I'll play with you. However, let's not fight in the Fengyue brothel." Otherwise, I can't afford to pay for the damage. As he spoke, he had already arrived in the sky outside. It seemed that the background of the Fengyue brothel was not simple. Even Zhou Tian did not dare to offend them. It's the same everywhere. Han Kuan shouted coldly. His body swayed, and he flew out as well. It was obvious that there were hundreds of golden rays of light revolving around him at high speed. The terrifying golden lights seemed to tear the sky apart, emitting a terrifying aura. On his body, a golden armor seemed to have formed, exuding a mysterious power as it charged toward Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian sneered. His body moved like a phantom, moving rapidly in the air, leaving behind countless afterimages. This was a very mysterious footwork, and he quickly dodged the golden lights that Han Kuan had shot out. His movements were extremely elegant, as if he was on a scenic tour. Haha, too slow. Watch my counterattack. Zhou Tian sneered, then waved his hand. Suddenly, green light surged rapidly, filling all directions, and charged toward Han Kuan. These green flames were too terrifying. They were like the flames of hell, able to melt everything. Even weapons below the level of Earth-rank treasures could not withstand this heat. Clearly, this was Zhou Tian's origin source flame, and he had refined it to a terrifying level. Boom! In the next moment, Han Kuan's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the green flames had entered his golden domain. Some of the golden lights were even melted by the green flames. Damn it! Han Kuan's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would suffer a hidden loss in an instant. This caused him to be extremely shocked. What shocked him even more was the green flame. It was obvious that his opponent's cultivation was only at the late stage of a 2-star king realm, while he was a true 3-star king realm. However, his opponent's green flames were actually able to threaten him. It must be said that this was truly too shocking. When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. At the same time, the genius martial artists from the surrounding countries walked out from the private rooms. Among them, the Jade Beauty and her brother had solemn expressions. They realized that the other party was too mysterious and too powerful. The green flames, in particular, made them feel a sense of trepidation. Ascend to heaven and descend to hell. Zhou Tian's expression became even more smug when he saw that all the genius martial artists from various countries had come to watch the battle. He quickly waved his hand, forming a green domain around him. At the same time, the green domain quickly churned, and a green palace quickly formed. That green palace was too terrifying. It emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. It was like a heavenly palace, incomparably mysterious. As soon as it appeared, a green light instantly covered the entire sky. Even the king realm around Han Kuan started to burn. This scene was simply too terrifying. Han Kuan was a 3-star king realm, and his king realm was incomparably terrifying. However, at this moment, it actually started to burn. This made everyone extremely shocked. Even Lin Xian was slightly surprised. His eyes flickered as he looked at the sky. At this moment, the green palace in the sky was incomparably mysterious, and it was emitting a bright light. Countless green flames burned fiercely above it, as if it was a heavenly palace. Not good. This is probably an extremely terrifying secret technique of the Great Xian Empire. Those green flames seemed to be the blue sky flames. They had heard that these flames were extremely terrifying when they fell from the sky. They did not expect this young man to possess such a mysterious flame. The Jade Beauty and her brother frowned. Obviously, they had also heard of this flame. Then, they quickly sent a voice transmission. Brother Han, please stop. Those flames are too terrifying. There is no need to continue fighting. Indeed, they were very worried about Han Kuan's safety. However, Han Kuan's expression was gloomy. He looked ahead and suddenly shouted. Gold Realm, kill for me. In the next moment, the gold realm around Han Kuan emitted a bright light. Then, streaks of terrifying golden light shot up into the sky. They were like swords, sabers, and spears that quickly filled the entire sky. In an instant, the entire space was covered by the golden light. The surrounding space started to tremble. This aura was too powerful. It even made all the martial artists tremble. Cracks appeared in many places in the sky. It could not withstand this aura at all. Boom boom, the incomparably mysterious green palace bloomed and violently collided with the thousands of golden lights in the sky. Streaks of black cracks appeared like an abyss. It was extremely terrifying. The scene was too terrifying. In an instant, many of the golden lights were burned to ashes. However, there were even more golden rays of light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged forward. Blue sky palm. Zhou Tian sneered and waved his palm. Suddenly, the green palace behind him surged rapidly. A large hand that was burning with green flames reached out from the palace. It was like the palm of a demon god. It quickly blasted forward. Boom boom boom, this green flame palm was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it caused a large patch of golden light to disappear. Black holes appeared in the void one after another. In an instant, the golden light was destroyed. The green palm quickly attacked Han Kuan. That terrifying palm wind and flames were already about to burn Han Kuan. Feeling this terrifying energy, Han Kuan's face changed again. He had no choice but to retreat quickly. Like a streak of golden light, he instantly retreated into the distance. Humph. You want to fight with this young master with your little tricks? You're overestimating yourself. Zhou Tian sneered disdainfully. The disciples of the aristocratic families who came with him also laughed out loud. Their voices were filled with mockery. Brother Zhou, I have to say that you're really surprising. Although you're only a late-stage 2-star king, your blue sky flame is too terrifying. I'm afraid that even a 3-star king is not your match. Not only that, I think even a slightly more powerful 3-star king is not Brother Zhou's match. Blue sky flame is indeed a divine flame that descended from the heavens. It's really terrifying. Ha 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 ha, is this the strength of an expert from Jinyu Nation? What a disappointment. They talked and laughed, their words full of mockery. They didn't care about Han Kuan's and the other people's expressions. They didn't need to care at all. The disciples of the aristocratic families looked at Jade Beauty and her sister at the side. When they saw Jade Beauty, their eyes shone with a fiery light. One had to admit that Jade Beauty was too beautiful. She was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Many cultivators around them swallowed their saliva. The disciples of the aristocratic families were even more dazzled as they looked over from time to time. However, they didn't make a move. They were the disciples of the aristocratic families of the great Xian Empire. They had status and strength. They couldn't do something like snatching someone away. What they hoped to do was to use their strength and charm to conquer the other party. This was their pride and confidence as the disciples of the aristocratic families. However, on the other side, Han Kuan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. As a 3-star king and a young genius of the Jinju Nation, he had never been ridiculed like this. Therefore, with a furious roar, he charged forward again. Looking at Han Kuan who was charging over, Zhou Tian smiled disdainfully. It's useless. It's futile to continue fighting. Zhou Tian sneered and shook his head. Although I'm only a late-stage 2-star king, I have the blue sky flame, which allows me to contend against 3-star kings. Even ordinary 3-star kings are no match for me. Although you're also a 3-star king, you have no chance of winning against me. Seeing that your talent is not bad, why don't you become my slave? As long as you serve me faithfully, my Zhou family won't mistreat you. Bullsh *T. Die. Han Kuan was furious. He was a genius of the Jinju Nation. How could he become someone's slave? Therefore, he roared angrily, and the golden domain around him shone with brilliant light. Huge golden sword chi surged out of his body and quickly slashed forward. However, Zhou Tian sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand, and the green palace behind him shone brightly. A green flame appeared in the air, emitting a terrifying power and shattering all the golden sword chi. Then, he waved his hands and 2 green palms shot out and slapped Han Kuan, sending him flying. See? This is the difference between us. Zhou Tian was like a god of war, looking down on all directions. The other disciples from the other aristocratic families also burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain. However, Zhou Tian said coldly again, I'll give you a choice. Become my slave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he finished speaking, a sharp killing intent surged from his body. Stop. Jade Beauty and her brother could not bear to watch any longer. With a flash of their bodies, they quickly came to Han Kuan's side and helped him up. Forget it, don't fight anymore. That person is too terrifying, especially that blue sky flame. It's a legendary divine flame that descended from the heavens. Although your cultivation is higher than his, you are still no match for him. Io, what a beautiful person. Zhou Tian looked to the front and revealed a smile. From the looks of it, you must be the legendary Jade Beauty. Zhou Tian nodded. I've heard that the Jade Beauty's appearance is unparalleled. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed true. She's even prettier than the legends. Indeed, she is a peerless beauty. Beside him, the other disciples of the aristocratic families also laughed heartily, their eyes filled with passion. Humph. Jade Beauty snorted coldly. To be honest, the gazes of those people made her uncomfortable. However, she could not retaliate and could only pretend that she did not see them. At this moment, most of the people were looking at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked to the front and nodded slightly. However, his eyes were clear and there was no infatuation in them. Moreover, he had no intention of interfering with what was happening in front of him because all of this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Zhou Tian spoke again. For the sake of the beauty, I'll spare your life today. However, next time, if you're so blind to provoke me again, don't blame me for killing you. The other disciples of the aristocratic families also smirked. They quickly glanced around and fixed their eyes on another person. There's another beauty? Look at her appearance, she's not inferior to Jade Beauty at all. The disciples of the aristocratic families looked to the front and there was also a beautiful figure. She was wearing a pure white long dress and looked ethereal with a hint of Jiangnan's grace. It was as if the coldest ice could melt under her gaze. Looking at you, you must be Bai Yuran from the Bai family, right? I didn't expect to see two peerless beauties at the same time today. How wonderful. Alas. It's a pity that I have no chance to meet the three beauties who entered the Holy Land at Xianxia Square. It's really a pity. However, no matter how beautiful those three beauties are, I don't think they can compare to these two beauties. After feeling sad for a while, the disciples of the aristocratic families laughed loudly. Then they looked around and spoke loudly. Today, we're going to have a heart-to-heart talk with these two beauties. Those who have nothing to do with it, get lost. Leave this place. This place is not open to the public today. If anyone dares to stay, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, if you don't want to die, get lost. Cold shouts were heard. Clearly, these disciples of the aristocratic families wanted to take over the entire Wind Moon restaurant. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were extremely pale. However, their eyes were filled with anger. They did not expect that the other party would dare to take liberties with them in public. Beside the Jade Beauty, the handsome young man also had a face full of anger. The other party dared to harbor ill intentions towards his younger sister. This filled his heart with murderous intent. Humph, this Wind Moon restaurant is a public place. Anyone can enter and leave. But you want to take it all for yourselves. Don't you think you're too arrogant? A cold voice sounded. Clearly, they were very displeased with the behavior of the disciples of the aristocratic families. Why, do you have a problem with that? The disciples of the aristocratic families sneered. At that moment, Zhou Tian's expression darkened. Humph. Looks like the warning I gave you just now was not enough? I advise you to leave obediently. Otherwise, you might have to crawl out. Don't talk big. I've long wanted to experience your blue sky fire. Let's see if your blue sky fire is more powerful than my earth fire. Earth fire? Hearing that, the disciples of the aristocratic families were stunned. Zhou Tian was also stunned. So, you're from Fire Cloud Country? I heard that Fire Cloud Country has a very powerful earth fire. Today, I'll see for myself if it's as rumored. Humph, you'll see for yourself. Then a figure walked out. He was an extremely ordinary youth, but his body was glowing with a red light. At the same time, a terrifying heatwave spread out, causing the surrounding space to quickly distort. Earth fire was a terrifying underground flame that was extremely rare. It was very famous in the nearby countries, Thus, when the red-clothed youth appeared, the surrounding cultivators all held their breaths and carefully watched. At the same time, they hoped that this youth would be able to defeat these arrogant aristocratic family disciples and help them vent their anger. Sky palm. Zhou Tian coldly snorted, and immediately, two large green palms shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth as if they were going to tear the sky apart. As for the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation, he also let out a long roar, his body emitting a fiery red light. A huge red python appeared around him, quickly forming a fiery red domain. Earth Fire Domain. This was a domain formed by boundless earth fire, and it was extremely terrifying. Just that aura alone caused the surrounding people to pale. To the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and carefully observed. He discovered that this true spirit world was truly amazing. The domains of these cultivators were too mysterious, and even he was extremely surprised. It seemed that the martial Tao of this true spirit world was countless times stronger than that of the Tianwu continent. However, facing so many geniuses, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He was extremely confident in himself. He knew that with his talent and strength, he definitely wouldn't lose to anyone. Thus, at this moment, he slowly raised his wine cup and savored it as he watched the battle. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Unfortunately, everyone was focused on the battle, and no one was watching. If someone was watching carefully, they would definitely be extremely shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian's surroundings were filled with a formless energy, causing the shockwaves of the battle to be unable to approach him. It could be said that wherever he said he was, it was an absolute safe zone. Everywhere outside of him was filled with berserk energy. The surrounding cultivators had no choice but to activate their armors and keen domains to defend themselves. Otherwise, they would be roasted into a bloody mist by the terrifying heat. Earth Fire, burn all things. Facing the terrifying green palm, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation also counterattacked. He snorted coldly as balls of fiery red light surged out of his body, forming an endless sea of red flames that burned in all directions. Then, he threw out a punch. Suddenly, the earthly fire domain sect also trembled rapidly, forming an incomparably huge fist that violently slammed forward. It was as if the sky was about to be torn apart. In the next moment, the two different flames collided with each other, emitting an earth-shattering sound of collision. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Everyone was incomparably nervous because this battle concerned whether or not they could continue to stay here. If the youth from the Flaming Cloud Nation lost, then all of them would be thrown out by the disciples of these aristocratic families. At that time, they would definitely lose all face and be too ashamed to face anyone. In the sky, the red flames collided with the green flames, instantly covering half of the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the warriors from the surrounding countries began to sneer. Humph, I originally thought that the aristocratic families of the Dexian country had some powerful methods. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Looks like stubborn disciples are stubborn disciples who only know how to talk big. That's right. You want to chase all of us away? Dream on. How laughable. Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you're from the Dexian country? Is this the power of an aristocratic family disciple? That's all there is to it. A group of people mocked and ridiculed. It was obvious that they were already very dissatisfied with these aristocratic family disciples, but they didn't dare to say it before. Now that they saw that someone could resist the sky fire, they immediately began to mock and ridicule. On the other hand, the aristocratic family disciples had cold smiles on their faces. Zhou Tian snorted coldly, then quickly waved his arm. The green palace flew out quickly, following his movements, blasting forward. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the green palace emitted an incomparably resplendent light, directly tearing apart the red flames. Then, in an extremely violent manner, it viciously crashed into the youth from the Flaming Cloud Nation. Boom! As if struck by lightning, the youth from the Flaming Shadow Nation spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. The fiery red flames that filled the sky instantly disappeared. What? He lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. As for the warriors from the surrounding countries, their faces turned pale in disbelief. Lost? How could he have lost? Weren't they evenly matched just now? What happened? How could he have lost in an instant? They really couldn't understand, and all of them were in despair. On the other hand, the aristocratic family disciples laughed loudly. How could Zhou Tian lose to someone else? Now it seems that he was indeed hiding his strength. Of course, I just wanted to play with him. But now, I'm not in the mood. Zhou Tian sneered. What? Hiding his strength? How could he still be hiding his strength? How strong is he? When the warriors from the surrounding countries heard this, their faces instantly turned pale. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of strength the other party had. On the other hand, Zhou Tian sneered, "Alright everyone, we're going to have a heart-to-heart talk with the two beauties. Those who have nothing to do with it should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre." "Don't be so arrogant, I'll do it." Jade Beauty's brother roared and took a step forward. His body emitted an extremely terrifying energy. At the same time, the surrounding warriors also looked ferocious, and the auras from their bodies were linked together, as if they were going to collapse the entire sky. In an instant, the aura of energy swept through the entire void. In fact, there were even cracks in many places. "What, you want to fight?" Zhou Tian sneered, and the other aristocratic family disciples also snorted. Then, they stood together and unleashed their regal domains. Suddenly, a monstrous and terrifying aura spread out, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on the sky. Immediately, the surrounding warriors were all pushed back. What? So strong? How is that possible? How can they be so strong? The warriors from the surrounding countries shook their heads frantically, unable to believe it. They were too strong. There were only 5 of them, but the aura they emitted was more terrifying than the dozens of people on their side. It was as if a wild beast was looking down on them. This made them feel a sense of despair. Humph. Stubborn. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Zhou Tian snorted coldly, waved his large black palm, and quickly slapped out. Immediately, the few cultivators in the vicinity were all sent flying. In an instant, more than 10 warriors were sent flying out of the Fengyue brothel. As for the remaining people, their expressions were even uglier. However, the surrounding disciples of the aristocratic families also quickly took action and threw all these people out. Don't do anything. We'll leave on our own. Soon, the local martial artists of the Great Xian Empire quickly left. As for the martial artists of the surrounding countries, they were mercilessly thrown out. The Wind Moon Tavern, which was originally packed with people, was now much less crowded, leaving behind countless empty spaces. Damn it! The youth from the Fire Cloud Nation roared angrily. He wanted to counterattack again, but he was once again sent flying by the green flames. I can't accept this. Han Kuan also roared angrily. He used his metal domain and attacked again. In the end, he was sent flying by a single punch from an aristocratic family disciple. Damn it. How dare you touch my sister? I'll fight you to the death. That handsome youth was in a frenzy, but he was mercilessly thrown out by an aristocratic family disciple. In an instant, only the Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were left in the Wind Moon restaurant. Their faces were pale. They wanted to escape, but they were held in place by an invisible force and could not move at all. Alright, we've finally thrown away those annoying ants. Now, we can have a good talk. The aristocratic family disciples laughed and walked forward. But soon, they frowned, and a trace of coldness appeared in their eyes. Because they realized that there was a figure sitting by the window. Zhou Tian and the others realized that there was a person sitting by the window. They were extremely surprised because they did not expect that there would be someone who dared to be here. Moreover, they had not noticed before. Immediately, the aristocratic family disciples' faces darkened, and one of them said coldly, "Are you deaf? Why are you still here? Get out of here." However, the figure in the distance did not move. He continued to lean against the window and drink alone. Seeing this scene, several people frowned. Even the Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were puzzled. They did not expect that there would be someone who dared to be here. Could it be that this person is an expert? A glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. But soon, they laughed bitterly. because they realized that the other party's aura was pitifully weak. He had just entered the king realm. How could such a person be an expert? With a sigh, the two of them could not help but worry about that figure. The aristocratic family disciple who had scolded him earlier also had a dark expression. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to ignore him. This made him furious. A moment later, he laughed viciously and shouted coldly. This time, the voice contained an incomparably powerful energy that rushed forward. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. His voice turned into a murderous sound wave that quickly blasted forward. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. Even a 2-star King Realm expert would not be able to block it, let alone the figure in front of him. Ah, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran cried out in surprise, while the disciples of the aristocratic families sneered. Anyone who dared to go against them would definitely end up in a miserable state. However, in the next moment, all of them widened their eyes. That was because that terrifying sound wave surged forward, but it suddenly disappeared, like a stone sinking into the sea. What's going on? It didn't work? The disciples of the aristocratic families all frowned. As for the person who had attacked earlier, he had a gloomy expression. Impossible, how could I have failed? Brat, who are you? How did you dodge my attack? As an expert, it was impossible for him to miss, so the other party must have used some unknown method to dodge his attack. The figure sitting in front was naturally Lin Xian. Previously, when these disciples of the aristocratic families were fighting with the warriors from the surrounding countries, he had only watched without any intention of interfering. Because these matters had nothing to do with him. However, just because he didn't cause trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Later, these disciples of the aristocratic families chased everyone out of Wind Moon Restaurant, which undoubtedly made him unhappy. After all, he was also drinking in Wind Moon Restaurant now. Now, the other party was even more aggressive and wanted to attack him. How could he tolerate that? In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "What's the matter? Is it very difficult to dodge your attack?" Although his voice was steady, it contained a trace of disdain. It was as if dodging that murderous sound wave was an extremely ordinary thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know who I am? The disciple of the aristocratic family's face was gloomy, and his voice was cold and murderous. Who you are has nothing to do with me. As long as you don't disturb me while I'm drinking, I won't attack you, Lin Xian said slowly. What? You still want to attack me? When the disciples of the aristocratic families heard that, they were so angry that they laughed. Good. 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 Kid, looks like the warning I gave you just now wasn't enough. What? Do you want me to break your legs personally and make you crawl here? Only then will you be afraid, right? What's the point of talking to him? Just break his legs and throw him out. Don't waste our time here. Yeah, don't you see the two beauties beside him waiting anxiously? Ha 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 ha, kid, you don't know what's good for you. Consider yourself unlucky to be in our line of fire. I think there's no need to throw you out. It'll save us a lot of trouble if we just kill you. Alright, I'll do it. I'll burn him to ashes. That way, nothing will be left and he won't ruin our fun. Zhou Tian said nonchalantly, then he struck out with his palm. To be honest, he did not care about Lin Xian at all. Because he had already checked earlier on. Lin Xian was only a 1-star king. This kind of cultivation did not interest him at all. After all, even a 3-star king might not be a match for him, much less a 1-star king. The next moment, a green flame flew out from between his fingers and quickly floated toward Lin Xian. When they saw the green flame, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran screamed again. This was not the first time the green flame had appeared, and each time, it displayed great power. When the assassin used it again, the other party would not be able to resist. They were not the only ones. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also cried out in alarm. Because although those ancient martial art practitioners had been sent flying, they had not left. They were all watching from the vicinity of Fengyue brothel. However, Zhou Tian and the others had set up an array around Fengyue brothel. They could only see the situation inside but could not enter. Even if they tried to break the array forcefully, they could not break it. They could only wait anxiously outside. Earlier on, when they saw that there was someone else in Fengyue brothel, they were all shocked. But when they saw that the other party was only a one-star king, they immediately shook their heads and sighed. Because such a person would not be of any use at all. He would only be killed. But when the other party successfully dispelled the murderous sound wave, they all cried out in alarm. Because they did not know what method the other party had used to dispel the murderous sound wave. However, there were even more people who attributed what had happened earlier to luck. Luck had saved the other party. But now, Zhou Tian had used the fire of Chu Bai Luo again. This made them nervous again. The reason for that was because they knew that no one would be able to resist the flames. A green flame quickly floated out like a will-o'-the-wisp and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The green light shone brightly. With just a little bit of strength, it could burn an expert to ashes. Lin Xian was still calm. Facing the terrifying fire of Chu Bai Luo, he only turned his head slightly. Then, a ball of black light appeared in his eyes. A ball of black flame appeared out of nowhere and blasted forward like a flood. It was very strange. What? He wants to resist? What an idiot. Doesn't he know the power of the fire of Chu Bai Luo? The disciples shook their heads and sneered. The surrounding martial artists also sighed. They knew that any method would be useless in front of the fire of Chu Bai Luo. In the next moment, the two balls of flames collided in the air. Then, there was a flash of light, but no sound was heard. Then, the two balls of flames disappeared in the air. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The disciples were even more shocked. They knew how powerful the fire of Chu Bai Luo was. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. But now, Lin Xian had blocked it. No way, am I seeing things? He blocked the fire of Chu Bai Luo? What is that ball of black flame? How can it block the fire of Chu Bai Luo? Damn it, who is this kid? How did he do it? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. It was obvious that this scene had truly surprised everyone. This time even Zhou Tian was anxious. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to resist his fire of Chu Bai Luo. The martial artists outside also widened their eyes in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. That was the fire of Chu Bai Luo. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. It was extremely terrifying and invincible. But now, it was blocked by someone? Moreover, the one who blocked it was a 1-star king. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in bewilderment. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a peerless expert. Could it be that this kid is hiding his cultivation? The faces of the disciples of the aristocratic families were also gloomy, while Zhou Tian sneered, Good, I didn't think that I would have misjudged you. You are also an expert. But let me tell you, that was just a casual attack. It's nothing if you can take it, but if you can take my next attack, then I'll be impressed. However, if you can't take it, then you can only be killed. This is what you get for messing with me. As he spoke, his body flickered with light. Boundless blue sky flames flickered rapidly. Then, a huge flaming palm appeared in the wind. Its terrifying aura covered the sky and dyed the entire space green. Peng, the green flaming hand slapped towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his finger. Countless black flames danced on his fingertip, forming a black longsword that quickly slashed forward. Boom! In the next moment, Bai Luo's palm collided with the black longsword, causing a terrifying tremor. These were two extremely terrifying flames. When they collided, the impact was even more frightening. Just the shockwaves from the collision alone could probably destroy the entire Fengyue brothel. However, to everyone's surprise, the shockwaves did not spread, and the Fengyue brothel remained unscathed. The reason was simple. Lin Xian and Zhou Tian's control of energy was very precise. Both of them fought within a controlled range and did not cause any damage to the Fengyue brothel. How terrifying, even the disciples of the aristocratic families were frowning. Not only did the other party possess mysterious black flames that could compete with Zhou Tian's Bai Luo flames, but his control of energy was also no weaker than Zhou Tian's. Based on these 2 points alone, the other party was definitely an expert. But who was this person? Why hadn't they seen him before? Zhou Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to meet an expert like you in the Fengyue brothel today. But don't be too smug. Next, I will show you my true strength and let you know the true power of Bailuo flames. If you can't block it, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, countless black flames gathered to form a green palace. It looked like a celestial palace and exuded frightening energy. Then, Zhou Tian activated the Emerald Palace and blasted it forward. Suddenly, a frightening explosion of energy swept toward Lin Xian like a storm. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed this energy. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran quickly retreated to a safe place. The disciples of the aristocratic families also looked solemn. This was because they had never seen Zhou Tian so serious before. Even when he fought with the warrior from Fire Cloud Country, he was casual and calm. But now, it seemed that Zhou Tian was serious. Could it be that this youth was really so frightening? That Zhou Tian would take him seriously. The Green Palace was mysterious and flashed with incomparable energy, causing everyone to tremble. However, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a black demon beast quickly took shape. It was a black phoenix that exuded black flames all over its body. It was extremely frightening. As Lin Xian pushed his palms out, the black phoenix roared and charged forward. He exuded a frightening energy fluctuation that made everyone tremble in fear. The black light shone and lit up the entire sky. The frightening black phoenix flew quickly in the sky like a real mythical beast. On the other side, Zhou Tian brought the frightening green palace and attacked quickly. In the next moment, the two collided. Suddenly, a frightening explosion of energy formed an energy storm that spread rapidly in all directions. And a black hole appeared in the void. Countless cracks appeared on the mysterious green palace, as if it would collapse at any moment. Zhou Tian's face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. This energy was so frightening that it sent Zhou Tian flying. Not only that, but the two disciples of the aristocratic families who were standing at the front also suffered a heavy blow and flew backward. Their faces were extremely pale, and they looked terrified. They did not expect that just the aftermath of the energy would send them flying. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the warriors outside. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. They did not expect that the powerful Zhou Tian and the disciples of the aristocratic families would be sent flying in an instant. What kind of technique was this? It was too frightening. In the restaurant, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran also widened their beautiful eyes. Their small mouths were agape, and they looked extremely shocked. They did not believe that someone could send Zhou Tian flying with one move. As for the remaining two martial artists from the aristocratic families, they looked very serious. Terrifying light burst from their eyes. They were like two long rainbows, trying to see through Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Zhou Tian, who was so powerful, could not even withstand a single blow from the other party. This huge contrast made them unable to believe what they were seeing. What was even more shocking was that the other party was only a one-star king. So powerful. Who exactly is he? Outside, Han Kuan, the youth from Fire Cloud Nation, and Jade Beauty's brother were all shocked. Zhou Tian did not seem to be from the Great Xian Empire. Could he be a martial artist from a neighboring country? But other than demonic blade Xianxia, who else could be so powerful? No one could figure it out. Lin Xian was expressionless. He said calmly, "I told you not to disturb me when I was drinking. But you didn't listen. Now you have a taste of your own medicine." With that, he shook his head slightly and ignored the crowd. He sat back down, picked up a cup of spirit wine, and drank it slowly. Shocking, it was too shocking. He sent Zhou Tian and the two disciples flying with one move, but it was as if it was the most normal thing. His expression was calm, and he was neither surprised nor happy. This was a true powerhouse. He could shock everyone with just a raise of his hand. Whoosh, on the other side, Zhou Tian and the two disciples quickly returned. They were like lightning and appeared in front of Lin Xian again. Zhou Tian's hair was disheveled, and his expression was ferocious. He asked coldly, "Damn it, who are you?" To be honest, he was indeed shocked. He did not believe that someone could send him flying with one move. Moreover, he was very confident in his blue sky fire. Even a 3-star king was not his match. But now, the other party, a 1-star king, had sent him flying. He could not believe it. Beside him, the 2 disciples were even more shocked because they were only swept by the aftershock. However, the shockwave still sent them flying. They couldn't accept this and glared fiercely at Lin Xian. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you don't bully others in the future. Otherwise, one day, your end will be even worse than now. Lin Xian glanced at the few of them and said plainly. You're courting death. Zhou Tian roared furiously and quickly attacked. Being blasted away in public made him lose all face, so he could only kill this kid in front of him to vent the hatred in his heart and clear his name. The other 2 disciples from aristocratic families had the same thought. Thus, at this moment, they attacked together. The 3 disciples of the large families displayed unparalleled power and instantly unleashed their king's domains, quickly killing Lin Xian. In an instant, a terrifying light appeared. A biting cold murderous intent shrouded the world and quickly locked onto Lin Xian. 3 kings' domains flew out and tore the void apart. Zhou Tian and the other 2 were extremely powerful. Even 3-star kings were no match for them. Now that they were attacking, they were even more terrifying. The entire void trembled violently. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from afar changed drastically, and they were extremely frightened. This was because they realized that this aura was enough to kill all of them. Not good. That person is in danger. In the outside world, Han Kuan's face turned serious when he saw the scene. Damn it, those people are too shameless. How dare they gang up on one person? The youth from Flaming Cloud gritted his teeth and roared. They were naturally on Lin Xian's side because Lin Xian had helped them send the disciples of the aristocratic families flying, which allowed them to vent their anger. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian was in extreme danger. With the 3 disciples of the aristocratic families attacking together, no one would be able to defeat them. A ball of green flames danced and condensed an extremely terrifying energy. This was the blue sky flame. Above this flame, there was a palace-like figure. It was incomparably mysterious and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside it, a blue light blade flew out quickly and tore the void apart. This was the ultimate technique of another disciple of the aristocratic families. The last person was equally terrifying. A white light, like a divine light, surrounded by a murderous aura, was incomparably fierce. The 3 of them attacked with extreme power. In the blink of an eye, the 3 deadly attacks arrived in front of Lin Xian and slashed down. Lin Xian's body also emitted black flames, which quickly met the blue sky flame. At the same time, a sharp sword chi surged out and met the biting cold murderous aura. As for the blue light blade, Lin Xian directly punched it. Boom, the fist was wrapped in green sword chi, and it fiercely slammed into the blue light blade. Immediately, a crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. The sound was trembling, and it directly tore the void apart. As for the blue light blade, it quickly trembled and was sent flying. In an instant, the light on the blue light blade dimmed significantly, but it did not crack. One could imagine that it was definitely a precious treasure. Puff, the blue light blade was sent flying, and one of the disciples immediately took 3 steps back. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong. In an instant, his ultimate move was sent flying, and he was also severely injured. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they did not even have time to exclaim. The situation on the battlefield changed again. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly used the Dragon Sword Realm. Immediately, Green Sword Chi rapidly attacked. Boom boom, the white divine light and the blue sky flame were both hit by the sharp sword Chi. They were instantly sent flying, and their light dimmed. Puff, Zhou Tian and the other disciple also spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces were full of shock. They really could not believe that their opponent was so strong. Previously, they were sent flying because they were careless. But now, it was different. The 3 of them had gathered all their strength to attack their opponent, but they were still sent flying. Furthermore, the 3 of them were severely injured. This meant that their opponent's strength was definitely far beyond theirs. Are you all okay? When the last two disciples saw this scene, they immediately rushed forward to support Zhou Tian and the other two. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian warily. This was because their opponent was too terrifying. Even if the two of them attacked again, they might not be able to take him down. Seeing the cautious look on their faces, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. You all can leave. I won't kill you. But remember, don't be so arrogant in the future. Then, he waved his hand, and a green sword chi flew out, instantly shattering the defensive formation. Seeing this scene, the people outside were even more shocked. This formation could not be broken even if all of them attacked together. But a casual sword chi from their opponent blasted it open. The difference in strength made them extremely shocked. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The warriors outside immediately rushed in when they saw that the array was broken. The fastest to enter were Jade Beauty's brother, Han Kuan, and the youth from Fire Cloud Country. Sister, are you all right? The handsome youth came to Jade Beauty's side and asked with concern. The other warriors also came to Bai Yuren's side nervously. Then, they all came to Lin Xian. Young hero, thank you for saving my sister. Jade Beauty's brother and the warriors from the Bai family looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran also came to Lin Xian and bowed slowly. Young master, thank you for saving us. Both of them blushed and looked at Lin Xian with deep adoration in their eyes. Lin Xian's previous actions were like a hero saving the beauties. When the two beauties were in danger, Lin Xian casually injured the enemy. This kind of shock went straight to the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Lin Xian was powerful and handsome. Such a person was a hero in the hearts of the young girls. In addition, this world worshipped the strong. So it was not strange that Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran adored Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You're too polite. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." With that, Lin Xian nodded slightly to them and turned to leave. Wait. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran became nervous and a trace of anxiety flashed across their beautiful eyes. I haven't asked for your name. Where are you from so that I can repay you in the future? No need. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and turned around again. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran sighed when they saw this. There was deep disappointment on their faces. And the surrounding people were even more heartbroken when they saw this scene. Needless to say, these two beautiful women were still in love with Lin Xian. Most likely, it would be difficult for others to succeed. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian was not moved at all. He directly left without even leaving his name. One had to know that these were two peerless beauties. If they were to beckon, there would probably be tens of thousands of martial artists who would risk their lives for them. But now, he had left so decisively without the slightest hesitation. This really shocked them to the core. Wait. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to leave, another low voice sounded. Then, a few figures blocked his path. When they saw those people, the crowd was shocked. As for Lin Xian, he frowned. This was because the people blocking his path were none other than Zhou Tian and the other disciples from the aristocratic families. What? You're still not convinced? Do you still want to fight? However, if you continue to hit him, it won't be as simple as just injuring him. Lin Xian's gaze was somewhat cold. No, you've misunderstood. We have no intention of attacking again. Zhou Tian quickly shook his head and said, we just want to make friends with you. That's right, brother. Where are you from? What's your name? Where's your sex inheritance? Why don't you come to the Zhou family? I'll definitely give you the best treatment. Don't worry. You're not a slave, but an honored guest. That's right. Our family will also give you the best treatment, brother. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that these disciples from the aristocratic families were here to win him over. However, this was not his ambition, so he shook his head slightly. There's no need. I have other matters to attend to. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot. Brother! The disciples from the aristocratic families still wanted to say something, but they realized that the other party had already disappeared. They could not catch him at all. What kind of body movement is that? They were shocked and widened their eyes. This kind of body movement was beyond their knowledge. Looking at Lin Xian's departing figure, everyone had different feelings. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were a little sad. Jade Beauty's brother could not bear to watch any longer and had to comfort her. Sister, don't be discouraged. That person is so powerful. He might be here to participate in the martial arts conference. That's right, the martial arts conference. He must be here to participate in the martial arts conference. Jade Beauty was delighted. Beside her, Bai Yuran's eyes were also shining. After hearing that, everyone around them nodded. Indeed, the other party had appeared at this time and was so powerful. He must be here for the martial arts conference. Zhou Tian and the other disciples from the aristocratic families kept nodding when they heard that. Then, they were puzzled. I wonder which prince invited this master. Could it be the third prince? It could also be the eldest prince. Only they can invite such a young master. Everyone nodded. They had to go to the martial arts conference to take a look. Perhaps they could really meet him. Even if they did not meet him, they would not miss such a grand occasion. The martial arts conference was not as serious as everyone had imagined. It was not as serious as it would be in the ring. It was a game between the princes and princesses. Based on the royal family's means, it would not be in the ring. Instead, it would be in the name of learning from each other. Yanba Villa was a very famous place in the imperial city. It was an ancient city that had a history of thousands of years. It was rumored that a villa had been built when the Great Xian Empire was founded. The martial arts conference was held in the Misty Wave Mountain Villa. That morning, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. Many ancient martial art practitioners hurriedly rushed to Yanba Villa. They were too excited because there were too many people who had come to watch the competition. If they were late, they might not even be able to enter. Yanba Villa was magnificent and picturesque. There was even a faint layer of clouds surrounding the villa, which added to the artistic conception. Early in the morning, the entire Yanba Mountain Villa was already crowded with people. Fortunately, Yanba Villa was big enough to accommodate all these people. Most of the people who came to watch the competition this time were the younger generation of ancient martial art practitioners. At this moment, it could be said that all the elites and talents of the aristocratic families in the Great Xian Empire had gathered here. Not only that, but the genius ancient martial art practitioners of the surrounding countries had also come. It could be said that this was a rare grand occasion. There were even people placing bets here. For a moment, it could be said that it was very lively. Of course, the favorite to win was Zhou Nantian, the third prince's subordinate. There was also Han Li, the first prince's subordinate. These two people could be said to be unrivaled in the younger generation of the Great Xian Empire. And in this martial arts conference, these two people's names were the most famous. In the Misty Wave Mountain Villa, among the crowd, a fat man in a golden robe was looking around. He seemed to be looking for someone. Fatty Luo, what are you looking for? I'll bet with you that you absolutely won't find it. Beside him, a youth with a thin figure said with a smile. Fatty Luo, what are you looking for? I'll bet you won't find it. A skinny young man beside him said with a smile. Gambler. You only know how to spend all day. Do you know anything else? Fatty Luo was impatient. Don't disturb me. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Let me guess. I bet it's a woman. Haha, you guessed wrong this time. It's a man. Damn. Fatty Luo, when did you change your orientation? Why didn't I know? The youth subconsciously took 2 steps back. Get lost. You're the one who changed your orientation. It's someone I met on the way. He's very interesting. I think he should be participating in the martial arts conference. Oh, who is it? The youth was interested. Forget it. I didn't find him. I'll tell you when he makes his move. Fatty Luo shook his head. Then, the two of them went back into the crowd and disappeared. On the other side, Zhou Tian and the other disciples of the aristocratic families were also greeting people. However, Zhou Tian and the others were somewhat absent-minded as if they were also looking for someone. What's wrong? Why do you look uneasy? Someone asked. Zhou Tian shook his head. Nothing. However, he muttered in his heart, damn it. Will that guy come to the martial arts conference or not? Not only him, but Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others also looked somewhat anxious. In the depths of Misty Wave Mountain Manor, two beautiful women were strolling on the grass. One of them had a cold temperament. It was the disciple of the Pill Institute, Chiyu. The other woman was also beautiful. She wore a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown. She had the aura of a superior. She was the great Xian Empire's Princess Kaidai. At this moment, the two were strolling. Princess Katie's expression was somewhat solemn. She still hadn't found a candidate who could fight against Jiangnan Tian and Hanli. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to rush into the first echelon this time. Princess Kaidai thought of something and slowly asked, by the way, is the person you told me about here? He should be here, but he didn't report, Chiyu replied. But I'm sure he'll be back. That's because I possess the conditions that he wants. That's good. Hearing this, Princess Kaidai nodded, but she didn't care too much. According to the information she received, that person was at most a 2-star king. However, what she lacked the most was someone who could contend against Jiang Nantian and Hanli. Princess, it's almost time. Let's go. Chiyu said. All right. Princess Kaidai nodded. Then, the two of them flew into the distance like countless streams of light. At this moment, the crowd in the Yanba Mountain Villa was once again in an uproar. That was because the princes and princesses had all arrived. The third prince was a handsome young man. He held a folding fan in his hand, and his entire person was extremely carefree. Countless experts gathered around him. They were all incomparably powerful, making people look up to them. The first prince, on the other hand, was different. He was burly like a fiend god and exuded a domineering aura. His expression was as if he was the ruler of the world. When the first prince and the third prince arrived, they looked at each other. With a cold snort, the first prince led his talented dancers to a pavilion. As for the third prince, he narrowed his eyes and led everyone to another pavilion. Everyone held their breaths in shock. They didn't expect that the two strongest princes would make their move. However, at this moment, someone shouted, "Look, Princess Kaidai has also arrived." Princess Kaidai could be said to be a legend. Among the many princes of the great Xian Empire, she stood in the second echelon. She could definitely be said to be a blessed daughter of the heavens, thus, her arrival caused a huge commotion. This was because not only was Princess Kaidai a legend, but she was also a stunning beauty. Her combined attractiveness didn't lose out to the first prince and the third prince. That should be Fairy Chiyu, right? Everyone looked forward and discovered that beside Princess Kaidai stood a cold and aloof woman. The two descended like celestial immortals. Then, many powerful martial artists walked forward. Soon, they stopped in front of Princess Kaidai. They were Princess Kaidai's subordinates. A group of people also occupied a pavilion. After them, there were other princes and princesses. Soon, the surrounding pavilions were all occupied. And in the center was a huge lake. It was dark green like it had been washed. The battle later would be carried out on this lake. At the beginning, it was considered a few warm-up matches. A few ordinary princes sent out their subordinates to spar. But even so, everyone still watched with relish. Because none of those who could go on stage were weak. The weakest was a 2-star king. Lin Xian had also arrived, but he had arrived rather late. By the time he arrived, the battle between the princes had already begun. He stood in the crowd like a spectator, silently watching the battle. Familiar voices came from the front. It turned out that the one who was participating was Han Kuan. Although Han Kuan was a martial artist of the Golden Jade country, he came this time to participate in the martial arts convention. Because as long as he showed some talent here, he would definitely be famous throughout the great Xian Empire. At that time, he might even be fancied by some powerful sections. Therefore, although this martial arts convention was a game between the princes and princesses, there were also many genius martial artists from the surrounding countries. Bang bang, Han Kuan's whole body emitted a golden light. Between his moves, there was a fierce offensive. Soon, he defeated a few martial artists. For a moment, everyone was discussing. They had no choice. Although the great Xian Empire was strong, Han Kuan was a 3-star king after all. Ordinary people were no match for him unless they were disciples of powerful families like Zhou Tian. While everyone was discussing, the princes and princesses could not stand it anymore. This was a game between the princes of the great Xian Empire. Now that a martial artist of the Golden Jade country was showing off, it made them lose face. Hee, looks like it's time for us to take action. The third prince waved the folding fan in his hand and said with a smile. He's just a guy who doesn't know his place. Let me take care of him. A bald youth on the third prince's side said quickly. This youth was the one who had mocked Dong Qianshan previously. He must be a powerful figure. At this moment, seeing Blood Monk take the initiative to ask for a fight, the third prince smiled. With you taking action, I'm relieved. Whoosh, in the next moment, Blood Monk's figure flashed and he appeared in the arena. He floated above the lake, his whole body emitting a powerful aura. Kid, I'll play with you. I'll let you know that this is the great Xian Empire. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. Kid, I'll play with you. I'll let you know that this is the Xian Empire. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. Han Kuan snorted coldly. He had come this time to make a name for himself. Therefore, he was naturally happy to see that the other party was a powerful martial artist. Only by defeating a genius could he quickly become famous. Kill. With a furious roar, Han Kuan instantly unleashed the metal domain. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold, shining with golden light like a golden giant. With a punch, golden light filled the entire sky. Haha, petty tricks. Watch me break you. Opposite him, Blood Monk laughed loudly. He also unleashed a blood-colored domain that emitted a monstrous smell of blood. In an instant, his eyes became extremely red, and a pair of blood-colored wings appeared on his back. The blood-colored saber in his hand was bright red and emitted a monstrous killing intent. At this moment, this arrogant youth seemed to have turned into a demon, surrounded by a blood-colored light. Break! With a cold laugh, Blood Monk waved the blood-colored saber in his hand. Suddenly, a blood-colored saber light burst forth. It was extremely terrifying and swept across the entire sky. This blood-colored saber light was too terrifying. It was like a blood-colored river that shook the void. In the next moment, a light flashed, and the blood-colored saber cut the golden fist in half. Not only that, the entire void was split open, and a black crack appeared. The lake below stirred up thousands of waves that crashed in all directions. What? It's broken. Han Kuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party's attack to be so fierce. In the blink of an eye, the dim blood-colored saber light was still slashing toward him. Retreat. His figure swayed, and he turned into a streak of golden light and quickly retreated. Want to leave? That's not up to you. Blood Monk laughed sinisterly, and the saber in his hand vibrated again. Instantly, 8 crimson rays of light shot out from his body. These blood-colored saber lights were too terrifying. They were like 8 blood-colored dragons that roared ferociously. The blood-colored saber lights that filled the sky instantly enveloped Han Kuan. Boom! Boom! Han Kuan was beaten until he spat out blood and flew backward. What? He was defeated so quickly? All the surrounding warriors widened their eyes in disbelief. Who's that bald youth? How could it be so terrifying? Even a 3-star king is no match for him? Everyone exclaimed. Jade Beauty and the others' faces changed once again. They didn't expect that there would be so many experts in the martial arts conference. It hadn't been long since the battle started, and Han Kuan had already lost. With your little ability, don't come here to make a fool of yourself. Monk Shui looked ferocious and disdainful. Who is this? So powerful? You don't even know him? He's the Bloody Monk, ranked 9th under the 3rd prince. Everyone was discussing. And at this time, that Blood Monk spoke once more. This martial competition is a grand occasion of the Xian Empire. Those ants from the surrounding countries shouldn't come out and make a spectacle of themselves. This voice was filled with arrogance and provocation. Immediately, the warriors from the surrounding countries who had come to participate in the war were enraged. Among them, the youth from Fire Cloud Nation was the fastest to rush out. In an instant, he summoned the fiery red earth fire domain. Instantly, endless flames soared into the sky, and a sea of fire spread out. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Monk Shui in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave of fire surged forward. Immediately, the lake below was evaporated, forming a mist that filled the surroundings. What a terrifying flame! Who is this guy? Everyone was shocked and retreated. This is an expert from Fire Cloud Nation. What a terrifying flame power! Many people were shocked. In the crowd, Zhou Tian and the others shook their heads slightly when they saw this. No way. Monk Shui was a true expert. The people from the surrounding countries had no chance of winning against him. Only if that person was here would it work. Indeed, as soon as he said that, the situation in front of him changed. Monk Shui sneered and slashed out with his long saber. Immediately, a blood-red light soared into the sky with a biting cold murderous intent, shattering the void. Boom, the sea of fire in the sky was split open by the saber. Not only that, the blood-red saber light slashed at the youth from Fire Cloud Nation, sending him flying a few thousand meters away. Humph. I've said it before. You can't even withstand a single blow. Monk Shui held the long saber in his hand and stood in the void. His entire body was emitting a monstrous murderous intent. He was like a demon. In the sky, the blood-red saber light gradually disappeared, and the crack in the void that was split open was quickly mending. However, the lake below was evaporated. But it did not matter. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted coldly. Immediately, a boundless amount of dark blue seawater gushed out from his mouth, filling up the dried-up lake once again. In an instant, everything was restored to its original state. Only the expert from Fire Cloud Nation was injured again. Monk Shui did not mind that he had defeated the expert from Fire Cloud Nation. Then, he turned his gaze and stared at Princess Kaidai. I heard that Princess Kaidai has recently taken in a mysterious expert who even defeated Dong Qianshan. I wonder where he is. Would you like to have a battle with him? Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. On the other hand, Dong Qianshan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Despicable, too despicable. His opponent was obviously rubbing salt into his wound. Humph. With the third prince here, it was impossible for him to fight Monk Shui, so he could only snort. At the same time, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, even if Monk Shui was stronger than him, he might not be able to defeat his opponent. It was very likely that Monk Shui would be defeated like him. Thinking of this, he immediately took pleasure in Monk Shui's misfortune. The surrounding martial artists also exclaimed in surprise. The news of Dong Qianshan's defeat had already spread. They had also heard about it. At this moment, when they saw that Monk Shui was going to challenge the mysterious expert, they immediately became interested. Many people applauded and cheered. However, the atmosphere on Princess Katie's side was a little different. That was because Lin Xian did not come at all. Chiyu's expression was a little awkward as he muttered in his heart, that damned guy, what is he doing? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The experts under Princess Katie's command also looked dissatisfied. Humph, what mysterious expert? He's probably just a coward. He hasn't appeared until now. How can such a coward be called an expert? That damned guy, he doesn't dare to appear. He has embarrassed us for nothing. These people were very dissatisfied with the mysterious expert. In the crowd, Fatty Luo also exclaimed softly. His eyes flickered. Why don't you guess who that mysterious expert is? Oh? You want to bet with me? Beside him, the young man said with a smile, I bet that this person is definitely not ordinary. He's already here. How do you know? Fatty Luo asked. Since it's a bet, of course it's a guess. What? Do you dare to bet? Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fatty Luo snorted. On the other side, Zhou Tian and the others frowned when they heard this. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in their minds. Damn it, these two can't be the same person, right? They thought of the handsome youth who had defeated them at the Windmoon brothel. When they thought of this possibility, they sucked in a breath of cold air. In the crowd, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The other party was naturally talking about him, but he didn't immediately make a move. In his opinion, the other party wasn't worth his time. The other party was ranked 9th under the third prince and was stronger than Dong Qianshan, but not by much. To be honest, Lin Xian wasn't interested in such a person. The ones he truly wanted to fight were Jiang Nantian and Han Li. These two had great reputations among the younger generation of the great Xian Empire. On the way, he had heard many legends about them. Only such a person was worthy of being his opponent. Thus, although the other party was arrogant, he didn't make a move. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. Monk Shua's expression turned sinister as he looked at Princess Kaidai again. What, could it be that the princess doesn't want him to come out? That person was indeed invited by me, but it's not up to me whether or not you can make him fight, Princess Kaidai said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, she was calm and collected, with a calm expression. To be honest, she hadn't seen that mysterious expert yet. However, she cleverly avoided this matter. If the other party didn't make a move, it meant that Monk Shui didn't have the ability. If the other party made a move, it would further prove her words. Thus, this could be considered a tactful rejection. Humph. Monk Shui snorted, if you don't dare to fight, then so be it. Princess, there's no need to be so tactful. You're courting death. Is the princess's word something you can question? With a cold shout, a figure flew out from Princess Katie's pavilion. That person moved like lightning and flew out of the pavilion in an instant, arriving in the sky. This was a young man in silver armor. He had a small mustache, and his entire person looked extremely fierce. You? No. The blood monk looked at him and laughed coldly. Then, he quickly shook his head. What did you say? The mustached man was furious. You're the 9th-ranked warrior, and so am I. Why can't I do it? Today, I will let you know how powerful I am. Humph. I'm ranked 9th under the 3rd prince. What about you? At this point, Monk Shui no longer spoke. However, the contempt in his words was very obvious. You're courting death. Infuriated, the mustached man clenched his fist, and a silver spear swiftly materialized in his hand. Then, he thrust out his spear. Like a silver bolt of lightning, it streaked across the void, and a terrifying aura gushed out instantly. Clang, on the other side, Monk Shui slashed out with his blade as well. Suddenly, the two of them collided with each other, producing a deafening clang. The blood-red saber light crisscrossed, the silver light rushed to the heavens, and the terrifying energy surged like an ocean. The sky was instantly enveloped by the two energies. Only two blurry figures could be seen colliding with each other. Pung, another earth-shattering sound was heard, and then the man with the mustache was sent flying. Humph, I've said it before, you're no match for me. What? He's defeated so quickly? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Could the difference in strength between Princess Kaidai and the 3rd prince be so great? As everyone discussed, Princess Katie's face turned grave. Indeed, both of them were ranked 9th, but the difference in strength was so obvious. This undoubtedly showed that there was still a big gap between her and the 3rd prince. Thinking of this, Princess Kaidai frowned slightly. As for the martial artists beside her, their faces were also gloomy. Looking at the situation, it would be useless even if the others went up. They could only send out the top 5 experts. However, the opponent was only ranked 9th. If they sent out the top 5 experts, they would not be able to fight in the future. Therefore, for a moment, Princess Katie's side was quiet. Monk Shui had a smug look on his face. Then, his eyes swept around like lightning, and he said coldly. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not willing to come out? His voice was like thunder, reverberating in all directions. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that the person he was talking about was the mysterious expert who defeated Dong Qianshan. Humph, what a coward. Monk Shui sneered and ignored him. He was ready to challenge someone else. However, as soon as Monk Shui said that, a sword light shot into the sky like a rainbow and slashed at him. What? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack Monk Shui. Monk Shui's pupils shrank and his face was full of shock. Firstly, he did not believe that someone would dare to attack him. Moreover, the sword light was simply too sharp. In a hurry, he could not dodge at all. He could only defend himself. Endless blood light surged and formed a blood shield in front of him. It was extremely red. As soon as the shield formed, the sharp sword light slashed at him. With a slash, his blood-red shield was cut into two halves. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped Monk Shui. Clang! Monk Shui was shocked. He raised the long saber in his hand to block the attack. Finally, he blocked the sword light. Suddenly, a sonorous sound was heard, causing everyone's ears to tremble. As for Monk Shui, he was sent flying by the tremendous force. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the elites who were participating in the martial arts conference were shocked. They could not believe it. Monk Shui was sent flying by a single slash? How was that possible? Who was the one who did it? Could it be one of the elites under the first prince? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the first prince. However, they soon realized that the first prince was also stunned. He did not even know what had happened. This made everyone even more puzzled. Who did it? Everyone was puzzled and could only look at the sky again. In the sky, Monk Shui was sent flying. He only stopped when he was thousands of miles away. Then, his face became extremely ugly. Although he was not injured by the attack, his entire arm was completely numb. Not only that, but the blood in his body was also churning rapidly. One could imagine how much shock that attack had caused him. Who is it? Get out here! Monk Shui roared. He was about to go crazy. Previously, he had been extremely arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, not long after, he was sent flying by someone. Moreover, he still did not know who his opponent was. This kind of situation made him lose all face. So, he roared madly. However, he didn't notice anyone's figure. What? You dare to attack but don't have the guts to stand out? Monk Shui roared madly, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Suddenly, the sword on the waist of a nearby cultivator trembled, and it swiftly floated up into the sky. It's you. Monk Shui's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at that cultivator. On the other hand, that cultivator's face instantly turned pale from fright, and he shook his head madly. No, it wasn't me, it has nothing to do with me. He was on the verge of tears because he was only an ordinary king who'd just entered the king realm. So, how could he possibly dare to attack Monk Shui? However, to his shock, his sword had actually left its sheath and floated up into the sky. He was utterly unable to explain this. So, for a time everyone's gazes converged onto him. Of course it wasn't him. I'm just borrowing his sword. Meanwhile, another voice resounded. This voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, but no one noticed where it came from. Even the first prince and the third prince, as well as the experts under them, were frowning. Damn it! Who are you? Monk Shui had no choice but to stare at the sword in the sky and roar furiously. It was a very strange scene because only a sword floated in the sky. Who am I? Who did you say I was? Weren't you very arrogant earlier and wanted to fight me? What? It's you. As soon as these words were spoken, Monk Shui was shocked, and the others in the surroundings were shocked as well. Now, they finally knew who it was that had attacked. However, they hadn't expected that it would actually be Monk Shui. What? Could it really be that mysterious expert? That mysterious expert who defeated Dong Qianshan? Everyone was extremely shocked, and they carefully searched the surroundings. Within the pavilion, Dong Qianshan's face instantly turned gloomy. He quickly gritted his teeth and started to panic. Because he'd heard that voice again. Yes, it's him. It's definitely him. That damnable voice. I'll never forget it. Dong Qianshan had a savage expression on his face. He'd once swore that he would definitely kill Monk Shui during the martial competition and restore his reputation, but now, after hearing the other party's voice and seeing the sharp sword from before, He actually lost his courage and didn't dare to challenge the other party again. However, Shueshang gritted his teeth and said, "You've already made your move. Hurry up and show yourself. This young master will show you what a true expert is." His voice was laced with killing intent. However, Lin Xian's voice rang out, "No need, that sword represents me. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you." To be honest, Lin Xian didn't want to make a move, but the other party dared to insult him. This was something that he couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he made his move. However, there was no need for him to fight someone like Blood Monk himself. All he needed to do was to control a long sword. What? What arrogant words! Everyone exclaimed when they heard Lin Xian's voice. On Princess Kaidai's side, Chiyu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party came. Princess Kaidai also nodded slightly. To be honest, the other party's strength had exceeded her imagination. To be able to send Monk Shui flying with a single strike, he was definitely an expert. The eyes of the cultivators beside her also flickered. To be honest, they were also very shocked. In the sky, Monk Shui was enraged when he heard this. Arrogant, he was too arrogant, using a long sword to fight him. Who did he think he was? He was the 9th-ranked expert under the 3rd prince. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even Jiangnan Tian and Han Li wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. In the next moment, he coldly snorted, "Brat, I'll find you and tear you to pieces. Let's talk about it after you defeat that longsword in the sky." Lin Xian's voice rang out once again. Then, sword light flashed and the longsword in the sky bloomed with resplendent light. It was like a sun that illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, endless sword light covered the sky. Terrifying sword chi shook the void and quickly trembled. What? So powerful. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed this aura. They originally thought that the other party was just being arrogant, but now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Just this aura alone was enough to make their hearts tremble. It could be said that the other party had the strength to be so arrogant. In the next moment, the longsword trembled and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. "You're courting death." Monk Shui also roared. The blood sea domain around him vibrated rapidly. Countless blood-red lights surrounded him and formed an extremely terrifying demonic beast. It was a demonic beast with a snake's head and a tiger's body. Its body was like a mountain and its blood chi was monstrous. A roar shook the void. In the next moment, this blood-red demonic beast quickly pounced forward. Boom, in an instant, it collided with that resplendent longsword. "Haha, die." Monk Shui laughed sinisterly. He had used an ultimate technique that was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. Not to mention a sword that was only half an earth rank. The others also exclaimed because no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Monk Shui's aura was too powerful. He was like a peerless demonic king that emitted a terrifying aura. Puff, however, in the next moment, everyone was stunned because the mountain-like blood-red demonic beast was slashed apart by the sword. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. What kind of technique is this? How could he slash apart such a terrifying attack with one sword? Monk Shui's expression changed drastically. He shook his head frantically. Impossible. This is only a half-earth-grade longsword. How could it slash apart my attack? He couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Damn it! That was because the longsword didn't disappear. Instead, it slashed towards him with an even more powerful force. Get lost. Monk Shui was furious. He raised his saber to meet the attack. The blood-red longsword surged and brought about a boundless sea of blood. It collided with the longsword and clashed with it. Rumble, the sound of the collision was ear-piercing. It was like a monstrous wave that slammed in all directions. The sky surged and a large black crack appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. This attack was simply too terrifying. Clang, in the next moment, the longsword in Monk Shui's hand cracked and broke in half. What? How is this possible? Monk Shui's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, he screamed in pain because the longsword had already slashed his body. Puff, the blood-red light soared into the sky. It was extremely hot. Monk Shui was sent flying. Defeated, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. The outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Monk Shui was defeated. He was completely defeated. In front of the longsword, he couldn't resist at all. No way. That person is so powerful? Yeah. He didn't even show his true body. He defeated Monk Shui with just a longsword. That's unbelievable. Everyone on Princess Katie's side was shocked. The person you found is not bad. Princess Kaidai revealed a rare smile. To be honest, I didn't know he was so powerful. Chiyu was also shocked. Indeed, when she met Lin Xian previously, he only displayed the strength of a 2-star king. However, from the looks of it, even a 3-star king was no match for him. In the surroundings, the experts under Princess Kaidai's command were silent. Previously, they were still mocking Lin Xian, thinking that he was just a figurehead. However, from the looks of it, they were completely wrong. Lin Xian defeated Blood Monk easily without using his real body and only controlling a long sword. They knew that they were no match for him. The atmosphere on the third prince's side was extremely solemn. The martial artists under the third prince's command all widened their eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Dong Qinshan's face was filled with fear. Fortunately, he did not make a move. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now. Even the third prince's expression was solemn. To be honest, even he did not expect Blood Monk to be defeated so thoroughly. Instantly, he snorted in displeasure. Humph! What is this trash Blood Monk doing? He's a disgrace to us. Fire Demon said coldly. Then, he looked at the third prince. I'll go. His methods are a little strange. I don't feel at ease if I send someone else. Alright, go ahead. You must take him down. The third prince's voice was solemn. However, he was not too worried. Fire Demon was the third strongest martial artist under his command. He was extremely powerful. In the past, all the experts under Princess Katie's command combined could not even defeat Fire Demon. Therefore, the third prince was not worried about him taking action. However, he still snorted in his heart. He wanted to see who this mysterious martial artist was. How dare he be so arrogant? Moreover, he had already made up his mind. After defeating Lin Xian, he would make Lin Xian submit. Otherwise, he would kill Lin Xian, because if such an expert could not be used by him, he would not let anyone else have him. Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in the third prince's eyes. On the other side, Fire Demon's body swayed and he appeared high up in the sky. His robe fluttered as a powerful aura emitted from his body. He was like the god of fire, mighty and extraordinary. What? Fire Demon. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that it would be Fire Demon's turn to make a move so soon. The Fire Demon was different from the Blood Monk. Previously, Monk Shui was only a martial artist ranked 9th. He could be considered an expert. However, in the eyes of the crowd, he was not that famous. However, the Fire Demon was different. He was a super expert and had a great reputation among the younger generation. There was almost no one who didn't know about the pair of fiery demon palms. Thus, when they saw the Fire Demon attack, everyone was extremely shocked. Even Princess Kaidai's side is worried. This was because the number one expert on their side had been defeated by the Fire Demon. Therefore, they knew the Fire Demon's strength very well. Oh no, the Fire Demon is attacking. I wonder if that mysterious person can block it. The group of martial artists were worried, but Princess Kaidai also frowned. She asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Can he defeat the Fire Demon?" "I don't know." Chi shook his head. "But from the looks of it, even if he can't win, he won't lose too badly." Hearing that, Princess Kaidai nodded slightly. For some reason, she became nervous. This was because she realized that whether she could enter the first echelon this time depended on a mysterious person who had yet to show himself. If it was in the past, she would not care about it. However, it was happening now. In the sky, the fire demon's aura was strong. He looked around and said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to come out and fight with your real body. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. My real body is here. Whether you can find it or not will depend on your ability." Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Facing the fire demon, his voice was still calm and fearless. "Humph. You don't know what's good for you." The fire demon sneered and then slapped his palm. Suddenly, a fiery red palm appeared in the sky like a glazed flame. Soon, it grabbed the treasure sword that was floating in the sky. Sizzle, clang, a terrifying heat was emitted like a wave of fire. In an instant, the half-Earth-grade treasure sword was burned into two. What? That's terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. That was a half-Earth-grade treasure sword. Although it was not as good as an Earth-grade treasure weapon, it was still a sharp treasure sword. But now, it was actually broken by someone. This scene was simply too shocking. What a terrifying flame. In the crowd, the youth from Fire Cloud Nation was shocked when he saw this scene. As a fire-type martial artist, he naturally knew how difficult it was to break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword with just flames. However, the other party had done it so easily. In addition to the other party's strength, he had definitely mastered a very terrifying flame. Not only the Fire Cloud Nation's experts, but even Zhou Tian frowned. Damn it, this guy's flame is even more terrifying than my blue sky flames. It would be difficult for that guy to defeat him. On the other side, Fatty Luo rubbed his hands. "Brother, I bet on you to win. You must hold on for me." Beside him, the youth shook his head. "Fatty Luo, you are too bold. You actually bet on someone I've never heard of. I dare to bet that you will definitely lose this time." In fact, that was what everyone thought. Almost everyone had bet on the fire demon. The fire demon was too powerful. No matter how strong the mysterious person was, he would not be able to defeat him. "Hee, kid, your sword is already broken. Come out." The fire demon sneered, his expression extremely arrogant. In the crowd, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He did not expect the other party's flame to be so terrifying that it could break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword so easily. "Interesting. You are not bad. You are worth my time," Lin Xian said indifferently as he nodded. When this voice rang out, it caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the fire demon's face darkened. "Kid, you have successfully angered me. You better not let me find you. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." However, what answered him was a fierce attack. The broken sword blossomed with a resplendent light. Then, two shocking streaks of sword chi slashed forward. "You are courting death." The fire demon was enraged and waved his palm. At the same time, a fiery red light overflowed into the sky, piercing through the void. As for those sword energies, they were simply too sharp. The sword chi crisscrossed and the light soared into the sky. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart tremble. The sword slashed out, splitting all the fiery red palm shadows. At this moment, the broken sword was like a peerless divine sword, invincible. What kind of sword chi is this? It's too terrifying. This person must be a peerless swordsman, everyone was shocked. The first prince, third prince, Princess Kai Dai, and their subordinates all wore solemn expressions. This was because they discovered that the other party's strength was beyond their expectations. "You're courting death. Break for me." The fire demon was furious because that sharp sword chi made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It even made him feel a sense of trepidation. He had only felt this feeling from Jiangnan Tian and Hanli. But he didn't expect that a mysterious martial artist would be able to make him feel this way. He couldn't accept this. This uneasy feeling made the fire demon fly into a rage. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and a resplendent light blossomed. Suddenly, a huge red palm stretched out like a cloud of fire, covering the sky and earth, completely enveloping all of the sword chi. His goal was very simple. He wanted to refine all of the sword chi. Boom, the fiery red palm fell, bringing with it a terrifying temperature. He, the fire demon, was famous for his pair of fire demon palms. His palms were fused with extremely terrifying flames. These flames were even more terrifying than the legendary blue sky flames. Thus, it could be said that there was nothing that could remain intact under his palm. He believed that the other party's sword chi was the same. At this moment, seeing the fire demon use the fire demon palms, everyone was shocked. The martial artists on the third prince's side also nodded continuously. Even some of the older generation figures in the villa were extremely shocked. Many of the older generation experts nodded one after another. They were very optimistic about this fire demon because with his talent and strength, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Boom, the terrifying fire demon palms stretched out, bringing with it endless heat waves, directly evaporating the lake below. Not only that, but several cracks were also blasted open in the void. The entire sky violently boiled like a huge boiler, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Some of the weaker ones were even directly sent flying by the aftermath of this palm. But fortunately, none of the people present were weak. After the initial cry of alarm, they quickly adjusted their defenses and retreated to a safe distance. In the next moment, they looked forward and cried out in alarm. Because in the sky, the two streaks of sword chi were rapidly trembling, emitting a resplendent light. Then, they turned into countless streaks of sword light that soared into the sky. That strong aura was too sharp. Even in this heatwave environment, everyone still felt a chill. Humph. Die. The fire demon snorted coldly as all the power in his body surged into his palm again. Suddenly, the fire demon palm released an incomparably bright light. In an instant, it enveloped all the sword lights. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision rang out like a clap of thunder, resounding through the world. 10,000 swords chimed in unison, as if they wanted to destroy everything. However, in the end, all of the sword chi was still enveloped by the flame demon palm. Not only that, but the entire void was distorted by the heat, and everyone's spiritual energy was evaporated. Ha 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 ha. Brat, your sword chi is gone. Hurry up and come out. Fire demon raised his head and laughed. As for the warriors under the third prince, they all cheered, great, the fire demon is so strong. That was natural. The fire demon was ranked third. Humph. That brat is so arrogant. He actually dared to look down on the fire demon. Now he knows how powerful I am. What mysterious expert. I think he's just SOSO. Humph, why isn't there any movement? I guess that brat is definitely scared out of his wits and doesn't dare to come out at all. The third prince's side laughed wildly, while the others were exclaiming. On Princess Katie's side, the atmosphere was solemn. Sure enough, he still lost. No choice. The fire demon is too strong. Several warriors shook their heads and sighed. Princess Katie's expression was also solemn. Are we really going to lose? She had already discovered that the mysterious expert's strength was even more terrifying than the number one expert on her side. But even so, she still could not defeat the fire demon. Was she really unable to enter the first tier? Ha 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 ha, Princess Kaidai, don't look forward to it anymore. Do you have anyone else who wants to join the battle? If not, I'm going to challenge someone else. In the sky, the fire demon's expression was wild. He did not put Princess Katie's side in his eyes at all. The warriors under the third prince also laughed. Fire demon, don't waste time. Our opponent is the first prince. That's right. The third prince nodded. He only had one enemy, and that was the first prince. He did not put the others, including Princess Kaidai, in his eyes. All right. The fire demon nodded and prepared to challenge the first prince. But at this moment, he frowned. On the third prince's side, the smile on his face instantly froze. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. This was because a sharp sword light lit up in the sky, shaking the void as it slashed out from the terrifying fire demon's palm. In the sky, the sea of fire surged and waves of air rolled. A huge crack appeared, which was cut open by the sword chi. Not only that, but there were countless cracks in the crack. The entire sky seemed to have been cut into pieces. What? It rushed out. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The third prince's side was even more shocked. This was because a shocking sword light, like a bright divine rainbow, lit up the sky and slashed out from the fire demon's palm. Not only that, the sword light quickly slashed towards the fire demon. The fire demon's expression changed immediately. He did not expect that the opponent's sword chi was still there, and it was so sharp. Could it be that his fire demon's palm had lost its effect? Damn it, how is this possible? The fire demon's expression was very ugly, but now was not the time for him to think too much. This was because the sword chi was still slashing towards him. Clang! Clang! Clang, bang, even though the fire demon was extremely powerful, and his fire demon's palm was unparalleled in the world, he still could not fight back against the sword chi. His fire demon's palm was extremely red, and when it collided with the sword chi, there was a sonorous vibration. The entire void trembled rapidly as if it was a painting that kept rolling. This scene stunned everyone. They had never imagined that the fire demon would actually fail. One should know that the fire demon's palm was extremely terrifying and could melt everything. But now, it could not shatter the bright sword chi. Buzz, suddenly, thousands of sword lights flashed in the sky and quickly merged to form a shocking azure dragon that roared in all directions. Finally, a dragon-shaped sword chi spiraled in the void and rushed forward. Oh no! The fire demon's expression changed drastically when he sensed the sword chi. This was because the dragon-shaped sword chi was so terrifying that it made him shudder. He knew that this sword chi could still pose a threat to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate and quickly retreated. However, the dragon-shaped sword chi was too terrifying. It was dazzling and carried a monstrous murderous aura. It quickly descended and enveloped him. The dragon-shaped sword chi was too terrifying. It was dazzling and carried a monstrous killing intent. It quickly descended and enveloped him. Get lost! Fire Fiend roared angrily. A red domain appeared beside him and quickly formed a huge shield. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the Fire Fiend palms shot into the sky. The palms were bright red and had mysterious patterns on them. They emitted a monstrous aura and slammed into the dragon-shaped sword chi. In the next moment, a shocking explosion occurred, causing the entire sky to tremble. Endless waves of air surged, drowning everything. However, the dragon-shaped sword chi was too powerful. It sent the Fire Fiend palms flying and cut through Fire Fiend's domain. It slashed Fire Fiend's body. Bang! Fire Fiend was sent flying and crashed into the ground, forming a terrifying crater. Barf, he struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. There was a deep sword wound on his body that had almost cut him in half. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. They simply could not believe that Fire Demon had actually been defeated and even suffered such heavy injuries. That was Fire Fiend. He was ranked third among the Third Prince's subordinates. Dong Qianshan and Blood Monk could not compare to him at all. It could be said that he was a true powerhouse. But now, he had been defeated. He had been struck by the sword chi. Until now, they had not even seen the other party's figure. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Among them, the Third Prince's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had never thought that the outcome would be like this. The First Prince's eyes also flickered. That was because a mysterious powerhouse had appeared out of thin air. It was very disadvantageous to them. However, the First Prince was happy to see the Third Prince's ferocious expression. On the other side, Princess Kaidai heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, that scene had indeed exceeded her expectations. She had never thought that the other party would be able to defeat Fire Fiend. That was a pleasant surprise. Ha 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 ha, brother, that's a good move. However, with your skills, it's a pity for you to stay under Kaidai. Are you interested in joining my side? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you the best treatment. The First Prince said with a smile. Hearing this, Princess Kaidai's face sank. She had never thought that the Crown Prince would try to poach her in public. At the same time, she was extremely nervous because she could not guarantee whether the other party would agree or not. After all, the First Prince's status and strength both surpassed hers. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need for that. I'm not anyone's subordinate, and I won't go over to your side. I'm only taking action this time to make an exchange with someone else. Besides this, I also want to see what the strongest battle strength of the Great Xian Empire's younger generation is like. As he finished speaking, his voice was filled with boundless killing intent. It was extremely sharp, and it shook space to the point terrifying cracks appeared. Indeed, Lin Xian had no interest in the fights between the princes and princesses. The reason why he acted was only because he had made a deal with Qiyu. He helped Princess Kai die, and Qiyu helped him enter the Dawn Zone. That was all. But now, he had another idea, and that was to battle with the strongest of the younger generation of the great Xian Empire. When the surrounding warriors heard this, they were all extremely shocked. "Humph, you want to battle with the strongest genius of the great Xian Empire? You're too arrogant. Kid, I'll take you down. Get out here and die." Furious roars rang out one after another. Most of them were from the third prince's subordinates. They were naturally the ones who had lost face after the fire demon's defeat. So now, they were gnashing their teeth, wishing that they could capture the other party on the spot and kill him. "I'm only speaking the truth. If you're not convinced, then feel free to attack. However, you have no chance of winning." Lin Xian spoke once more. "You're courting death. Shameless boasting." Immediately, several warriors charged into the sky. Although they did not know where Lin Xian was, there were still several sword lights floating in the sky. As long as they shattered those sword lights, the other party would naturally appear. However, they soon regretted it. Because the sword chi in the sky had transformed into mountains that pressed down on them. Too terrifying. Like an ancient demonic mountain, it was incomparably heavy. In an instant, those warriors were all sent flying. Boom boom boom, those people came quickly, but they were even faster when they were sent flying. And at this time, Lin Xian's voice sounded once more, "Trash don't come, it's better for the strongest to come out and fight." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too arrogant, to actually directly challenge the strongest. Princess Katie's side was even more shocked. They had never thought that this mysterious person was actually so powerful. However, Princess Kai-dai revealed a smile, like a fresh flower blooming. She did not care about the other party's attitude, as long as the other party's strength was formidable, and could defeat the warriors under the third prince and eldest prince. That way, he would have the qualifications to enter the first tier. This was something she had dreamed of. Now, it was actually really going to be realized. But the third prince and eldest prince furrowed their brows. The other party's arrogant attitude made them extremely displeased. Especially the third prince, a hint of icy killing intent even surfaced in his eyes. The other party's actions were undoubtedly slapping his face. What he had to do now was to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, in this current situation, he would not make a move. He could only send the warriors under him to fight. So, he looked to the side. There sat a youth in white clothes, his eyes tightly closed, as if in meditation. He was really too quiet, incompatible with the surrounding environment. At this moment, that youth in white clothes felt the third prince's gaze and immediately opened his eyes. His starry eyes were incomparably deep, as if carrying a magical power. "In this current situation, I can only ask you to make a move," the third prince said softly. The third prince's attitude was very low. At least, he did not treat the other party as a subordinate. "Okay." The youth in white clothes nodded, then slowly stood up. Following his movements, a powerful aura was emitted from his body, spreading out in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding experts all changed. Although they were also experts, and were usually arrogant and proud, in front of this youth in white clothes, they were as obedient as kittens. Because no one dared to behave atrociously in front of this youth in white clothes. Not only were the warriors on the third prince's side shocked, at this moment, everyone in the entire Misty Wave Mountain Villa held their breaths. Because they knew that Jiang Nantian was about to make a move. Jiang Nantian could be said to be known by everyone in the empire of Dexian. Because he was too dazzling. At the age of 25, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the three-star king realm, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Countless figures of the older generation were not his match. He was like a dazzling star that everyone could only look up to. And now, he was about to make a move. Jiang Nantian's figure fluttered like a bolt of white lightning as he arrived high in the sky. But at that moment, another figure quickly flew over. Jiang Nantian frowned when he saw this figure. The others were shocked once more. Hanli. That's right, this figure was Hanli. He was a peerless genius on par with Jiang Nantian. However, Jiang Nantian was the number one expert under the third prince, while Hanli was the number one expert under the first prince. No one expected that even he would make a move. Could it be that the mysterious person was truly so powerful? You want to make a move? Jiang Nantian asked with a frown. Of course. Didn't you hear? He's challenging the strongest genius. Of course he's talking about me. It was clear that Hanli was the strongest genius and Jiang Nantian wasn't. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm inferior to you? Jiang Nantian's voice was ice cold as he emitted a powerful aura. Of course you're inferior to me. Hanli sneered and his body also emitted a biting cold aura. The two auras collided in the air with a thunderous sound that shook the void. This kind of collision was too terrifying. Just the shockwaves alone sent many people flying. Everyone hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky nervously. Could it be that these two were going to fight ahead of time? Indeed, the two were extremely famous and their strength was comparable. They could be said to be a pair of peerless geniuses. However, they had both won and lost in their battles. They hadn't truly shown who was more powerful. Thus, when they heard that Lin Xian was going to challenge the strongest person, both of them stepped forward to challenge him. But now it seemed that the two of them would likely fight ahead of time to determine the victor. Everyone was looking forward to it. But at that moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded out once more. No need to be so troublesome. You two can come one at a time. Neither of you can escape. His voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable domineering aura. One at a time? Neither of you can escape, do you think they're cabbages? They're peerless geniuses, everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the sky, Jiang Nantian and Hanli were also stunned. What an arrogant fellow. Jiang Nantian frowned. Hanli looked up to the sky and laughed. Good, of course, of course. Brat, it's been a long time since you dared to speak to me like that. I want to see what ability you have. He snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, this time, Jiang Nantian stopped him. I came out first, so naturally, I should make the first move. Humph, you dare to stop me? Hanli was enraged and his aura suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding area like a torrential flood. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. In an instant, all the sword rays in the sky exploded. Brat, get out here. This voice contained a biting cold-killing intent that immediately caused many people's ears to bleed and their bodies to tremble. Since you want to be the first to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky. What? It has appeared. At that moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions were filled with shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man would finally appear. Hee hee, brother, I knew you were here. Fatty Luo looked at the sky and grinned. What? It's really him. Zhou Tian, Han Kuan, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran and the others looked at the figure in shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man was the young man they had met at the Fengyue brothel. Zhou Tian's heart was beating wildly. He was extremely shocked. At that time, he had recklessly attacked the other party. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Fortunately, the other party did not kill her at that time. Otherwise, she would have been dead. As for Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran, their faces were flushed and their eyes were filled with adoration. On the other side, Chiyu also heaved a sigh of relief. She slowly said, Princess, it's him. It's him? Princess Kaidai looked at the figure in the sky with a shocked expression. To be honest, she was too shocked. She did not expect that Chiyu would help her find such a powerful martial artist who could even contend with Jiang Nantian and Hanli. The third prince, the eldest prince, and the surrounding experts all looked at the sky with grave expressions. At that moment, Lin Xian became the center of attention. Jiang Nantian and Hanli also stared at Lin Xian. Among them, Hanli coldly asked, You are the mysterious man who attacked before? That's right, it's me. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Humph, it seems that's all there is to it. Let me see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. With that said, Hanli clenched his fist again and punched. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was as if a mountain was trembling in the air. It directly shattered the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Clang, Lin Xian also clenched his fist and punched out to meet Han Li's attack. Suddenly, the two fists collided with a heaven-shaking sound. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions. The two did not use any divine abilities. It was a pure contest of strength. This attack was evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the mysterious youth would be able to contend against Han Li. Han Li was also surprised. Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Try and take another punch from me. With that said, he punched out again. At the side, Jiang Nantian saw this scene and shook his head with a sigh. He knew that once Han Li attacked, it was impossible for him to stop unless victory was decided. But he did not want to take advantage of Han Li's precarious situation and fight 2 against 1. His figure blurred and he came down again. Suddenly, only Han Li and Lin Xian were left in the sky. Lin Xian let out a long roar and his body flickered with light. Countless strands of sword qi burst out from his body and soared into the sky. At that moment, he was like a powerful sword god floating in the sky. Kill, he formed an incantation gesture with his hand and pushed it forward. Suddenly, a huge Qiong qi appeared in the sky and roared as it charged forward. Boom, the two exchanged blows, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if two gods were fighting. Terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the Misty Wave Mountain Villa was an ancient ruin and had powerful defensive formations. Otherwise, it would have been razed to the ground. Han Li used a mid-grade earth-tier martial art, the Heavenly Wind Fist. It was extremely powerful. As for Lin Xian, he used the 9 heavens transformations. One demon beast after another flew out from his fingers to meet Han Li's attack. These were 2 supreme techniques. They were extremely terrifying and caused the surrounding space to explode. After several tens of exchanges, Han Li suddenly let out a long roar. I thought you had some strength, but it seems you're only SOSO. Since that's the case, let's end this battle. Die. He sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless streaks of purple light soared into the sky and quickly covered it. Purple Devil Purgatory, seal all directions. With a furious roar, purple light quickly surged and sealed the entire space. A huge purple vortex appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy roared like a myriad of beasts, shocking everyone. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was surrounded by countless purple lights and sealed in a special space. The space was translucent, allowing everyone to clearly see what was happening inside. Countless streaks of purple energy roared like furious dragons and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian, wanting to blast him apart. Not good. This is the Purple Devil Purgatory, one of Han Li's consummate abilities. That's right. I heard that he used this Purple Devil Purgatory to kill many peerless geniuses. Even the older generation couldn't break it. It's over. I fear that Lin Xian won't be able to break it either. The scene in the sky caused everyone's expression to change, especially Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others below. They looked anxious. Although they weren't cultivators of the great Xian Empire, they had heard of the Purple Devil Purgatory. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this ability was. On the other side, Princess Kaidai, Chu Yu, and the others wore grave expressions. They didn't expect that Han Li would be able to use such a terrifying martial art so quickly. Jiang Nantian's eyes flickered. He had fought with Han Li many times and naturally knew how terrifying the Purple Devil Purgatory was. Apart from him, very few people were able to escape. I wonder if he will be able to escape. Or will it end here? The Crown Prince and the others all laughed. Ha 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 ha, what mysterious expert. He has no chance of victory against Han Li, that's right. Although that brat is quite skilled, he can't contend against a top genius like Han Li. This battle is over. Many people sneered. They believed that Lin Xian had no hope of escaping. In the sky, the Purple Devil Purgatory. A purple translucent space floated in the air. Violent energy surged within it, and Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of it. However, Lin Xian didn't appear to be anxious. He appeared to be quite calm. In the next moment, his eyes focused and he coldly shouted. Soon after, he clenched his hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a black devil sword quickly appeared. This sword was completely black and had demonic patterns on it. It emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura. 9 Hell Devil Sword. With a slash of the sword light soared into the sky. The entire demonic sword emitted an incomparably terrifying energy. Boom! In the next moment, the black sword radiance flashed and slashed violently on the purple demon purgatory. Immediately, a cracking sound was heard. The entire void began to tremble violently. Pung! In the next moment, an astonishing explosion was heard. The terrifying purple demon purgatory was actually split into two by the sword strike. Lin Xian, on the other hand, turned into a beam of light and dashed out at high speed. What? It was broken. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe this. The experts on the first prince's side opened their mouths wide and their minds went blank. That was the Purple Devil Purgatory, an extremely powerful secret technique that Han Li possessed. In the past, many genius martial artists, and even older generation figures, had fallen under this move. But now, it was actually split apart by a sword. Even Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted and he wore an expression of extreme shock. He refused to believe that his opponent would be able to breach his purple demon purgatory so easily. Damn it, how is this possible? How did he do it? However, the only answer he received was a shocking sword radiance. The Black 9 Darkness Devil Sword was like a black mountain. It was incomparably terrifying as it ruthlessly smashed towards Han Li Peng. In the next moment, Han Li was forced back. What? He was forced back. Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe their eyes. The incomparably powerful Han Li had actually been forced back? This was truly too shocking. At this moment, everyone in the Misty Wave Mountain Manor was extremely shocked. Ah! Brat, I'm going to kill you. After being forced back by a single sword strike, Han Li was incomparably crazed. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would be so powerful, so he had been careless and had been forced back. This was intolerable. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Han Li floated in the air and stopped his retreat. His purple robes quickly fluttered and he emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. That pair of ice-cold eyes had turned into a purple light. There were also mysterious talisman characters flickering around him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, directly piercing through space. Those familiar with him knew that at this moment, Han Li was truly enraged. Many of the cultivators on the eldest prince's side felt their hearts wildly pound. It's over. It's been a long time since I've seen Han Li like this. The last time I saw him like this was during his battle with Jiang Nantian. That's right. When Han Li goes berserk, no one can stop him. Only Jiang Nantian could resist him. Apart from him, no one else had any chance of survival. When the eldest prince saw this, he let out a sigh. Previously, he had wanted Han Li to subdue him and take him in as a subordinate. But now, it seemed that this was impossible. This was because once Han Li went berserk, his opponent would definitely die. The spectating cultivators were also shocked. At this moment, Han Li was like a fiend god. They didn't dare to look directly at him. Bright Monarch Palm. In the sky, Han Li furiously roared and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky boiled. A gigantic purple palm was formed rapidly. Like a tidal wave, it swept towards Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian's gaze was also resolute. He grasped the 9 Darkness Devil Sword and slashed out. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light rushed forward. The 9 Darkness Devil Sword was incomparably mysterious. He too even guessed that this devil sword might have come from the terrifying forbidden land of life, the underworld. One could imagine how terrifying this devil sword was. Its grade wouldn't be lower than an earth-grade treasure. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was incomparably powerful. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul possessed fearsome offensive power. Although he was only a 1-star king, his battle prowess wasn't inferior to any 3-star king. Thus, this sword strike was extremely powerful. Pung, the black sword light and the purple palm collided, creating a resounding clang. The entire space boiled. What? he blocked it again. Seeing that the bright monarch palm was useless, Han Li's expression turned gloomy. He didn't think that his opponent would be this powerful. However, he furiously roared and decided to attack with all his strength. Bright monarch palm. Han Li furiously roared and his body shined with purple light. In an instant, countless mysterious talisman characters revolved around his body. Mysterious illusory figures appeared on his body. They were incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, his figure blurred and quickly charged towards Lin Xian like purple lightning. Lin Xian's expression didn't change as he waved the 9 Darkness Devil sword in his hand. The power of 4,000 swords. At this moment, he used the myriad sword art and wielded the power of 4,000 swords. Suddenly, the wind and clouds above changed. 4 streaks of black lightning quickly formed. Each of the 4 streaks of lightning contained the power of 1,000 swords. It was incomparably terrifying. In addition to the sharpness of the great dragon sword's soul, it could be said that the power was beyond imagination. Rumble, the black thunderbolt was like a sword radiance, but it was also like a huge mountain. It quickly descended from the sky and shattered the entire void. In an instant, the sky had become a sea of black lightning. The entire void was submerged, and Han Li bore the brunt of the endless sea of lightning. What? What a terrifying scene. When the crowd saw this, their expressions wildly changed. The reason for that was because they were able to clearly sense the berserk power brought forth by the lightning. It was simply too terrifying. When they encountered such power, they had no power to resist at all. Even Jiang Nantian wore a grave expression and his gaze wavered. Ah! Within the sea of lightning, Han Li roared towards the sky as his body flickered with purple light. However, his resistance was futile. This lightning was the result of the myriad sword art combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably powerful. In an instant, the 4 purple devilish shadows he summoned were shattered by the sea of lightning. Not only that, but his body was also struck. When the black lightning struck his body, his chi and blood roiled and he couldn't stand steadily. However, as a peerless genius, he was powerful. He quickly summoned a purple armor that covered his body to resist the black lightning that filled the sky. However, he was still blasted back continuously. Not only was he forced back, but his chi and blood roiled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In this exchange, he had suffered yet another loss. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their expressions greatly changed. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. This was Han Li. He was the most dazzling genius of the great Xian Empire's younger generation, but now, he had been beaten to the point of spitting blood. Just how powerful was that youth called Lin Xian, they didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, even Princess Kai Dai, the first prince, the third prince, and the others had extremely grave expressions. Jiang Nantian suddenly stood up and stared at the sky with a frightening glint in his eyes. He had fought with Han Li many times and was well aware of his opponent's strength. Even he wouldn't be able to injure him so easily. Han Li's body trembled with anger. His opponent's strength had shocked him greatly, but he couldn't accept that he had been injured. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily again and performed a powerful divine ability martial art. Akala. Han Li incessantly waved his hands, causing the purple light on his body to become even more dazzling. A purple figure formed behind him, exuding a mysterious power. Kill. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar and charged towards Lin Xian. This time, he was truly enraged. He was determined to kill Lin Xian. 3 heads and 6 arms. Arriving in front of Lin Xian, Han Li shouted once more. Suddenly, the purple silhouette took a step forward and fused with him. Instantly, 2 more heads and 4 more arms appeared on both sides of him. He looked extremely strange. With 3 heads and 6 arms, there were no blind spots at all. Furthermore, the 2 arms that were formed were holding sabers, swords, and spears. At that moment, Han Li's aura had reached its peak. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved the 9 Serenities Devil Sword. One after another, peerless demonic beasts flew out from the tip of his sword. The Qiongqi, the Heavenly Peng, the Dijiang, the Zhuyan, and the 9 Yin were all ancient divine beasts. Although they were formed from spiritual power, they were extremely powerful as if they were real divine beasts. Pung pung pung, the two forces collided in the air, erupting with resplendent radiance. The sky boiled as a vast amount of energy surged into the distance. After several tens of moves, Lin Xian suddenly pointed with his left hand. 3 void-shattering fingers quickly flew out in an extremely strange manner. Puff puff. Dang, the void-shattering fingers were traceless and capable of destroying everything. Now that Lin Xian had used them, they were even more unfathomable. 2 of the void-shattering fingers pierced through the 2 purple silhouettes beside Han Li. As for the third, Han Li's true body dodged it. But even so, it had achieved an extraordinary result. This was because it had broken through Han Li's Akala body. The 3 heads and 6 arms quickly disappeared. Han Li's face was pale. This was because his divine ability had been broken, and he had also suffered a certain amount of backlash. What? It was broken again? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to believe this. From the beginning of the battle until now, Han Li had been suppressed by his opponent. Every time he used a powerful divine ability, it was quickly broken through by his opponent. It was as if his opponent had a natural advantage over him. They knew that if this happened once, it could be due to luck. But if it happened multiple times, it couldn't be explained by luck. This meant that his opponent was incomparably powerful. It was even possible that his battle prowess surpassed Han Li's. With that thought, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, Lin Xian coldly said, "You've already lost. Let's switch." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, Han Li had been sent flying 3 times. This meant that his opponent was extremely powerful. However, they couldn't accept this reality. As for Han Li, he couldn't accept it. He angrily roared, "Don't be so arrogant. I was careless and didn't use my king's domain. Brat, my true techniques are all in my king's domain. Now, I will kill you with my own hands." With that said, he angrily roared. His eyes blossomed with incomparably resplendent light. They were like 2 streaks of light that tore through the sky. "Behold my king's domain, death's door." Along with this voice, purple light quickly flashed from Han Li's body. A purple domain instantly enveloped him. Within the purple domain, purple chi roiled. It was incomparably mysterious. A 10-meter-tall purple gate appeared out of thin air. It floated in the air. The gate was engraved with mysterious veined patterns that emitted an ancient aura. Death's door. When everyone saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the third prince, the eldest prince, and Princess Kai Dai, they all stood up. Their expressions were filled with shock. That's right, Han Li's king's domain was the death's door. However, he was normally very powerful and rarely used his king's domain in battle. As a result, they rarely saw it. They didn't expect that they would see it in battle today. The Death's Door was one of the most powerful king's domains in the Grand Xian Empire. Princess Kaidai's expression was grave. She knew that things were troublesome because she was well aware of how terrifying the Death's Door was. The Death's Door was created by a cultivation art. It was extremely famous in the Grand Xian Empire. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. In the past several thousand years, only 3 or 4 people had successfully cultivated it. Han Li was one of them. On the other side, the third prince frowned. His subordinate, Jiang Nantian, was extremely powerful. However, he was unable to completely defeat Han Li because of the Death's Door. The eldest prince smiled, since he used the Death's Door, that Brat won't be able to win. It's a pity. I didn't think that Brat would be able to force Han Li to this extent. It is truly rare. The Gate of Death was extremely terrifying. It was said that when the gate opened, no one would be able to survive. No one knew what was behind the Gate of Death. However, some said that it could be connected to the underworld or hell. Regardless, there was no doubt that the Gate of Death was extremely frightening. Han Li stood near the Gate of Death with an indifferent expression. Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this move. However, since you've angered me, you won't be able to survive. Now, go to hell. With that said, he waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Death Soundwave. Following Han Li's voice, the purple Gate of Death blossomed with light. Purple devilish patterns appeared on its surface. The purple demonic runes vibrated rapidly, forming waves of death waves that spread out rapidly. These sound waves were too terrifying. They were tangible and specialized in harming one's soul. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. There were a few unlucky ones in the crowd that were swept by the sound waves and fell to the ground. They weren't injured, but their auras had been completely extinguished. How terrifying. When the others saw this, they retreated in fright, their scalps tingling. Fortunately, the majority of the sound waves were wildly sweeping towards Lin Xian. Damn it, this is a soul attack. That brat Lin definitely won't be able to withstand it. Of course. That brat's battle prowess is already so great. His soul power can't possibly be that outstanding. After all, a person's energy is limited. He can't take on everything. It seems he's finished this time. That's right. I didn't expect Hanli to be so powerful. His gate of death released a soul-destroying wave of death. I fear that not many people can withstand such an attack. As the crowd discussed this, they nervously looked towards the sky. In the sky, Lin Xian wore a grave expression. Ever since he had come out of the gate of death, he had felt his hair stand on end. Hanli's king's domain was truly too strange. He had never seen it before. However, he possessed the great dragon sword soul. Even in this strange domain, he didn't fear it. Thus, when he saw the other party unleashing the death sound wave that specialized in destroying souls, he immediately harumphed coldly. Others might not have so much energy to cultivate both combat strength and soul force at the same time, but he was different. Previously, after cultivating the sky spill visualization diagram, his soul power had become extremely strong. He was definitely not inferior to a 3-star king. Moreover, the great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint spell between heaven and earth that could destroy everything. This kind of strength was not only reflected in battle, but also in soul force. It was even enough to destroy those illusory things. Therefore, although this death sound wave was terrifying, and to the majority of martial artists, it was a short kill divine ability ultimate skill. However, it had no effect on him. Dragon King roar. In the next moment, Lin Xian let out a cold shout. His soul force coordinated with the great dragon sword soul and quickly released a sound wave attack. Roar. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. The Buddha true dragon roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. Boom, the Dragon King's roar collided directly with the death sound wave, producing a violent collision sound. It was as if swords and sabers had clashed against each other, causing countless black cracks to appear in the void. Explode! 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 The sky exploded with a bang, and flickering black holes appeared one after another. Fortunately, they were fighting in the sky. Otherwise, the entire Misty Wave Mountain Manor would have been affected even with the defensive formation. What? He blocked it. That's impossible. Han Li's expression greatly changed. He didn't dare to imagine that his opponent was actually able to block his death sound wave. One had to know that his death sound wave wasn't an ordinary sound wave. Ordinary sound waves only caused damage to the body. However, his death sound wave not only caused damage to the body, it also attacked one's soul power. This kind of combined damage was the most terrifying. Ordinary martial artists were completely unable to defend against it. Only if they had a treasure of the soul Dao would they be lucky enough to survive. Jiang Nantian had such a treasure in his hands, which was why he was able to fight him to a draw. As for the others, none of them were a match for him. But now, his opponent had also used a sound wave martial art to block his death sound wave. This greatly surprised him. The others were even more shocked and didn't dare to believe it. They originally thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. No one could resist this sound wave. However, the current situation was beyond their expectations. The other party used a roar to directly block the death sound wave. That terrifying sound even caused their auras to surge and their bodies to almost split apart. Damn it, what kind of martial art is this? It's actually so terrifying? No way, how can his soul power be so strong? F***ck. Where did this kid appear from? Why is he like a freak? Isn't this combat strength too terrifying? Exclamations sounded one after another. As for Princess Kaidai, Chuyu, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that Lin Xian was fine was undoubtedly the best news for them. Buzz buzz, the two sound waves collided and finally disappeared at the same time. The crack in the sky also quickly recovered. However, Han Li's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had vowed that the other party was dead for sure. But now, the other party actually broke through his death soundwave. This was intolerable. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn to attack, Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and the dragon sword domain suddenly appeared beside him. Myriad sword art, myriad sword heavenly attraction. Lin Xian once again used the myriad sword art. The dragon sword domain trembled and countless sword chi quickly surged like sword spirits. Then, it soared into the sky. Suddenly, multicolored light filled the sky and sword chi crisscrossed. The entire sky was completely filled with ruthless sword light. These sword chi were incomparably fast and all of them blasted on the door of death, erupting into a shocking explosion. Pung pung, this attack was incomparably powerful and immediately caused the purple door of death to tremble. Even the light above it became dim. Damn it! Seeing that his door of death was damaged, Han Li's face also turned pale. He roared crazily and his palms quickly changed seals. Door of death, death ray. Buzz. Ka. Suddenly, the purple door of death shone again. After that, the tightly shut door slowly opened, emitting kacha sounds. An incomparably terrifying aura was emitted from the crack in the door. That aura was too terrifying and made people feel despair. The previous death soundwave was only emitted from the door. The door did not open. And now, the purple door of death had opened. What kind of incomparably terrifying energy would it display? No one dared to imagine. However, they knew that the next attack would definitely be more terrifying than the death storm. Death ray. Along with Han Li's voice, a purple ray of light quickly condensed in the crack of the door and blasted forward. Boom, a purple ray of light instantly tore through the sky like a furious dragon. Wherever it passed, the sky was quickly shattered. What? Everyone felt their scalps go numb and their expressions were filled with horror. This attack was far too terrifying. It was capable of instantly killing any 3-star monarch. They didn't think that the death ray would possess such terrifying power. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank abruptly. The purple death ray was extremely sharp and quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a low shout and activated the dragon sword domain. The dragon sword domain immediately trembled and countless strands of sword chi quickly condensed into 2 wings that quickly enveloped Lin Xian. The 2 wings were completely formed from sword chi and when they closed, they covered the sky and protected Lin Xian. Boom, in the next moment, the death ray collided with the sword chi wings and violently clashed. Clouds and mist surged and waves of chi surged. It was as if 2 mountains had collided in the sky, creating a deafening sound. The death ray was extremely terrifying and could kill a 3-star monarch. However, when it collided with the 2 sword chi wings, it lost its effect. Although the entire space shook violently, the death ray wasn't able to break through the 2 azure wings. What? How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Li widened his eyes in disbelief. That was the death ray that he was so proud of. It could kill any 3-star monarch. But now, it was unable to break through his opponent's defenses. This was simply too unbelievable. Crack, the huge sword chi wings unfurled and slowly opened, revealing the situation inside. Lin Xian's clothes fluttered in the wind and his expression was calm. He hadn't suffered any injuries. In the next moment, his gaze focused and his body released a terrifying aura. Then, he soared into the sky with the dragon sword domain and charged forward. What? When Han Li saw this, his pupils contracted and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, he still summoned up his courage and roared, "Doors of death, open completely for me." As his voice fell, the spiritual energy in his body burned fiercely, and a terrifying energy ran through his body. Because with his current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to completely open the door of death. However, at this moment, he was burning his spiritual energy to stimulate his body's potential. He wanted to open the door of death ahead of time to kill his opponent. The gate of death was incomparably terrifying. It was his strongest move. At this moment, he was willing to use all of his strength to open the gate of death. Ka ka ka, boom, two deep sounds rang out, and the door of death slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black darkness. No one knew where the door led to, but the energy emitted from it was too terrifying. Even those of the older generation had expressions of despair on their faces. Die. Hanli burned every inch of power within his body, and his entire body erupted with dazzling light. The gates of death were fully opened, emitting a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Then, the devouring power pulled Lin Xian into the door of death. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure entered the door of death and disappeared. The entire sky regained its clarity once again. It was quiet, without a trace of sound. What's going on? What happened? Everyone's eyes widened. That Lin Xian was sucked into the door of death? He really went in? This is the first time I've seen such a strange situation. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. Even Princess Kaidai, the third prince, and the others frowned. Hanli faced the sky and laughed, ha 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 ha, brat, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to come out after entering the door of death. From today onwards, you can go to hell for me. His voice was filled with arrogance and pride. In his opinion, Lin Xian was an extremely powerful enemy. But so what if he was powerful? Wasn't he still killed by him? What? Entering the door of death is the same as entering hell. That brat won't be able to come back? Rumor has it that the door of death is connected to an incomparably mysterious world. Now it seems that it is true. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They knew that the battle was over. Lin Xian had entered the door of death and wouldn't be able to come out. Seeing this scene, Han Kuan, the Fire Cloud Nation youth, and the other martial artists all sighed. As for Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others, their faces were pale. Princess Kaidai also sighed, and her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She was indeed quite sad because Lin Xian's strength could have pushed her to the first tier. But now that he had entered the incomparably mysterious door of death, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to come out in this lifetime. At the side, Jiang Nanshan's expression was solemn as he whispered to himself, "Is it over?" He still lost. It seems that the door of death is indeed incomparably strange. In the sky, Hanli laughed wildly once again. Then he swept his gaze and stared at Jiang Nantian as he coldly shouted. "Jiang Nantian, come up. I'm going to finish you off together." This voice was filled with endless domineering aura. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What? He still wants to fight? This Hanli is too powerful. He just fought the powerful Lin Xian, and now he wants to fight Jiang Nantian? When Jiang Nantian heard this, he slightly shook his head. No, you just finished a great battle and must have consumed a lot of energy. Why don't we wait for you to recover before we fight? He decisively refused. In the sky, Hanli tightly frowned. Because he had previously completely opened the door of death, he had burned a lot of spiritual power, so he wanted to take advantage of this power to quickly finish off Jiang Nantian. But he didn't expect that Jiang Nantian wouldn't be fooled and wouldn't fight him. This caused him to feel anxious. Because when the power he activated disappeared, he feared that he would enter a period of weakness for a period of time. When that time came, he would be no match for Jiang Nantian. Humph. What? You don't dare to fight? Could it be that you're afraid? Hanli sneered. It doesn't matter. As long as you say that you've lost to me, I won't fight you. However, Jiang Nantian still slightly shook his head. I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to take advantage of you. Let's fight later. As an expert, he naturally saw Hanli's current state at a glance. If he went up to fight now, he would undoubtedly be courting death. He wasn't that foolish. Hanli coldly laughed, "It's not up to you to decide." With that said, his figure blurred and he quickly charged towards Jiang Nantian. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. That way, no one would be his match. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. That way, no one would be his match. Everyone was shocked by the scene and couldn't understand. However, they soon came to a realization. They discovered that the door of death in the sky was slowly closing. That terrifying aura was also gradually weakening. It seemed that the time for Hanli to activate the energy was up. Hanli naturally knew this, so he couldn't help but speed up. But in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because the door of death behind him had stopped closing halfway. There was a large expanse of pitch-black darkness in the crack of the door. But in the boundless darkness, a deep sound could be heard. Boom, 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 the sound was very deep, as if someone was beating a drum. What is that sound? Where is it coming from? Could it be that someone is still fighting? Everyone was puzzled. When Hanli looked behind him, his expression greatly changed. Not good. His expression became very unsightly because he discovered that the sound was coming from the door of death. But why was there movement coming from the door of death? This kind of abnormal change had never happened before. Could it be that brat? Hanli was bewildered, but apart from this, he had no other explanation. Furthermore, the others seemed to have discovered this scene and began to make guesses. Could it be Lin Xian's movement? It can't be. Didn't they say that the door of death was connected to the netherworld? Once one entered, they would be forever suppressed in hell? How could it come out? But only Lin Xian entered the door of death. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly as they carefully looked at the sky. Han Li's gaze was gloomy as he coldly snorted and once again unleashed a terrifying attack on the door of death to seal it. Humph, no matter who you are, you won't be able to break through my door of death. Once you enter, you'll stay there forever. He quickly formed a hand seal and formed a powerful seal on the door of death that emitted a resplendent light. However, the sound of the collision became more and more intense. At first, it sounded like a drum, but now it sounded like thunder exploding in the sky, causing everyone's scalps to feel numb. Boom, pung, crack crack, finally, the sound became more and more intense, and finally, a black crack appeared in the sky. Pung, the seal on the gate of death instantly shattered. A huge black hole formed above the death's gate. Then, a figure flew out quickly. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. What? Did that kid really come out? How is this possible? He actually managed to come out of the door of death? Heavens! Is he still human? Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. The figure in the sky was Lin Xian. He and his powerful strength had broken through the energy of the door of death and returned to reality. At this moment, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared beneath his feet. Sword chi flickered on his body. The demonic sword in his hand bloomed with a strange light, and his entire person became extremely sharp. What? It's you. How is that possible? How did you break through my door of death? When Han Li saw him, his expression greatly changed and his heart was greatly shaken. To tell the truth, he was truly shocked. This was because no one had ever been able to escape from his door of death. Furthermore, he believed that no one had ever been able to escape, but now, someone had truly come out. He didn't dare to believe this scene. In the sky, Lin Xian's gaze was cold. The door of death is truly not bad. It's the most powerful domain I've ever seen. However, it's still unable to trap me. Now, the battle is over. With that said, his body blurred and he held the 9 Darkness Devil sword in his hand. His entire body turned into a streak of resplendent dragon-shaped sword chi, quickly attacking Han Li. This sword strike was truly terrifying. The sword light was like a sea, instantly illuminating the entire sky. He was like a huge dragon, rampaging through the sky with an extremely tyrannical aura. When he felt this aura, Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. Without any hesitation, he recalled the door of death and began to defend himself. Suddenly, a mysterious purple gate appeared in front of him, emitting a strange aura. It was as if it was connected to hell. Boom, in the next moment, the two collided. Light erupted and heaven and earth trembled. The door of death was directly shattered, disappearing into the void. As for Han Li, he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They hadn't expected that the previously incomparably powerful Han Li would actually be defeated. Plop, Han Li's body fiercely fell to the ground, unconscious. The surrounding people all sank into deep shock, unable to speak. After a long while, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. The most dazzling of the great Xian Empire's younger generation, Han Li, had actually been defeated. As for Lin Xian's valiance, it caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. This battle wasn't a matter of luck, but a true battle of strength. Han Li was very powerful, able to suppress the younger generation. However, Lin Xian was even more powerful. Even Han Li wasn't a match for him. Ha 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 ha. As expected, he won. I've struck gold this time. Fatty Luo clapped his hands. He had bet on Lin Xian's victory. He would definitely make a fortune. At the side, the gambling youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn, this is a truly ferocious person. Fatty Luo, where did you find such a person? His eyes shined as if he had seen a rare treasure. He won, he really won. Han Kuan, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others all widened their eyes in disbelief. On the other side, Princess Kaidai let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her exquisite face. Chiyu was also extremely shocked. Then, he frowned. Who knew what kind of storm such a person would cause in Danzong? On the other side, the eldest prince's expression was malevolent. He hadn't expected that his strongest subordinate, Han Li, would actually be defeated. He couldn't accept this. Damn it, how is this possible? Who is he? How could he defeat Han Li? The eldest prince raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes releasing a cold light. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored the first prince and looked in another direction. Jiangnan Tian, it's your turn. What? He still wants to fight? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They hadn't expected that Lin Xian would face Jiangnan Tian so quickly. Immediately, everyone became excited again because they wanted to know if Lin Xian could defeat Jiangnan Tian again. Jiangnan Tian also took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. Clearly, the previous battle had shocked him greatly. Not only that, he realized that even he wouldn't have been able to block the last move. When he heard his opponent's voice, his expression became even more solemn. But in the end, he sighed. No need. You've won this battle. End of chapter 1547. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.